Lu Yujuan said, Zhao Hai, how can you be so cold-blooded? Yu Lu is your daughter. She has never begged you since she was a child. But you are indifferent to her begging you this time. Do you still have any humanity? Although Lu Yujuan also disliked Yang Jingsheng, she felt a little happy that Yang Jingsheng was detained. However, she knew how much Yang Tiancheng valued his son Yang Jingsheng. Although Yang Tiancheng didn't ask her to do anything, at this time, she still had to show her willingness to help. Seeing her say this, Yang Tiancheng couldn't help but nodded. I am still very satisfied with Lu Yujuan's performance. At this time, Zhao Yusin's voice came from the phone. Lu Yujuan, you still dare to say that my father is cold-blooded and inhumane. Ask yourself, are you worthy of saying these things? To be honest, I have never seen someone as shameless as you. I tell you, don't call me. Yang Jingsheng has to pay the price for doing such a thing. We will definitely investigate it to the end. After saying that, he hung up the phone. On the Yang family's side, several people looked unhappy. You Lu, you, as her biological father, are so inhumane that you don't even listen to your own daughter. Yang Jingsheng said with some complaint. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips and said nothing. Since reconciliation is impossible, we can only think of other ways. Lu Yujuan diverted Yang Jingsheng's attention so that Yang Jingsheng would not target Zhao Yulu. Dad, is there any other solution? Yang Jingsheng didn't bother to blame Zhao Yulu. There's no other way. Now we can only contact some connections to see if we can suppress this matter. Yang Tiancheng sighed. Okay, Dad, mobilize all your connections. As long as there is no damage to Zhao Hai's restaurant, it should be fine. Yang Jingsheng said. I'm not sure, I can only try to find someone to help. Yang Tiancheng really had no confidence. Things are different now than they were in the past. In the past, things like this could be easily covered up as long as you had some connections. But now, things are gradually becoming standardized, and when official people do things, even if they want to help, they will only help within the scope permitted by the rules and will not joke about their own jobs. Dad, you must find someone to help solve this problem. I really don't want to be detained. Yang Jingsheng said bitterly. I know, I'll go make a call. Yang Tiancheng got up and went back to his room to make a call. The next day, Yang Jingsheng was in no mood at work. In the past, when he came to the company, the first thing he did was to flirt with the pretty female employees in the department. But today, he was in no mood at all and went straight into his office. From his gloomy expression, you can tell that he is in a bad mood. Yang Jingsheng was indeed in a bad mood. Because his father said so, and he found some connections, but he wasn't sure if it would work. This made him feel uneasy. If it didn't work, he would be detained. How could he have the mood to flirt with female employees? Even when a beautiful female employee greeted him, he didn't respond. What happened to Manager Yang today? I don't know. It seems like he's worried. Did you break up with your girlfriend? Even if he broke up with his girlfriend, it's impossible for him to do this. He has no shortage of girlfriends. If he breaks up with one, he will quickly have a new girlfriend. Just work hard and don't worry about so many things. She has a father who is the vice president. No matter what, her life is better than ours. Yes, this is not what we should be concerned about. Let's focus on the work at hand. The employees were talking about it. Yang Jingsheng entered his office, put down his briefcase, sat back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. I don't know how long it was before the phone on the desk rang. Suddenly, he was startled. He looked at the caller ID and his face suddenly changed. It was a number from the municipal bureau. This is not a good thing. He took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello. A deep voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm a police officer from the municipal bureau. Are you Yang Jingsheng? Yang Jingsheng's heart trembled. Yes, what's the matter with you? The police officer said, you are suspected of a case. Please come to the municipal bureau for investigation. Yang Jingsheng's face turned pale. Okay, I'll go over there. My dad's connections are definitely useless. Otherwise, it would be impossible to say that he was asked to accept the investigation. He quickly got up, left the office, and soon came to his father's vice president's office. Dad, someone from the municipal bureau called and asked me to go for investigation. Yang Jingsheng's face was still a little pale. Hey, I just received a call from a friend, saying that it can't be handled. Zhao Hai hired a lawyer to follow up on this matter, but he can't help even if he wants to. Yang Tiancheng sighed. Dad, is there no other way? Yang Jingsheng's face turned paler. There's no other way. Yang Tiancheng shook his head bitterly. He also wanted to save his son, but he couldn't, and there was nothing he could do. Then how long will I be detained? Yang Jingsheng said with a sad face. This is definitely bad news for him. If I go there, I will definitely lose my job. Even if he has connections with his dad, there is no way the company would want him. Unless the boss or shareholders say so, you will only be likely to stay in the company. The weight of Yang Tiancheng as the vice president is still not enough. My friend said that in this situation, it should take 7 days to half a month, said Yang Tiancheng. Dad, is there really no other way? Yang Jingsheng was still somewhat unwilling. He didn't think of running away. After all, this matter is not that serious, but if you run away, that would be serious. If you are caught, it may not be as simple as being detained and spending time in a detention center, but you may end up in jail. He still has some brains. No, just go ahead and don't do such stupid things in the future. As for your work, we'll talk about it after you come out. Yang Tiancheng sighed. Yang Jingsheng said nothing more, turned around and left in a daze. Looking at his sons leaving back, Yang Tiancheng sighed heavily. Immediately, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hai, you got my son detained. If I have the chance in the future, I will never let you go. The other side. Su Yang and Zhao Hai came to Jiangdaleo and held a high-level meeting. This is Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao will be the president of the company in the future and will be fully responsible for the daily management of the company. Su Yang introduced Zhao Hai to the senior management of Jiangdi Lao. Su Yang said a few words and left. The next task will be handed over to Zhao Hai. He believed that with Zhao Hai's ability, he could definitely manage the company well. Zhao Hai announced that all company employees would receive unified training and all company stores would be renovated uniformly. The latest salary system, incentive system, etc. were also announced to all employees. The employees were all very excited when they saw it. Because their wages increased by half. This was a huge surprise for them. This kind of salary increase opportunity is not something you can come across easily. Chapter 81 Resigning and Finding a Job. Having said that, I will have to be more attentive and work harder in the future. However, as long as you can earn more money, you should work harder and it doesn't matter if you are a little more tired. The reason we work is to make money, and if we have money, everything can be negotiated. Moreover, as long as you do it well, it will be easier to get promoted. Zhao Hai also said that the company will add one more store, making a total of 21 stores. No one cares about this. Next, the information was released layer by layer, and people in various positions performed their duties. Those who should contact the decoration company contacted the decoration company, those who should organize personnel training organized personnel training, and those who should recruit employees recruited employees. Under Zhao Hai's arrangement, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. At noon that day, in a restaurant. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei have dinner together. I quit. Zhao Yulu was in a bad mood. Since she failed to get the custody business of the 1 billion special investment funds of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce last time, Zhao Yulu felt that all her colleagues seemed to be looking at her with mockery these days, which made her feel uneasy. She really couldn't continue working in the bank and had to resign. The bank president was also very dissatisfied with her and immediately approved her resignation. Normally, for an employee like her, it would take at least a month to resign. However, the president didn't want to see her and asked her to leave. Yulu, this is all my fault. To show my apology, I will arrange for you to be a supervisor in my father's company. I guarantee that the salary will be higher than your job in the bank, and you will have more freedom. Chen Guanlei thought that Zhao Yulu's resignation was a good thing. It would be even better if he could get a job at his father's Triumph investment. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first, so he has more chances to take down Zhao Yulu. We visit each other whenever we have nothing to do, go to get off work together, and eat together. It's hard not to develop feelings for each other. No need. I'd better find a job myself first. Zhao Yulu naturally knew what Chen Guanlei meant and did not agree. I still think I should find a job first. She really doesn't like Chen Guanlei. Last time she said that if she could get a 10 billion trusteeship business, she would become Chen Guanlei's girlfriend, which was already her boldest decision. What she was thinking was that even if she became Chen Guanlei's girlfriend, they would break up after a while. Therefore, she naturally would not go to work in Chen Guanlei's father's company, unless she really couldn't find a good job, she would only consider it. Yu Lu, there's really no need for you to find a job by yourself. Just come to work in my dad's company. Chen Guanlei still didn't want to give up this opportunity. No. Zhao Yulu still shook her head. Okay, I respect your opinion. Chen Guanlei was helpless, his eyes rolled. By the way, are you still looking for a job in a bank or other financial company? Zhao Yulu said, not necessarily. It mainly depends on the salary. If the salary is good, I think I can work in any industry. She just wants to make money. It doesn't matter what industry she is in, as long as she can make money. Of course, it's a legitimate industry. Chen Guanlei smiled and said, a good friend of mine has a family that makes furniture. If you are willing to go, I can introduce you to work there. The salary and benefits will satisfy you. Zhao Yulu still shook her head, no, I'll choose first. She didn't want to accept Chen Guanlei's favor, lest Chen Guanlei use this as an excuse in the future. She still felt very uncomfortable with Chen Guanlei's behavior of taking advantage of someone's misfortune last time. However, she still wanted to make money to pay off her debts through Chen Guanlei, so she had to keep in touch with Chen Guanlei. Otherwise, she would not have paid any attention to Chen Guanlei. Okay. Chen Guanlei had no choice but to give up the idea of introducing a job and change the subject. By the way, didn't I say I would help you make money so you can pay off your debt? There will be an opportunity to make money in a few days. Zhao Yulu's eyes lit up, what opportunity? Chen Guanlei smiled and said, in a few days, a new batch of jadeite rough stones will arrive at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center. We can go there, buy some jadeite rough stones, and make 1,000,000 jadeite by cutting them out. It will be absolutely easy. Zhao Yulu frowned and asked, are you talking about gambling on stones? Chen Guanlei nodded and said, that's right, it's jade gambling. You come with me, I'll go pick jadeite raw stones, and we'll split the money we make 50 to 50. With just one trip, I can definitely pay off your 1,000,000 debt, and there'll be a lot left over. Zhao Yulu was surprised and asked, why are you so confident? Do you know anything about gambling on stones? Of course. Chen Guanlei said proudly, Yu Lu, let me tell you, I have done in-depth research on gambling on stones. Every time I make a move, I can make a lot of money. Zhao Yulu expressed doubt, really? Chen Guanlei never said this, and everything Chen Guanlei said before was not accurate. Now she has to question everything Chen Guanlei says. Of course it's real. Chen Guanlei said, this is not like finding a bargain in the antique street. Finding a bargain in the antique street depends on luck, while gambling on stones depends on skills. When the time comes, you will go with me, and just look at me. I promise to open your eyes. Zhao Yulu nodded and said, okay, I hope that as you said, I can earn enough money to pay off my debts. Chen Guanlei said confidently, don't worry, you will definitely make money. Zhao Yulu glanced at Chen Guanlei and said nothing. I thought you were always like this before, but later you were wrong. However, she still had to rely on Chen Guanlei to make money, so she didn't say it out loud. After dinner, Zhao Yulu went home. When I got home, I started looking for job information. As she said, there is no limit to the industry, as long as the salary is high. Huh. Zhao Yulu found a recruitment information. The original Yuhua Renjia Hotpot restaurant has changed its name to Jiangdi Lao, and is hiring a large number of staff for various positions. Isn't Yuhua Renjia Hotpot restaurant the hotpot restaurant near the school? Why did it change its name to Jiangdi Lao? And the salary offered is half higher than that of the same industry. Is this true? This is half higher than that of peers in the same industry, which aroused Zhao Yulu's interest. Moreover, the recruitment information also mentioned the salary system and reward system, which was very attractive. She believed that with her abilities, it should not be a problem for her to do a good job in operations. As long as you do a good job, you will have the opportunity to be promoted and take on management positions. This is definitely an opportunity. So Zhao Yulu sent out his resume. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Yulu received a call. It was a staff member from Jiangdi Lao's Human Resources Department who notified her to go for an interview tomorrow. Zhao Yulu naturally agreed, okay, I will be there on time. After hanging up the phone, she received a message from Zhao Yuqing, a staff member of Jiangdi Lao's Human Resources Department, which contained the company's address, contact number, and contact person. Chapter 82, Just a Moron. The next morning, Zhao Yulu went to the bottom of the river to fish. "Hello, I'm here for an interview." Zhao Yulu entered Jiangdi Lao and said to the front desk. "Okay, please follow me." The receptionist took Zhao Yulu to a meeting room. Jiangdi Lao is now recruiting people, and there are 2 interviews every morning and afternoon. There were quite a few people in the conference room, including young people like Zhao Yulu and middle-aged people. Zhao Yulu found a seat and sat down to wait without talking to anyone else. Those who arrived earlier were chatting with each other. "Have you heard? I heard the boss wants to make a different kind of hot pot." "Really? I haven't heard of it. It's not written in the recruitment notice." "How do you know?" "I have a friend who works as a waiter in the company and is currently receiving training. I heard this from my friend." "Different hot pot? How else can hot pot be different?" "I don't know the details, but it is said that they provide different services." "Different services? Special services? This is a hot pot restaurant for dinner, how can they provide different services?" "Don't get the wrong idea. It's a service that no one else has provided. I don't know the details. I'll know after the store opens. Anyway, the salary is high, so I came here. I heard that the company's general manager has been changed. Some people also said that the general manager of the company seemed to be the owner of a small restaurant before." "The owner of a small restaurant can be the general manager of a company? That's impossible, right? I heard that the general manager is the boss's father-in-law. Do you think it's possible?" "I see. Then how about this general manager? Is there any future for us to come and work here? I heard that the general manager is very capable. When he was young, he was a senior executive of a catering group. Now he has made a comeback. Moreover, the methods he has demonstrated in the past few days have amazed everyone. As long as there are no problems with the general manager and the boss, the company will continue to grow and develop. If we do a good job, we will have the hope of getting promoted and getting a raise. All your information is ambiguous. I know some accurate information. The general manager of the company is the owner of Lao Zhao restaurant on Linghai Road. I know this too. I happened to go to Lao Zhao's restaurant for dinner a few days ago, and there was a disturbance there. My friend often goes to that restaurant for dinner and is quite familiar with the owner." "Are you going backstage?" "What do you mean by going backstage? If I could find a backstage, why would I wait here?" Everyone was talking, basically talking about the company and its general manager and boss. Zhao Yulu didn't care at first, but she heard the young man next to her say that the general manager of the company is the owner of Lao Zhao restaurant. This made her stunned. Isn't this her father? She came back to her senses and quickly asked the young man, "Handsome guy, is what you just said true?" The general manager of the company was the former owner of the Lao Zhao restaurant on Linghai Road. The young man said, "Of course it's true. This is what my friend told me." Zhao Yulu frowned. How come his father became the general manager of Jiangdi Lao? Why would the company boss hire my dad, who had been out of the workplace for more than 10 years, as general manager? No, someone said before that the general manager of a company is the boss's father-in-law. Could it be that? Zhao Yulu thought of a possibility and quickly took out his mobile phone to check Jiangdi Lao's business information. It was discovered that the legal person of the company was Su Yang. How could this be? The boss of the company is Su Yang. Zhao Yulu couldn't believe it. By the way, beautiful lady, my name is Wang Chao, what's your name? We may be colleagues in the future, let's get to know each other first. The young man saw that Zhao Yulu was very beautiful and had long wanted to strike up a conversation with her. Now that we've started talking, it's only natural to strike up a conversation. If you get the contact information, no matter whether you can be colleagues in the future, you can still be friends, and possibly boyfriend or girlfriend. Sorry, I have to leave first. Zhao Yulu quickly got up and left. The boss is Su Yang and the general manager is her father, so she can't come for the interview, let alone work at Jiangdi Lao. She couldn't bring herself to do that. Walking out of the company, Zhao Yulu felt at a loss. How come Su Yang became the boss of a catering company in the blink of an eye? How did Su Yang have so much money to acquire a catering company like this? Could it be that, as my sister said, Su Yang made money from somewhere else? At this moment, her cell phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Chen Guanlei calling. Zhao Yulu answered the phone. Yulu, let's have lunch together at noon. I'll pick you up later, and then we'll go to the flower market in South City to play in the afternoon. Chen Guanlei has nothing to do but play around. His current main task is to capture Zhao Yulu. No, I have an interview today. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Today, she chose Jiangdi Laowai and another company. The company notified her to come for an interview in the afternoon. Yulu, I told you to work in my dad's company, or I would introduce you to my friend's company, but you didn't want to. What's the point? There's work to be done anywhere. Chen Guanlei sighed. I'll look for it first. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything definite. If she really couldn't find a satisfactory job, she might really agree to Chen Guanlei. After all, making money is important. Okay, what company are you interviewing for today? Let me see if I can give you some references. I have some knowledge about some companies. Chen Guanlei mainly wanted to see if he had any acquaintances in the company that Zhao Yulu was going to interview, and whether he could secretly make a call and help Zhao Yulu, and then let Zhao Yulu know afterwards. In that case, even if Zhao Yulu didn't want to accept his kindness, she had to accept it. I wanted to go to the bottom of the river for the interview this morning, but now I'm out. Zhao Yulu said. Fishing at the bottom of the river? Are they the fishermen from the past? Chen Guanlei asked. Yes, you know. Zhao Yulu was a little surprised. I heard from a friend these days that the owner of Yuhua has changed and it has changed its name to Jiangdi Lao, said Chen Guanlei. Then do you know who the boss of Jiangdi Lao is? Zhao Yulu said. I don't know, who is it? Chen Guanlei asked casually. It's Su Yang. Zhao Yulu said. Su Yang. Chen Guanlei was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You mean, your ex-boyfriend, now brother-in-law Su Yang? Yes. Zhao Yulu was speechless. Why add these two prefixes? Wouldn't it be enough to just say the name? Huh, it's him. Chen Guanlei laughed. What's wrong? Is this funny? Zhao Yulu frowned. She really didn't understand what was so funny about this. Yulu, you should know that Yuhuarenjia is an old hot pot brand in our Jiangqing, right? Chen Guanlei said. I know. There's a branch of Yuhuarenjia next to our university. I go there often. Zhao Yulu said. The Yuhuarenjia brand has been around for more than 10 years and is quite valuable. Su Yang acquired it. If he continues to run it this way, he can make at least 18 million yuan a year. But he actually changed it to underwater fishing. Don't you think he is mentally retarded? It is very difficult to build a brand. Changing the name is just a waste of time. I am sure that Jiangdi Lao will go bankrupt in less than a year. Chen Guanlei sneered, thinking Su Yang was a moron. Chapter 83. What a waste of money. What you said makes some sense. Zhao Yulu felt that Chen Guanlei was right. In fact, she didn't think too much about it at the beginning. She thought the salary was high and the opportunity was great, so she submitted her resume. Now after hearing what Chen Guanlei said, I realized the problem. Yuhuarenjia is an old brand with a very good reputation. After the acquisition, if we continue to run the business like this, we can make a lot of money every year. It is very stable. But now it has been renamed, who would know? It is very difficult to make Jiangdi Lao a well-known brand. Plus, my dad is the general manager, and he hasn't worked in the workplace for more than a decade. Even if you had the ability before, you can't keep up with the current management situation. It is not impossible for the company to go bankrupt within a year. Unless Su Yang can endure losing money and keep investing money. But where did Su Yang get so much money? Even if he made some money in the futures market, he couldn't afford such consumption. It's not that it makes sense, but the result will definitely be like this. This Su Yang is just a country bumpkin from a small county town, and he wants to learn how to invest and acquire companies. He will definitely lose a lot of money by then, and he might even lose the villa he bought. Chen Guanlei looked down on Su Yang very much. Even if Su Yang made some money in the futures market and earned 50 million by picking up a bargain, he still looked down on it. He felt that compared with him, a rich second generation, Su Yang was far behind in terms of status and knowledge. When talking about the possibility that Su Yang might lose his villa, Chen Guanlei seemed to be gloating. It shouldn't be that serious. Zhao Yulu said. Of course not. How could he have any money? He was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. He made some money from futures investment and picking up bargains, and bought luxury cars and villas. I guess the money he used to acquire the Yuhua people was obtained by mortgaging the villa and taking out a loan. When the time comes, he will fish out the losses from the bottom of the river. He has been holding on for a year or two, and he will definitely lose the money from the loan. Chen Guanlei said. If he really used the money from the mortgage loan on his villa to buy out the Yuhua family, then that's really possible, Zhao Yulu said. If nothing unexpected happens, my guess should be true. Otherwise, where would he get the money to acquire Yuhua Renjia? Do you still believe that he can continue to make money by investing in futures and picking up bargains? Chen Guanlei said. I don't believe it. Zhao Yulu still believed in her heart that Su Yang made money by investing in futures and picking up bargains because of luck, which was what Chen Guanlei said about a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Su Yang had never shown such ability before. She didn't think that just because she and Su Yang broke up, Su Yang would have such ability. That's it. He suddenly becomes rich, but will soon become a pauper. Just wait and see. He won't even have anywhere to cry. It's a pity for your sister. She will have to suffer with him in the future. But it doesn't matter. If your sister divorces him, it will be no problem for her to find a rich boyfriend. Chen Guanlei said. That's true. Zhao Yulu said. By the way, now that you know Su Yang is the boss of Jiangdi Lao and that Jiangdi Lao will definitely go bankrupt in the future, you won't still go for the interview, right? Chen Guanlei said. No interview, I'm out already. Zhao Yulu said. Let's have lunch together at noon. I'll pick you up. Chen Guanlei never missed any opportunity. No thanks. I have an interview this afternoon and need to prepare. I'll hang up first. Zhao Yulu hung up the phone. Evening, Yang's house. Tiancheng, you asked me to find a store near Zhao Hai restaurant. I have already found it. It's a store 2 doors away from Zhao Hai restaurant. Lu Yujuan said. Very good. Yang Tiancheng nodded. I found out today that Zhao Hai's restaurant has been closed. It seems that he is going to renovate it. I don't know why he is renovating it out of the blue. Lu Yujuan was a little confused. I know about this. It will be changed into a hot pot restaurant. Yang Tiancheng said with a smile. Change it into a hot pot restaurant? Why did he change his restaurant into a hot pot restaurant? Did he see your hot pot chain plan and think that hot pot can make money, so he should start a hot pot restaurant? Lu Yujuan was even more confused. No, Zhao Hai is now the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. Yang Tiancheng knew the situation. Jiangdi Lao, what kind of catering company is this? I've never heard of it. Lu Yujuan was not aware of the industry trends and did not know that Yuhua Renjia had been acquired and renamed. Jiangdi Lao is the fishing village of the past. Yang Tiancheng said. So that's how it is. But is Jiang de Lao crazy? Zhao Hai has been away from the workplace for more than 10 years. Why would he be invited to be the general manager? Lu Yujuan asked puzzled. Zhao Hai has the ability, but he has been away from the workplace for more than 10 years. No matter who it is, no one would ask Zhao Hai to manage a company. Because the boss of Jiangdi Lao is his son-in-law Su Yang. Yang Tiancheng said with a smile. What, Su Yang acquired Yuhua Renjia? Where did he get so much money to acquire Yuhua Renjia? It would cost at least tens of millions, right? Lu Yujuan was shocked. This time, she was really shocked. Su Yang bought a luxury car and a villa, and now he has acquired a hot pot brand. Could it be that what Zhao Yusin said last time was true, and Su Yang made money from somewhere else? 28 million. Yang Tiancheng is the vice president of Delicious Group and is extremely well informed about news in the industry. Naturally, he knew who acquired Yuhua Renjia, and he also knew many important events in Jiangdi Lao. How does he have so much money? Lu Yujuan asked. I guess he got the money by mortgaging his villa. Yang Tiancheng and Chen Guanlei had the same guess, and he felt that his guess was probably correct. He knows nothing, but he dares to use the villa as collateral for a mortgage to acquire Yuhua Renjia. It would be fine if he just acquired Yuhua Renjia. I heard that the business of Yuhua Renjia is quite good. He changed the name to Jiangdi Lao. Isn't this self-destruction? Lu Yujuan said. That's true. I think he made some money by investing in futures and picking up bargains, and he became a little arrogant. He thinks he can do anything. He even mortgaged his villa to buy out Yuhua family. A person like him is trying to learn how to invest from others. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. It won't be long before Jiangdi Lao goes bankrupt and his money will be wasted. Yang Tiancheng was a little gloating. He told this as a joke. You don't even know how to spend your money. It's such a waste of money. Lu Yujuan felt a little uncomfortable. It would be great if I could give that money to myself. You can buy a luxury car and anything you want. Lu Yujuan felt as if Su Yang had spent her money. These are the people who come from small towns. They don't have any knowledge or vision. Even if they become rich overnight, they can't keep their wealth. Yang Tiancheng shook his head with disdain. Indeed, people like him will always linger at the bottom and will never be able to turn over. Lu Yujuan nodded in agreement. Yulu, look, this is your ex-boyfriend. It's a good thing you broke up with him, otherwise you would have suffered in the future. Yang Tiancheng looked at Zhao Yulu. Zhao Yulu ate in silence without saying a word. Although she felt that Su Yang would always be at the bottom, she didn't want to talk to Yang Tiancheng. Chapter 84 Final Ceremony. This day, Su Yang came to the company and entered Xiao Dongxing's office. Su Yang asked, Old Xiao, how is the contact with Douyin going? Before that, he had instructed Xiao Dongxing to contact Douyin to conduct a pilot project of live streaming sales. This matter, if done well, will bring great benefits, so we must take care of it. Xiao Dongxing said, Mr. Su, I was just about to report to you today that Douyin will indeed launch a live streaming sales function soon, and it has already been tested internally. Douyin President Li Liangping said that he will come to the company for an inspection tomorrow and hopes to meet you. If possible, both parties will cooperate and let our guild become a pilot guild for live streaming sales. Su Yang said happily, Great, I will meet Li Liangping with you tomorrow. Next, Su Yang chatted with Xiao Dongxing about the guild situation and then left. I went to the bottom of the river to fish again, got to know the situation, and then went home. When I got home, the phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and it was Wu Jing calling. Director Wu. Su Yang answered the phone. Mr. Su, our War Leopard will be wrapped up the day after tomorrow. The wrap-up ceremony will be held at Haicheng Hotel. The main creative staff and investors of the crew will attend. Do you have time to come and participate? Wu Jingdao. The last few scenes were completed in Haicheng, and the wrap-up ceremony was held at the Haicheng Hotel. It was wrapped up so quickly. Su Yang was a little surprised, as if not much time had passed. After getting the money you invested, we quickly started the subsequent filming work, which is not fast at all. Wu Jing said with a smile. The day after tomorrow, right? No problem, I'll go. Su Yang thought about it and decided that since he had nothing to do, he might as well go and participate. I have never participated in such an event, it would be good to go and broaden my horizons. Okay, the wrap-up ceremony will start at 10 in the morning. Wu Jing said happily. He hoped that Su Yang could come to participate. After all, without Su Yang's 20 million investment, War Leopard would not have been possible to be filmed. The importance of Su Yang as an investor is self-evident. Moreover, other investors also want to get to know Su Yang. After all, it is not easy to be a person who can invest 20 million. We are all investors, and knowing Su Yang will only bring benefits and no harm. That's how you build connections. The day after tomorrow is Saturday. I'll ask my wife if she has time and I'll take her there. Is that okay? Su Yang asked. He and Zhao Yusen had never been to other cities before, so he took this opportunity to go to Haicheng and treat it as a weekend trip. Of course, no problem. My wife will be there too, so they women can have a chat. Wu Jing said. Okay, see you then. Su Yang nodded and hung up the phone. Not long after, Zhao Yusen came back from get off work. While cooking together, Su Yang told Zhao Yusen about this, and then asked, It's not your turn to be on duty this Saturday, right? Zhao Yusen smiled and said, No, let's go together and just treat it as a trip. She is also quite curious about this kind of activity, and it would be nice to expand her horizons. In the blink of an eye, a night passed. Su Yang and Xiao Dongxing welcomed Douyin President Li Liangping at the company. Li Liangping is a middle-aged man with a very elegant appearance. He doesn't look like a business president at all, but more like a university professor. When the two sides met, Xiao Dongxing introduced, "Mr. Li, this is our Mr. Su." "Hello, Mr. Su, nice to meet you." Li Liangping took the initiative to extend his hand to Su Yang. To be honest, Li Liangping was a little surprised to see Su Yang. Su Yang was too young, a little different from what he had imagined. "Hello, Mr. Li, welcome to visit our company." Su Yang and Li Liangping shook hands. After a brief greeting, I entered the company. After entering the conference room, Li Liangping listened to Xiao Dongxing's detailed introduction to the company. This introduction includes the situation of the anchor, the company's operations, the company's philosophy, etc. After the introduction, Li Liangping nodded frequently and was very satisfied. Next, it's time to visit the company. Li Liangping is also very satisfied with the work status of the anchors and logistics staff. Xiao Dong asked Li Liangping to review the list of products to be sold through live streaming, and got Li Liangping's approval. Finally, back to the conference room. The two parties signed a contract, with Fengkai Guild serving as a pilot guild for live streaming sales. The pilot time for live streaming sales is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. on New Year's Day. After finishing, Su Yang and Xiao Dongxing accompanied Li Liangping for lunch, and then Li Liangping left. Saturday. After Su Yang and Zhao Yusen had breakfast, they drove to Haiqing. Haiqing is not far from Jiangqing, just an hour's drive. We set off at 8 o'clock and arrived in Haiqing at 9 o'clock. At 9:45, we arrived at Haiqing Hotel. As I walked into the hotel lobby, I saw the sign for the wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard. Su Yang took Zhao Yusen's hand and followed the instructions to go to one of the halls. When I walked in, I saw quite a few people. The only people Su Yang was familiar with were Wu Jing and Han Yanghui. When Wu Jing saw Su Yang coming, he immediately brought his wife to greet him. After a brief introduction of the two women, Wu Jing's wife Xie Bei was good at dealing with people and quickly became familiar with Zhao Yusen. "Mr. Su, let's go over there. I'll introduce you to a few other investors." Wu Jing took Su Yang to visit several investors. As for Zhao Yusen, Xie Bei naturally brought her to where the ladies gathered. "This is Mr. Su, the largest investor in our War Leopard. Wu Jing introduced Su Yang to several investors. Everyone looked at Su Yang and smiled kindly. Su Yang is so young, but he has invested 20 million. In their eyes, Su Yang is a rich second generation. There are only advantages and no disadvantages in building a good relationship with a rich second generation person. "Brother Su, I didn't expect that you are the biggest investor in War Leopard. One of them, a middle-aged man in his 50s, stood up. "Brother Tang, I didn't expect that you also invested in War Leopard." Su Yang said with a smile. This middle-aged man was none other than Tang Jingqi, the vice president of the Jiangqing Antiques Association. "President Tang, do you know Mr. Su?" Wu Jing was a little surprised. "I know him. We met some time ago. Brother Su is no ordinary man. He has a very unique vision for investment." Tang Jingqi said with a smile. Next, Wu Jing introduced several other investors to Su Yang one by one. Su Yang is the largest investor, investing 20 million. Tang Jingqi invested 15 million and is the second largest investor. The other people, including Wu Jing, invested between 5 million and 10 million. After chatting for a while, everyone got to know each other, and Su Yang went to talk to Han Yanghui again. At 10 o'clock, the wrap-up ceremony began. First, Wu Jing gave a speech, and then the main creative staff came on stage to share some of their experiences in filming and the original intention of making this film. Finally, here is a group photo of the main creative staff and investors. When they were holding the wrap-up ceremony, two young people, a man and a woman, walked into the Haiqing Hotel. These two people are Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei. The two came here to eat. Today happens to be the day when raw jadeite is shipped to the Haiqing Jade Trading Center. Chen Guanglei brought Zhao Yulu with him. "When I arrived, I came here to eat." Chen Guanglei said that Haiqing Hotel has a signature dish that is particularly delicious. It's not far from the Jade Trading Center, just a 10-minute drive away. Chapter 85 Eye-Opening. The wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard. Chen Guanglei couldn't help but let out a light exclamation when he saw the sign. War Leopard. Zhao Yulu also saw the sign, as well as a poster on a stand. Could this be the War Leopard that Wu Jing filmed? That should be correct. Chen Guanlei laughed, I really don't know which idiot he tricked into investing in this movie. Just look at this poster and you can tell it's going to be a box office flop. He raised his wrist to check the time. Yulu, it's still early, how about we go to the filming wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard and see the excitement? It's 11:30 now, so it's okay to have lunch, even if it's a little later. Okay. Zhao Yulu had no objection and thought it would be nice to go and take a look. The two arrived at the entrance of the scene. It was quite lively and everyone seemed very happy. But when the movie was released and it flopped at the box office, I wonder what expressions these people had. Chen Guanlei's face was full of disdain. Oh shit. Chen Guanlei suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Zhao Yulu frowned. This guy is a rich second generation, but his quality is not very good and he often swears. This is also one of the reasons why she doesn't like Chen Guanlei. In this regard, objectively speaking, Su Yang is many times better than Chen Guanlei. No matter what the occasion, Su Yang rarely swears. If he used swear words, it would mean that Su Yang had really encountered some extremely bad things. He is nothing like Chen Guanlei, who blurts out words from time to time. The person taking the photo on the stage is Su Yang. Chen Guanlei said in surprise. It's really Su Yang. Zhao Yulu widened her eyes. Look at where Su Yang is standing, right in the middle, definitely the C position. This is a group photo of investors. There is no doubt that Su Yang is the largest investor. I understand. The investor Wu Jing finally found was Su Yang. What an idiot. He actually invested in War Leopard. If it fails at the box office, he will cry. He invested in the acquisition of Yuhua Renjia and also invested in War Leopard. I really don't know where he got the courage from. Even my dad wouldn't dare to vote like this, but he has no scruples at all. He is simply courting death. Chen Guanlei's face was full of mockery and gloating. He is the largest investor and must have invested a lot, but how does he have so much money? Zhao Yulu was puzzled. Could it be that Su Yang really made money from other places? It should be the mortgage loan of the villa and car, otherwise it is impossible to have the money. Chen Guanlei guessed. It's possible. Zhao Yulu nodded. She really couldn't think of how Su Yang could make money. She didn't think that Su Yang could still make money by investing in futures and picking up bargains. Yulu, that is your sister, right? She should have come with Su Yang. Do you want to go and say hello to her? Chen Guanlei saw Zhao Yusen again. When he saw Zhao Yusen, he thought of Su Yang enjoying the sisters, and he felt extremely unhappy. How could Su Yang, a poor boy from a small county, have such good luck? Why don't I have such good luck? No, let's go. Zhao Yulu didn't want to say hello. Even if she went to say hello, she didn't know what to say. The relationship between the two sisters was never very good. The ex-boyfriend became the brother-in-law, which caused the relationship between the two sisters to become a little awkward. She didn't know what Zhao Yusen was thinking, but she still felt a little uncomfortable when facing Zhao Yusen. Then let's not say hello. Let's go eat, and then go to the Jade Trading Center. Chen Guanlei naturally had no objection. Zhao Yulu nodded and left with Chen Guanlei. After the wrap-up ceremony, it's time to eat. During the meal, Tang Jingqi said, everyone, today at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center, a batch of jadeite raw stones arrived. I wonder if you are interested in taking a look. He not only collects antiques, but also gambles on stones sometimes. For him, this is also a kind of treasure appraisal. President Tang, I don't know how to gamble on stones, so I won't accompany you. President Tang, I played it before and lost millions, so I don't dare to touch it again. President Tang, in my opinion, it's better to go to Australia City to play a game than to gamble on stones. No one was interested. Tang Jingqi was helpless and said to Su Yang, Brother Su, you should know something about gambling on stones, right? How about we go and have a look after dinner? Su Yang wanted to refuse at first, but suddenly he remembered his skills as a treasure appraiser. They were effective in appraising antiques, but he wondered if they would be effective in appraising gambling stones. If it works, it can be a way to make quick and big money. Thinking of this, Su Yang nodded and said, okay, I'll go with Brother Tang to take a look. That's great. Tang Jingqi said happily, with your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to find some jadeite rough stones. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, Brother Tang, to be honest, I have never played before. I just want to go with you to broaden my horizons. Tang Jingqi said, Brother Su, you are too modest. Even if you have never played it, I still believe you. Su Yang could only say, then I will accept Brother Tang's good words. After dinner, Su Yang said goodbye to the others, and the others went their separate ways to do what they were supposed to do. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin and Tang Jingqi to the Jade Trading Center. Seeing that Su Yang was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, Tang Jingqi was surprised and said, Brother Su, I didn't expect you to drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. You are really a hidden talent. Su Yang smiled and said, Brother Tang, I made some money and I don't want to treat myself badly. It's different from you. I spend money and you invest money. They got in their cars and headed for the Jade Trading Center. In the car, Zhao Yusin asked, Husband, do you know how to gamble on stones? Su Yang shook his head and said, No. Zhao Yusin asked in confusion, Then why did you agree to go gambling on stones with President Tang? In her opinion, betting on stones is similar to gambling. To be honest, she didn't agree with Su Yang going. But Su Yang agreed, so it was impossible for her to ask Su Yang not to go in front of outsiders. That would not be good for Su Yang. People would think that Su Yang is dominated by his wife, and Su Yang would lose face. Su Yang said, Wife, I just said that I just want to go over and take a look to broaden my horizons. Zhao Yusin said helplessly, Okay. After more than 10 minutes, we arrived at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center. Su Yang had never played before, so he asked Tang Jingqi for advice, Brother Tang, tell me how to play this gambling stone. Tang Jingqi asked, Brother Su, you really have never played it before? Just now at the dinner table, he thought Su Yang was just being polite. Unexpectedly, Su Yang still asked this question. It seems that he has never played it before. Su Yang said helplessly, Brother Tang, I really have never played it before. Tang Jingqi's expression became serious, and he nodded and said, Okay, I'll tell you. He briefly explained the situation, including how to choose raw stones, some bargaining skills for buying raw stones, and things to pay attention to when cutting stones, etc. Su Yang was amazed after hearing this and nodded repeatedly. Even Zhao Yusin listened with great interest. She had never been to such a place before, so she had gained some experience. Chapter 86 Gambling. Tang Jingqi said, Brother Su, I didn't expect you had never played before. In this case, even if you want to play, it's best to spend a little money and experience it. It's best not to spend a lot of money and buy too expensive raw stones. These words were a reminder to Su Yang and were for Su Yang's sake. Tang Jingqi is a pretty good person. He didn't want to bring Su Yang here and let Su Yang lose a lot of money. Su Yang nodded, I know, I'm just playing around and trying it out. Tang Jingqi said, Come on, I'll take you to choose the rough stones. He brought Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to a larger shop. There are many raw stones displayed at the entrance of the shop. Brother Su, if you like something, buy it if you think it's suitable. If you don't like something, don't buy it if you think it's not suitable. Anyway, the shops on the whole street are basically like this. I'll start choosing, and you can do whatever you want. Tang Jingqi is quite keen on gambling on stones. Since he is here, he has to choose a few stones carefully. Having said this, he started to choose for himself. Su Yang used his skills as a treasure appraiser and found that he could really see some clues. It seems that the original stone is different from the original stone. He was not sure which type of raw stone contained jade, so he took Zhao Yusin to a stone processing plant to take a look. What does the raw jadeite look like? What does the raw jadeite look like before it is mined? What are the different grades of jadeite raw stones like? After looking for a while, Su Yang had a rough idea in his mind. Wife, let's go and pick some rough stones. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin's hand and turned around to select the raw stone. But as soon as I turned around, I saw two people. Zhao Yulu and Qin Guanlei. Yusin, why are you here? Zhao Yulu was a little surprised. She saw Zhao Yusin and Su Yang at the wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard, but she didn't expect that they would come here. My husband and I came here to take a look around. Zhao Yusin said. Su Yang, I didn't expect you to dare to come here. You really don't know your place. Qin Guanlei sneered disdainfully. I came here because I don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Then what is the significance of your coming here? Su Yang frowned. The other person's smile made him very disgusted. Even though I didn't provoke the other party, it seemed like the other party was very hostile to me. I really don't understand. Little did he know that he enjoyed the company of the sisters, which made Chen Guanlei jealous and crazy. When Chen Guanlei saw him, he felt unhappy and naturally would not give Su Yang a good look. You are a country bumpkin from a small county. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? Chen Guanlei sneered. So that's how it is. Su Yang nodded. If you say I'm not qualified, then I'm not qualified. I don't care. In the past, he might have felt inferior. But now it's different. He has a system, and he is very calm about those who look down on him. He didn't want to prove anything to the other party, and felt there was no need. It seems that you are quite self-aware, but I still have to say one thing. Do you know that what you have been doing recently is like a big idiot? Chen Guanlei said. What have I done recently to make you look at me like this? Su Yang frowned, somewhat puzzled. You acquired Yuhuarinjia and changed its name to Jiangdi Lao. You also invested in Wu Jing's War Leopard. Just based on these two things, do you think you are a big idiot? Chen Guanlei sneered. It seems that you are paying close attention to me. You even know that I did these two things. Su Yang said. You are a country bumpkin from a small county. What qualifications do you have for me to pay attention to you? You acquired Yuhuarinjia and changed its name to Jiangdi Lao. You have become a laughing stock in the catering industry. Everyone calls you an idiot. I can't help but hear it. And you invested in Zhan Bao. I just happened to see it when I went to Haiqing Hotel with Zhao Yulu for lunch at noon. Chen Guanlei spoke very bluntly, calling people, country bumpkin, and idiot all the time, which was extremely irritating to people to hear. Sister, this is your friend? So uncultured. You are really blind to associate with such a person. Su Yang was able to remain calm and composed, thinking it didn't matter. After all, Chen Guanlei's lack of manners in speaking was not embarrassing him, but embarrassing Chen Guanlei himself. But Zhao Yusin couldn't bear to listen anymore. The people around looked at Chen Guanlei and pointed and talked. They say people who come from the county are country bumpkins, but this guy must be from a big city. Even so, your words are vulgar and uncultured. This guy is just well-dressed and looks decent, but his words and actions are really annoying. Maybe he thinks he can put others under his feet and is proud of it, but he doesn't know that in people's eyes, he is the idiot. I think the guy sitting across from him has very good qualities. Facing such a person, he can remain calm and unaffected. With this kind of self-cultivation, he is not an ordinary young man. That's right. Compared with the two, they are like heaven and earth. It can be said that Zhao Yusin turned the situation around for Su Yang with just one sentence. When Chen Guanlei heard the discussions of people around him, his face suddenly turned ugly. But he couldn't get angry yet. If he got angry at Zhao Yusin, it would probably arouse more discussion among people. Zhao Yulu also felt that Chen Guanlei was too uncultured. The discussions of the people around her made her feel uncomfortable standing next to Chen Guanlei. She could only say, Chen Guanlei, please stop saying such things. Chen Guanlei snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression, turned around and left, and Zhao Yulu had no choice but to follow him. Wife, you are so awesome. Su Yang praised. Humph, don't you see whose wife I am? Zhao Yusin snorted and raised her head proudly. That's right. Su Yang said with a smile. He didn't care and didn't refute anything, but he was still very happy that Zhao Yusin's words had offended Chen Guanlei. In particular, Zhao Yusin did this to protect him, which made him feel very happy. The two came to a shop and prepared to choose stones. At this time, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei came over again. Chen Guanlei's complexion has returned to normal. Su Yang, you are here to buy raw stones, right? Chen Guanlei asked. What's wrong? Su Yang asked back. Do you think you have good vision by acquiring Yuhuarinjia and investing in Wu Jing's War Leopard? Chen Guanlei asked again. What exactly do you want to say? Su Yang frowned, a little impatient. What I want to say is, you think you have good vision, how about we take a gamble? Chen Guanlei said. What are you betting on? Su Yang asked. It's like gambling on jadeite. We each choose a raw stone, and whoever finally opens out a jadeite with the highest value wins. Chen Guanlei said. Why should I bet with you? Su Yang asked. Chen Guanlei was speechless for a moment. He hadn't thought about this yet. Yes, that's why Su Yang wanted to bet with him. After thinking about it, Chen Guanlei could only say, if you bet with me, if I lose, I will give you 5 million, and if you lose, you only need to give me 5 million, how about it? The only thing I can think of is to use money to attract Su Yang. Su Yang is just a country bumpkin from a small county town. He should agree to exchange 500,000 for 5 million. Even if Su Yang has some money recently, 5 million is not a small amount. What's more, Su Yang's money should have been invested, and he should have little money left now. Chapter 87. You're not out of money, are you? Are you sure? Su Yang raised his eyebrows. There is 5 million to be earned, so we still have to make it. He has basically figured out how to select raw stones and which kind of raw stones contain jade. If it were a gamble, he would definitely win the 5 million. Of course I'm sure. I'll give you, a stupid country bumpkin, a chance to make money. Chen Guanlei still has no manners. You are still so rude when you talk. You are a dog that can't change its eating habits. If you keep talking like this, don't talk to my husband anymore. Zhao Yusin was really angry. She said to Zhao Yulu, sister, what kind of people are your friends? Don't you feel ashamed to be friends with such people? I feel ashamed for you. It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed, but please don't bring such people to appear in front of me and my husband. Zhao Yulu glanced at Chen Guanlei and said with some dissatisfaction, Chen Guanlei, you can ignore your own face, but I still have to care about my own face. Chen Guanlei looked unhappy, but he had no way to refute, so he could only nod and say, okay, I will talk nicely. He looked at Su Yang again, what do you think? Do you dare to bet? Su Yang nodded and said, since you are willing to give me money, there is no reason for me not to accept it. You are a country bumpkin from a small county town. At this point, Chen Guanlei felt two unfriendly eyes looking at him, and immediately changed his words, if you have the ability, I have nothing to say, but I am afraid you can't win. Su Yang nodded and said, okay, let's find a third-party agency to sign an agreement and give them the money. Such gambling fights happen almost every day in the Jade Trading Center. There is a third-party agency that provides services in this regard. This is what Tang Jingqi just said to Su Yang. Chen Guanlei was stunned, and immediately said, there is no need to find a third party, just gamble directly, whoever loses will pay, why bother with so much trouble? Su Yang glanced at Chen Guanlei and said, if I don't find a third party, and you lose but don't pay me, what should I do? Chen Guanlei said, why wouldn't I give it to you? I understand the principle of accepting defeat after a gamble. Su Yang said, I'm sorry, you understand this principle, but I don't believe you. There are many people who understand the principle but refuse to pay their debts. He looked at Chen Guanlei deeply and said, you don't even have 5 million, do you? Chen Guanlei's face changed slightly, and he snorted coldly, do you think I am like you, a rural, small county town, who doesn't even have 5 million? Let alone 5 million, even if it is 10 million, I have it. In fact, he did not have 5 million. He only had 1 million in his bank card. When he was betting with Su Yang, he never thought about losing. When he bet 5 million, he never thought about looking for a third party. But I didn't expect that Su Yang even understood this. Su Yang said, since you have money, that's enough. Why are you talking so much? Chen Guanlei stiffened his neck and said, I just don't want to make so much trouble. Since you said you want to go, then go. He said this, but he was secretly complaining in his heart. The words have been spoken. He was the one who started this bet. There is no way he can stop betting. It seems that we have no choice but to find a solution. They were not far from the third-party agency, just a 2-minute walk away. As soon as he walked in, Chen Guanlei covered his stomach and said in pain, my stomach hurts a little. I'm going to the toilet first. I'll be out soon. You wait here first. After saying that, he ran straight to the toilet without waiting for Su Yang and the other two to say anything. Su Yang and the other two were speechless. Zhao Yusin couldn't help but say, this guy is not really broke and wants to take this opportunity to stop gambling. Su Yang nodded, it's possible. From the look on his face just now, it seems that he really doesn't have 5 million. Zhao Yulu looked a little ugly. She knew Chen Guanlei's background. Chen Guanlei told her that he took 1 million yuan when he came to Haiqing this time. But Chen Guanlei said that 1 million can earn at least 5 million. But not long after the two of them arrived, Chen Guanlei hadn't bought any raw stones or made any money yet, but he met Su Yang and Zhao Yusen, and Chen Guanlei even had a bet with Su Yang. According to her understanding of Chen Guanlei would not run away. After all, Chen Guanlei was a man who cared a lot about his reputation. He ran to the toilet, probably to make a phone call to get money. In fact, her guess was correct. Chen Guanlei ran into the bathroom and called his father Chen Ankang. Soon, the call was connected. Chen Guanlei immediately said, "Dad, I need money now. Please give me 5 million first." The money was a bit much, so he had to ask his dad for it. It is impossible for his friends to lend him so much money. In short, he must get the money, otherwise he will be completely embarrassed. "What do you want so much money for? Didn't I just give you 1 million the day before yesterday?" Chen Ankang's face looked a little ugly. "Dad, I came to the Haiqing Jade Trading Center today. A batch of jadeite rough stones arrived here. I came to take a look. There is a rough stone that has a high probability of producing top-grade imperial green jadeite, but the asking price is a bit high, 5 million. I am very optimistic about this rough stone and want to buy it. This is an opportunity to make tens of millions or even hundreds of millions." This was the reason Chen Guanlei had thought of on his way to the third-party agency. This reason is simply too legitimate. "Really?" Chen Ankang became excited. "Can the rough stone you're eyeing really produce jadeite worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions?" Chen Ankang still has some confidence in his son's talent in gambling on stones. "I have to say that my son's ability in company management is not very good. But when it comes to gambling on stones, it's still pretty good." He and his son went to the Haiqing Jade Trading Center, and most of the raw stones selected by his son were turned into jade. His son talked about gambling on stones in front of him with great knowledge. "If there is a raw jadeite that can be mined worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, of course we should support it. Even if he is worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions, it is not a small amount. Dad, you know my ability in gambling on stones. There is definitely a high probability that I can get imperial green," Chen Guanlei said confidently. He just said that there is a high probability, and now he emphasizes this again to pave the way for explaining to his father later. It is impossible to earn tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. He just wanted to gamble with Su Yang and make at most 5 million. Even if I buy some more raw stones and make some more money, it's impossible to make tens of millions. "Okay, I'll transfer the money to you right away." Chen Ankang agreed immediately after hearing his son was so confident. "This way." Chen Guanlei hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my father knew my skills in gambling on stones, otherwise I would not have been able to get the money. You definitely can't borrow that much money from friends. Now it's okay, my dad supports me, so everything is fine." He had already made up his mind that when the time comes, he would return the 5 million and say that the jadeite that was mined was not imperial green, but some other type of jadeite, which was only enough to make back his investment. As for losing to Su Yang, he had not thought about it. Su Yang is a country bumpkin from a small county town. He is probably new to gambling on stones. How can he compare with him, a rich second generation? This gambling fight was not to make money, but to give Su Yang a hard blow. Not long after, he received a message from his father saying that 5 million had been transferred into his account. Chen Guanlei opened his mobile banking app to check and saw that it had indeed arrived. He couldn't help but laugh. "Su Yang, you are a country bumpkin from a small county, but you are enjoying the company of 2 sisters. This is something that even a rich second generation like me cannot do. I will trample you hard to make myself feel good." Chapter 88, Proud and Arrogant. The two parties signed a gambling agreement. The agreement consists of 3 points. The first is a bet of 5 million. The second is that the funds for purchasing jadeite raw stones cannot exceed 1 million. This was proposed by Chen Guanlei, who only had 1 million. Third, the jadeite opened by the losing party belongs to the winning party. "Thanks for giving me 5 million, kid." Chen Guanlei smiled sarcastically and left with Zhao Yulu to select rough stones. "Husband, can you really tell which piece of raw stone contains jade?" Zhao Yusen was a little worried. "It should be fine, you'll know soon." Su Yang was not worried at all. "With the system in hand, the world is mine." The two of them walked around for more than half an hour and basically looked at all the raw stones in each shop. With just one glance, Su-young could tell whether there was jade in the raw stone and what kind of jade it was. He spent 970,000 yuan to select 3 rough stones and had them moved to a stone processing plant. Haven't seen Chen Guanlei yet. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Guanlei and Zhao Yulu came over. Boy, you made your choice so quickly. You probably don't know anything and just chose randomly. Chen Guanlei said with a joking smile. If you say so, then so be it. Su-young was too lazy to argue with Chen Guanlei. I can't say that I can tell there is jade in the raw stone. Besides, even if I said that, Chen Guanlei would definitely not believe it. The greater possibility is that Chen Guanlei will make sarcastic remarks. I'm telling you, you're doomed to lose 5 million. Are you heartbroken? Chen Guanlei smiled again, his smile tinged with sarcasm. It doesn't matter, it's just 5 million. If I lose, I lose. Su-young looked like he didn't care about the 5 million. You kid actually pretended in front of me. No matter how calm you act, you can't cover up the fact that you are heartbroken. I have seen your heartache in your eyes, so stop pretending. Chen Guanlei sneered. It seems like you have already won. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. You'd better not be happy too soon. Su-young was speechless, thinking to himself, which eye of yours saw my heartache? What do you mean by uncertain? I will definitely win. You are from a small county and you think you can beat me? You are just dreaming. Chen Guanlei snorted coldly. Then let's wait and see. Su-young said lightly. The two of them each took out their invoices to check whether the money spent on purchasing the raw stone exceeded 1 million. Neither of them exceeded the amount. Su-young spent 970,000 yuan and Chen Guanlei spent 980,000 yuan. Both of them chose 3 rough stones. The next step was to queue up, and soon it was their turn. Who will go first, you or me? Su-young asked. I'll go first. Chen Guanlei wanted to open the jadeite first so that he could continue to taunt Su-young. Okay, then you go first. Su-young had no objection. To him, it doesn't matter who comes first. Chen Guanlei asked the stone-cutting master to cut the stone. The first stone he unraveled produced jadeite, which caused people around him to exclaim in surprise. It's green, the boy is lucky. It may not be luck, he may have real skills. That's true. There are quite a few young people with good vision. This jadeite is worth 1 million. 1 million is just the starting point. If there is competition, the price will definitely go up. Brother, I want this jadeite. I'll pay 1.2 million for it. Old Gua, you are really good at taking advantage. I will give you 1.3 million. Don't argue, I'll give you 1.5 million. As everyone was talking, staff from a jewelry company started bidding on the spot. Everyone, I have selected 3 pieces of raw stones. I have only opened the first one now. After I open the other 2, add them together and everyone can make a unified bid. Chen Guanlei was very happy. A piece of raw stone costs 1,500,000. If the other 2 pieces could be worth this much, he would be satisfied. 3 pieces equals 4.5 million. Adding the 5 million that Su-young won, it's almost 10 million. I made tens of millions just by coming to Haicheng. It's so cool. More importantly, Su-young was stepped on hard. Su-young, what do you think? Did you see it? This is my ability. You still want to beat me? Dream on. Chen Guanlei said with a sneer. It's just a piece of jade, worth only 1.5 million, no big deal. Su-young said lightly. You pretend to be quite calm. Okay, let's solve the second piece now. You will soon realize how childish and ridiculous it is for you to pretend to be calm in front of me. Chen Guanlei sneered. While the two were talking, the second piece of raw stone was opened. This piece of raw stone produced a larger jadeite, which, according to others' estimates, was worth about 2 million. See. Another piece of jadeite worth 2 million was unearthed. Each piece is more valuable than the last. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but even if I give you a lifetime, you can't do this. You come from a small county, and you want to play jade gambling with me? You're simply giving away money. Chen Guanlei laughed again. You are so proud of yourself for opening 2 pieces of jade. Mine is still not opened yet. Su Yang's face remained calm. He has the skills of a master treasure appraiser. It would be unfair if he couldn't even beat Chen Guanlei. When we open your raw stone later, there will definitely be nothing inside, just a pile of rotten stones. Chen Guanlei laughed. Let's wait and see. Su Yang said. Soon, the 3rd piece of raw stone was cut out. This rough stone is more expensive, up to 3 million. The total amount is 6.5 million. Boy, see? This is my strength. In front of absolute strength, you are nothing. I will gladly accept your 5 million. Thank you very much. Ha ha ha. Chen Guanlei let out a hearty laugh, which was more proud and arrogant than the previous laugh. Although some people pointed fingers at him, no one tried to stop him, which was a waste of time. It is not easy to find 3 jadeite pieces worth 6.5 million in a row. Young man, you are capable. I just said that these 3 pieces of jade are worth 6.5 million. Sell them to me. I'll pay 7 million, sell the jade to me. Fuck, Lao Zhou, you can't steal things like this. When buying jade here, the highest bidder always wins. What qualifications do you have to criticize me? That's right. Everyone competes based on their abilities, and the highest bidder wins. Everyone immediately started fighting for the 3 pieces of jade. It's almost time to take action. If I didn't know that it was useless to take action, would have taken action directly. Finally, Chen Guanlei sold the 3 pieces of jade to a jewelry company employee who offered 8 million. Su Yang, see? I got 8 million. This is my ability. Do you, who comes from a small county, have this ability? Chen Guanlei's face was full of contempt. Whether you have this ability or not can only be determined after you open the raw stone I choose. Su Yang said. No need to open it. I know that the raw stone you chose will definitely not produce jadeite. I am a generous person. Considering the acquaintance between you and Yu Lu, as long as you admit defeat and say sorry to me now, I can give you 4 million. How about it? Chen Guanlei said with a smile. The raw stone I selected hasn't even been opened yet, and you've concluded that there's no jade in it? Su Yang asked. Chapter 89. Sorry, you lost. Nonsense, you are just from a small county town and have never been exposed to gambling on stones, so how can you understand it? Today's gambling, from the moment you agreed to bet with me, you have already lost. Chen Guanlei said. You'd better not be happy too soon, otherwise you will get slapped in the face later. Su Yang said lightly. You are still stubborn even when you are about to die. Then open your rough stone. I want to see how you go from hope to despair step by step. Chen Guanlei snorted coldly. Su Yang signaled the stone-cutting master to cut the stone. As the first stone came free, there were exclamations. Fuck, this is imperial green. It's not a big deal, but it's worth at least 1 million. 1 million? Are you kidding me? It should be at least 1.5 million. I'll give you 1.8 million. Don't fight with me, I'll give you 2 million. Someone immediately raised the price to 2 million. Su Yang looked at Chen Guanlei. How about it, do you still think I will lose? Chen Guanlei's face looked a little ugly, and he snorted coldly. I really don't know how lucky you are to buy such a rough stone with imperial green. I don't believe your luck will be so good. If the next 2 rough stones can't produce jadeite, you will still lose. Su Yang smiled faintly. Okay, then let's continue watching. The stone-cutting master continued to cut the stone. Soon, exclamations were heard again. Shit! Imperial green again. This guy is so lucky. Maybe it's not luck, but strength. This piece of imperial green is a little bigger than the previous one. How much is it worth? 2.5 million. More than 2.5 million, at least 3 million. This is the price, that's about it. If it goes up any further, there won't be much profit to buy it back. Everyone discussed it and gave a price. Su Yang looked at Chen Guanlei again. How do you feel now? This guy, every time he found jade, he would show off in front of him and make sarcastic remarks. Now that his raw stone has turned into jadeite, he naturally won't let the other party go so easily. Chen Guanlei's expression became uglier, but he still snorted coldly. It's just 2 pieces of jadeite, the total value is 5 million, still less than mine. I don't believe you have such luck that you can get jadeite in the last piece. At this point, he laughed and continued, the last piece is waste stone, so your 5 million will also belong to me. I have to thank you, and plus you lost 5 million to me, I earned 10 million from you, ha 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 ha. Su Yang said, it seems that you still have illusions. Ever since my wife and I got married, my luck has been very good. You can watch out for the rest of the day. Zhao Yusin was standing next to him, listening to Su Yang's words and felt very happy. What Su Yang meant was that she brought good luck to Su Yang. Chen Guanlei snorted coldly, just watch it, you have used up all your shit, just wait and give me the money. Soon, the third piece of raw stone was solved. There were bursts of exclamations. Oh my god, it's Imperial Green again. I got Imperial Green 3 times in a row. It's amazing. No one has this kind of luck. Who said that this guy is just lucky? Can't he succeed based on his own strength? Yes, 1 and 2 of them can be attributed to luck, but the third one cannot be explained by luck. I didn't expect this young man to be so capable. He makes us old guys ashamed. Yeah, we've all been in this business for at least a dozen years, and we still can't make accurate judgments. By the way, how much is this big piece of Imperial Green worth? 8 million. 8 million? Old Wu, you're so lucky to say that. This kind of Imperial Green only costs 8 million. I'll take as many as you have. How much is that worth? It's worth at least 10 million, I'll pay 10 million. Old Feng, you are not kind, I will give you 11 million. You guys are all trying to bully me. Since I can select such a jadeite raw stone, can't I see the true value of this jadeite? Brother, I won't beat around the bush. I'll give you 13 million for this jadeite. This should be the highest price. If you are interested, sell it to me. Everyone was talking about it, and the person who said the 13 million was a middle-aged man with a square face. Su Yang hesitated for a moment before saying, together with the first 2 pieces, the total is 20 million. If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. No problem. The square-faced middle-aged man agreed immediately. Originally, he wanted to mention this point, to buy the other 2 pieces, it doesn't matter if he pays a little more. The price offered by Su Yang was not beyond his expectations. These pieces of Imperial Green jadeite can attract many high-end customers. Soon, the middle-aged man with a square face transferred 20 million to Su Yang and left with the 3 pieces of jade. Su Yang looked at Chen Guanlei, sorry, you lost. Chen Guanlei's face looked as ugly as if his parents had died. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't know how lucky you are to get 3 pieces of Imperial Green. He was very unhappy. Extremely unhappy. Originally, I wanted to win some money by gambling and stepping on Su Yang. I didn't expect the result to be like this. As for saying that Su Yang selected the raw stone by his own ability, he would never believe it, even if he was beaten to death. The only explanation for this is that Su Yang relied on his incredible luck to buy 3 pieces of Imperial Green jadeite rough stones. Su Yang said calmly, I just have such good luck, there is nothing I can do. Even if you buzz around in front of me like a fly, you can't affect my good luck. You. Chen Guanlei's face turned blue with anger. He took a deep breath and said, okay, just wait. I'm not done with you. After saying that, he turned and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Su Yang quickly stopped him. Do you have anything else to say? Chen Guanlei asked. Mr. Chen, have you forgotten something? Su Yang said. Forgot what? Chen Guanlei looked a little puzzled. It seems you have forgotten. Let me remind you that the agreement we signed has 3 clauses. The third clause is that the jadeite opened by the losing party will belong to the winning party. You just sold 3 pieces of jadeite for 8 million. Please give me the money. Su Yang said. I really forgot. Chen Guanlei looked grim, knowing he couldn't cheat anymore. Of course he would not forget. He wanted to leave just now because he hoped Su Yang would not remember this. After he left, Su Yang wanted to ask him for money, but that was impossible. Unfortunately, Su Yang did not forget it and even said it out loud in public. Now that you remember, give me the money. Su Yang took out his mobile phone and gave Chen Guanlei a bank account number. In desperation, Chen Guanlei could only transfer 8 million to Su Yang. You don't need to go to the third-party agency. They must have known the result of our gambling at the first time. I can just go and collect the 5 million from you. Thank you very much. Su Yang said with a smile. Humph, it's just 13 million. I can afford to lose it. Just wait, I will make it back from you sooner or later. Chen Guanlei looked grim, snorted coldly, and turned away. Zhao Yulu glanced at Su Yang and Zhao Yusen, then followed Chen Guanlei and left. Chapter 90 earned a small goal. Back in the car, Chen Guanlei's face was still ugly. I came to the Jade Trading Center hoping to make a fortune. But unexpectedly, not only did I not make any money, I also lost a lot. I spent the 1 million I brought with me and bought 3 rough stones. The jadeite that was opened was worth 8 million, but was lost to Su Yang. I also lost the $5 million that my father gave me. This is equivalent to a loss of 14 million. The most important thing is that he did it all himself. If he hadn't provoked Su Yang, wanted to step on Su Yang, and pestered Su Yang for a fight, none of this would have happened. This gambling fight was like Su Yang slapping him countless times, making his cheeks feel burning with pain. After a short silence, Chen Guanlei forced a smile and said to Zhao Yulu, Yulu, I didn't expect Su Yang's luck to be so good that he bought 3 rough stones with imperial green. Otherwise, I could give you 4 million out of the 8 million I earned. This is what I promised Zhao Yulu when I called her over. Half of the money earned was given to Zhao Yulu, so now of course there is no money left for Zhao Yulu. Not only that, he also had to explain to his father why he didn't make any money. Of course, these are all small things. Anyway, just say that you made a mistake. 5 million is nothing to his father, a billionaire. Is it really just good luck? Zhao Yulu asked. Before, she had never heard Su Yang mention gambling on stones. Moreover, Su Yang's family has no access to gambling stones. This is something rich people play with. So, she thought Su Yang would not do that. But today, she began to doubt her own opinion. It is understandable that you are lucky if you buy 1 or 2 pieces of jadeite raw stones. You can buy 3 pieces of raw stones, and some of them are imperial green. It's a bit hard to say that it's just good luck. But she really couldn't understand why Su Yang would gamble on stones. He must be lucky. Chen Guanlei said in a deep voice, he came from a small county and had no chance to gamble on stones. How could he be so accurate? Zhao Yulu didn't say anything, not knowing what to say. Her mood was extremely bad. If Chen Guanlei hadn't gambled with Su Yang, she would have gotten her share of the money. Unfortunately, Chen Guanlei lost all his money. Chen Guanlei seemed to see what Zhao Yulu was thinking, so he said, Yulu, I'm sorry. I brought you here to make money, but I lost all my money. I asked my dad for the 5 million just now. It's impossible for me to ask him for money in the short term. This means that it is impossible to make money by gambling on stones with Zhao Yulu. This kind of opportunity doesn't come every day. Today, a new batch of raw stones arrived at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center. It will be easier to select the raw stones containing jadeite. If I come back another day, it won't be so easy. Then, he added, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you make money and help you pay off the 1 million debt. Zhao Yulu said, some friends are already asking me to pay back the money, what else can you do? She had complaints in her heart. If Chen Guanlei had not asked her to invest in Blackstone Technologies stocks, she would not have lost 3 million. Fortunately, I have 2 million, which I borrowed from my sister Zhao Yusen, and I don't have to pay it back for the time being. Even so, she was still somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Guanlei. Chen Guanlei always said that he could make money, but every time he either failed or lost money. Chen Guanlei could only bite the bullet and said, Yulu, don't worry, I'll think about it, there must be a way. Zhao Yulu nodded and said helplessly, okay. She felt that Chen Guanlei was becoming less and less reliable, but she had no choice but to believe him. Otherwise, she would have to find ways to make money on her own, but she didn't know when she would be able to make 1 million. Chen Guanlei rolled his eyes and said, Yulu, if you become my girlfriend, then your 1 million debt will be easily solved. I can ask my dad to give you the money right away. Even 2 million is fine. Zhao Yulu didn't expect Chen Guanlei to say such words at this time. This made her feel angry. Last time, Chen Guanlei asked her to be his girlfriend on the condition of giving her 10 billion yuan in escrow funds. Now, he wants to give her money directly and make her his girlfriend. Although she is materialistic and wants to make money and live a life of wealth and beauty, she still has her own bottom line. I will never sell myself out for money. What happened last time was already the limit. Moreover, I still want to agree, be together for a while, say it is not suitable, and then break up. That will be helpful for your career. If that thing succeeds, you will reach another level. It will be much easier to make the leap through your own efforts. Unfortunately, Chen Guanlei is unreliable. Now, if she agreed to be Chen Guanlei's girlfriend just for 1 or 2 million, there was no way she would agree. Thinking of this, Zhao Yulu said coldly, Chen Guanlei, I hope you won't mention this kind of thing again in the future. If you can help me make money, I will be very grateful to you. If not, then forget it. Noticing the change in Zhao Yulu's tone, Chen Guanlei quickly said, Yulu, don't be angry. I won't mention it again. I will think about it and see if there are any other ways to make money. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything else. Chen Guanlei changed the subject and said, Yulu, according to our plan, next we will go to. Before he could finish, Zhao Yulu said, no, I want to go back to Jiangqing. On the way here, Chen Guanlei said that he would take Zhao Yulu to Haiqing for 2 days, and they had already planned where to go. At that time, Zhao Yulu agreed. But now, Zhao Yulu is no longer in the mood to play. Chen Guanlei said, Yulu, you really don't have to worry, I will definitely find a way to help you make money. Zhao Yulu said, let's talk about it after you find a solution. Chen Guanlei had no choice but to take Zhao Yulu back to the hotel to check out and drive back to Jiangqing. This is Su Yang. He took Zhao Yusin to a third-party agency, took back the 5 million that Chen Guanlei had lost, and walked around the trading center and selected a few rough stones. All the jadeite unearthed are imperial green, with a total value of up to 100 million yuan. Many people's eyes changed when they looked at Su Yang. Some even say that Su Yang is a master of gambling on stones. There's no way, Su Yang is too amazing. The selected raw stones can all produce jadeite, and all of them are imperial green. No one says anymore that Su Yang chose the rough stone by luck. Is there anyone who has such good luck? After achieving a small profit, Su Yang stopped. This is already horrifying. If you choose rough stones again and make a lot of money by mining imperial green, you may be in trouble. In fact, it's the same as a casino. It doesn't matter if you make a little money, but if you always make money, and make a lot of money, the Jade Trading Center will notice you. This is what Tang Jingqi said to him. This approach is not a way to make big money continuously. The previous idea of sweeping across the Jade Trading Center is no longer feasible. However, Su Yang is already very satisfied to earn so much. He has a system and doesn't need to rely on it to make money. There will be many more places to make money in the future. When Tang Jingqi learned that Su Yang was so powerful, he looked at Su Yang as if he was a monster. He selected a few pieces of raw stones and spent more than 1 million yuan, but in the end he broke even and had a wasted time. At around 5 o'clock, the three of them left the Jade Trading Center, had dinner together, and then parted ways. The next day, Su Yang took Zhao Yusin to play in Haiqing until 5 o'clock in the afternoon and then returned to Jiangqing. Chapter 91, Top Luxury Cars Are Different. Wednesday night. He Shuachin, a classmate who works at Cartier, invited Su Yang and Zhao Yusin to dinner. During the meal, He Shuachin said, Su Yang, you xin, I resigned from Cartier. Zhao Yusin asked in confusion, resign? What's wrong? Is your work not going well? I heard you say before that your job at Cartier was pretty good. He Shuachin explained, I am the only daughter in my family. My parents still hope that I can go back to my hometown. Their health is not very good, and I am a little worried. Besides, it is really difficult to make a name for myself in Haiqing. After thinking about it, I decided to go back to my hometown. Her hometown is a prefecture-level city in western Sichuan province, and her parents work in a state-owned enterprise. Speaking of which, her family conditions are much better than Su Yang's. My parents work in state-owned enterprises, have stable jobs, and their retirement life is guaranteed. But it is very difficult to support her to live a better life in Jiangqing. After all, the cost of living in Jiangqing is too high. A house in Jiangqing can easily cost tens of millions. Moreover, her parents, as she is their only daughter, still hope that she will return to her hometown. It's good to go home and be with my parents. Zhao Yusin nodded and said nothing. Many of my college classmates have left Jiangqing, either returning to their hometowns to develop or going to other cities to develop. For young people from other places, Jiangcheng is really not a friendly city. Few people can stay just by their own efforts. Many people spent their youth here, but in the end they had no choice but to leave. I'm inviting you to dinner today as a way of saying goodbye to you. I don't know when we will meet again. You know where my home is. You are welcome to visit my hometown. When you come, I will be your guide. He Xueqian said. Yes, if there is a chance, Su Yang and I will definitely go. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly. By the way, when you get married, be sure to notify me and I will definitely attend. He Xueqian said with a smile. Of course. When you get married, you must also notify me. Su Yang and I will attend together. Zhao Yusin also said with a smile. Okay. He Xueqian nodded with a smile. This meal lasted until 9 o'clock in the evening. The three of them talked a lot. It was mainly Zhao Yusin and He Xueqian who were talking, and Su Yang was listening on the side. After dinner, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin sent He Xueqian back home. Seeing that Su Yang was driving a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, He Xueqian's eyes widened. Oh my god, Su Yang, you're driving a Rolls-Royce. She didn't know yet that Su Yang had already driven a Rolls-Royce. Xia Pengfei, who helped with the move last time, sent a picture of a villa and a Maserati Quattroporte to the group. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Su Yang drove a Rolls-Royce. It really shocked her. Sitting in the back seat, Yi Xueqin was still a little dazed. She kept looking at the interior and exclaimed in admiration, top luxury cars are just different. After looking at him for a while, she asked, Su Yang, just now when we were having dinner, you said that you acquired a live broadcast guild. Is the live broadcast guild so profitable now? While eating just now, He Xueqian naturally asked about Su Yang's situation. Su Yang said that he had acquired a live broadcast guild. He Xueqian thought that Su Yang bought the Rolls-Royce with the money earned from the live broadcast guild. In other words, the live broadcast guild has good development prospects, so Su Yang has the confidence to buy a Rolls-Royce. She didn't understand the industry situation of the live broadcast guild, and didn't know how much money she made as the boss of the live broadcast guild. Not bad. I also do some other investments on a regular basis, such as stock trading and futures trading. I was lucky enough to make some money. Su Yang said vaguely. Su Yang, you are so awesome. Xian, I really envy you for being with Su Yang. You are a real rich lady now. If Yu Lu knew about Su Yang's situation, she would probably be so depressed that she would vomit blood. He Xueqian said with some emotion. Zhao Yulu is really stupid. Su Yang is so outstanding, yet I want to break up with him. Su Yang now has everything that Zhao Yulu pursues. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with Zhao Yulu now. All of this belongs to Zhao Yusin. Sorry, I shouldn't bring this up. He Xueqian noticed that the two hadn't responded and knew that this topic was inappropriate, so she quickly changed the subject. By the way, Su Yang, Xian, can I take a few photos? I want to share your lives so that my classmates can have a good look. It's okay, go ahead and take the pictures. Su Yang would not deliberately show off such things, nor would he deliberately keep it low-key and conceal it. Just let it be. Let the students know that it's nothing. Thank you. He Xueqin immediately took out her cell phone and started taking pictures. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin sent He Xueqin home and then went home. On their way home, the class group went wild. He Xueqin, it was my first time riding in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan in my life and the experience was amazing. He Xueqin, some pictures of Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate A, oh shit, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate B at, what's going on? Are you rich? Classmate C at, I remember you worked in a Cartier store. Is it so easy to make money at Cartier? You drive a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate D, I wonder if you have any brains. At S words clearly mean that someone else drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to give her a gift. Classmate E at He Xueqian, did you find a boyfriend who is a rich second-generation guy? Classmate F at, I'm just looking for a rich second-generation boyfriend, please introduce me to one. Classmate G at, your second-generation rich boyfriend should have many beautiful, rich and white friends. Can you introduce one to me? I am in need of a beautiful, rich and white girlfriend. Classmate H, me too. If I could find a beautiful, rich and white girlfriend, I wouldn't have to struggle so hard. I find that my struggle of moving bricks is meaningless. Classmate J, it doesn't matter if she doesn't have to be beautiful, rich and white. There should be some older wealthy women in your boyfriend's circle. If you introduce one to me, I can accept it. Classmate K, you have such a strong taste. I admire you. Classmate R, this is not a question of taste, it's a question of money. Age is nothing compared to money. He Shuachin, tonight I am having dinner with Su Yang and Zhao Yusen, and this is Su Yang's car. Classmate A, damn, isn't Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's car a Maserati Quattroporte? Why did they change it to a Rolls-Royce? Classmate B, what else can I do? I must have made money again. Classmate C at Su Yang, did he make money from futures trading again? Classmate D at, what's the situation? Have you asked them? What do they do to make money? Classmate E at Su Yang, at Zhao Uxin, you two should stop lurking and come out to say something. Classmate F, yes, there is a chance to make a fortune. Take some time to help your old classmates. Classmate G, let it say it. She had dinner with the couple and must have asked about the situation. Classmate H, yes, at, please speak up. Chapter 92 Pilot Live Streaming. He Shuachin, I asked, and he is still making money from futures trading, and he recently acquired a live streaming guild. Classmate E, damn, a live streaming guild. Classmate R, short videos are very popular now, so it would be a good idea to acquire a live streaming guild. Classmate Y, Su at Yang has spotted this opportunity and it seems he has made a fortune, otherwise he would not have bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Classmate U at Su Yang, I think I have the potential to be an internet celebrity, can I sign a contract with your guild? Classmate I don't think you have the potential to be an internet celebrity, but I think you have the potential to be a female internet celebrity. Classmate O, nonsense, I just want to be an internet celebrity, nothing else, I'm very innocent. Classmate P, if you were innocent, there would be no innocent people in this world. He Shuachin, dear classmates, I will be going back to my hometown tomorrow. You are all welcome to visit my hometown. My hometown is Ansheng, Western Sichuan Province. If you want to visit, please contact me and I will be your guide. Classmate A at He Shuachian, why did you go back to your hometown? Classmate B, why else? Life in Jiangcheng is not easy. Classmate C, Jiangcheng is not friendly to people like us, so it's better to go back to my hometown and have a safe trip. Classmate D at, if I have the chance to visit your hometown, I will definitely contact you. Classmate E, oh, another classmate has left. I don't know when we can see each other again. In the car. Zhao Yusen read the message in the class group and laughed non-stop. She told Su Yang the situation in real time and asked Su Yang whether he wanted to reply. Su Yang said, don't worry about them, there's no need to reply. Many of the messages in the group are of an entertaining nature, so there's no need to take them too seriously. Take the matter of acquiring the live broadcast guild for example. There is no need to respond, and no one really wants to know. Yeah. Zhao Yusen naturally knew what was going on. But Li Hai is right. Xue Qian left. I don't know when we will meet again. In the blink of an eye, it was New Year's Day. Today is the day when Fengkai Guild and Douyin cooperate to pilot live streaming sales. It starts at 10 o'clock and is held at Jiangqing Hotel. 9 o'clock in the morning. A red carpet has been laid in front of the entrance of Jiangqing Hotel. Today, the entire first and second floors of the hotel have been reserved by Fengkai Guild. There were many people gathered at the door. The anchors of Fengkai Guild often have over 1 million fans. Although these fans are not as crazy as fans of popular stars, they are enough to gather popularity. In addition, we invited some media reporters to report on the event, which made it even more popular. When Su Yang arrived and saw this scene, he was very satisfied. This is the effect he wanted, to completely spread the reputation of Fengkai Guild. Xiao Dongsheng, who was supervising the scene, saw Su Yang coming and immediately came over to greet him. Su Yang asked, Old Xiao, how are the preparations going? Xiao Dongsheng immediately replied, everything is ready, don't worry, according to the feedback from the anchor's fans, this pilot live broadcast will definitely be a hit. Su Yang smiled and nodded. He was very confident in Xiao Dongsheng and asked, when will Li Liangping arrive? The success or failure of this pilot live streaming sales event is related to whether Douyin can share this big cake. Douyin's president Li Liangping attaches great importance to it and will attend today's event in person. Xiao Dongxing raised his wrist to check the time. Li Liangping called me just now and said that he had got off the plane and was on his way. He would arrive around 9:30. Su Yang nodded, okay. In the blink of an eye, at 9:40, a Bentley stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Li Liangping got out of the car with his assistant, and Su Yang and Xiao Dongxing immediately went to greet them. Mr. Li, thank you for attending this event. Su Yang shook hands with Li Liangping. Mr. Su, you're welcome. This is an event we are organizing together. I'm very much looking forward to it. Li Liangping said with a smile. Afterwards, Li Liangping shook hands with Xiao Dongxing again. Speaking of which, Li Liangping and Xiao Dongxing are more familiar with each other. After all, it was Xiao Dongxing who contacted Li Liangping in the first place. The two sides chatted for a few sentences and then took photos together. This is an essential link and is the company's promotional material. Just when a few people were taking a group photo, a Porsche passes the road in front of Jiangqing Hotel. There were two people sitting in the car, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei. Today is New Year's Day, and Chen Guanlei asked Zhao Yulu to go hiking in order to enhance their relationship. Hey, what kind of activity is this? It's so lively. Chen Guanlei saw the lively scene at Jiangqing Hotel and slowed down his car. I don't know. Zhao Yulu looked around curiously. Yulu, how about we go down and take a look? Chen Guanlei suggested. This lively scene seems to be worth watching. Okay. Zhao Yulu had no objection. Anyway, I just came out to play and see what's going on. Chen Guanlei drove into the open-air parking lot in front of the hotel. After parking the car, they both got out. Zhao Yulu saw a car diagonally opposite and frowned. What's wrong? Chen Guanlei wondered, following Zhao Yulu's gaze. Hey, this is a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It must be some wealthy person who has come. Even though he is a rich second generation, cars like the Rolls-Royce Cullinan are rare. Those who can drive this kind of car are basically super rich people. This is Su Yang's car. Zhao Yulu said. What? Chen Guanlei exclaimed, how could he buy a car like this? Is he crazy? You know, even his father, a billionaire, didn't buy this kind of car. It's not that I can't afford it, but I feel I don't deserve it. This is a top-of-the-line luxury car. You are a billionaire with a net worth of billions. If you drive a car like this to meet people with hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars, what will they think of you? Similarly, Chen Guanlei is a second-generation rich man whose family has tens of billions of dollars. The most he can buy a sports car is a sports car worth several million, and 10 million at most. It is impossible to compare with those rich second generations whose families have tens or hundreds of billions. Others drive supercars worth 30 or 40 million, but you can't drive that kind of car. Otherwise, how will you embarrass those rich second generations? If you drive a broken car, people will say you are frugal and low-key. But you can't be too high-profile and ignore other people's eyes. Otherwise, others will dislike you. Once people dislike you, your good days will be over. So in certain circles, there are certain rules for what kind of car you drive. Su Yang just made some money by speculating in futures and picking up bargains in antiques. How could he have the guts to buy a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? In his opinion, Su Yang was crazy. It's indeed his car. I remember the license plate number. Zhao Yulu said. This country bumpkin made a little money and bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to show off. He really doesn't know his own limitations. Chen Guanlei said contemptuously. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. In my heart, I don't quite agree with Su Yang buying the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After all, no matter how powerful Su Yang is, he cannot compare with the billionaires worth tens or hundreds of billions. Buying a car like this is really too ostentatious. What is this guy doing here? Chen Guanlei frowned, his eyes flickering a few times. Yulu, do you think Su Yang would come here to check into a room with another woman without telling your sister? Zhao Yulu was stunned. She didn't expect Chen Guanlei to say this. She shook her head and said, no, Su Yang is not that kind of person. The two have been a couple for 4 years, and Zhao Yulu knows Su Yang very well. When he was in college, many girls admired Su Yang, but he never crossed the line. Chapter 93, Making Money While Lying Down. Yulu, you are too naive. A man like Su Yang used to be poor and honest, but once he became rich, it is easy for him to lose his original intention and look for other women. It is normal. He is not like me. He has a good family life, so he will not have this problem. If you love someone, you will not be unfaithful. While Chen Guanlei belittled Su Yang, he did not forget to elevate himself. Only he is thick-skinned enough to say such things. You know, he was still staying in the club last night and didn't even go home. I played with the young model until 2 in the morning last night and I still feel a little sleepy this morning. I yawned several times while driving just now. No. Zhao Yulu still didn't believe that Su Yang would do what Chen Guanlei said. As for Chen Guanlei's behavior of elevating himself, he turned a blind eye to it. He didn't know that Chen Guanlei often stayed overnight at the club, otherwise he wouldn't have come out to play with Chen Guanlei. Yulu, you are really too naive. Why don't we not go hiking today and just watch the fun here? I guess Su Yang will definitely come out with a woman. Chen Guanlei said with a smile. I still believe in Su Yang. There's no need to stay here. Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, I'm doing this for your sister's own good. If he didn't cheat, that's fine. If he really did find another woman to book a room with, you can save your sister. You don't want your sister to be deceived by a scumbag, do you? Chen Guanlei was certain in his heart that Su Yang had checked into a hotel with another woman. All right. After hearing what Chen Guanlei said, Zhao Yulu felt that he should stay and take a look. If Su Yang really did something wrong to his sister, he still had to tell her. The two left the parking lot and squeezed into the crowd. I happened to see Su Yang, Xiao Dongsheng and Li Liangping taking a photo on the red carpet. Shit, that's Su Yang. Chen Guanlei exclaimed. Everyone around him looked at him strangely, but he seemed not to notice. It's really Su Yang. Zhao Yulu also saw Su Yang standing on the red carpet and taking photos with others. Could this event be related to Su Yang? The person standing on Su Yang's left is Douyin's president Li Liangping, and the person standing on Su Yang's right is Fengkai Guild's president Xiao Dongsheng. How could this be? Chen Guanlei's face was full of disbelief. He recently wanted to invest in and acquire a live broadcast guild, and had read some reports about Douyin's president, which included Li Liangping's photo. As for Xiao Dongsheng, he met with Xiao Dongsheng once and wanted to acquire Fengkai Guild, but the price he offered was relatively low, so Xiao Dongsheng did not sell it. What, the president of Douyin? The president of Fengkai Guild? Zhao Yulu was shocked. Douyin has developed rapidly and is almost catching up with Kuaishou. Everyone believes that Douyin will become the #1 short video app in the near future. Why is the president of Douyin taking a photo with Su Yang? There is also the president of Fengkai Guild. She heard from Chen Guanlei that Xiao Dongsheng is the president of Fengkai Guild, and Chen Guanlei also plans to acquire Fengkai Guild. However, because they didn't agree on the price, Chen Guanlei did not make the purchase, saying that he would wait for a while before purchasing the company, and when the other party was at their wits' end, he would buy it at a low price. Later, Chen Guanlei contacted Xiao Dongsheng again, and Xiao Dongsheng said that the company had been acquired by someone else. Later on, I heard Chen Guanlei say many times that he felt it was a pity not to acquire Fengkai Guild. Fengkai Guild has recently cultivated many internet celebrities and is the most popular guild in Douyin. Looking at the standing positions in this group photo, Su Yang is definitely the C position. Why does Su Yang stand in the C position? What kind of event is this? Why is Su Yang taking a photo with the two of them? Chen Guanlei felt that he needed to find out why Su Yang took a photo with the two of them. Once he knew what the activity was, he would know what was going on. As for the matter of Su Yang finding another woman to book a room, that naturally did not happen. He asked the person next to him and found out that this was a pilot live streaming sales event jointly organized by Fengkai Guild and Douyin. This is a pilot live streaming event jointly organized by both parties. Why did Su Yang appear here to take photos with them, and why did he stand in the center position? Chen Guanlei frowned, and suddenly thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "Fuck, no way." Zhao Yulu frowned, "What's wrong?" Chen Guanlei did not speak, but took out his mobile phone to check the business registration information of Fengkai Guild. Seeing the information, his face changed. The legal person of Fengkai Guild is Su Yang, and he acquired Fengkai Guild. What? Zhao Yulu was shocked again. You know, Fengkai Guild is now at its peak and developing very well. According to Chen Guanlei, he earns at least tens of millions every month. The boss behind such a guild is actually Su Yang. This bastard is so lucky that he actually acquired the Fengkai Guild. He is making money without doing anything. If I had known that Fengkai Guild would develop so well, I would have spent 5 million to acquire it. Chen Guanlei was both jealous and regretful. Zhao Yulu had a complicated expression. If Su Yang's acquisition of Yuhua Rinjia Hotpot and changing its name to Jiang Daleo was a stupid move, Jiang Daleo would not be able to continue operating and would go bankrupt, and Su Yang would lose a lot of money. Su Yang invested in Wu Jing's War Leopard, but the subject matter was not good and he would also lose money. So, acquiring Fengkai Guild will definitely make money, and it will not be a small amount of money. It can definitely make up for the losses from those two investments and continue to make money. After Su Yang, Xiao Dongsheng and Li Liangping took a group photo, they entered the hotel. Came to the largest banquet hall in the hotel. This place has been arranged, and the pilot live streaming sales will be carried out here. The two men took Li Liangping to inspect the place, while Xiao Dongsheng explained the preparatory work that had been done. Li Liangping took a look and felt very satisfied. This has added a bit of confidence to this live event. Soon, it was 10 o'clock. Douyin and Fengkai Guild have united to end the live streaming sales event, which is just the beginning. The first game started with the most popular female anchor, Nanzi, who has tens of millions of fans. It's a cosmetic item. Women's money is the easiest to make. The Fengkai Guild just wants to make a good start. As the three had expected, it was indeed a successful start. Thanks to the effective publicity, not only Nanzi's fans came, but also many Douyin users. In just a few minutes, the number of people online in Nanzi's live broadcast room exceeded 1 million, and it was still growing at a terrifying rate. With such a number of people, the effect of selling goods can be imagined. The first cosmetic product launched online was priced at 69 yuan and the quantity was 100,000. It was sold out within a minute. After seeing the background data, Su Yang, Xiao Dongsheng and Li Liangping couldn't help but be amazed. They thought the event would be successful, but they didn't expect the data to be so good. This is just the beginning. As the number of people increases, the sales of subsequent product promotion activities will be even more terrifying. The three of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. At the hotel entrance. When Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei saw Su Yang and his companions enter the hotel, they left. There is no point in continuing to watch this event. The better the event went, the worse Chen Guanlei felt. Zhao Yulu is not much better. The more successful Su Yang is, the more it proves that her choice was wrong. Neither of them was in the mood to go hiking. Chapter 94 Earning 50 million a day. Su Yang actually bought Fengkai Guild. What a shitty luck. It's really unpleasant. Chen Guanlei was indeed very unhappy, as if Su Yang had robbed him of his money. It seems that the confidence he gained in acquiring Yuhua Rinjia and investing in Wu Jing's War Leopard comes from Fengkai Guild. With the continuous financial support from Fengkai Guild, he is not afraid of losses at all. Chen Guanlei gritted his teeth again. Let's go. Zhao Yulu didn't want to say anything else. What else can Su Yang do when he has such luck? Back to the car. Chen Guanlei suddenly said, I want to end Su Yang's luck. Zhao Yulu was stunned and looked at Chen Guanlei, not understanding what Chen Guanlei meant by this. Chen Guanlei continued, the reason why Fengkai Guild has been able to develop so well is because of its president Xiao Dongsheng. I wanted to acquire Fengkai Guild in the first place because of Xiao Dongsheng. I have investigated Xiao Dongsheng's resume and he is a very capable person. With him managing the guild will definitely be able to develop well. I only need to acquire a guild, poach Xiao Dongsheng, and then poach some of Fengkai Guild's anchors. The development of Fengkai Guild will be hindered and it will eventually decline. Zhao Yulu said, since Xiao Dongsheng is so capable, Su Yang will definitely find a way to keep him. Chen Guanlei laughed and said, his method of retaining people is definitely not as good as my method of poaching people. I just spend money and I don't believe I can't poach them. Zhao Yulu said, it is true that spending money can easily make people tempted, but it may not necessarily work. Chen Guanlei said, Yulu, you say this because you don't know the power of money. Most things in the world can be solved by money. If they can't be solved, it must be because there is not enough money. Xiao Dongsheng is working for Su Yang. I offer a higher salary here, and he has no reason to refuse. Zhao Yulu was not talking. Obviously, Chen Guanlei insists on this view and no matter how much he says, it will be useless. Besides, this is Chen Guanlei's business and has nothing to do with her. Chen Guanlei rolled his eyes and said, "You Lu, if I let my dad buy a live broadcast guild, I want you to be the vice president of the live broadcast guild and help me supervise the development of the guild. Are you willing?" Hearing this, Zhao Yulu's heart moved. This position is definitely a senior executive. In any case, if you have such professional experience, it will be very helpful for your future career. This is much better than the situation where Chen Guanlei arranges for her to work as an idler in Chen Guanlei's father's company. Thinking of this, Zhao Yulu did not agree immediately. "Aren't you going to work in the guild yourself?" She still didn't want to work in the same company with Chen Guanlei. Chen Guanlei seemed to have expected Zhao Yulu to ask this, so he said, "I work in my father's company and don't have time to go. At most, I can visit occasionally. Are you willing to help me?" Zhao Yulu hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then there's no problem. Anyway, he has no job now, so being able to serve as the vice president of a live broadcast guild is still pretty good. And since I don't work in the same company as Chen Guanlei, there's no problem. As for Chen Guanlei coming over occasionally, that's nothing. Anyway, even if it wasn't like this, Chen Guanlei would often look for her. Then it's settled. I'll look for a guild worth acquiring in the next couple of days and persuade my dad to invest in acquiring a guild." Chen Guanlei laughed happily. Zhao Yulu started working at the live broadcast guild that he had invested in and acquired. His chances of winning over Zhao Yulu were obviously greater than before. "Yeah." Zhao Yulu nodded and said nothing more. The live streaming sales event lasted until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Every time a host comes on stage, it is a lively scene. After the event, all staff held a celebration banquet. Su Yang, Xiao Dongsheng and Li Liangping were all present. The next morning at 11 o'clock. Su Yang came to the company and listened to Xiao Dongsheng's summary report on yesterday's live broadcast of selling goods. "Mr. Su, yesterday's sales were over 230 million, and the profit was over 52 million. Now the internet is full of news about our first live broadcast with Douyin, which was a hot sale. Our Fengkai Guild has become the focus and has completely made a name for itself." Xiao Dongsheng reported excitedly. Su Yang was very happy to hear that the profit was as high as more than 50 million. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Very good, this is a good start." At the celebration banquet last night, Li Liangping expressed his satisfaction. "In the future, we will also be given a certain amount of traffic for Fengkai Guild, and it will be free. This is very beneficial to the long-term development of the guild." Xiao Dongsheng was equally happy and said, "Yes, we have seized the opportunity of this live broadcast pilot. The profitability of Fengkai Guild will be taken to a higher level in the future. The audience has preconceived notions. Even if other guilds do live broadcasts to sell goods in the future, our guild has a great advantage. If there are no accidents, others will never catch up with us." To be honest, Xiao Dongsheng admires Su Yang very much. The guild's two recent leaps forward were both due to Su Yang. The first time was to sign those anchors. Nowadays, all the anchors are internet celebrities, and some are even super internet celebrities. With those anchors around, the guild will be good. In addition, this live broadcast was also suggested by Su Yang. Otherwise, he would not have thought of cooperating with Douyin. Without these two developments, Fengkai Guild would have been unknown like other guilds. Xiao Dongsheng was very glad that it was Su Yang who acquired the guild. Moreover, the boss Su Yang is not only capable, but also a good person. He was also given 20% of the shares, which is unique in the industry. He secretly swore in his heart that he must do the job well, and as long as Su Yang did not drive him away, he would follow Su Yang for the rest of his life. Su Yang nodded, "Old Xiao, this is all due to the efforts of you and all the employees. Please arrange to give each employee an appropriate cash reward. This is their reward. Tell them that in the company, as long as they work hard, they will be rewarded. We will never treat any employee unfairly." Xiao Dongsheng nodded and said, "Okay, how do you set this standard? You still need to ask clearly about this. You can't act recklessly when it comes to money. After all, this is an extra reward, not the company's daily reward, and it cannot be based on rules and regulations." Su Yang thought for a moment and said, 5,000 yuan for each senior employee, 3,000 yuan for each middle-level employee, and 1,500 yuan for each grassroots employee. Xiao Dongsheng nodded and said, "Okay, I will send it out today. The number has been determined, so just notify the finance department to do it." I believe that after issuing this bonus, employees will have a stronger sense of belonging to the company. Su Yang added, in addition, let me say one more thing. No matter what time it is, the quality of the goods brought by our anchors must be strictly controlled. Xiao Dongxing nodded and said, Mr. Su, don't worry, I understand. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then Su Yang left. Chapter 95, Recruiting. As soon as Su Yang left, Xiao Dongxing's cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a familiar phone number. But I can't remember whose phone number this is. Hello. Xiao Dongxing answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Chen Guanlei. We have met before. Chen Guanlei introduced himself. It's Mr. Chen. Xiao Dongxing remembered who Chen Guanlei was. He was the rich second generation who had said before that he wanted to acquire Fengkai Guild. But the price was too low, so he didn't agree. Speaking of which, his meeting with Chen Guanlei was somewhat unpleasant. Chen Guanlei is rather arrogant, and his words and actions make people feel uncomfortable. Later, Su Yang acquired the guild and Chen Guanlei contacted him. After knowing that Fengkai Guild had been acquired by someone, the two parties had no contact again. I contacted him again today, but I don't know what he wants to do. He didn't ask, and the other party just said what he wanted to say. Mr. Xiao, congratulations. Yesterday's live streaming sales campaign between your Fengkai Guild and Douyin was a success. Chen Guanlei said with a smile. Thank you. Xiao Dongxing thanked. Mr. Xiao, this is the case. I am planning to acquire a live broadcast guild and would like to invite you to be the president and be fully responsible for management. Don't worry, I will give you double the salary that Su Yang gives you. What do you think? Chen Guanlei stated his intention. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm doing very well in Fengkai Guild and I don't want to change companies, not now or in the future. Xiao Dongxing refused directly. Boss Xiao, you come out to work to make money. With your ability, you can definitely make more money. Why do you have to hang on to one tree? If you are not satisfied with the salary, we can still discuss it. You can make requests, and as long as I can satisfy them, I will definitely satisfy you. Chen Guanlei was naturally unwilling to give in and continued to persuade. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. Xiao Dongxing had no intention of changing companies and was too lazy to say more. Mr. Xiao, in addition to doubling your salary, I can also give you 10% of the shares. Chen Guanlei said, gritting his teeth. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry, I've already said that I won't change companies. Xiao Dongxing said. 20%, no, 30% of the shares. As long as you come over, I will give you 30% of the shares of the guild. The guild I acquired is definitely a large guild with an annual profit of at least hundreds of millions. You can earn at least tens of millions a year. Chen Guanlei was really ruthless in order to dig up Xiao Dongxing. Mr. Chen, let alone 30% of the shares, I won't agree even if it's 50% or 60%. I think it's good to be in Fengkai Guild. I'm busy now, so I'll hang up first. Xiao Dongxing hung up the phone directly. He knew very well why Fengkai Guild had developed so well. It's not because of his good management, but because Su Yang has good vision. He is just an executor. He thought he had some management skills, but it was impossible for him to make a guild develop so quickly. The fact that Su Yang was able to give him 20% of the shares was beyond his expectations. He was grateful. Moreover, he couldn't trust Chen Guanlei's character. If he fails to make outstanding achievements in the future, I am afraid their shares will be taken back, or even he may be fired. Even if some achievements have been made, they are nothing compared to the most powerful guild. With a boss like Su Yang, Fengkai Guild will only develop better and better in the future. And this one is good, very stable, no need to worry about anything. He was very satisfied with his boss's personality, working environment, and salary. No matter what, it was impossible for him to work for a proud rich second generation. The other side. Chen Guanlei put down his phone, his face looking extremely grim. At this time, he was with Zhao Yulu. The two were in a private room in a restaurant. It was almost 12 o'clock and the two came here to eat. He made this call in front of Zhao Yulu and turned on the speakerphone, just to let Zhao Yulu experience the power of money. Therefore, the condition of 30% of the shares was put forward just now. But Xiao Dongxing's answer was completely beyond his expectations. This Xiao Dongxing doesn't even want to make money. What is he thinking? Xiao Dongxing gritted his teeth. In order to let Zhao Yulu see the power of money, he ended up being slapped in the face and immediately hated Xiao Dongxing. Maybe Fengkai Guild has something for him to leave behind, Zhao Yulu said. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I can't poach him. As long as I have money, I can hire any kind of talent. Chen Guanlei made an excuse for himself. Have you decided which guild to acquire? Zhao Yulu asked. She had already decided to work at the guild acquired by Chen Guanlei. I have been idle for so long and want to go to work and make money as soon as possible. I checked last night and found several companies willing to make a move. I will contact them for negotiations in the next few days and it should be done soon. Chen Guanlei said. That's good. Zhao Yulu nodded. After Su Yang left Fengkai Guild, he went to Jiangdi Lao. I had a meal with my father-in-law Zhao Hai and learned about the situation of Jiangdi Lao. Zhao Hai explained the situation and now except for the decoration, all other preparations have been completed. The renovation has reached the final stage. There are still 3 days left to complete the decoration. Su Yang calculated the time and discussed with Zhao Hai and decided to open on the 16th. This day, Su Yang, Zhao Yusen, and Zhao Hai came to Jiangdi Lao Linghai Road store, which was Zhao Hai's former restaurant. There is only 1 day left until Jiangdi Lao opens. Su Yang decided to check out the stores and came to the Linghai Road store, which was more familiar to him. It has been decorated now and the staff are arranging things. Just waiting for the opening the day after tomorrow. After taking a look, Su Yang felt very satisfied with both the decoration and the mental outlook of the employees. Although Jiangdi Lao has the secret to success, the system says that Jiangdi Lao will become a catering empire with a market value of hundreds of billions in the future. But for this kind of thing, it still depends on whether it is really done. If this is not done properly, it will be impossible to succeed in river bottom fishing. It is obvious that Zhao Hai, the general manager, is doing a great job. It can be seen that the operation was carried out strictly according to the secret book. The 3 of them walked out of the store. Su Yang said, Dad, you have worked hard during this period. Zhao Hai laughed heartily and said, Su Yang, we are all family, why are you telling me all this? I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I be the president of a catering company? Zhao Yusen smiled and said, Dad, I see that you are much more energetic when you are the president than when you were the restaurant owner. This shows that Su Yang's decision to let you be the president was indeed the right one. Zhao Hai nodded and said, so if anyone is to thank someone, it should be Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, I would never be able to enter the workplace again in my life, let alone become a CEO. At this time, Zhao Yusen saw a woman standing at the door of a store a little further away, and couldn't help but frown. What is she doing here? Chapter 96, The Pride Won't Last Long. This woman was none other than her biological mother Lu Yujuan. Su Yang was also a little surprised and didn't know how he ended up here. Zhao Hai explained, Delicious Hot Pot opened a store here, and she is the manager of this store. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen suddenly realized. Zhao Yusen asked, how is her store doing? Zhao Hai said, it's pretty good. Delicious Group is a well-known catering group in Jiangqing with multiple sub-brands and a very good reputation. The hot pot made here will naturally not be bad. Zhao Hai added, most of the Delicious Hot Pot restaurants are near our Jiangdi Lao restaurant. This should be something Yang Tiancheng did on purpose. Zhao Yusen frowned and said, then Jiangdi Lao's business will definitely be affected. Originally, she was not worried about anything, but being targeted so deliberately, she became a little worried about Jiangdi Lao's business. After all, the reputation of Delicious Group is still very good. Whether it is a fast food brand, a high-end catering brand, or various snack flavor brands, Delicious Group does a good job. Being deliberately targeted like this, Jiangdi Lao's business is worrying. Jiangdi Lao is a new brand and it is difficult to get consumers to accept it. Su Yang said, Yusen, don't worry, no matter what they do, it will not affect Jiangdi Lao's business. It will only be Jiangdi Lao that affects their business. Zhao Yusen's eyes lit up, husband, are you so confident? Su Yang nodded and said, of course, you wait and see. Opening a store near our Jiangdi Lao will be Yang Tiancheng's biggest mistake. If not, it will be basically impossible for Dad to defeat Delicious Hot Pot. After all, no matter how good Jiangdi Lao's business is, other hot pot brands also have room to survive, as long as they are a little further away from Jiangdi Lao. However, Delicious Hot Pot chose to open a store near Jiangdi Lao, which is simply stupid. By then, all the business will be taken away by Jiangdi Lao. That's good. Zhao Yusin felt relieved. Now, she has a blind trust in Su Yang. No matter what happens, whatever Su Yang says seems to be what will happen. At this time, Lu Yujuan noticed the three people, raised her eyebrows slightly, smiled, and walked over. Yusin, you guys come to see the store. Have you eaten? If not, you can come to our delicious hot pot restaurant for a hot pot. However, our delicious hot pot business is very good and is now full. If you want to eat hot pot, you need to wait. Although I am the store manager, I cannot arrange seats for you. Lu Yujuan's words were full of boasting. That look made Zhao Yusin angry. Humph, why are you so proud? When our river bottom fishing business opens, you will see what happens. Zhao Yusin really couldn't stand Lu Yujuan's smugness and snorted back. I'm looking forward to the opening of your river bottom fishing. I don't know who will be the best by then. Lu Yujuan said with a smile. She is very confident about the delicious hot pot. Since it opened on New Year's Day, the restaurant has been basically packed in the evenings due to the big opening promotions and great discounts. Even if the discount is no longer available, the business will not be bad as the company's reputation has spread and everyone knows that the Delicious Group has delicious hot pot. What is Jiangdi Lao? It is a brand new brand and no one knows about it at all. It is very difficult for such a hot pot brand to attract consumers. To compete with delicious hot pot is simply overestimating one's own capabilities. Then you just wait and see. Zhao Yusin snorted again. Okay. Lu Yujuan's smile remained unchanged, her eyes fixed on Zhao Hai. I say, Zhao Hai, if you want to open a restaurant, just run it well. Why bother becoming a CEO? You haven't been in the workplace for more than 10 years. Can you still adapt? By the time Jiangdi Lao suffers heavy losses and eventually goes bankrupt, you won't even have the chance to be a restaurant owner. Zhao Hai said calmly, whether I can adapt or not is not your concern. As for Jiangdi Lao's loss and bankruptcy, it is not going to happen. I believe that the development of Jiangdi Lao will open people's eyes and change the landscape of the hot pot industry. He is also very confident about the future development of Jiangdi Lao. Phew. Lu Yujuan laughed out loud. Zhao Hai, you are not afraid of making a fuss when you say that. A new hot pot restaurant wants to change the landscape of the hot pot industry. You should first think about how to keep it alive. Zhao Hai said, I am just telling the truth, you will know when the time comes. Lu Yujuan shook her head, thinking that Zhao Hai was really arrogant. She was too lazy to talk to Zhao Hai anymore and her eyes fell on Su Yang. Su Yang, you made money by speculating in futures and picking up bargains in antiques, and bought luxury cars and villas. If you had lived a quiet life, you could have given UXI a stable life, but you don't know how much you have, and you're learning to invest in and acquire companies. Acquisitions are fine, but you acquired Yuhuorinjia and continue to run it the same way. You could make a lot of money every year, and it would be more than enough to be a small rich man. But you insisted on changing the name of a good old brand to something like Jiangdi Lao. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. I have to say that UXIN's vision is really bad. I'm really worried about her future after following a man like you. Su Yang said calmly, I know how my investment and acquisition are going. You will know how Jiangdi Lao is going after it opens. As for UXIN, you don't have to worry. Her life and mine will only get better and better. He had no intention of engaging in a verbal argument with the other party, there was no need for that. When the fishing at the bottom of the river becomes intense, everything will disappear into thin air. Humph, you really don't know your place. It's a good thing I let Lu leave you, otherwise her life would have been ruined by you. Lu Yujuan snorted coldly and turned away. This Lu Yujuan is so annoying. Looking at Lu Yujuan's back, Zhao Yusin was very angry. Originally, the three of them came here to look at the store and were in a good mood. After being disturbed by Lu Yujuan's actions, my good mood was instantly ruined. UXIN, don't bother with her. Jiangdi Lao will open the day after tomorrow. She won't be so proud for long. Zhao Hai comforted her. Yeah, our Jiangdi Lao business is doing well, so the delicious hot pot business will definitely be affected. Then I'll see how proud she can be. Zhao Yusin nodded. Next, the three of them went to have dinner together. Of course, they didn't go to delicious hot pot to eat hot pot, but went to a restaurant that the internet celebrity Lin Junyi had visited. Now, when Su Yang and Zhao Yusin eat out, they basically go to restaurants that Lin Junyi has visited. The taste of the food in these restaurants is guaranteed. Zhao Hai knew that Lin Junyi was a food anchor and had become a super internet celebrity, but he had never eaten at a restaurant that Lin Junyi had visited. I tried it this time and found it tasted really good. During the meal, Zhao Hai asked, Su Yang, how is your live broadcast guild developing now? Chapter 97 Acquisition of Aluminum Mine. Pretty good. Su Yang talked about the development of the live broadcast guild. In particular, it talked about the live streaming sales situation on New Year's Day. Zhao Hai didn't know about this situation. He has been busy with work recently and doesn't play Douyin. He rarely reads the news and doesn't know about this at all. When I heard that the sales volume was over 200 million and the net profit was over 50 million, I couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, I was happy for Su Yang and for my daughter. After dinner, they went home separately. Su Yang took a shower and lay on the bed, reading financial news on his mobile phone. He is investing in stocks and futures. Reading financial news is essential. Saw a piece of news. Fengkai Mining is transferring an aluminum mine in South America at a low price. Not seeing any signs, Su Yang decided to continue reading other financial news. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Fengkai Mining spent 500 million to acquire an aluminum mine in South America. They invested a lot of manpower and material resources, but did not mine much. The senior management of Fengkai Mining determined that this was a failed investment and decided to sell the aluminum mine at a low price. 3 days later, someone bought it for 50 million. A week after the acquisition, the acquirer discovered a large amount of aluminum resources in a deeper area and sold the aluminum mine for 1.5 billion. Su Yang's eyes lit up. Spending 50 million to acquire it and selling it for 1.5 billion is like picking up money. 3 days later, someone will buy it. Then, I have to buy the aluminum or within these 2 days. It's already 11 o'clock in the evening, so it's not suitable to make a phone call. I can only contact Fengkai Mining tomorrow. Thinking about making 1.45 billion, Su Yang couldn't help but laugh. This made Zhao Yusin, who was lying on the side playing with her phone, curiously ask, Husband, what are you laughing at? Su Yang said with a smile, Wife, we will make money again soon. Zhao Yusin asked, Are you talking about Jiangdi Lao opening? Su Yang shook his head and said, No, Jiangdi Lao will definitely make money. It is another investment. Zhao Yusin asked, What other investments have you made? Su Yang said, Take a look at this news. He handed the phone over to Zhao Yusin and let her read the news about Fengkai Mining's transfer of aluminum ore at a low price. After reading it, Zhao Yusin frowned and said, Husband, do you want to buy this aluminum mine? Su Yang nodded and said, I think this aluminum mine should have aluminum or resources, but Fengkai Mining has not found it yet. Zhao Yusin said, Hubby, is this reliable? If you acquire it, do you still need to go to the aluminum mines in South America to see it? Su Yang said, This is my current plan. If I acquire it, I will go over to take a look and have someone conduct a thorough investigation. Zhao Yusin said with some concern, South America is very chaotic and unsafe. Su Yang held Zhao Yusin in his arms and said, It's okay. Just treat it as an ordinary business trip. I don't have to go there in person. It depends on the specific situation. The system message said that the aluminum or resources are deeper, so all we have to do is dig deeper. He doesn't necessarily have to go there in person. Zhao Yusin said helplessly, Okay, you can do it yourself. She knew that since Su Yang had made the decision, it was no longer something she could influence. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Su Yang called a vice president of Fengkai Mining who was in charge of aluminum ore sales. The other party asked Su Yang to go to Fengkai Mining for an interview. Su Yang had no objection since he had nothing to do anyway. The interview time was set for 10 a.m. the next day. That afternoon, Su Yang took a lawyer and an accountant and took the high-speed rail to Fengqing in Hanbei Province, the city where Fengkai Mining is located. For both lawyers and accountants, we looked for professionals. As long as you have money, it is not difficult to find talents. What's more, he has connections. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin are two friends who have high-end connections, one in the business world and the other in the official world. When we arrived in Fengqing, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Yang and his three companions checked into the booked hotel, had a simple meal in the hotel restaurant, and then went back to their rooms. Su Yang took a shower, had a video call with Zhao Yusen, and went to bed. After breakfast the next day, Su Yang took a taxi to Fengkai Mining with his lawyer and financial department. Arrived at Fengkai Mining at 9:45. They found the front desk, who had already received the notification, and took Su Yang and the other two to a reception room, then left to inform the vice president. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a square face and dressed in a suit and tie walked in. "Mr. Su, right? I'm Wei Debin, welcome." Wei Debin shook hands with Su Yang. Wei Debin was a man of swift and decisive actions. After a few simple greetings, he got straight to the point. "Mr. Su, how much are you willing to offer to acquire our aluminum mine?" Wei Debin asked directly. "Mr. Wei, I would like to ask, at what price are you willing to sell the aluminum ore?" Su Yang asked back. 100 million. Wei Debin smiled, did not test it again, but stretched out a finger and said the price. 10 million. Su Yang also stretched out a finger. Although the system said that Fengkai Mining sold the aluminum ore for 50 million. But it was impossible for Su Yang to offer 50 million right away. Negotiations are all about give and take. If he appears too eager, it will be very disadvantageous. Moreover, he also wanted to see if he could buy the aluminum mine for less than 50 million. "Mr. Su, you are not sincere at all." Wei Debin shook his head. "Mr. Wei, you offered a price of 100 million. Do you mean you are sincere? You know what your aluminum mine is like. Is it worth 100 million? Su Yang responded with a sneer. Afterwards, the two of them went back and forth in a price tug-of-war. 10 minutes later. Wei Debin said helplessly, "Mr. Su, let's each make some concessions. 50 million is our bottom line. If it's less than this, we don't need to talk anymore." Deal. Su Yang knew that he couldn't lower the price any further. Anyway, we can earn 1.45 billion, so there is no need to argue here over a small amount of money. Otherwise, Fengkai Mining does not want to continue the talks. If a competitor comes tomorrow, it will be troublesome. It's a pleasure working with you. Wei Debin also breathed a sigh of relief. 50 million is actually not the bottom line of Fengkai Mining. 40 million is the bottom line. As long as the price is no less than 40 million, the aluminum ore can be sold. Fengkai Mining is very happy that we can get an extra 10 million for the company, which can be regarded as a contribution to our group. Next, the financial situation of the aluminum mine is checked and a contract is drawn up. Wei Debin also explained the specific situation of the aluminum mine so that Su Yang could take over. After signing the contract, Su Yang transferred 50 million yuan directly to Fengkai Mining's company account. "Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to work with you." Wei Debin shook hands with Su Yang. Chapter 98 Investment Association. Office of the President of Triumph Investments. Dad, short videos are the new trend now. You can make money by investing in a live streaming guild. You should listen to me and invest in the live streaming industry. Chen Guanlei persuaded his father Chen Ankang to invest in the live broadcast industry. Chen Ankang said, "I admit that short videos are popular and investing in the acquisition of live broadcast guilds can make money, but my friend said that the aluminum mine in South America should have a large amount of aluminum resources as long as we continue to explore it. The price of the aluminum mine is not high now. It should be possible to get it for only 50 or 60 million. If we really find a large amount of aluminum resources in deeper areas, we will make a lot of money." Feng Mao is the person in charge of Fengkai Mining's aluminum mine in South America and a good friend of Chen Ankang. I called him a few days ago. He said that Fengkai Mining had lost the patience to continue mining the South American aluminum mine and advised him to take over. It is also said that there should be large amounts of aluminum or resources at deeper depths. Of course, this is just a high probability event, and the other party cannot give a definite answer. I'm just saying that this is a great investment. If you're right, you'll get amazing returns. If you're wrong, you'll just lose tens of millions. For an investment company, this is a relatively ideal investment. Chen Ankang wants to invest. But these days, his son has been persuading him to invest in the live broadcast guild. Although he is old and does not play short videos, he also knows that the short video industry is a hot spot and the live broadcast guild is worth investing in. Investing in a live streaming guild is equivalent to taking advantage of the short video trend. If the money was enough, he would definitely invest both together. However, the funds currently available in his investment company account can only be used to invest in one. This made him a little troubled. I haven't decided yet which one to invest in. Dad, I think your friend is just fooling you. He said there are more aluminum resources deeper in the mine. This is obviously unreliable. If so, why would Fonkai Mining transfer the business at such a low price? Aren't they looking for someone to take over? Fonkai Mining is a professional company and has been exploring and mining there for a long time without any discovery. How can it be the turn of outsiders? I can assure you that if you invest in that aluminum mine, your money will be wasted. If you invest in a live broadcast guild, you won't have this problem, and you can make money right away. You should know that the Fonkai Guild's live broadcast on New Year's Day brought in more than 200 million yuan in sales in one day, with a net profit of at least 40 to 50 million yuan. Although the Fonkai Guild's live streaming sales are not as popular as that day, they still make a lot of money every day, at least tens of millions. Other live streaming guilds have also followed suit. Although they are not as profitable as Fonkai Guild, they are definitely making a lot of money. If we acquire a live broadcast guild now, we can still catch this ride. If we are late, I am afraid we won't even be able to see the back of the train. Chen Guanlei spoke with great enthusiasm, trying his best to persuade Chen Ankang to invest in the live broadcast guild. He has already selected a large live broadcast guild and is negotiating the price. This purchase price has already been reported to Chen Ankang. It was because of the purchase price that Chen Ankang got a headache and became indecisive. Because the purchase price was as high as 45 million. This is a large live broadcast guild, unlike the Fonkai Guild that Su Yang invested in, which only has a small number of logistical staff and anchors. This costs so much money. Chen Ankang was silent for a long time, then nodded and said, "Okay, I will invest in the live broadcast guild and fully acquire the live broadcast guild you selected." What my son said makes sense. The possibility that Fonkai Mining's aluminum mine in South America has aluminum resources deeper inside is probably very low. Otherwise, why didn't Fonkai Mining continue mining but instead transfer it at a low price? The people at Fonkai Mining are not fools. It is safer to invest in a live broadcast guild. Little did he know that even if he wanted to acquire the aluminum mine, he no longer had the chance. Dad, you made a wise decision. Don't worry, the return from acquiring this live broadcast guild will definitely satisfy you. Chen Guanlei smiled. This was the first time he advocated an investment. As long as this investment is successful, who else in the company would dare to look down on me? After leaving Chen Ankang's office, he contacted the owner of a guild. Boss Zhang, I agree to the price you offered. I'll go to your company to sign the contract. Evening, Yang's house. During meal time. Yang Tiancheng asked, Lu Yujuan, tomorrow is the opening day of Jiangdi Lao, is your store ready? Jiangdi Lao will open tomorrow. Yang Tiancheng naturally can't just sit and watch, so he has made some preparations. The matter has been handed over to the store managers of each store. Naturally, what Yang Tiancheng is most concerned about is the store managed by Lu Yujuan. After all, Lu Yujuan is his wife. If other stores perform well but the store managed by Lu Yujuan does not, then he will lose face. Lu Yujuan said, Tiancheng, don't worry, I'm ready. I will make Jiangdi Lao's Linghai Road store the worst in business among all the stores. Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, that's good. He was afraid that Lu Yujuan would do things perfunctorily. The hot pot chain plan is related to his promotion to president, and he will not allow anyone to hold him back. Even Lu Yujuan can't do it. And suppressing Jiang Deleo and completely defeating him will be another achievement of his. Although the boss didn't let him do this, if he did it and did it well, the boss would definitely be more satisfied. It is not impossible for him to be given some shares of Delicious Group. After all, it is not easy to bring down a restaurant chain. If this can be achieved, the reputation of Delicious Group will soar and future development will be smoother. Dad, Jiangdi Lao must go bankrupt as soon as possible. Yang Jingsheng's face was full of hatred. He was detained for 10 days and has been released. Because his affairs had been spread, the company had fired him. Even with the vice president Yang Tiancheng, they were unable to keep him. The people Yang Jingsheng hated the most were naturally Zhao Hai, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin. In his opinion, the three people were unwilling to reconcile privately and sent him to jail. Only by making the three people's Jiangdi Lao go bankrupt can he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Jingsheng, don't worry. As long as Jiangdi Lao's business fails, there will be no business in the future. Without business, Jiangdi Lao will not last long. Yang Tiancheng smiled faintly, his expression full of confidence. Becoming the president means having more power, and it won't be difficult to rearrange his son in the Delicious Group. January 16th. Jiangdi Lao officially opened. Today is Saturday. Su Yang came to the bottom of the river to fish. As the boss of Jiangdi Lao, it is natural for him to show up on the important opening day. He said some encouraging words to the employees and assigned tasks to middle and senior leaders. Each person is responsible for supervising a store to ensure the normal operation of the store. If there are any problems, they can be solved in time. Chapter 99 Horrible. As the president of the company, Zhao Hai was also tasked with supervising the situation of the Linghai Road store. Su Yang and Zhao Hai came to the Linghai Road store together. Zhao Yusin also came here. She had nothing to do, so she came to see what was going on. At this time, it was already 12 o'clock. There were only 2 tables of customers in the restaurant, which seemed very deserted. Honey, how are you? Seeing this situation, Zhao Yusin became worried again. It's okay, everything will be fine tomorrow. Su Yang was not worried at all. Honey, the delicious hot pot restaurant has sent people to distribute flyers to attract customers. Zhao Yusin pointed to the delicious hot pot restaurant. There were several staff members distributing flyers on the street outside the door. Many customers passing by were pulled into the delicious hot pot. Zhao Yusin asked, Honey, should we ask the waiters to come out and hand out flyers as well? There are also flyers in the store, after all, it has just opened. If customers want, they can pick it up themselves. Su Yang shook his head and said, No, this method can only attract a limited number of customers. We don't need to do this. Zhao Hai's mind moved. Su Yang, do you have any other publicity methods? Su Yang nodded and said, Yes, I will let my live broadcast company's anchor promote it. There are now more than 100 anchors in the live broadcast guild. And they are basically all high-quality anchors. Especially after the live streaming sales on New Year's Day, the popularity of these anchors has increased significantly. It can be said that the publicity effect of many million-level anchors is comparable to that of a third-tier star. Those tens of millions of anchors are definitely comparable to popular first-tier stars. Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up. Yes, let the anchor do the promotion, especially Brother Yi. Let him, a food anchor, do the promotion. The effect will be even better. Su Yang nodded and smiled. Yes, I have already told Brother Yi, he should be here soon. As he finished speaking, 2 cars stopped at the door. Several people got out of the car. One of them was Lin Junyi, and the others were members of the filming team. Su Yang. Mr. Su. Lin Junyi came over with his men and greeted Su Yang. Lin Junyi spoke to Su Yang in a casual manner, just like before, calling Su Yang by his name. Of course, other staff members cannot shout like that. Uncle Hai, Yusin. Lin Junyi greeted Zhao Hai and Zhao Yusin again. Zhao Hai nodded slightly. Zhao Yusin smiled and said, Brother Yi, when we talk about the devil, he appears. We just mentioned you and you're here. Su Yang said, Brother Yi, whether Jiangdi Lao can become famous as quickly as possible depends on you. Lin Junyi said, No problem, every restaurant I've visited is popular. Of course, Su Yang, you can't cheat me. Your Jiangdi Lao hot pot must be delicious. I can't lie with my eyes open. Su Yang smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not only delicious, but also fun. I said that I want to make a different hot pot and I will definitely give you a different experience. Lin Junyi's eyes lit up. Now that you say that, I'm really looking forward to it. Let's go in and take a look. Su Yang led everyone into the store. The manager of this store is a woman named Bailan. She used to be a foreman here. After training, Zhao Hai appointed her as the manager of this store. All the previous restaurant employees were also assigned to this store. Seeing Su Yang and his group coming in, Bailan immediately came over to greet them. You just go about your business, everything will go as it should. Su Yang said. There's nothing to do right now. Bailan said with a wry smile. There were only 3 tables of people sitting in the huge restaurant, and a few more people came in just now. Even so, the deserted atmosphere cannot be changed. After all, the store is not small. Oh my god, that's the internet celebrity Ego. It seems to be the internet celebrity Ego. Why did he come out? The restaurants he visited all tasted good and became popular. It seems that Jiangdi Lao is going to be popular. This taste and this service will definitely be popular once they are promoted. We are just the first group to experience it. Yes, look at Xiao Min over there, happily enjoying the free manicure service. Su Yang, your decoration is really nice. Lin Junyi looked around and couldn't help nodding. Suddenly he saw a place and said, "Why does your hot pot restaurant have a nail art area?" In the nail art area, there is a nail technician doing a manicure for a female customer. This scene really shocked Lin Junyi. What's the situation with setting up a manicure area in a hot pot restaurant? Eating hot pot and getting manicures, two things that have nothing to do with each other, how come they are put together? He suspected that he was hallucinating and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, only to find that it was not a hallucination, it was real. At this time, the female customer's face was full of smiles, and looking at her expression, she seemed to be enjoying it. Su Yang explained, "Brother Yi, I just said that our Jiangdi Lao is to make a different kind of hot pot. The most important thing is the ultimate service. Providing free manicures to female customers is one of them." Lin Junyi couldn't help but sighed, "Su Yang, you really dare to think and do. Just by relying on this skill, you are better than most bosses. Most of the people who come to eat hot pot are young people. Everyone gathered together to eat, drink and chat. Young female customers naturally love beauty. You can have a hot pot and get a free manicure at the same time, which is simply amazing." After a tour, I got to know all the services provided by Jiangdi Lao. The group walked back to the door and Lin Junyi started filming. "Hi, my friends. I'm Brother Yi. Today I'm going to take you to eat hot pot. This hot pot restaurant is very different from traditional hot pot restaurants. It will definitely open your eyes. Come experience it with me." At 10 o'clock in the evening, Jiangdi Lao stopped operating. At 10:15, the store managers of each store sent the store's turnover to the Jiangdi Lao workgroup. The turnover of each store is around 20,000 yuan. It can be said that this turnover is extremely terrible. Today's turnover is a bit low, mainly because our Jiangdi Lao is not well known, and also because the people from Delicious Hot Pot are causing trouble. Yes, the people at Delicious Hot Pot are really shameless. They even sent flyers to the door of our store. Many customers who wanted to come to our store to taste the food were taken away by them. I think we should ask a few waiters to go out and pass around the restaurant to increase its popularity. As long as the popularity increases, the business will be good. After all customers who come to the restaurant to eat hot pot say that the experience is very good and they will come again next time they eat hot pot. Yeah, and those customers experienced the ultimate service in our store and said they would definitely recommend it to their friends. All the store managers spoke up and thought of ways to deal with the situation. Su Yang sent a message, "Don't worry, and don't ask the waiters to go out and hand out flyers. I have already hired someone to promote our river bottom fishing." Immediately, a store manager asked, "Mr. Su, who did you invite?" Chapter 100, Fishing at the Bottom of the River. Su Yang, we invited food anchor Yi Gu, you should know about that, right? A store manager asked, "That food anchor on Douyin?" Su Yang, yes, I asked him to go to the Linghai Road store today. Store manager A, if we hire him, there will be no problem. All the stores he visits are very popular. Store manager B, it seems that Mr. Su has been prepared for this. We are just worrying too much. Store manager C, we invited Brother E to visit our store today. Jiangdi Lao will become well known to everyone tomorrow. Everyone should be prepared to welcome customers. Store manager D, of course, it will be packed tomorrow. Manager E, I am looking forward to the expressions of those people at Delicious Hot Pot when they see our Jiangdi Lao restaurant crowded with customers. Yang family. Tiancheng, we didn't find many people at the bottom of the river today. Our method is effective. Lu Yujuan smiled. Seeing that there were few customers at Jiangdi Lao all day, she was extremely happy. This is exactly the effect we want. Yang Tiancheng nodded with satisfaction. Hehe, Jiangdi Lao still wants to fight with us. It's simply courting death. If this situation continues, Jiangdi Lao will go bankrupt in less than 3 months. Yang Jingsheng sneered. He went to the Jiangdi Lao restaurant closest to his home this evening. There were only a few tables occupied in the restaurant and he was in a good mood. I also asked someone about it. The price of Jiangdi Lao is half more expensive than ours. A new hot pot brand is more expensive than ours. It's simply courting death. Yang Jingsheng added. Although he no longer works at Delicious Catering, he still cares very much about this matter. He heard from Yang Tiancheng that as long as the hot pot chain plan was successful and Yang Tiancheng became the president of the group, he could rearrange him to work in the company. Everything will be back to normal, no, better than before. At that time, Yang Tiancheng will find opportunities for him to continue to be promoted. As for the stain of his detention, naturally no one dared to care. Anyway, the boss won't care about such trivial matters. Compared with the income that Yang Tiancheng can bring to the group, supporting an idle person like him seems insignificant. Even if the boss knew about this, he would not be able to do anything about it. Jingsheng is right. Jiangdi Lao is really courting death. If the situation continues to develop like this, it will definitely not last more than 3 months. Lu Yujuan echoed. In the evening, Lin Junyi posted the edited video on Douyin and pinned it to the top. Xiao Dongsheng asked all anchors to forward the video. After overnight fermentation. By the next morning, Jiangdi Lao had become completely famous. Many people are curious about what is so different about this Jiangdi Lao hot pot restaurant and why it has attracted so many popular anchors to repost and recommend it and open it to watch. They were immediately surprised and liked and forwarded the post. Triumph Investments. In his office, Chen Guanlei saw the anchors of Fengkai Guild promoting Jiangdi Lao and knew that Jiangdi Lao was going to be popular. No one dares to underestimate the anchors of Fengkai Guild now. The Fengkai Guild is definitely a powerful publicity tool. Originally, he thought that Su Yang's acquisition of Yuhua Renjia and changing its name to Jiangdi Lao was an act of stupidity. But now it seems that Su Yang has the Fengkai Guild as a publicity tool and does not need to worry about the issue of popularity at all. With a wave of publicity from the anchor of Fengkai Guild, the guild became famous. Thinking about this, Chen Guanlei felt more and more regretful. If only I had spent 5 million to acquire the Fengkai Guild before. There is nothing for Su Yang to do. How could Su Yang be so lucky to acquire Fengkai Guild? Chen Guanlei was jealous to the point of madness. In his opinion, Su Yang still relies on luck. It was just like a blind cat catching a dead mouse, and it happened to acquire the Fengkai Guild. The development of Fengkai Guild into what it is today has nothing to do with Su Yang, it's all thanks to Xiao Dongsheng. This Xiao Dongsheng, I'm willing to give him 30% of the shares, but he's unwilling to change jobs. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Thinking about not being able to poach Xiao Dongsheng, Chen Guanlei gritted his teeth again and felt resentment towards Xiao Dongsheng. Unfortunately, whether he resented it or not, he couldn't do anything to Xiao Dongsheng. For now, the only way is to make the guild I acquired better than Fengkai Guild, so that I can completely suppress Fengkai Guild. It would be best if I could defeat Fengkai Guild and let Su Yang return to his original form. Chen Guanlei spent 45 million to acquire the Jiaxing Guild, which is a much larger guild than the Fengkai Guild. Noon. Lu Yujuan asked the waiters to distribute flyers outside just like she did yesterday. She was standing at the door, watching the waiters soliciting customers with a smile, wanting to see if Xiao Hai would show up again today. If it shows up, go over and show off. But to her surprise, no one came to eat hot pot. No matter how hard the waiters worked to take orders or promote the delicious hot pot, no one came into the store. Instead, he hurried to Jiangdi Lao and entered Jiangdi Lao. Moreover, there were many people on the other side of the street, constantly pouring in and fishing in the river. What's going on? Lu Yujuan was completely confused. Yesterday, no one went to the bottom of the river to fish. How come so many people flocked to the bottom of the river to eat hot pot overnight? And each of them seemed to be very anxious. Are these people crazy? Manager, something happened. Suddenly, the store foreman ran out with a cell phone in his hand. What's wrong? Lu Yujuan's heart skipped a beat. The river bottom is on fire. As there were no customers, the supervisor was bored and secretly took out his mobile phone to play. He found that someone in the circle of friends had forwarded Lin Junyi's store exploration video. Only then did he know what was going on and hurried over to tell Lu Yujuan. Fishing out fire at the bottom of the river. How did it become fire? Lu Yujuan didn't understand and was bewildered. She couldn't understand why Jiangdi Lao was deserted yesterday and was so crowded today. Manager, Jiangdi Lao has become popular on Douyin. It's a super internet celebrity. The food anchor Yi Gu visited Jiangdi Lao and posted a video of his visit to Douyin last night. Many anchors reposted it. After fermentation overnight, Jiangdi Lao has become completely popular. Our store is so close to Jiangdi Lao, and customers have all gone to Jiangdi Lao and no longer come to our store. The foreman explained in detail. Let me see. Lu Yujuan grabbed the phone from the foreman. After a few minutes, Lu Yujuan understood everything. This Su Yang actually invited so many internet celebrities to promote Jiangdi Lao. Lu Yujuan's face looked extremely ugly. He returned the phone to the foreman, took out his own phone and dialed Yang Tiancheng. Soon, the call was connected. Lu Yujuan immediately said, Tiancheng, fish it out from the bottom of the river. Before he could finish, Yang Tiancheng said, I see. I'm on my way to you. Not long after, Yang Tiancheng arrived, and with him came Yang Jingsheng. Yang Jingsheng made an appointment with a beautiful lady from the company to have dinner together. When I arrived at the company gate, I found Yang Tiancheng walking out of the company in a hurry. After asking what happened and learning the situation, Yang Jingsheng came along. As for having dinner with the beautiful girls in the company, he naturally found an excuse to postpone it. At this moment, Yang Tiancheng and his son looked extremely unhappy. Chapter 101 Unsustainable. Tiancheng, what should we do now? Lu Yujuan was suddenly at a loss. Originally, she was not a talented person. When working in the company, it was thanks to Yang Tiancheng that I was able to become a small leader. Yang Tiancheng also arranged for me to be the manager of this store. Promotional strategies and preferential measures are also formulated by the company. She is just an executor. She wouldn't have gotten the position if there had been normal competition. In this situation, she naturally has no choice. Su Yang hired so many anchors to promote the show, especially the most popular food anchor Yi Gu. It must have cost a lot of money, probably more than 10 million. Dad, you can ask the boss to hire an anchor to promote us. As long as we make our name known, we will still be the winner in the end. Yang Jingsheng came up with this idea. The boss won't approve so much advertising expenses. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. It goes without saying that the boss would not approve advertising expenses worth tens of millions. How did Su Yang get so much money? Didn't he just make a few million by speculating in futures and earn 50 million by picking up antiques? I've spent almost all my money on luxury cars and villas. I mortgaged the villa to buy Yuhuarenjia, and invested in renovations, as well as some other expenses. I think all of them have been spent. How can I still have money to hire so many anchors to promote it? Yang Jingsheng couldn't figure it out. I really can't understand how Su Yang has so much money. Does he really have other ways to make money? Lu Yujuan remembered what Zhao Yusin said last time in Zhao Hai's restaurant. Yang Tiancheng frowned and said, now is not the time to think about this, the most important thing is. Now is not the time to worry about how Su Yang has so much money, but how to solve the problem at hand. Before he could finish his words, the phone rang. He found out that it was his subordinates and trusted men who attacked him. After answering the phone and listening for a while, Yang Tiancheng couldn't help but exclaimed, what did you say? Not long after, he hung up the phone, his face looked extremely grim, as if his parents had died. Dad, what's wrong? Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but ask. Xiao Qin said that the boss of Fengkai Guild is Su Yang. Yang Tiancheng said with a grim expression. What? Yang Jingsheng and Lu Yujuan exclaimed almost at the same time. How could this be? How could Fengkai Guild belong to Su Yang? Yang Jingsheng murmured again, his face full of disbelief. When he has nothing to do, he likes to play Douyin. I know which anchors are popular now, and I also have a certain understanding of the major live broadcast guilds. Fengkai Guild is the most popular guild on the Douyin platform, and the quality of the anchors of Fengkai Guild is very high. Especially the pilot live streaming event on New Year's Day. I heard that Fengkai Guild earned 40 to 50 million yuan on that day. Nowadays, anchors can earn around 10 million yuan a day from live streaming and selling goods. These days, Yang Jingsheng often sighed that the boss of Fengkai Guild made a lot of money and it would be great if he were the boss of Fengkai Guild. Unexpectedly, Fengkai Guild actually belongs to Su Yang. No wonder there are so many anchors helping to promote it. Lu Yujuan was so shocked that she lost consciousness. Although she doesn't like to watch Douyin like young people, she also knows how popular the live broadcast of Fengkai Guild on New Year's Day was. At that time, she also placed an order for a skin care product. It goes without saying that Fengkai Guild must be very profitable. Dad, Su Yang has the Fengkai Guild's anchor promotion. We can't possibly compete with him in publicity. What should we do? Yang Jingsheng came back to his senses and his face became extremely ugly. Jiangdi Lao is now being promoted by anchors, so it is definitely popular. But consumers go to Jiangdi Lao to eat hot pot just for the sake of novelty and to see what the hot pot restaurants promoted by so many anchors are like. This kind of consumption is destined not to last long. When it comes to hot pot, the most important thing is word of mouth from consumers. Only if word of mouth is good will consumers continue to patronize in the future. The price of Jiangdi Lao is half that of our delicious hot pot. After trying it, these people will definitely not continue to consume it in the future. After all, most people who eat hot pot are ordinary office workers. When the taste is similar, the most important thing is the price. Our delicious hot pot definitely tastes good, and the advantages are obvious. You see, when consumers regain their senses, they will definitely not go to Jiangdi Lao again, but will continue to patronize our delicious hot pot. The popularity of Jiangdi Lao is unsustainable. The ultimate winner will still be our delicious hot pot. Yang Tiancheng was silent for a moment and then expressed his analysis. After hearing his father's clear and logical analysis, Yang Jingsheng's ugly expression finally eased. After all, this concerns whether he can return to work in the company. He agreed, Dad, you are right. The popularity of Jiangdi Lao is unsustainable. I believe it will return to normal soon. The ultimate winner will still be our delicious hot pot. It was 10:15 that evening. Jiangdi Lao's work group. Each store manager sent today's sales to the group. The turnover of each store increased tenfold compared to yesterday, reaching about 200,000. Seeing this turnover, Su Yang smiled. This was normal. According to Zhao Hai's estimation, the company's profit margin is around 10%. There are 21 stores, and each store costs about 200,000, which is about 4.2 million. The daily profit is about 420,000. In a month, that's more than 12 million. After a year, the profit exceeded a small target. These are just 21 stores. If Jiangdi Lao expands to other cities, profits will continue to increase. No wonder the system said that in just a few years, Jiangdi Lao has become a catering empire with a market value of hundreds of billions. In the past, the annual profit of the Yuhua people was about 18 million. Now the profit from fishing at the bottom of the river in a month exceeds the annual profit of the fishermen. The company's executives expressed their surprise and cheers in the group chat. Some even gave out red envelopes. For these executives, the better the company develops, the higher their income will be. Originally, they had no confidence in the company's development, and some even planned to resign. Su Yang changed the name of the Yuhua family, and they all thought that Su Yang made a stupid move. However, Su Yang raised the salaries of all employees, so they continued to stay. I plan to wait and see. Unexpectedly, Su Yang gave them a surprise. Now, no one wants to quit and leave. It is conceivable that Jiangdi Lao will develop better and better in the future. By then, their income will naturally increase. I saw some executives giving out red envelopes. As the boss, Su Yang naturally has to express his opinion. 500 red envelopes were sent out at once, each containing 100 yuan, with a total of 50,000 yuan, and the employees were free to grab them. This is to liven up the atmosphere and make everyone happy. Anyway, Jiangdi Lao has had a good start, so there is no need to worry about its future development. Just keep going along this path. A catering empire worth hundreds of billions is just around the corner. This mere 50,000 yuan is nothing. Thank you, boss. The boss is generous. The boss is open-minded. Basically every employee grabbed the red envelope, unless they didn't check their phones, in which case there was nothing they could do. Chapter 102 Good Idea. Night. The fishing at the bottom of the river has become a hot topic on the internet. Among them, Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service even topped the hot search list. Many people are discussing Jiangdi Lao's services on various social media platforms. It feels so good to have a hot pot at Jiangdi Lao and get a free manicure. I was eating hot pot and watching a movie at the same time. The waitress saw that my phone was placed on the table and it affected my viewing experience, so she brought me a phone stand. It was really thoughtful. My wife and I took our daughter to eat hot pot. Our little girl kept pestering me and my wife and I couldn't handle her. We couldn't have a peaceful hot pot meal. Then a waitress came over to help us play games with our daughter. This was the smoothest meal we've ever had with our little girl. At Jiangdi Lao, children can eat snacks for free, and they also give away some small toys. My son asked us to take him to Jiangdi Lao for hot pot next time. The service at Jiangdi Lao is really amazing. It has completely changed my perception of the catering industry. The boss of Jiangdi Lao is really talented. He actually came up with such a service. It's unprecedented. I think everyone should go to Jiangdi Lao's hot pot and enjoy the ultimate service. Seeing these comments on social media, Yang Tiancheng and his son's faces turned ugly again. This is completely different from Yang Tiancheng's judgment. It is obvious that consumers are extremely satisfied with Jiangdi Lao. There are almost no negative reviews, all are positive, and extremely positive. Originally, he thought that consumers were just listening to the host's nonsense and only went to the bottom of the river to try out the new fish. Once the heat died down, they would not go again. Now it seems that this is not the case. Obviously, Jiangdi Lao has found a unique path. It's the ultimate service. This is Jiangdi Lao's core competitiveness. Originally, this is nothing. After all, consumers like to go to Jiangdi Lao to eat hot pot, so other hot pot restaurants will not be out of business. When eating hot pot, it is impossible for everyone to fish from the bottom of the river. There is still room for other hot pot restaurants to survive. There are various reasons for this. Location, price, taste, etc. But Delicious Hot Pot is different. The Delicious Hot Pot restaurant, located right next to Jiangdi Lao, was hit the hardest. When eating hot pot near a Jiangdi Lao restaurant, most people will definitely choose Jiangdi Lao. The price is half as high, but for people today, it's really nothing. Even if some people choose Delicious Hot Pot, not many will choose it. Tiancheng, what should we do now? Our hot pot restaurant is open next to Jiangdi Lao, and not many people will come to our restaurant to eat hot pot in the future. Lu Yujuan said worriedly. Yang Tiancheng frowned and said nothing. This time I was really caught off guard. They originally wanted to defeat Jiangdi Lao by choosing a location right next to Jiangdi Lao. Unexpectedly, the situation has reversed now. He really couldn't think of any better way to deal with it. Dad, I don't think this is difficult to solve. Jiangdi Lao promotes ultimate service, so we can also promote ultimate service. Yang Jingsheng said. That's a good idea. Yang Tiancheng's eyes lit up. The core of Jiangdi Lao is the ultimate service. They can make Jiangdi Lao, and they can also make delicious hot pot. Anyway, there is no issue of being sued for plagiarism. We have Jiangdi Lao and delicious hot pot. The taste is similar, and the price of the delicious hot pot is cheaper than Jiangdi Lao. Wouldn't this turn the situation around? I have to say, this is a really good idea. Yang Tiancheng looked at his son deeply and said, Jingsheng, it seems that you have learned your lesson from the last incident and found the core of the solution to the problem right away. Not bad, very good. Yang Jingsheng said proudly, that's right, don't you see who I am? If the guy I found wasn't bad enough, I could have succeeded last time. Even if I couldn't rent Xiao Hai's shop, I could have ruined his reputation. Yang Tiancheng did not respond. It was indeed his son's fault for what happened last time. His methods were too childish. But the son has already accepted the punishment, so there is no need to say more. He said, okay, I will arrange for all the waiters in all the stores to receive training tomorrow and launch relevant services. At this time, Zhao Yulu returned home. Yulu, where have you been? It's almost 11 o'clock. Why did you come back at this time? Lu Yujuan asked. I had dinner with my colleagues. Zhao Yulu replied. Have you found a job? Lu Yujuan asked. The three of them naturally knew that Zhao Yulu had resigned from the bank. Yes, I found it. Zhao Yulu nodded. What company is it? Lu Yujuan asked. Jiaxing Media. Zhao Yulu told the truth. Is it Douyin's Jiaxing Guild? Yang Jingsheng understood the situation. Jiaxing Media Company is Jiaxing Guild. Just like Fengkai Guild, it is actually Fengkai Media Company. This is a large guild. It is one of the largest guilds on Douyin. What do you do in it? Yang Jingsheng asked. Be the vice president. Zhao Yulu said. What? Vice president? How is that possible? You just graduated not long ago, how could a large guild invite you to be the vice president? Yang Jingsheng exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. This is not to look down on Zhao Yulu, but it is the fact. Zhao Yulu had just graduated and was directly appointed as the vice president of a large guild. Anyone who heard this would find it impossible. Yang Tiancheng's eyes flickered, and he thought of something, and asked, is your position as vice president related to Chen Guanlei? Zhao Yulu glanced at Yang Tiancheng and nodded, yes, Chen Guanlei's father's company has acquired Jiaxing Media in full, and he asked me to be the vice president. I see. Yang Jingsheng suddenly realized, I was wondering why they asked you to be the vice president. Since it was acquired by Chen Guanlei's father's company, and considering how much Chen Guanlei likes you, it's not surprising that he asked you to be the vice president. Immediately, he thought of something, his eyes lit up, and he continued, Yulu, my dad's hot pot chain plan has encountered a problem. Jiangdi Lao belongs to Su Yang, you know, Jiangdi Lao is very popular now, all because of the promotion of the anchors. We are discussing a solution. I have already thought of a solution, which is to learn from Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service. As long as we launch the ultimate service, we should be able to save the situation. However, if we want to save the situation quickly, we still need a wave of publicity. You see, you are already the vice president of Jiaxing Guild must have many big anchors, can you ask a few big anchors to help promote it? Hearing his son's words, Yang Tiancheng's eyes lit up and he looked at Zhao Yulu expectantly. It would be great if the anchors could promote the content without spending any money. It will definitely make the delicious hot pot famous in the shortest time possible. They all offer the same ultimate service, but the prices for the delicious hot pot are lower, which will definitely take over Jiangdi Lao's business. Zhao Yulu glanced at Yang Jingsheng and said, that's fine, but I still have to pay. After all, the guild is not mine. I'm just working there. I can't let those big anchors promote for free. They have to pay for advertising. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to manage them in the future, and it might also make Chen Guanlei unhappy. This reason is simply impeccable. Although Yang Jingsheng was a little unhappy, he couldn't refute it. Especially since Zhao Yulu brought up Chen Guanlei in the end, it was even harder for him to say anything. Yang Jingsheng said, Dad, look. In the end, Yang Tiancheng had to make the decision on this matter. Yang Tiancheng also wanted to find an internet celebrity to promote the product, otherwise if this situation continued for too long, the boss would definitely be dissatisfied. He thought about it, then nodded and said, okay, send me the quotations for advertising from the big anchors in your guild tomorrow, and I'll take a look. Zhao Yulu nodded, okay. Chapter 103 First Trip Abroad. In the blink of an eye, the night passed. After work, Zhao Yulu sent the quotes of several big anchors to Yang Tiancheng. Seeing the quotation, Yang Tiancheng immediately frowned. The quotes for these big anchors to take advertisements are not low, ranging from 1 to 2 million. Yang Tiancheng called Zhao Yulu and said, Yulu, are these quotes too high? Zhao Yulu said, this is still a preferential price. If I wasn't the vice president, I wouldn't be able to hire them at this price. I told them about our relationship and they agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to do it. In fact, she didn't tell the truth. This price is the normal price. She didn't bring up her relationship with Yang Tiancheng. Anyway, she was just acting as a bridge and had no intention of giving Yang Tiancheng any discount. In fact, with her status as vice president, she can get some preferential treatment. But, she didn't want to. She didn't want to help with Yang Tiancheng's affairs. What happened to Yang Tiancheng had nothing to do with her. Yang Tiancheng naturally didn't know about this. After thinking about it, he could only helplessly say, okay, I'll think about it first and see which anchors to choose for promotion. That afternoon, Yang Tiancheng decided to invite 3 anchors for a total of 5 million. This is not a small amount of money, and there was no budget for this before, so naturally I have to report it to the boss. After reading it, the boss frowned slightly and asked, do you think it would be okay to ask an anchor to promote it? Yang Tiancheng nodded and said, boss, it will definitely work. What we lack now is fame. We can learn from Jiangdi Lao's service. As long as we gain fame, coupled with the reputation we have accumulated for our delicious hot pot and the affordable prices, we will definitely be able to turn the situation around. The boss was silent for a moment, signed his agreement, and then said, I hope it's as you said. Yang Tiancheng assured, Boss, don't worry, things will definitely develop as I said. Jiangdi Lao has become very popular and there is no need to worry about it anymore. You can basically just let it go. Su Yang started looking for people to go to South America to explore and mine aluminum ore. The people from Fengkai Mining are still at the aluminum mine. There is a 1-week buffer period for Su Yang to find someone to take over. Su Yang had to find someone to take over the job within a week. As long as you have money, it's easy to find people. There are companies that specialize in this. Su Yang contacted a company and went to negotiate. After the negotiation, we hired a team from the other party for 1 month at a price of 5 million. The other party will carry out excavation and mining as required. During this month, this team obeyed Su Yang's orders. Originally, Su Yang didn't plan to go to South America. He didn't know much about it anyway, so he just let this team go for exploration and mining. After thinking about it, I decided to go for it. This aluminum mine can earn tens of billions, so we can't be careless. 3 days later, after making all preparations and completing all procedures, Su Yang set off for South America with his team and a 6-person security team. There is no way. People say that the country of Star in South America is quite chaotic, so we still need to be prepared. Take a plane and land at the capital international airport of Star State, then take a car to the aluminum mine. Vehicles and other things are all taken care of by the security personnel, so Su Yang and the exploration and mining team don't have to worry about them. Su Yang is quite confident in the security personnel. Because he was looking for the largest security company in the country, with business operations all over the world and its strength ranked among the top 10 in the world. There are branches in the capital of Star. In addition, 2 local security personnel were sent here to assist. The security personnel gave everyone a lightweight bulletproof vest and asked them to wear it. Everyone knows where this place is and puts it on consciously. No one jokes with their own life. The security team leader and Su Yang were in the same car. Mr. Su, it will take about 3 hours to get to the aluminum mine. If you encounter anything on the way, you must listen to me. I hope you understand, said the security team leader. I understand. Su Yang nodded. The other party is professional in this regard, so Su Yang naturally has no objections. Along the way, sporadic gunshots could be heard from time to time. The country of Star is in such chaos. This kind of gunfire is simply unimaginable in our China. Su Yang couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, said the security captain. Captain Wang, you must have been to many countries. Su Yang asked. Yes, I have basically traveled to every continent and half of the countries in the world. Captain Wang nodded. Captain Wang, this is my first time going abroad. I saw that the domestic media all said that China is one of the safest countries in the world, and that the public security is the best in the world. Is this true? Su Yang has never been abroad and usually only sees news like this. I ask this because I want to verify it. Indeed. Captain Wang's expression became serious. We are lucky to be born in China. There are few countries in the world that are as safe as China. There are even many countries that are in turmoil all year round and the people are living in misery. At this time, intensive gunfire was heard from the front. The convoy stopped. Mr. Su, please stay in the car first. After saying this, Captain Wang got off the car. The security personnel from the other vehicles got out, guns in hand, bullets loaded, and took defensive positions. Captain Wang and 2 local security guards walked a short distance forward. Soon, several pickup trucks drove over from the front. There were many people in the pickup trucks, all holding guns. Came close and stopped. A local security guard also greeted people in a car. After a conversation, I learned that there was a firefight ahead and they were fighting for territory. The road was blocked and the firing would not stop for a while, at least 1 or 2 hours. If you take a detour, it will take longer. Helpless, I could only stay here and wait passively. The people in the pickup truck were one of the parties in the firefight, and they were planning to destroy the other party's lair. However, Su Yang and his group were not made difficult because Wanquan Security Company had a very good reputation and even these people did not dare to provoke them easily. Furthermore, a local security guard knew the other party's leader. After they left, Captain Wang informed everyone of the situation and said they could get off the bus to get some fresh air. About an hour and a half later, the gunfire ahead gradually subsided and the pickup truck returned. Many people in the car were injured, but they all had happy expressions on their faces. Help! At this time, a cry for help came from a pickup truck. Su Yang was slightly stunned and looked in the direction where the voice came from. He saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes. "What are you shouting for?" "If you shout again, I'll kill you," said a man in the car. The pickup truck stopped and one of the men got out. He handed a cigarette to the local security guard and they were talking and laughing. He seemed to be in a good mood. "Brother, I am also Chinese, we are all compatriots, help me." The middle-aged man who shouted just now continued to shout. Just now he heard Su Yang and Captain Wang talking and knew that they were Chinese. He also knew Chinese. Chapter 104 Discovery of Aluminum Ore. "Captain Wang, can I ask what's going on with this person?" Su Yang didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but seeing that the other party seemed to be Chinese, he couldn't help but ask. If this person was arrested innocently, he would still like to rescue him if possible. Captain Wang hesitated for a moment, nodded, and went to the local security personnel to ask. And the militant leader was there too. After a few people talked for a while, Captain Wang came back and informed them of the situation. Only then did Su Yang understand that this middle-aged man was not Chinese, but an islander. Because he fell in love with a woman, he planned to spend money to make her go to bed with him, but the woman was unwilling. The middle-aged man was angry and beat the woman, intending to force her. Later, the woman's man came over and chased the middle-aged man away. The woman's man has friends who are militants. It's this little armed leader. Just find the other party and ask them to help you get revenge. So, the armed leader went to destroy the lair of the hostile forces, and then helped his friend to do this. He captured the middle-aged man from the island country and brought him to the base camp, where he would make good use of him and use him as cannon fodder. Su Yang couldn't stand men using force on women. This islander is complete garbage. What's more, the other party was an islander and pretended to be Chinese. He was obviously deceiving him, which made him a little angry. Fortunately, I asked Captain Wang first. If I tried to rescue him without knowing the truth, it would be troublesome. Su Yang looked at the Japanese man and said, "You are not Chinese. You still did that kind of thing. You deserve whatever happens to you." The islander knew that Su Yang knew what he had done, and his face turned ugly. "Even if I am not Chinese, you should save me. The island country and China are neighboring countries, and we are neighbors. There is obviously someone in your team who knows the armed leader. You can ask him to talk. What's wrong with saving me? Don't you Chinese always say that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors? Isn't it right to help my neighbor?" This islander spoke with confidence. This directly ignited the anger of Su Yang and others. How shameless. People like you are garbage. Throw them into the trash can. I think you've made the trash can dirty. You deserve to die, you beast. You still want Su Yang to save you? Dream on. Su Yang said, "I didn't expect that you asked me to help save you, but you acted like this, as if it was natural for me to save you. I really don't know where you got the nerve to do that." The man from the island nation said, "I am telling the truth. Are you going to watch me die without helping me?" Su Yang said, "I won't say whether I can save you or not. Even if I can, I won't save you. If I can, I even hope you die miserably." Su Yang never had a good impression of the Japanese. After all, the crimes committed by the island nation against China were too numerous to list. Now is a time of peace, so Su Yang naturally cannot do anything to the Japanese. If this islander had spoken more nicely and asked for help, he might have felt bad and would have tried to communicate with him to see if he could be saved. But now, of course, it is impossible. Not to mention whether he can save her or not, even if he can, he won't save her. He is not so great as to tolerate the other person's behavior. What did you say? How could you do this? The Japanese man widened his eyes, as if he did not expect Su Yang to say such a thing. He was used to being superior to the Chinese. When he went to China on business trips in the past, many Chinese people tried to please him. In China, he enjoys VIP treatment. This gave him an illusion that he could do the same no matter where he met any Chinese people. Now it seems that he was wrong. Trash like you, just wait for death. Su Yang said indifferently. No, you can't just stand by and watch someone die, the island man shouted. The commotion here attracted the attention of the armed leader. The other party came over and asked what was going on. Captain Wang informed his companions, and his companions informed each other. People like you really deserve to die. I'm too lazy to take you back to be cannon fodder. The armed leader said coldly, bring him down. Upon hearing this, the subordinate immediately took the man out of the car and kicked the man on the calf, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The armed leader immediately took out the pistol from his waist and fired a shot. The island man fell to the ground. This scene shocked Su Yang and his group. The security personnel were used to seeing life and death, so naturally nothing happened to them. However, Su Yang and the exploration and mining personnel felt a little uncomfortable when they saw a murder scene for the first time. After killing the island man, the armed leader said goodbye to his friends, led his team into the car and left. At this moment, two people vomited immediately. Su Yang didn't vomit. You've done this to yourself. Captain Wang looked at the body of the man from the island nation and waved his hand. Let's get in the car and go. The road is now passable. At this time, everyone realized that there was no more gunfire. During the rest of the journey, we could still hear some sporadic gunshots, but there was no sign of anyone waiting. It was already evening when we arrived at the aluminum mine. People from Fengkai Mining received Su Yang and his group. The conditions here are similar to those on construction sites in China. Even so, it is better than the living environment of many local people. I have to say that the treatment that Fengkai Mining provides to its employees is quite good. The next day, Fengkai Mining handed over the work and left. The exploration and mining team brought by Su Yang started working. Su Yang's requirement is to keep digging down. The system said that there are aluminum or resources at a deeper level, so we just need to keep digging down as before. A week later. Su Yang was bored in the office, playing games on his mobile phone. The person in charge of mining rushed into the office and shouted happily, Mr. Su, we found aluminum ore. Su Yang stood up quickly, really? The person in charge nodded and said, really, we are currently surveying to see how much reserves there are. That's great. Su Yang high-fived happily. These few days, he stayed in this hellhole, with no entertainment, no friends, and his wife not around. He felt like he was going to get bored. Once we discover aluminum or resources, we can return home. So he immediately followed the person in charge and went to take a look. The person in charge also explained the situation and said that Fengkai Mining did not discover it because there was a special rock barrier underneath that the machine could not detect at all. If Su Yang had not insisted on digging down, it would not have been discovered. 2 days later, the survey data came out, and it was found that the aluminum or resources were worth about 6 billion. If sold directly, it could probably fetch between 1.5 billion and 2 billion. After all, mining costs a lot for mining companies, requires a lot of manpower and material resources, and takes a relatively long time. How much it can be sold for in this price range depends on Su Yang himself. Su Yang asked the team to stay here, and he took the survey data and returned home to look for buyers. Chapter 105 You Disappoint Me. After returning to China, Su Yang immediately contacted Wei Debin of Fengkai Mining. At the beginning, he negotiated with Wei Debin to buy the aluminum ore from Fengkai Mining. If the price offered by Fengkai Mining is right, he will sell the aluminum ore back to Fengkai Mining. Since we have already dealt with each other and feel that Wei Debin is a good person, then let's continue dealing with Wei Debin. What? You dug 30 meters deeper under the aluminum mine and found aluminum mine again? How could Wei Debin not be shocked when he learned that Su Yang had discovered aluminum ore not long after taking over the mine? Mr. Wei, I have returned to China and got the data back. If Fengkai Mining is interested, we can talk about it. If not, I will contact other mining companies. Su Yang said. I am interested, of course I am interested. Don't contact me. Let's meet tomorrow. You bring the information to the company and we will check it out first. Then we will send someone to investigate on the spot and then we can talk about the price. Wei Debin said hurriedly. Since it can be confirmed that there is aluminum ore, Fengkai Mining will of course buy it back, even if it loses a lot of money and loses face in the process. Of course, he also knew that after such an incident, the company's leaders who insisted on transferring the aluminum mine would be held accountable. The chairman also has leadership responsibilities. It's impossible to get away with it. Don't try to cover this up. The rediscovery of aluminum ore cannot be concealed. This incident will definitely become a topic of discussion in the industry in the future, and Fengkai mining will become a laughing stock. But no matter how much of a joke it is, the aluminum ore still needs to be obtained. Being a laughing stock is not as important as making money. Okay, see you tomorrow, still at 10 in the morning. Su Yang hung up the phone and went to Fengqing without even going home. The next day at 10 o'clock in the morning, Su Yang came to Fengkai mining, and Wei Debin received Su Yang. The two had a conversation and asked the company's team to check the data. Finally, the information was summarized and reported to Wei Debin by one person. After learning about the situation, it turned out that the rediscovered aluminum resources were indeed, as Su Yang said, of huge value. Su Yang, we will immediately send people to the location of the aluminum mine to investigate and give you the results in 3 days. What do you think? Wei Debin said. No problem. Su Yang naturally had no objection. It takes a day to send someone over, and 1 or 2 days to investigate. I have to say that giving the results after 3 days showed great sincerity. At noon, Wei Debin invited Su Yang to have lunch. After lunch, Su Yang said goodbye and left, taking the high-speed rail back to Jiangcheng. That day, which happened to be Sunday, Su Yang called Zhao Yusin and asked her to drive over to pick him up. As he walked out of the high-speed railway station, a beautiful figure threw himself into Su Yang's arms. Honey, I miss you so much. Zhao Yusin hugged Su Yang tightly, as if she wanted to melt into Su Yang's body. I miss you too. Su Yang kissed Zhao Yusin's forehead, and they got in a car and went home. When they got home, the two couldn't wait to get entangled with each other. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the two of them walked out of the community and went to a restaurant outside to have dinner. During the meal, Su Yang talked about the situation of this trip. You mean, you can make 1.5 billion to 2 billion? Zhao Yusin widened her eyes. Almost. Su Yang nodded. Husband, you are so awesome. You bought it for 50 million and can sell it for at least 1.5 billion. Zhao Yusin's eyes were sparkling. That's right. Don't you see whose husband I am? Su Yang said proudly. During this period, the reputation of Jiangdi Lao has continued to ferment, and the popularity of Jiangdi Lao shows no signs of easing. On social media, everyone is talking about Jiangdi Lao's superb service. Delicious Hot Pot learned the service from Jiangdi Lao, but not only did it fail to achieve the expected results, it was met with dislike from customers and the business became even worse. If we say that after Jiangdi Lao became popular, the business of Delicious Hot Pot has become quiet. So the business now is bleak. The reason is that when Delicious Hot Pot learned the service from Jiangdi Lao, it only learned the form but not the core. Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service is based on high salaries, coupled with complete training, allowing staff to serve customers wholeheartedly. The service of Jiangdi Lao gives people a pleasant feeling. It's different with Delicious Hot Pot. They didn't increase the salary for their employees, but required them to provide the best service, which increased the workload. The employees are naturally unhappy about it. When serving customers, they are naturally reluctant and have a stiff attitude. It's naturally difficult for customers to be satisfied. Sometimes, if they say a few words, they will be retorted by the waiters. Under such circumstances, the reputation of Delicious Hot Pot has plummeted. Compared with the fish caught at the bottom of the river, it seems even more appalling. Now, the number of customers coming to eat at Delicious Hot Pot restaurants every day is in the single digit. Yang Tiancheng realized the problem and went to meet his boss, hoping to get a raise. He then formulated a training plan and strictly trained his employees, striving to achieve the same results as Jiangdi Lao. The boss directly rejected Yang Tiancheng's request for a pay raise for his employees and said coldly, Yang Tiancheng, what did you promise me when you applied for 5 million for publicity? Now the money has been spent and there is no effect at all. You are still thinking about giving your employees a pay raise. Do you think it is possible? Even if you train your employees again, it is impossible to achieve the effect of Jiangdi Lao. One step ahead is always ahead. Haven't you realized that learning from Jiangdi Lao is a mistake? All imitations cannot surpass. If people want to experience that kind of service, they will only go to Jiangdi Lao. What you need to do is to think of other ways to reverse the situation instead of continuing to imitate Jiangdi Lao. Yang Tiancheng had a hard time saying it. If he could think of other ways to turn the situation around, he would not have asked for a salary increase for his employees. After all, letting the boss spend money is like cutting his flesh, especially when there is no certainty of making money in the future. Is it so easy to cut the boss's meat? The boss continued, Yang Tiancheng, you disappoint me. I don't want to say anything about the grudge between you and Zhao Hai, but you shouldn't bring your personal grudges to work. You chose to locate our hot pot restaurant near Jiangdi Lao. If it weren't for this, the delicious hot pot would be easy to save. Now it's difficult to save it. Forget about giving employees a raise. Under normal expenses, you should find a way to turn the situation around. If you can't think of a way, I can only cancel this project, or let someone else take charge and choose a new location. Opening a hot pot restaurant is indeed worthwhile. No matter how popular Jiangdi Lao is, there are still people consuming at other hot pot restaurants. It was only Yang Tiancheng's wrong decision to choose the location of the delicious hot pot restaurant near Jiangdi Lao that led to the current situation of delicious hot pot. He will most likely let someone else continue to be responsible for the project, choose a new location, and reopen the business. Yang Tiancheng left the boss's office with a bitter face, returned to his own office, sat back in his chair, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. How can we turn the situation around? Chapter 106 Disasters. 3 days later. Wei Debin called Su Yang. Informs Su Yang that the aluminum mine has been explored and asked Su Yang to come to the company to negotiate the price. Su Yang went to Fengkai Mining again. To negotiate the purchase price, you should talk to Wei Debin. Mr. Su, our Fengkai Mining people have completed the exploration, and the data is indeed similar to the information you provided. How much do you want to sell the aluminum ore for? Wei Debin asked straight to the point. 20 billion. Su Yang quoted the price. Mr. Su, 2 billion is impossible. If we acquire it for 2 billion, we will not only make no money, but also lose money. To be honest, although this aluminum ore has abundant reserves, it is very expensive to mine it. We would rather not have 2 billion. Wei Debin smiled bitterly. Then how much are you willing to buy? Su Yang naturally knew that the other party would probably not agree. He really doesn't understand negotiation. It doesn't matter, we can talk slowly, as long as it's not less than 1.5 billion. 10 billion. Wei Debin raised a finger. Mr. Wei, you are too cruel. Even if you can't give 2 billion, it must be more than 1 billion. Su Yang's face darkened. Mr. Su, the price of 1 billion is quite reasonable. The cost of developing an aluminum mine is very high. Moreover, you only spent 50 million to take it over from us. Not long after, you sold it back to us at the price of 1 billion, making a huge profit of 950 million, which is almost 20 times the profit. Such profit is a very successful investment no matter where it is put. Wei Debin talked freely. How much I paid to take it over is not within the price range of our negotiation this time. If you don't want it, I can sell it to someone else. I believe that many mining companies will be interested in such a large aluminum mine. Su Yang said lightly. The two sides exchanged words back and forth. Finally, the acquisition price was set at 1.6 billion. The price was 100 million higher than the price the system said the person sold it for. Su Yang was very satisfied with this. He had no intention of comparing prices from different stores, there was no need to do so. If you contact other companies, you may be able to sell it at a higher price, but definitely not much higher. No one is a fool. It would be good to sell it directly back to Fengkai Mining. The two parties quickly signed the contract, and Fengkai Mining would transfer the money to Su Yang within 3 days. Su Yang naturally had no objection. For a large transaction like this, it is impossible to transfer the money immediately. It is already very good if the money can be transferred within 3 days. Anyway, Su Yang is not in a hurry, he can just wait to collect the money. As for whether Fengkai Mining will default on its debts, there is no need to worry at all. With the contract in hand, Fengkai Mining cannot default on its debt. If someone defaults on the debt, Su Yang is not afraid. Now he is no longer the small character who can be bullied by others. With the Fengkai Guild as a publicity weapon, and two friends, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin, who are very powerful in both the business and government circles, they are not afraid of the other side at all. If there is any problem, Fengkai Guild will publicize it and ask 2 people to help. Basically, there is nothing that cannot be solved. After signing the contract, Su Yang notified the hired exploration and mining team, telling them that the work had been completed and they could return home. The cooperation between the two parties ended in less than a month. If Su Yang still needs them, he can continue to use them. But Su Yang has no use for such professional talents, unless the system gives him information about a mine and allows him to acquire and explore it. Unfortunately, the system did not provide any information. After having lunch with Wei Debin, Su Yang took the high-speed rail back to Jiangqing. That night, after Su Yang had dinner, he was browsing his phone when he saw Wu Jing sending a message in the investor WeChat group. Wu Jing, dear bosses, the release of War Leopard during the Spring Festival has encountered setbacks and may not be able to be released in Wanda Cinemas. What's going on? Wanda Cinemas won't schedule a film. If we can't get into Wanda Cinemas, won't the box office be cut in half? It's not just half less, it's at least 2/3 less. What should we do then? Director Wu, can you tell me what happened first? Several investors were stunned. You should know that Wanda Cinema chain is the largest cinema chain in China, occupying half of the domestic cinema chains. If it fails to appear in Wanda Cinemas, the box office revenue will be more than halved. This means that if Wanda Cinemas does not screen War Leopard, it will seriously affect the audience's choice of film. At this point, several investors became anxious. They invested in War Leopard in the hope of getting a high return. Now this kind of news is bad news. It is conceivable that if the film cannot be shown in Wanda Cinemas, there is no need to think about the box office. The money they invested is definitely lost. Wu Jing, Wanda Cinemas was not optimistic about War Leopard, saying that military action films had no future, and rejected it without even watching the sample film. Sigh. Wu Jing, Mr. Yang, you have extensive connections in the film and television industry. Do you think you can communicate with Wanda Cinemas? Yang Chen is the boss of Feiyang Film and Television Company. Feiyang Film and Television Company used to be quite good, but is now on the decline. Even if there are good opportunities, it is not Feiyang Film and Television's turn to invest. This investment in Wu Jing's War Leopard also involved a huge risk. Only with such an opportunity can Yang Chen invest. Yang Chen still has some connections that he had accumulated in the past. Wu Jing placed his hopes on Yang Chen. Yes, Mr. Yang, you are the boss of the film and television company. This time it depends on you. Boss Yang, we don't have the ability or connections in that area, please. Boss Yang, once we get this done, I can drink as much as you want at the celebration party. Yang Chen, let me take a look first. 10 minutes later. Yang Chen, I asked a friend to contact Wanda Cinemas through connections, but they refused to agree and still refused to schedule a screening, so I was helpless. What should we do then? It's over. I used to have a hope, but now I don't even have a hope. War Leopard has encountered too many disasters. Previously, there was no money, which led to the suspension of filming. Now that it is about to be released, this kind of thing has happened again. Who is to blame for the fact that domestic military action films in recent years have not had a good reputation, which has led to people being unwilling to schedule screenings? I saw the sample and it felt good. Why not see the sample and give it a chance? If they don't watch it, there's nothing we can do. Is that all? Does anyone else still matter? President Tang, you are an antique dealer and a shareholder of the auction house. Can you mobilize your connections to solve this problem? The hearts of several investors sank to the bottom again. Someone thought of Tang Jingqi. Tang Jingqi is the vice president of the Jiangqing Antiques Association and a shareholder of the auction house. He has a wide network of contacts and might have connections in this area. Tang Jingqi, I don't have any connections in the film and television industry. Even if I do have connections, they are only at the level of friends of friends of friends, which is fundamentally impossible to solve. What should we do then? Even President Tang can't solve it, so there's nothing we can do. I am not from the industry. I invested in War Leopard because I was moved by Wu Jing's seriousness. I don't have any connections. Investors once again fell into despair. Seeing this, Su Yang remembered that he was a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television. Wanda Cinema Line is a subsidiary of Wanda Film and Television. I think my identity as a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television should be useful. Last time, after Jiang Yuhang transferred 3% of his shares, Fang Pengtao, the president of Wanda Film and Television, called me and the two sides got to know each other briefly. Chapter 107 Hidden Too Deep. Su Yang found Fang Pengtao's phone number and dialed it. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone with a smile on his face. Open the investor WeChat group and send a message. Su Yang, Director Wu, I just contacted Mr. Fong from Wanda Film and Television. He said he will contact you to discuss the film scheduling. Please wait for the call. Just now on the phone, Su Yang asked Fong Pingtao to contact Wu Jingshang to discuss the release of War Leopard on Wanda Cinemas. Fong Pingtao naturally didn't dare to refuse. Su Yang is a shareholder, although he only holds 3% of the shares, he dare not neglect it. You know, it's very difficult to get shares in Wanda Films. Others have money, but have nowhere to buy it. Su Yang was able to get 3% of the shares, so he must be a powerful person. He has a very high status in the film and television industry, but no matter what, he is just an employee and cannot be compared with a shareholder like Su Yang. Therefore, Su Yang asked him to contact Wu Jing to discuss the release of War Leopard on Wanda Cinemas, and he would definitely do it. He also heard that Wu Jing was filming War Leopard, and heard that the filming was suspended halfway due to budget overruns. Later, an investor was found from somewhere and the filming was completed. Only then did he know that the final investor, the one who made the filming of War Leopard possible, was Su Yang, a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television. He is not optimistic about military action films like War Leopard. It is understandable that Wanda Cinemas does not schedule screenings for the film. However, since Su Yang has spoken, the film must be scheduled. If the audience is not optimistic about the show, we can reduce the number of screenings or even take it offline. Fuck, Mr. Su, do you know Mr. Fong from Wanda Films? Mr. Su, you are awesome. Boss Su, you should have spoken up earlier. You made us so worried. My God, Mr. Su, you hit it too deeply. We were so anxious that we couldn't solve the problem, but you solved it with just one phone call, Mr. Su. Boss Su, it all depends on you if we can have soup this time. Investors were shocked. Just now, they hadn't thought of asking Su Yang to mobilize his connections. Because of the last wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard, everyone knows Su Yang. Unexpectedly, Su Yang gave them such a big surprise. He actually called Fong Pingtao directly. What does it mean that I can call Fong Pingtao directly? This shows that Su Yang and Fong Pingtao have a special relationship. Anyway, none of these investors can directly call Fong Pingtao, the president of Wanda Film and Television. Not even Yang Chen can do it. Wu Jing, Mr. Fong from Wanda Films called me just now and said that he would schedule a screening for our film, War Leopard, and asked us to arrange a preview at the Wanda Cinema in Wanda Plaza in Jiangcheng. I discussed with him and the preview will be at 8 o'clock on February 1st. He will attend the preview ceremony. Wu Jing, Mr. Su, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, War Leopard would have been finished. It can be said that Su Yang saved War Leopard once again. As long as Fong Pingtao watched the preview, he was confident that it would not be a problem to ask Wanda Cinemas to schedule more screenings. Although he didn't know the relationship between Su Yang and Fong Pingtao, Su Yang's phone call solved the problem, which was real. Without Su Yang, War Leopard would be in trouble. Su Yang, I am an investor of War Leopard and it is my duty to do something for War Leopard. Mr. Su, thank you. Boss Su is awesome. I feel relieved to have President Su protecting War Leopard. Investors all spoke up. Wu Jing, Mr. Su, you must attend the preview of War Leopard. Su Yang, no problem, I will take my wife to see it. Of course, I can't forget my wife when it comes to this kind of thing. Tang Jingqi, Brother Su, when Director Wu and the others arrive in Jiangcheng, you must invite them to your Jiangdi Lao for a hot pot. Yes, we must go to Mr. Su's Jiangdi Lao to have a hot pot. I see information about Jiangdi Lao every day. This time I went to Jiangcheng to watch the preview of War Leopard, and I must try it. It would be great if Mr. Su would treat us. Mr. Su is treating us, so we don't have to queue. Otherwise, we would have to wait in line for at least half an hour. Ever since all the anchors of Fengkai Guild promoted Jiangdi Lao, everyone knew that Su Yang was the boss of Jiangdi Lao. Su Yang, I have a Jiangdi Lao store right at Wanda Plaza. At 6 o'clock in the evening on February 1st, everyone will gather at the entrance of Wanda Plaza. I will treat everyone to hot pot, and then we can go to the preview after eating hot pot. How do you think? No problem. Mr. Su has made thoughtful arrangements. Mr. Su, thank you. It seems that my desire to eat Jiangdi Lao is stronger than my desire to watch War Leopard. Me too, there's nothing I can do about it. Jiangdi Lao is so popular, people on the internet are talking about Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service, everyone wants to go and experience it. Investors spoke out. Su Yang said, since Mr. Fong is going to attend the preview, I will also invite him to have hot pot together. Director Wu, you should contact him. Anyway, you will still be needed for future work. Wu Jing, okay, thank you Mr. Su. He knew that Su Yang was giving him a chance. Su Yang may not care, but he does. If we establish a good relationship with Fong Pengtao, it will be much easier to shoot movies and release them on Wanda Cinemas in the future. There will also be some bias in film scheduling. In the past, Wu Jing didn't have such an opportunity to connect with a big shot like Fong Pengtao. Su Yang gave him such an opportunity, so of course he had to seize it. Su Yang, you're welcome. See you then. After sending this message, Su Yang quit WeChat. Then he hugged Zhao Yusen in his arms and told her about going to watch the preview of War Leopard together on the evening of February 1st. Okay. Zhao Yusen naturally had no objection. She had never participated in this kind of preview event. Moreover, she also knew that as Su Yang earned more and more money and came into contact with more and more people, she, as Su Yang's wife, would experience more and more such occasions. Immediately, she thought of something and said, honey, how about we call my dad? He hasn't been to the cinema to watch a movie in a long time. As far as I can remember, he took me to watch anime when I was a kid. Since I went to middle school, even if I went to the movies, I went with my classmates and friends, not with him. It seems that he has never been there again. Su Yang said, of course there is no problem. From now on, whatever arrangements you want to make with our dad, just tell me. I will support you. Yeah, I know. Zhao Yusen nodded repeatedly. The next day, Su Yang went to the Fengkai Guild and learned about the situation. There is no problem with everything. The net profit from live streaming is about 3 million every day. As major guilds join the live streaming e-commerce business, competition intensifies and the profits made by anchors have dropped significantly. Even so, it is still very terrifying. 3 million a day, that's 90 million a month. That's 1.8 billion a year, a definite cash cow. Chapter 108 Business Wizard. After learning about the situation of Fengkai Guild, Su Yang left and went to Jiangdi Lao to meet Zhao Hai. Jiangdi Lao is still as popular as ever, there are no problems with its operations, and the daily turnover is about the same. Zhao Hai did mention two new situations. Recently, people from other cities have been calling and asking if they can join and open a Jiangdi Lao restaurant in other cities. Regarding this situation, Su Yang thought for a while and said, I don't want to join the franchise. I want to make it a self-operated business. If I join the franchise, others won't be able to provide the same extreme service as us, and it will easily ruin the reputation of Jiangdi Lao. The form of franchising can certainly save a lot of money and a lot of management troubles. But the quality of franchise stores cannot be guaranteed. This is not what Su Yang wants to see. Besides, Jiangdi Lao's expansion is all about money. He has plenty of money now, so he is not afraid of spending it. Anyway, there will be 10-fold or 100-fold returns in the future. Zhao Hai nodded, I thought so too, so I didn't agree to them. I will have someone give me a clear reply later. Su Yang said, Dad, you asked 2 questions, what is the other question? Zhao Hai said, also, there are many investment institutions and business leaders who asked us if we want to raise funds. Su Yang smiled, if we wanted to expand in the past, we would have to raise funds, but now we don't need that. 1.6 billion will be received soon, no financing is needed at all. Zhao Hai said, okay, then if anyone asks me in the future, I will have someone give a clear answer. Su Yang said, by the way, Dad, the stores in Jiangqing are basically stable. I think we can prepare to expand to other cities. You should prepare first. Let's set the time after the new year. After the new year, we can start doing this. Zhao Hai nodded, okay, I've been thinking about this recently. With the popularity of Jiangdi Lao, it must expand to other cities. I don't think there is a need to rush. The first step is to expand to the 4 first-tier cities, and the second step is to expand to second-tier cities. What do you think? Su Yang smiled, Dad, your idea coincides with mine. The two chatted for a while and then Su Yang left. In the blink of an eye, it was February 1st. 5:45 in the evening. Su Yang brought Zhao Yusin and Zhao Hai to the gate of Wanda Plaza. At this time, Wu Jing and other investors had already arrived. Wu Jing also came with his wife Xia Bei. Speaking of which, Xia Bei can be said to be Wu Jing's good wife. I heard that Wu Jing encountered great difficulties in the early stage of the War Leopard project, and it was only with Xia Bei's silent support behind the scenes that Wu Jing persevered. Zhao Yusin also learned about this from the news. Therefore, Zhao Yusin admires Xia Bei very much. The last time they met at the wrap-up ceremony of War Leopard, they got along very well. When they met again this time, the two started chatting nearby. They are just like a pair of good friends. Su Yang introduced Zhao Hai to everyone. This is my father-in-law Zhao Hai, the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. Naturally, everyone greeted Zhao Hai. Although everyone doesn't know Zhao Hai, they don't know what Zhao Hai's abilities are. But Zhao Hai has a son-in-law like Su Yang, and no one dares to neglect him. Wu Jing said, Mr. Su, Fang said he would arrive in a while, and there was a traffic jam on the way from the airport. Su Yang nodded, okay. Just wait a moment, no big deal. In fact, he had just received a message from Fang Pengtao, with an apologetic tone. Wu Jing said, Boss Su, can you ask the anchor of your Fengkai Guild to promote War Leopard? The New Year's Day live streaming of goods and the popularity of Jiangdi Lao made everyone realize the power of Fengkai Guild. Without the promotion of Fengkai Guild, no matter how good Jiangdi Lao was, it would not have become so popular so quickly. This is a propaganda tool. It would be great if Fengkai Guild promoted War Leopard. I'm afraid it will attract everyone's attention. Moreover, by promoting the Fengkai Guild, a large amount of advertising costs can be saved, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. The publicity expenses for War Leopard are really not much now. The crew was really poor, so Wu Jing mobilized all his connections and did everything himself, constantly participating in various activities and appearing on various talk shows. Su Yang said, no problem, even if you don't say it, I will let them publicize it. He is the largest investor, accounting for 25% of the investment ratio. The higher the box office of War Leopard, the greater his profits. Even if Wu Jing didn't say it, he would let the guild's anchor promote it. Wu Jing was overjoyed, thank you very much. Su Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Director Wu, you don't have to be polite. I am the investor of War Leopard, and it is my duty to do these things. When other investors heard that Su Yang would let the anchor of Fengkai Guild promote War Leopard, smiles appeared on their faces. With the promotion of Fengkai Guild, this wave of operations will be stable. It has to be said that they were really lucky to have Su Yang's investment. Time passed quietly while we were chatting, and it was 6:15 when Fang Pengtao finally arrived. Sorry, there was a traffic jam and kept you waiting for a long time. Fang Pengtao apologized. Everyone said it was okay. Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Fang Pengtao came to Su Yang again, leaned forward slightly, showed his respect to Su Yang, and apologized again. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Everyone knows what Fang Pengtao's actions mean. Originally, they were already surprised that Su Yang was able to contact Fang Pengtao. None of them asked what the relationship between Su Yang and Fang Pengtao was. They all guessed that Su Yang must have found Fang Pengtao for help through a friend. In their opinion, even if Su Yang had companies like Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao, his status and position were not as good as Fang Pengtao's. After all, Fang Pengtao has the support of Wanda Group and his status and position are extremely high. At least when Fang Pengtao is still in this position, the status and position of ordinary business owners are not as good as Fang Pengtao's. But now it seems that this is not the case. Judging from Fang Pengtao's respectful attitude towards Su Yang, Su Yang's status and position are probably much higher than Fang Pengtao's. And to be able to gain Fang Pengtao's respect, Su Yang should have some connection with Wanda Group. Everyone was very curious about what other identity Su Yang had. However, now is not the time to ask, I can only ask later. It's okay. Thank you for your concern for the release of War Leopard. Su Yang smiled faintly. Of course I should. Fang Pengtao said repeatedly. Let's go eat hot pot. Su Yang led everyone to the Jiangdi Laowan Plaza store. Arrived at the store entrance. It's still packed. There are still quite a few people queuing up. This business is booming. If a hot pot restaurant can be run like this, only Mr. Su has such ability. Mr. Su is truly a business genius. Mr. Su may create a company that will surprise us in the future. Everyone looked at the hot scene and marveled at it. This is both the truth and a compliment to Su Yang. Ever since seeing Fang Pengtao's attitude towards Su Yang just now, everyone wanted to have a good relationship with Su Yang even more. Brother Su, do we have to queue? If we queue, I'm afraid we won't be able to attend the preview of War Leopard. Tang Jingqi asked. No need, I've already asked the manager to reserve a private room for us. Su Yang said. That's good. Tang Jingqi breathed a sigh of relief. As a native of Jiangcheng, he had been to Jiangdi Lao before. He came with his friends and waited in line for more than half an hour. However, the taste is really good and the service is really good. I didn't feel like it was a waste of time waiting in line for half an hour. It is worth waiting in line for half an hour to experience Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service. Chapter 109 Seeking Investment. Su Yang called the store manager, who came out and let everyone in through the back door and quietly entered the box. This private room is also specially prepared for distinguished guests. It is usually not open to the public. It will only be opened when the big guys come. The boss is coming with his friends today, so naturally he wants to use this private room. I went in through the back door because I didn't want anyone to see me. Although many consumers know that restaurants have such private rooms. However, it would still have a bad impact if Su Yang and his group were seen entering through the main gate without queuing and walking into the box in a swagger. If you sneak in through the back door, there won't be such a problem. At 7:40, the group left Jiangdi Lao. Everyone is content. Boss Su, your service at Jiangdi Lao is really excellent. I was skeptical about the ultimate service that people on the internet talked about. Only after experiencing it did I realize that it was really just as they said. This kind of service can only be provided by your Jiangdi Lao. Everyone sighed. Mr. Su, when will the fish dredged from the bottom of the river be brought to Beijing? If so, I will go there often to eat. Yang Chen asked. We are currently planning on it. We will launch the expansion plan after the new year. Beijing will be the first stop for the external expansion. Su Yang said. Okay, I'll wait. You don't know, my wife and daughter have been asking me to take them to Jiangqing Jiangdi Lao to eat hot pot. It takes too much time to go to Jiangqing to eat hot pot. This problem won't exist if we drive to Beijing. Yang Chen said. As they were talking, led by Fang Pengtao, everyone came to the Wanda Cinema. Wanda Cinema is on the 5th floor of Wanda Plaza. When I walked out of the elevator, I saw a middle-aged man in a suit waiting there. He was the general manager of the cinema. Mr. Fang. The general manager immediately greeted him respectfully. Although both of them are general managers, their identities are very different. Take us to the preview room. Fang Pengtao said lightly. Okay, please follow me. The general manager of the cinema came to hall number 5 where the preview was held. When we entered hall number 5, we could see that there were already many people sitting inside. They were all media reporters invited by the distributor of War Leopard, film critics, Wu Jing's celebrity friends, and some lucky audiences. The reputation of these people is very important. After the preview is over, word of mouth will come out. This will greatly affect whether the audience will go to the cinema. The general manager of the theater led everyone to the last row and sat down. The movie is 110 minutes long. After the movie ended, the sound started in the theater. War Leopard is much better than previous military action films. I don't care what you say, I will recommend it to my friends. Me too, military action films like this must be supported. Wu Jing has made a conscientious film that will become a representative work of military action films. I think Wu Jing has the potential to make a successful comeback with this movie, War Leopard. I was not optimistic about War Leopard at first, but I have to say that War Leopard gave me a pleasant surprise. Our country needs such military action films. I have to say, it was very exciting and there were no boring moments throughout the whole process. Hearing the words of these media reporters, film critics and audiences, everyone smiled. After leaving the theater, Su Yang asked, Mr. Fang, what do you think of War Leopard? Fang Pengtao smiled and said, very good, far beyond my expectations. Su Yang said, then I'll trouble you to take care of the film's release and scheduling. Mr. Su, you're too polite. Fong Pingtao smiled and turned to Wu Jing and said, Director Wu, I'm happy that you can make such a high-quality military action film. We at Wanda Cinemas will definitely support such a film, so don't worry. This is a commitment. Wu Jing was overjoyed and said gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Fong. The effect of this preview far exceeded expectations. With Fong Pengtao's promise, Wu Jing became more confident about the movie's box office. The group said goodbye to each other. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin first sent Zhao Hai home, and then went home. As soon as I got home, the phone rang. I took it out and saw that it was Tang Jingqi calling. Su Yang was a little surprised. They had just been eating hot pot and watching a movie together, so why did he call again? Brother Tang. Su Yang answered the phone. Brother Su, you're home now. I hope I didn't disturb you. Tang Jingqi said with a smile. I'm home, Brother Tang. We just parted not long ago and you called me. What's the matter? Su Yang asked. Brother Su, I won't beat around the bush with you. I want to invest in your Jiangdi Lao. I want to invest 100 million. As for the shares, you can decide on the amount. Is that okay with you? Tang Jingqi asked. Jiangdi Lao is so popular that even he is tempted. When he learned that Su Yang was the boss of Jiangdi Lao, he had the idea of investing in the company. But I have been hesitating whether to ask for it. After all, given how popular Jiangdi Lao is, it is impossible for them to be short of money. There must be a lot of capital that wants to invest. After thinking it over, Tang Jingqi couldn't help but speak. Whether it succeeds or not, at least you did it. If you succeed, you will definitely get amazing rewards in the future. Anyone could have predicted that, unless something unexpected happened, Jiangdi Lao would definitely develop into a huge hot pot empire. A market value of hundreds of billions is not a dream. Jiangdi Lao's shares are of huge value. If it doesn't work out, there will be no regrets. Brother Tang, I'm sorry, but I don't plan to accept any investment from anyone right now. Su Yang refused directly. The relationship between the two is good, but it is not to the point where they cannot save face. Besides, he really had no intention of accepting other people's investment. Even if we take a step back, even if we accept investment from others, we still have to consider it. Investors must be helpful to the development of Jiangdi Lao. If it didn't help and was just a simple personal relationship, Su Yang would not accept it. Okay, I'm sorry for being so abrupt. If there are any investment opportunities in the future and I need to get others to invest together, I hope Brother Su can think of me and bring me along to invest. Tang Jingqi was not too disappointed, after all, he was already prepared. By the way, I mentioned it so that Su Yang could take it with him when he has the chance in the future. This is also to leave a way out for yourself. Okay, if there is a suitable opportunity in the future, we can invest together. Su Yang agreed readily. Anyway, if there is a suitable opportunity, we can invest together. This kind of thing is uncertain. Su Yang won't have any burden in his heart. And if there really is a suitable opportunity, Su Yang doesn't mind investing with Tang Jingqi. After all, Tang Jingqi was his first friend in Antique Street. Then I would like to thank you, Brother Su, here. A gleam flashed in Tang Jingqi's eyes. After getting to know Su Yang, he determined that Su Yang was an investment genius. If Su Yang could lead him to invest in one or two good projects in the future, it would be worth the call. The two sides chatted for a few more sentences and then ended the call. Chapter 110 Life is Hard. 2 days. Su Yang asked Xiao Dongxing to arrange for the anchor of Fengkai Guild to promote War Leopard. Soon, everyone knew that Wu Jing had made a new movie, a military action film. Originally, people had no interest in this kind of subject matter. After all, the military action movies in recent years are basically garbage. I didn't even think about watching the trailer. But I couldn't resist the overwhelming publicity, so I watched the trailer, some of the behind-the-scenes footage, and some of the stories about the filming. In addition, the preview was very successful, and film critics, media reporters, and audiences all gave high praise to War Leopard. This made many viewers look forward to War Leopard. We must support the film that Wu Jing worked so hard to make. Go and support it when you have time. I hope Wu Jing can make a good domestic military action film. The trailer is very exciting. This is a movie for men. You must go and support it. In the blink of an eye. There is still 1 week left until the Chinese New Year. That day, Su Yang, Zhao Yusin and Zhao Hai had dinner together at Zhao Hai's house. Just after dinner, Su Yang received a call from his mother Jiang Qiuping. Son, the new year is coming soon. When will you and Yusin come back? Jiang Qiuping asked. Mom, we should go back on the 29th of the lunar year. Su Yang said. He and Zhao Yusin discussed when to go home for the new year, and decided to go back on the 29th day of the lunar year. Can't it be earlier? Jiang Qiuping asked. Mom, I'm a little busy these days. Uxin works in a bank and won't have a holiday until then. Su Yang said. In fact, he had nothing to do and could go back whenever he wanted. Mainly because of Zhao Yusin's work, the end of the year is very busy. When I went back on the 29th, everything was fine. Everyone else still has to go to work on the 29th and will not have a holiday until New Year's Eve. Zhao Yusin obtained 1 billion escrow funds from the Southwest Chamber of Commerce's Special Investment Fund, and the president gave Zhao Yusin a day off in advance. In fact, it is not impossible for Zhao Yusin to ask for a few days off in advance. The president will definitely agree. The president already knew that Zhao Yusin's husband was the boss of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao. There is still a lot of money, all deposited in the bank. But Zhao Yusin took her work very seriously and didn't want to be too special, for fear of being alienated by her colleagues. That was not what she wanted, so she just took one day off. Su Yang had talked to Zhao Yusin and asked her to resign and go to Yangxin Investment to work in finance. Zhao Yusin said she didn't want to go and just worked in the bank. He said he likes working in a bank, likes the working atmosphere there, and gets along well with his colleagues. Su Yang could only let Zhao Yusin do as she pleased. As long as Zhao Yusin was happy. Okay, come back on the 29th. Your dad and I have discussed inviting Yusin's dad to spend the new year at home. Otherwise, if you and Yusin come back together, her dad will be alone in Jiangqing to celebrate the new year, which will be too lonely. Ask him if he is willing. Jiang Qiuping said. Okay. After hearing what his mother said, Su Yang realized his negligence. Indeed, during the Chinese New Year, he and Uxin went back to their hometown, and Zhao Hai spent the new year alone in Jiangqing. After ending the call, Su Yang told Zhao Hai what his parents meant, and then said, Dad, come with us to my house to celebrate the new year. Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up, Dad, let's go together. As her father's sweetheart, Zhao Yusin has considered this issue. I was thinking of telling Su Yang about it in a few days. Unexpectedly, Su Yang's parents had already sent out an invitation. That's better. Zhao Hai was somewhat tempted. After all, if Zhao Yusin followed Su Yang, he would be alone. The new year hasn't arrived yet, and when I think about how I used to have my daughter accompany me during the new year, this year I have to spend it alone, and I feel a little empty inside. However, he still had some concerns and asked, is this convenient? Will it cause trouble for your parents? Su Yang smiled and said, it's not inconvenient at all. As for trouble, there won't be any. My parents will be happy that you can go. They are very down-to-earth people. Since they said so, they must hope that you can go with them. Uxin and I will also be happier. It will be more lively when our two families are together. Zhao Yusin urged again, Dad, let's go together, otherwise I will be worried if you are alone at home. Zhao Hai hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, okay. Zhao Yusin said happily, that's great, I feel relieved now. At the same time, the Yang family. The four people were eating quietly, and the atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. Due to the poor business of the hot pot restaurant, Yang Tiancheng has been looking unhappy since he returned home. Lu Yujuan is a pretty good cook and he usually enjoys his meals. But what I ate today tasted like chewing wax. His expression now looks as if someone owes him billions. Dad, is the boss going to cancel the hot pot restaurant project? Yang Jingsheng was the first to break the silence. It shouldn't be cut off. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. So, the boss will continue to support it? Yang Jingsheng was a little confused. If I don't cut it off, why will Dad's face still be so ugly? The business of delicious hot pot is so bleak now because the store is close to Jiangdi Lao and has been seriously affected. The boss should choose a new location, somewhere farther away from Jiangdi Lao, and the business should still be good. Yang Tiancheng said. That's good. Yang Jingsheng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling even more confused. Dad, why do you still look like you're in a bad mood? Isn't this a good thing? Yang Tiancheng said bitterly, if we choose a new location, the boss probably won't let me be responsible. If it was a good thing, his expression wouldn't be so ugly. Ah. Yang Jingsheng was stunned, and then said, Dad, it doesn't matter much. If you don't want to be responsible, then don't be responsible. Just do your previous job. Yang Tiancheng glanced at his son, somewhat disappointed. This doesn't matter much, it depends on how my son's brain is. I can't see this clearly. The most important reason for this disastrous defeat was his wrong choice of sight. The boss was very dissatisfied with him. How can his life be easy if his boss has something wrong with him? Doing my old job. It's just a dream. Even if he is not fired directly, he will not be responsible for important matters. In the end, he had no choice but to leave. Dad, why are you looking at me like that? Yang Jingsheng was a little confused. Ah. Yang Tiancheng sighed and shook his head, maybe soon, I will leave Delicious Group. Ah. Yang Jingsheng was stunned again, Dad, why? Yang Tiancheng could only patiently explain, the hot pot project failed, and the boss asked someone else to take over. I'm afraid everyone in the company will point fingers at me behind my back and say that I'm incompetent. Do you think I can still stay here? At this point, Yang Jingsheng finally understood, and immediately asked anxiously, Dad, what should we do? If we leave Delicious Group, can you still find a job like this? Chapter 111, Uncharacteristic. Yang Tiancheng shook his head, if I resign normally and go to another catering company, it will be no problem to find a vice president position, but with the failure of Hot Pot, it is unlikely to find such a job. The Hot Pot project is a stain on his career. There weren't many people, so they hired him as the head of a project. At most, give him a middle-level position, like a manager or something. As for senior executives like the vice president, don't even think about it. It's all Su Yang's fault. If it weren't for his Jiangdi Lao, we wouldn't be in this situation. Yang Jingsheng's face was full of resentment. In his opinion, everything was Su Yang's fault. Not only did he send himself to the detention center, he also acquired Jiangdi Lao and provided the ultimate service. Not only did they do it, but they made it so popular that the delicious hot pot restaurant had no business at all. I misjudged this Su Yang. Yang Tiancheng said bitterly. I really misjudged it. If Xiao Yulu and Su Yang were together, then the general manager of Jiangdi Lao would not be Zhao Hai, but him. Given the popularity of Jiangdi Lao, its future development will definitely be a catering empire worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. It's exciting to think about the feeling of being in charge of a restaurant empire worth tens or even hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, this has nothing to do with him. Who would have thought that his luck would be so good? Yang Jingsheng was jealous and crazy. He still thought Su Yang was lucky. I was lucky and made money by speculating in futures and picking up bargains, which led to the subsequent acquisitions of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao, and achieved my current success. As for how Jiangdi Lao's ultimate service was thought up, he ignored it intentionally or unintentionally. This is not luck. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. If you still say that Su Yang is lucky, you are deceiving yourself. His son can deceive himself, but he cannot. Humph, no matter what, he can't compare to Master Chen. Yang Jingsheng snorted coldly. That's true, at least it's incomparable now. Yang Tiancheng nodded in agreement. The current Su Yang is naturally not as good as Chen Guanglei. After all, Chen Guanglei has a father worth billions. Su Yang's Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao do make money, but not as much as Chen Guanglei's father. As for the future, it's hard to say. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely surpass it in the future. But what happened to Su Yang had nothing to do with them anymore. By the way, Yulu, Dad's hot pot plan has failed, and I may leave Delicious Group in the future. I will have no job. Can you talk to Mr. Chen and let me work at Jiaxing Media? During this period, Yang Jingsheng did not look for a job. He was just waiting for his father to succeed in the hot pot project and be promoted to president by the boss, so that he could return to work at Delicious Group. It now seems impossible to return to the company. If my dad leaves the company and looks for another job, he won't be able to become a senior executive directly, so there's no way to arrange a job for him. Then he has to think of other ways. He can't just stop working. He has no special abilities, and if he looks for a job outside, the most he can get is an ordinary job with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan. That kind of work was absolutely torture for him. So he set his sights on Chen Guanlei. I want Zhao Yulu to talk to Chen Guanlei and arrange for him to work in Jiaxing Media and become a leader. You can just talk to him directly. Don't you two know each other? Zhao Yulu was a little reluctant. She knew exactly what kind of person Yang Jingsheng was. She didn't want to work in the same company as Yang Jingsheng. We know each other, but he is pursuing you now. It would be more appropriate for you to talk to him. Yang Jingsheng was a little displeased. He and Chen Guanlei knew each other, but that was just acquaintance. It was introduced by a friend. He introduced Zhao Yulu to Chen Guanlei. Chen Guanlei looked at Zhao Yulu's photo and thought she was very beautiful, so he paid attention to him. But after Chen Guanlei and Zhao Yulu met, they ignored him. He and Chen Guanlei really have nothing to do with each other. When I usually call, I don't know what to say. If I go directly to Chen Guanlei and let him arrange the work for me, I'm afraid there won't be any good results. He is pursuing me, but I can't make any demands on him because of this, otherwise what will happen to me? You should talk to him yourself. Zhao Yulu was still unwilling to help. Yulu, what do you mean? Have you become too independent and don't care about your family anymore? Yang Jingsheng frowned. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. Yulu, it's your duty to help Jingsheng. Yang Tiancheng naturally stood on his son's side. I want to help him, but if I tell Chen Guanlei, how will he look at me? It will be very difficult for me to do things in the future. I can't put myself in an embarrassing situation for him. Zhao Yulu rarely refuted Yang Tiancheng. Yang Tiancheng frowned, somewhat displeased. But I have to admit that what Zhao Yulu said makes some sense. It was indeed a bit difficult to ask Zhao Yulu to talk to Chen Guanlei and arrange a job for his son. After all, Zhao Yulu is not Chen Guanlei's girlfriend yet. Just tell Mr. Chen to arrange a job for me at Jiaxing Media. How come it embarrasses you? I think you just don't want to help. Yang Jingsheng's face turned a little ugly. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. Why aren't you talking? Was it because of what I said? You've really grown powerful now. You grew up eating the food of our Yang family. I asked you to help with a small favor, but you didn't help. Do you have any conscience? The more Yang Jingsheng spoke, the more serious his tone became. I'm full, you guys eat. Zhao Yulu really couldn't bear to listen anymore, and didn't refute. He finished the food in a bowl in a few bites, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and went back to his room. Dad, look at her, she simply doesn't take us seriously. Yang Jingsheng complained. Forget it. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand and said, she may really feel embarrassed about this matter. It's better not to force her. You should contact Chen Xiao in person. He likes Yulu so much. It was you who introduced him to Yulu. After all, there is a favor. It's just a job. I think he won't refuse you. This is the only way. Yang Jingsheng was helpless. In his heart, he was still somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Yulu. He doesn't even say a word when I ask him to. He simply doesn't consider himself a family member. In the past, Zhao Yulu was always asked to do whatever she was told. Even if I'm a little reluctant, I'll do it. Today, however, he was acting contrary to his usual behavior and didn't give in. It seems that once you become the vice president of a small company, you feel that you have grown strong enough. Yujuan, I'm not full yet, go and get me a bowl of rice. Yang Tiancheng said. Lu Yujuan didn't move. He was still eating in silence, as if he hadn't heard what everyone had just said. He looked daydreamy and no one knew what he was thinking about. Yujuan. Yang Tiancheng shouted, raised his voice, and knocked on the table. Ah. What? Lu Yujuan finally came to her senses. What are you thinking about? Yang Tiancheng asked with a frown. No, nothing. I was just wondering if there is any way to save the hot pot restaurant. Lu Yujuan replied quickly. This was of course nonsense. If she had the intention and ability, she wouldn't be like this now. She was thinking about what to do in the future. If Yang Tiancheng leaves Delicious Group, his work will definitely not be as good as before and his income will decrease. The amount of money given to her every month will definitely decrease, and her quality of life will decline. However, her ex-husband Zhao Hai is the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. He has returned to the peak of his career and will continue to move forward in the future. Is it possible to get back together with Zhao Hai? If he reunites with Zhao Hai, Su Yang will be his son-in-law. There is no problem for me to be a vice president of Fengkai Guild or Jiangdi Lao. Chapter 112 Meeting. Yang Tiancheng naturally didn't know what Lu Yujuan was thinking. When he heard her say that she was trying to find a way to save the hot pot restaurant, his expression immediately eased up. I'm glad you have this intention, but I'm afraid it's too late to save the situation. I haven't eaten yet, go get me a bowl of rice. Okay. Lu Yujuan went to help Yang Tiancheng get a bowl of rice. Dad, if the boss wants to continue to open the hot pot restaurant and just choose a new location, I think you should still try your best to continue to be responsible for this plan. As long as you can continue to be in charge, your position will not change. If you succeed in the future, there is still hope that you can go further and become the president. Yang Jingsheng said again. I know, I will try my best, but I don't know whether I can get it. Anyway, the hope is slim. Yang Tiancheng said while eating. It's all Jiangdi Lao's fault. If it weren't for Jiangdi Lao, our delicious hot pot business would be so bleak. Yang Jingsheng expressed his resentment again. At 9:30 in the evening, Zhao Yulu took a shower and lay on the bed, but she heard a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, Lu Yujuan's voice rang out. Yulu, are you asleep? Zhao Yulu opened the door. Mom, what's wrong? Lu Yujuan said, I want to talk to you. Zhao Yulu was stunned for a moment, then said, come in. Let Lu Yujuan in and close the door. Lu Yujuan sat on a chair in front of the dressing table beside the bed, and Zhao Yulu sat on the bed. Mom, what's the matter? Zhao Yulu asked. Yulu, the Chinese New Year is just a few days away. We will have the New Year's Eve dinner at home on New Year's Eve. I will go with you to accompany your father. Lu Yujuan said. Mom, do you want to get back together with my dad? Zhao Yulu asked. Why do you ask that? Lu Yujuan was stunned. If you don't want to get back together with my dad, why would you want to do this? Zhao Yulu said. I just think that you should spend more time with him. After all, he is your biological father. Lu Yujuan said. Mom, please stop deceiving yourself, okay? Now that Yang Tiancheng has lost his power in the company, his future is doomed to go downhill. You are now looking for a way out. Dad is already the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. It's normal for you to want to get back together with him. Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, since you have seen it, I won't hide it from you. I do have this idea. What do you think? Lu Yujuan was very frank and didn't think there was anything wrong with it. You don't need to ask me, just make your own decision. I don't care. Besides, it's none of my business. Zhao Yulu said. How can it be none of your business? If I get back together with your father, our future life will be much better than it is now. Lu Yujuan said. Even if you and my dad get back together, it's none of my business. You can do whatever you want. Also, as for you asking me to spend New Year's Eve with Dad, I won't go. You go by yourself. Zhao Yulu said. Are you really not going? Lu Yujuan frowned slightly. No, and I advise you not to go. Dad probably won't get back together with you. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Why? Lu Yujuan asked. Mom, are you confused? Do you think there is any man who would accept a woman who betrayed him, especially after so many years? Zhao Yulu was speechless and felt that her mother was confused. I don't think so. We had a foundation of love before, otherwise we wouldn't have gotten married. And we have 2 daughters. For your sake, he should consider it. Lu Yujuan said. Since you think so, it means you still have illusions. I can't persuade you anymore. Just go. When your illusions are shattered, you will know. Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, if you don't go with me, do you think I'm shameless? Lu Yujuan asked. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. If you ask any other woman this question, she will definitely say that it is shameless. But Lu Yujuan is her mother after all, she can't say that. I know you may feel this way, but this is the only way I can have a better life. I don't think I have done anything wrong. This society is very cruel. Only women like me can live a better life. Lu Yujuan has her own set of theories, otherwise she would never have betrayed Zhao Hai, but she has no sense of shame at all and even thinks she can get back together with Zhao Hai and that Zhao Hai will accept it. Mom, I really don't want to get involved in your and Dad's affairs. You can handle it on your own. Since you are not giving up, I won't try to persuade you. You will know the answer when you hit a wall. Zhao Yulu saw it very clearly. Okay. Lu Yujuan had no choice but to leave. She felt that if she took her daughter with her, her chances of success would be better. Since my daughter doesn't want to go, let's try a different approach. The next day, Lu Yujuan came to the Linghai Road store. The store employees had nothing to do. Knowing there wouldn't be many guests, I didn't make any preparations. There are many dishes that are kept in the freezer and do not require any preparation. Lu Yujuan was even more bored. After playing with his phone until around 10 o'clock, he called Zhao Hai. Soon, the call was connected. Lu Yujuan immediately asked, Zhao Hai, are you busy now? It's okay. What's the matter? Zhao Hai said indifferently. Zhao Hai was very surprised by Lu Yujuan's call. I don't know why this woman wants to see me. Moreover, the tone seemed to have changed, becoming very gentle. He is totally different from his previous ferocious appearance. I have something to tell you. I want to treat you to a meal. Do you have time? Lu Yujuan felt that she should lay the groundwork first, meet Zhao Hai, and then go to his house on New Year's Eve to celebrate the new year with Zhao Hai. The effect would be better. I don't have time at noon. If you have anything to say, just tell me on the phone. Zhao Hai evaded. Are you so busy now? Don't you even have time to eat lunch? Lu Yujuan asked. Yes, I'm very busy now. Zhao Hai said. What about in the evening? Do you have time in the evening? Lu Yujuan asked. I don't have time at night. Zhao Hai said. At this point, if Lu Yujuan didn't know that Zhao Hai was shirking responsibility, she would be a fool. Lu Yujuan couldn't help but said, Zhao Hai, do you hate me so much? I have something to tell you, but you didn't even give me a chance to meet you. Zhao Hai said, if you have anything to say, you can talk on the phone. Lu Yujuan said, it's not convenient to talk on the phone. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, how about this, at 6 p.m., you come to Songlin restaurant near Jiangdi Lao. Lu Yujuan was overjoyed, okay, see you tonight. After saying that, she was afraid that Zhao Hai would go back on his word, so she hung up the phone. As long as they meet, Lu Yujuan is confident that Zhao Hai can accept her again. Time passes quickly. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Lu Yujuan came to Songlin restaurant near Jiangdi Lao, asked for a private room, and sent the room number to Zhao Hai. At 6 o'clock, the door of the box was pushed open and Zhao Hai walked in. Zhao Hai, you. Lu Yujuan stood up with a smile on her face, but when she saw Su Yang and Zhao Yusin following Zhao Hai into the private room, her expression suddenly changed. What? You don't welcome us? Zhao Yusin asked coldly. In the morning, she received a call from her father, who told her the situation. Dad told her some of his guesses and wanted her to meet Lu Yujuan together. Naturally, she would not refuse, and she also brought Su Yang along. Chapter 113 Shameless Woman. How can I not welcome you? I'm so happy that you can come. Lu Yujuan forced a smile on her face. The appearance of Su Yang and Zhao Yusin immediately disrupted her plans. Originally, she was planning to recall some of the good times when she and Zhao Hai were in love, and then gradually transition to the matter of their reunion. But with the appearance of Su Yang and Zhao Yusin, she couldn't talk about her previous relationship with Zhao Hai. Her mind raced, trying to think of other solutions. Just be happy. Have you ordered anything? If you haven't ordered anything, hurry up and order it. I've worked all day and didn't have enough for lunch. I'm starving. Zhao Yusin pulled Su Yang to sit down, and Zhao Hai sat next to Su Yang. Several seats away from Lu Yujuan. We haven't ordered yet, you guys order first. Lu Yujuan said. Then I'll order. Zhao Yusin picked up the menu and ordered 7 or 8 dishes, all of which were the most expensive. By the way, you said you wanted to treat my dad to a meal, so you should include Su Yang and me in the bill, right? Don't ask for AA after we finish eating, that would be bad. Yusin, what are you talking about? Can't I even afford to treat you to a meal? Lu Yujuan looked a little unhappy. In fact, she hadn't originally planned to spend the money. After all, Zhao Hai is a grown man, so he wouldn't let himself spend money. But things are different when Su Yang and Zhao Yusin come. Moreover, Zhao Yusin's move was obviously to pressure her and make her promise to treat them. In this situation, she had no choice but to agree. It doesn't matter. After I get back together with Zhao Hai, I can spend as much money as I want from Su Yang, my son-in-law. As long as you can afford it, that's good. I just think that things like this should be discussed in advance to avoid any unpleasantness later. Zhao Yusin said. Next, there was silence. Zhao Hai hadn't figured out how to tell Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't want to speak actively. Lu Yujuan could say whatever she wanted to say, and if she didn't want to, then forget it. Soon, the food came. The four of them started eating, but Lu Yujuan and Zhao Hai didn't say anything. During this time, I talked a little about Su Yang and Zhao Yusin. It's all about work and life. He also said that the food tasted good, and it was worthy of being a store that Brother Yi had visited. The meal soon came to an end. Lu Yujuan had to speak up. Zhao Hai, I came to you today because I have something to tell you. She ate absent-mindedly during the meal, and kept thinking about how to talk to Zhao Hai. I'm almost full, I thought you wouldn't say anything. Zhao Hai put down his bowl and chopsticks, took a sip of tea, and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Zhao Hai, if Yang Tiancheng and I get divorced, will you remarry me? Lu Yujuan really couldn't think of any prelude, so she just asked directly. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin looked at each other and showed an expression of, as expected. Originally, this was what Zhao Hai guessed. Now it seems that Zhao Hai really guessed it right. Zhao Hai asked Zhao Yusin to come along because he didn't want people to have any misunderstandings about their meeting. Otherwise, the news of their meeting would get to Yang Tiancheng's ears and he would misunderstand it, which would be bad. He would never meet Lu Yujuan alone. Zhao Yusin naturally doesn't want her father and Lu Yujuan to get back together. In Zhao Yusin's opinion, a woman like Lu Yujuan is not worthy of her father at all. Although, Lu Yujuan is her biological mother. However, she was extremely disgusted with Lu Yujuan's character. Lu Yujuan, don't you think it's ridiculous to ask such a question? Zhao Hai sneered. How is this ridiculous? You and I have two daughters, Yusin and Yulu. Isn't it normal to get back together? Lu Yujuan said as a matter of course. In your opinion, it is normal, but in my opinion, it is abnormal. I can tell you clearly that I will not get back together with you, so just give up on this idea. Zhao Hai said. Zhao Hai, how could you be so cruel? Even if you don't consider me, you should at least consider Yulu. Yulu has never had a happy time in the Yang family since she was a child. You know Yang Tiancheng. He doesn't even consider Yulu as his daughter. In his eyes, he only has that useless son. Yulu and I didn't have an easy life in the Yang family. I just wanted Yulu's future life to be better, so I chose to get back together with you. You are her biological father. You have the responsibility and obligation to take good care of her. You can't just take care of Xin and ignore Yulu. Lu Yujuan brought up Zhao Yusin's issue. Lu Yujuan, you are really shameless. Zhao Yusin couldn't help but speak. Zhao Yusin, I'm your mother, how can you talk like that? Lu Yujuan's face turned pale. I told you, I never considered you my mother, so don't always use this identity to talk about things. I'm telling you, don't say my dad didn't agree to get back together with you. Even if he agrees, I won't agree. In my opinion, a woman like you is not worthy of my father. How dare you say that? Dad has the responsibility and obligation to take care of my sister. I don't care about her. You have to understand one thing. It was you who took the initiative to take my sister away from my father. It wasn't my father who ignored my sister. If you don't take my sister away, I believe Dad would be happy to live with us two sisters. Now that you see that Dad's life is better, you want to go back to him and even come up with such a high-sounding reason. No, it's not a high-sounding reason, but a shameless reason. Come to think of it, only a woman like you can do such a thing. You are a shameless woman. Zhao Yusin scolded Lu Yujuan in rapid succession. Lu Yujuan's face turned pale and blue after hearing what she said. You. Lu Yujuan was so angry that she was speechless. My father and I have made our attitude clear. Don't even think about getting back together with him. Forget it. Dad, let's go. Zhao Yusin pulled Su Yang and left. Zhao Hai stood up and followed them. Asshole. Lu Yujuan was so angry that her face turned blue and she threw the teacup to the ground. The good plan was disrupted by Zhao Yusin. It turned out like this, it can be said that the mission started off badly. This greatly increased the difficulty of getting back together with Zhao Hai. But with Zhao Yusen interfering, she really had no way out. Zhao Yusen has always had a prejudice against her and never says anything nice to her when they meet. Yes, in her opinion, she felt that she was not wrong and it was Zhao Yusen who had a prejudice against her. But in Zhao Yusen's opinion, it was different. She had no prejudice against Lu Yujuan, she was just telling the truth. "Waiter, pay the bill," Lu Yujuan shouted. Soon, the waiter came over. "Hello, ma'am, the total is $23,263. I'll give you the decimal point, so you only need $23,000. The waiter put a bill in front of Lu Yujuan. "How much did you say?" 23,000 yuan. Lu Yujuan stood up quickly. "Yes, ma'am, this is the discounted price for you," said the waiter with a smile. "How is this possible? This is just an ordinary restaurant, not a high-end one. The dishes don't look special. How could they be so expensive?" Lu Yujuan looked very unhappy. She was so absorbed in her thoughts just now that she didn't even notice whether the food was delicious. Chapter 114, A Life to Look Forward to. "Ma'am, our restaurant is an ordinary restaurant, but we have 6 signature dishes that are very popular. Although they are all made with ordinary ingredients, they are very popular with customers because of the unique skills of our chefs. The price is a bit higher, ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 per dish. You ordered all 6 signature dishes, so naturally you need to pay this price," the waiter explained patiently. "I don't think there's anything good about it, any signature dishes, it must be your way of deceiving consumers. I'm telling you, I won't be taken advantage of. Call your manager over here. I want to see if your manager dares to charge me so much money. If you dare to charge me, I will file a complaint against you, saying you are defrauding consumers. I don't think your restaurant will be able to continue operating," Lu Yujuan said confidently. "Ma'am, please be careful with your words. Saying that we cheated consumers is slandering our restaurant. Our restaurant has been in business for 18 years, and no customer has ever accused us of cheating consumers. If this causes a negative impact on our restaurant, we can sue you." The waiter was very strong and had a gloomy face. He was not lenient with Lu Yujuan at all. In fact, their restaurant business is very good. Moreover, the restaurant staff have all received professional training and have been clearly told how to respond if they encounter such a situation. "You're going to sue me? This is the first time I've seen such a lawless restaurant. Not only do you cheat consumers, you're also going to sue them. You're really good. I'll sit here and wait for you to sue me." Lu Yujuan laughed out of anger. It was her first time to come to such a restaurant. "Ma'am, you don't want to pay the bill?" asked the waiter. "You charge such a high price, how can I pay for it? Call your manager and ask him to give me an explanation. Otherwise, not only will I not pay for it, I will also expose your black shop." Lu Yujuan sneered. "Wait a moment, I'll go call the manager." The waiter left. She knew she couldn't handle it and had to go to the manager. 3 minutes later, the waiter came over with a middle-aged man in a suit. "Ma'am, I understand your problem. First of all, I want to reiterate that our restaurant is not a black shop, and we do not deceive consumers. The prices of our restaurant dishes are clearly marked and have been reported to and approved by the Price Bureau. You guys ordered 6 of our restaurant's signature dishes for this private room, plus 2 other dishes. The total price is over 23,000, and the remainder has been deducted for you. We also hope that you can pay the bill and stop saying things that slander our restaurant. Otherwise, it will have a negative impact on our restaurant. We can protect our legitimate rights and interests through legal means. This is the Price Bureau. It contains the price quotation permit for all dishes in our restaurant. You can take a look at it." The restaurant manager placed a document from the Price Bureau in front of Lu Yujuan. "Is there really an approval from the Price Bureau? This can't be fake." Lu Yujuan's face turned ugly when she saw the document. "Ma'am, if you think it's fake, you can call to verify it." "If it's fake, our restaurant wouldn't have been operating here for 18 years, said the restaurant manager. "Call to verify?" Lu Yujuan didn't have the time, nor was there any need to do so. She took the menu and checked it, and found that the first 3 pages of the menu were the recipes for the 6 signature dishes, which were clearly marked with prices and there was no fraud. Zhao Yusen ordered such an expensive dish and said such things. She is simply ripping herself off. Lu Yujuan's face became increasingly uglier. She was a little suspicious. Was Zhao Hai planning to rip her off by agreeing to have dinner with her just to disgust her? Whether it was or not, she was slaughtered. Ma'am, please pay the bill. If you don't pay, we will take legal action to protect our legitimate rights and interests, said the restaurant manager. I have to say that the waiters and manager of this restaurant are really tough. Waiters and managers in other restaurants will always smile even when encountering unreasonable customers. I'll pay the bill, but before I pay, I want to ask, why is your restaurant looking so ordinary when the food is so expensive? Can't the decoration be a little more upscale? Lu Yujuan asked doubtfully. Many consumers have asked this question. Our boss said that in the catering industry, the main thing is the taste of the food, not the decoration of the restaurant. If the decoration is good, the business will be good, and no one will need to delve into cooking. It turns out that our boss was right. Although our restaurant is not luxuriously decorated, our food tastes good and our service is impeccable. Our business is very good and we have many repeat customers. The restaurant manager explained with a smile. By the way, I saw there is a Jiangdi Lao restaurant nearby. Has your business been affected? Lu Yujuan asked again. This place is not far from Jiangdi Lao's headquarters. A nearby store is the main store, which is also the largest of Jiangdi Lao's 21 stores. Delicious Hot Pot has branches near other Jiangdi Lao branches, except here. Since Jiangdi Lao's headquarters is here, it has a home advantage and therefore did not open a Delicious Hot Pot restaurant here. At the beginning, I was slightly affected. After all, Jiangdi Lao is very popular and many consumers would try it, including me. But Jiangdi Lao is a hot pot restaurant after all, which is different from our stir-fry restaurant and targets consumers with different needs. Later, everything returned to normal. Those who should go to Jiangdi Lao to eat hot pot should go to Jiangdi Lao to eat hot pot, and those who should come to our restaurant to consume will also come to our restaurant to consume. We are not like Delicious Hot Pot, which is located near Jiangdi Lao. It is considered a clash of hot pots. When consumers eat hot pot, they will definitely choose Jiangdi Lao. Few people choose Delicious Hot Pot. I really don't know what the person in charge of Delicious Hot Pot was thinking. Why did they open stores near Jiangdi Lao stores? If nothing unexpected happens, Delicious Hot Pot will suffer heavy losses. Now there are probably only two options, one is for Delicious Hot Pot to close down, and the other is to choose a new location. Sorry, that got a bit off topic. As the restaurant manager was talking, he realized that he had said too much and stopped talking in time. Pay the bill. Lu Yujuan felt that she shouldn't have asked. Even an outsider like the restaurant manager felt that there were only two options left for Delicious Hot Pot, and that Delicious Hot Pot was completely over. Yang Tiancheng completely lost his power in the company and had to leave. This made her feel even more that she had to make Zhao Hai accept her again. Only in this way will the quality of life not decline but be better than before. After all, Zhao Hai is the general manager of Jiangdi Lao, and Su Yang is the boss of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao. After getting back together with Zhao Hai, she suddenly became a wealthy woman. Just thinking about that kind of life is really exciting. She took out her bank card and handed it to the restaurant manager. The restaurant manager personally handled the matter and helped pay the bill. Ma'am, welcome back next time, said the restaurant manager, handing the bank card back to Lu Yujuan. Lu Yujuan didn't say anything, took her bag and left the restaurant. Chapter 115 Unwilling to be an ordinary employee. Su Yang and the other two left the restaurant. In the car that was sending Zhao Hai home, Su Yang asked, Dad, do you have any idea of finding another one? He just asked casually, but his question made Zhao Yusen's eyes light up. Dad, I think you can find someone else, so that someone can take care of you, and I can rest assured, and it can also completely put an end to Lu Yujuan's fantasy. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You two should stop worrying about my affairs. After so many years, I feel that being alone is good and I'm used to it. As for Lu Yujuan, I'm not old and confused enough to get back together with her. When I met her today, I guessed her thoughts and stopped her from thinking about it. Su Yang said, Dad, I think you can really find another one. When I went to the bottom of the river to fish recently, I heard from the company employees that the financial manager seemed to be interested in you. Zhao Hai's face changed slightly. Su Yang, what nonsense are you talking about? It's okay to say this in private, but if others hear it, how can I face people? Su Yang smiled and said, Dad, I'm not talking nonsense. I heard the employees say it seriously. I also asked a few employees and it seems to be true. Zhao Yusin's eyes were filled with gossip, and she asked excitedly, "Honey, is it true? Is the finance manager really interested in Dad? What's his name? What's he like? How old is he? Where is he from?" Su Yang said, "The manager of the finance department is Zhou Ruyan. I've met her. She looks to be about 36 or 37 years old. I heard from the employees that she couldn't find a suitable man and is left alone. She is definitely a high-quality leftover woman. She is interested in our dad." The employees said it's true. "I don't know the details. Yusin, if you have time, you can go to the bottom of the river to fish it out and chat with Zhou Ruyan to find out more about the situation." Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I will find time to go to Jiangdi Lao and talk to the finance manager." Zhao Hai's expression changed again, and he quickly said, "You Xin, don't mess around. If others misunderstand me, how can I face people in the future?" Zhao Yusin smiled and said, "Dad, don't worry, I won't make trouble. I will be tactful in my words and will never embarrass you." Zhao Hai looked at Su Yang. "Su Yang, you take care of Yu Xian. I can't control her anymore." Su Yang smiled and said, "Dad, I believe in Yu Xian. Yu Xian is very sensible in doing things. And I think if you two are really interested, it would be a good thing to be together. You guys." Zhao Hai didn't know what to say. Lu Yujuan returned home. Yang Tiancheng and his son just came back from eating outside. In the afternoon, Lu Yujuan told them that she would have dinner with a sister in the evening to talk about some things and would not go home to cook. Yang Tiancheng and his son naturally ate outside. "Yujuan, how is the situation in the store today?" Yang Tiancheng did not ask Lu Yujuan which sister she was going to meet or what it was about. This kind of thing was too normal for Lu Yujuan, so there was no need to ask. This situation often happened in the past. Anyway, as long as Lu Yujuan cooks at home most of the time, she doesn't have to cook every night. When Lu Yujuan is not cooking, the father and son go out to eat at a restaurant, which is also pretty good. It's the same as usual. There were only 3 tables of guests at noon today, and the consumption was 735 yuan. Lu Yujuan said bitterly. "It looks like it's really over." Yang Tiancheng sighed helplessly, feeling deeply powerless. If he were competing with other hotpot restaurants, he could still think of other ways. But he really couldn't think of any way to compete with Jiangdi Lao. If the boss does not agree to raise wages, it is naturally impossible to carry out training and make employees willingly provide the best service. If we cannot provide the ultimate service, we will not be able to compete with Jiangdi Lao. This is an unsolvable problem. It's all Su Yang's fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be like this. Yang Jingsheng uttered such resentful words again. There's no need to say that. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand and sat on the sofa. Just then, Zhao Yulu came back. My mother didn't cook. She had dinner outside before coming back. Yulu, I called Chen Guanlei today and asked him to arrange for me to work at Jiaxing Media. He said he could, but he could only make me an ordinary employee. Can you talk to him and let me be a leader, even if it's a small one? Yang Jingsheng was so upset today that he called Chen Guanlei to ask for a job. Chen Guanlei did not refuse, but said that he could only arrange an ordinary job for him, starting as an ordinary employee at the grassroots level, and there would be opportunities for promotion in the future. Naturally, he was not happy to be an ordinary employee. Ordinary employees are destined to work hard. Being a small leader, at least you can arrange work for others and have more free time. As for the opportunity for promotion in the future, I don't know how long I will have to wait. He wouldn't believe this kind of pie in the sky unless his father drew it for him. It has to be said that although he has no ability, not everyone can fool him. Since he has already said that, it's useless for me to talk to him again. Zhao Yusin naturally didn't want to say it. Yu Lu, Chen Guanlei likes you and is pursuing you. If you tell him, it will definitely be helpful. It just depends on whether you are willing to say it. Yang Jingsheng said with some dissatisfaction. It's useless. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room first. Zhao Yulu went back to her room. Dad, look at her. After becoming a vice president, she thinks she has become so powerful that she doesn't even help me. Yang Jingsheng complained again. Okay, maybe she really has difficulties, so don't speak so harshly. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand. What difficulty could she have? It's just a matter of words. She just doesn't want to help. Yang Jingsheng said dissatisfiedly. Forget it if she doesn't want to help. You are not a child anymore and you should find a way to make a living on your own. You can't always rely on others. If you don't want to be an ordinary employee of Jiaxing Media, then go find a job yourself. Yang Tiancheng said. I'm looking for a job by myself, and I'm not even an ordinary employee. Yang Jingsheng's face fell. Then you can go to work at Jiaxing Media. Yang Tiancheng said. I won't go. Yu Lu is the vice president of Jiaxing Media, and I'm just an ordinary employee. I can't even be a small leader. I will be laughed to death. Yang Jingsheng said. Then what are you going to do? Just not work? Yang Tiancheng frowned. If my son doesn't work, his stress will increase greatly. You know, my son's monthly expenses are not low. If you don't work, you'll just be living off your savings. Having a job, even though the salary is often not enough, it's at least something. He doesn't need to worry too much. It's different if you don't work, and you spend more every day doing nothing. Dad, why don't I wait until you are stable? When you leave Delicious Group and look for a new job, there is still hope that you can find a position like vice president. Then you can just arrange a small leader for me. Yang Jingsheng said. You. Although Yang Tiancheng was very disappointed with his son, he really loved him in his heart. He was reluctant to say harsh words and did not force Yang Jingsheng. Chapter 116 Employee Job Change. 26 years old. That afternoon, Su Yang received a call from Xiao Dongsheng. Mr. Su, I have something to tell you. Xiao Dongsheng said. You say. Su Yang said. It's like this. Recently, people from other guilds have wanted to poach anchors from us. Most of the anchors have refused, but a small number seem to be planning to leave. Among them, a female anchor named Wang Ting even made a clear request, saying that she wants a 20% increase in commission, otherwise she will resign. How do you think we should deal with this situation? Xiao Dongsheng asked. What do you think? Su Yang did not say how to deal with it, but asked Xiao Dongsheng first. I think we must curb this tendency. Anyone who proposes to resign must not be agreed to. We should make an example of her and start with Wang Ting. We should not let her resign on the grounds that her contract has not expired. We should put her in hiding and not let her show up. Over time, this person will be completely ruined. Even if she shows up in the future, she will not be popular. This will deter other people who are ready to make a move. Other guilds also deal with popular anchors who want to change jobs in the same way. Xiao Dongsheng stated his solution. His guild had never handled things this way before. The main reason was that the anchors at that time were not very popular. When people leave, they leave. It doesn't matter much. It's different now. The anchors of Fengkai Guild are basically all popular anchors. Those who are leaving must have at least 5 million fans. Xiao Dongsheng felt that he could not be lenient towards these people. Otherwise, what will happen if other anchors follow suit? I'm afraid it won't be long before the anchors all run away. After all, the shares offered by other guilds are relatively high. Xiao Dongsheng handled the situation in this way based on the methods used by other guilds. Lao Xiao, this trick of yours can certainly have a deterrent effect, but think about it, what will other anchors think if you do this? Su Yang said. Xiao Dongsheng was suddenly speechless and couldn't answer for a while. Other anchors will feel that working in Fengkai Guild is like selling themselves. If they want to leave, their careers will be ruined. This is not what I want. Su Yang said. Mr. Su, then what do you think we should do? Xiao Dongsheng asked. Whoever wants to leave can leave. They are free to come and go. Apart from paying the penalty stipulated in the contract, they can leave. I want people who are willing to stay and work in Fengkai Guild. There is no need to stop those who don't want to stay. Su Yang said. Mr. Su, if this happens, I'm afraid many people will leave and we will suffer a great loss. Xiao Dongsheng said with a wry smile. It's okay. I believe that most anchors are rational. They can judge by themselves which company is good. If they really think that our company is not good, then we are not like-minded and there is no need to work together. Su Yang was very calm. Su Yang could foresee that other guilds would come to poach people and that some anchors would want to resign. If you want to leave, just leave. No one will try to keep you. I believe that only some people want to leave. The departure of those people will not affect the overall situation. Okay, then let's do as you say. Xiao Dongxing said helplessly. Since the boss has decided to do this, he can't say anything. Perhaps, there is another meaning behind the boss's approach. Anyway, he can't understand it for the time being. I will send a group statement in the company, and then the Human Resources Department will handle it according to the statement. Su Yang said. Okay. Xiao Dongxing said. After ending the call, Su Yang opened the Fengkai Guild Company WeChat group and issued a statement. Everyone, some employees want to resign recently. I know how other guilds handle this kind of thing, and I don't want that to happen. Although I really hope that all employees can continue to stay in the company and continue to work, if they really want to leave, I will not stop them, and I will not deliberately make things difficult for them. They just need to pay the liquidated damages according to the contract, and everyone can part ways in peace. I can't guarantee you the best treatment, but I can guarantee that our company is definitely the freest one, the one with the best atmosphere, and the one with the best development prospects. When you leave, I hope you will think carefully about whether the company you are joining is really that good. When this statement came out, the company's anchors were all very surprised. You know, they are in the anchor circle, and they have heard of countless guilds using various methods to destroy the anchors in order to prevent them from leaving. Unexpectedly, the boss was so open-minded that I could resign by just paying the penalty. This has made many anchors who wanted to resign no longer want to leave. It is indeed as Su Yang said. They need to think clearly whether they can meet such a good boss and company again after they leave. Other guilds would give them higher commissions than here, so they would naturally have to pay more. If you meet a bad boss and something unexpected happens in the future, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. To put it bluntly, when you change jobs and they don't give you the high commission as promised, you have no choice but to compromise. For those anchors who have no intention of leaving, this has increased their sense of belonging to the company. Such a boss is hard to come by. Such companies are absolutely rare. The boss can handle the employee's resignation in such an open-minded way. Being able to work in such a company, you don't have to worry about your boss playing tricks on you. As long as you work hard, all your efforts will be rewarded. However, Wang Ting, the female anchor who had asked for a 20% commission increase, sneered after reading the statement. Huh, you sound so nice, but you just don't want to increase the commission. Wang Ting snorted coldly, took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was connected. Wang Ting said, Mr. Chen, I have decided to resign. The company has not made it difficult for me. I just need to pay the penalty. The penalty is 5 million, which you need to bear. And I hope you will not break your promise of the 50% share. The person on the other end of the phone was Chen Guanglei. He smiled and said, no problem. When you come over, I will reward you with 1 million. But I need you to do something for me. Wang Ting asked, what's the matter? I believe 1 million is not a small matter. Chen Guanglei said, I'll treat you to dinner tonight, let's meet and talk. Wang Ting said, okay. Of course she had to make money if there was any. Besides, Chen Guanglei was the boss. She would be more than happy to have dinner with him and build a good relationship with him. After the call, she wrote a letter of resignation and handed it to her manager. The manager immediately approved her resignation and asked Wang Ting to go to the Human Resources Department to handle the formalities. Wang Ting went to handle the formalities, and it was almost time to get off work. He packed up his things, left the company, drove to the restaurant Chen Guanglei mentioned, and met with Chen Guanglei. Chapter 117 Investment. 27 years old. In the evening, Su Yang had dinner with Lin Junyi, Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuheng. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes have 5 flavors. Jiang Yuheng said, Su Yang, does your Jiangdi Lao need financing? We have a little money and can invest in it. Su Yang was slightly stunned. If it were in the past, if someone asked him whether he wanted financing, he would not agree. Anyway, he is not short of money. He has more than 1 billion in cash in his bank card. I originally wanted to invest the tens of billions in cash in the stock market or futures market. However, the stock market has been in a bad state recently, and most of the products in the futures market are in a half-dead state. In any case, he is not short of money. But since I told Zhao Hai about Jiangdi Lao's expansion plan last time, Zhao Hai has started to make preparations in this regard and has sent people to the 4 first-tier cities to look for stores. The feedback we received was that someone was secretly preventing those people from finding stores. This matter attracted his attention. He asked Zhao Hai what was going on. Zhao Hai said that Jiangdi Lao had touched the interests of certain people in the catering industry, and through this method, they wanted to hinder the expansion of Jiangdi Lao. Su Yang asked Zhao Hai how to solve this kind of problem. The method Zhao Hai gave was financing. Su Yang still didn't quite understand. If someone is obstructing us, is it enough to just raise funds? I am not short of money. After Zhao Hai's explanation, Su Yang finally understood what was going on. It turns out that a company cannot grow and develop just by having money, it also needs connections. Otherwise, those interest groups will make it difficult for you to move forward. This is why many companies seek financing even though they are making a lot of money. Financing, introducing powerful investors, those investors will clear the obstacles to the company's development in order to make money. Su Yang was also considering financing, and the first people he thought of were Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang. One of their families has great influence in the business world, and the other has great influence in the officialdom. Coupled with the relationship between the two and myself, it meets the financing criteria very well. As for Lin Junyi, the relationship is not that strong, but Lin Junyi has a very good relationship with Zhao Hai and Zhao Yusen, and they are also good brothers with him. Giving Lin Junyi some shares is nothing. Originally, Su Yang planned to find the three people after the new year. Since Jiang Yuhang has brought it up now, there will be no problem in getting this done before the new year. Thinking of this, Su Yang said, I welcome your investment, but I can't guarantee that the money you invest will make money in the future. After all, running a company is risky. If you lose money, don't blame me. Jiang Yuhang and the other two looked at each other, all with delight on their faces. Su Yang, so you agree to our investment? Jiang Yuhang asked. The three of them all knew that recently there were many investors, all of whom were very powerful investors, who wanted to invest, but they were all rejected by Su Yang. The three of them also wanted to give it a try. If Su Yang refused, they wouldn't say anything. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. I agree. We are all brothers. Let's make money together in the future. Su Yang said with a smile. Su Yang, thank you. Su Yang, I toast you a glass. Su Yang, I think this investment will last me a lifetime. The three of them raised their glasses and toasted Su Yang. Tell me how much money you can come up with, and I'll see how many shares I'll give you. Su Yang said. All three of them reported the amount of money they invested in the shares. Jiang Yuhang got 400 million, Su Wenbin and Lin Junyi got 200 million each. Jiang Yuhang gets 6% of the shares, Lin Junyi and Su Wenbin get 3% each, how about that? Su Yang pondered for a moment and offered shares based on Jiangdi Lao's current scale and future development speed. Jiangdi Lao's future catering empire is worth hundreds of billions, and this is the largest amount of shares he can give. If we continue to expand in the future, we may be able to bring in other investors. No problem. The three of them naturally had no objection. Even though the shares are small, everyone here is a person with vision. Given the popularity of Jiangdi Lao, it will expand to major cities across the country in the future. Just this small amount of shares will be very valuable in the future. The next day, Su Yang brought the three people to Jiangdi Lao company and signed the contract. The three of them transferred the money to Jiangdi Lao's company account as soon as possible. Triumph Investments, President's Office. Chen Guanlei was talking excitedly about how well the Jiaxing Guild, which he had acquired, was developing. How much money can you make by live streaming and selling goods every day? He also said mysteriously that he had prepared a big gift for the Fengkai Guild. What gift? Chen Ankang asked. Dad, don't worry about it. This huge gift might end the glory of Fengkai Guild. Chen Guanlei said with a smile. Okay, just be sensible. Chen Ankang didn't ask any more questions. My son has learned some business techniques, so he doesn't need to worry about them. Even if it is not done well or there are any mistakes, he can step in to solve them. Dad, don't worry, I will definitely know my limits. Chen Guanlei said confidently. At this time, Chen Ankang's cell phone on the table rang. Chen Ankang picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. It was his old friend Yi Ping calling. It's the friend who works at Fengkai Mining. Old Yi. Chen Ankang answered the phone. Old Chen, I told you to listen to me, but you didn't. Now you regret it. Yi Ping said. Old Yi, what do you mean by regret? I don't understand. Chen Ankang looked confused. Huh? You haven't heard about it yet? Yi Ping was stunned. Olji, what are you talking about? What did you hear? Chen Ankang felt that Yi Ping's words were incoherent. Our company has an aluminum mine in South America. Yi Ping said. Ah. What's wrong? No one wants it. Ever since he decided to invest in and acquire Jiaxing Media, Chen Ankang has no longer paid attention to Fengkai Mining's aluminum mine in South America. What do you mean no one wants it? The news has already spread, and you still don't know about it. Yi Ping was speechless. What's going on? Tell me. Combining Yi Ping's words, Chen Ankang suddenly had a bad feeling. Some time ago, the aluminum mine was transferred to someone else for 50 million. Later, that person found an exploration team, and in just 1 week, they discovered a lot of aluminum resources in the deeper part of the aluminum mine. Then they sold it back to Fengkai Mining for 1.6 billion. You didn't listen to me and missed the opportunity to make more than 1 billion. Yi Ping felt sorry for Chen Ankang. What? Chen Ankang exclaimed and stood up quickly. He bought it for 50 million and sold it for 1.6 billion, making a profit of 1.55 billion. How long has it been? I really missed an opportunity to make a lot of money. Olji, are you telling the truth? Don't lie to me. Chen Ankang was somewhat reluctant to believe it. Old Chen, the news has spread out now, why would I lie to you? You can go and find out. Forget it, I just asked you about this today. The main reason I called is that I want to withdraw the 5 million yuan that I invested in your company. My son has found a girlfriend, is getting married, and wants to buy a house. When do you think he can withdraw the money? Yi Ping said. Old Yi, this has to follow the rules. You need to apply 15 working days in advance and you can withdraw the money 15 working days later. Otherwise, a lot of handling fees will be deducted. Anyway, there is no need to be so anxious about your son buying a house. Chen Ankang said. It's not too urgent. I'll apply now, and I'll take it out after the new year. Okay, I won't say any more. I have other things to do. I'm hanging up. Yi Ping was about to hang up the phone. Don't hang up yet. Chen Ankang said quickly, let me ask, what's the name of the person who buys and sells aluminum ore? Chapter 118 Regret. It seems his name is Su Yang. Yes, Su Yang, that's the name. He's a young man. I met him when I took over the business. He went to the South American aluminum mine. Yi Ping said. I've never heard of such a person. Chen Ankang frowned. By the way, I heard that he is also the owner of Jiangdi Lao, which has been very popular recently. The young people nowadays are really amazing. Yi Ping said. What? Chen Ankang exclaimed again. The boss of Jiangdi Lao has recently become famous in the investment circle. Acquiring Yuhuarenjia, changing its name to Jiangdi Lao, and creating a hot pot brand with the ultimate service is an excellent investment case. Many investment tycoons say that the boss of Jiangdi Lao is definitely a business genius. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the boss of Jiangdi Lao who acquired the aluminum mine and made a profit of 1.55 billion. Old Chen, don't be so startled. Are you okay? If not, I'll hang up now. I have something else to do. Yi Ping said. It's okay. Let's get together some other day when we have time. Chen Ankang said. After ending the call and putting down the phone, Chen Ankang's face looked extremely ugly. Dad, you reacted so strongly just now. What happened? Chen Guanlei asked puzzledly. Chen Ankang did not speak, but took a deep breath, opened the webpage and checked the information about Fengkai Mining's aluminum mine in South America. It turned out to be just as Yi Ping said, the boss of Jiangdi Lao bought it for 50 million, and after discovering aluminum ore resources at a deeper level, he sold it back to Fengkai Mining for 1.6 billion. Several key leaders of Fengkai Mining have been punished. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Chen Ankang's face became even uglier. Dad, what's the matter? Please say something. Chen Guanlei was a little anxious. The aluminum mine of Fengkai Mining in South America. Chen Ankang explained the situation. What? Bought for 50 million and sold for 1.6 billion. Net profit of 1.55 billion. Chen Guanlei couldn't help but exclaimed. I missed an opportunity to make a lot of money. Chen Ankang's face was bitter. His net worth is more than 3 billion. 1.55 billion, almost half of his net worth. If I had listened to my friend and invested in acquiring the aluminum mine, the 1.55 billion would be my own. Unfortunately, he did not listen to his friend, but listened to his son's advice and acquired a guild. Although the guild can make money, it seems pale compared to the 1.55 billion. Who on earth is so lucky? Chen Guanlei said, gritting his teeth. It's a young man named Su Yang. Chen Ankang shook his head bitterly. He felt so regretful. I regret that I shouldn't have listened to my son. I should have stuck to my own judgment. Just because of his son's trick, he missed an opportunity to make a lot of money. What? It's Su Yang. Chen Guanlei exclaimed again, Dad, are you sure it's Su Yang? Chen Ankang said, yes, my friend said it was a young man named Su Yang. How come you know this person? Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could it be him? It must be someone with the same name. Chen Guanlei shook his head repeatedly, unwilling to believe that it was Su Yang. At the beginning, Su Yang was the object of his contempt, even though Su Yang made money by speculating in futures and picking up bargains. Chen Guanlei still despises Su Yang. Later, Su Yang invested in and acquired Yuhuarinjia, renamed it Jiangdi Lao, and also invested in Zhan Bao. He also mocked Su Yang in front of Zhao Yulu. They say Su Yang is an idiot, and only an idiot would make such an investment. Later, he learned that Su Yang had acquired Fengkai Guild. On New Year's Day, Fengkai Guild sales from live streaming exceeded 200 million yuan, and its net profit was tens of millions. His contempt turned into jealousy. In addition to jealousy, there was also regret. After all, he had wanted to acquire Fengkai Guild in the first place, but he thought he could lower the price and acquire it at a cheaper price. Because of this, we missed the opportunity to acquire Fengkai Guild. Later, he fished out a huge fire from the bottom of the river, which made him jealous to the point of madness. Jiangdi Lao is not comparable to Fengkai Guild. As long as nothing unexpected happens and it continues to develop, Jiangdi Lao's market value will definitely soar rapidly and surpass Triumph Investment. Su Yang's net worth will also soar rapidly. By then, not to mention myself, I'm afraid even my father will have to look up to Su Yang. Chen Guanlei also wanted to learn from Su Yang. In addition to focusing on the acquisition of Jiaxing Guild, he was also looking for other investment targets to see if there were any opportunities to make a lot of money. He wanted to surpass Su Yang through his own investment. But now it has been revealed that Su Yang has earned more than 10 billion yuan, and he really doesn't want to believe it. Do you know this guy named Su Yang? Chen Ankang frowned. I know a guy named Su Yang, but he shouldn't be your guy. How could he be so lucky? Chen Guanlei said. My friend said that this Su Yang is the boss of Jiangdi Lao. Is the person you know the boss of Jiangdi Lao? Chen Ankang asked. What? It's really him. Chen Guanlei exclaimed again. The boss of Jiangdi Lao. It's confirmed. It's the Su Yang he knew. It seems that you really know this Su Yang. He is an extraordinary young man. You actually know him. You should establish a good relationship with him in the future. I believe it will be beneficial to you. Chen Ankang said. He was not clear about the relationship between Chen Guanlei and Su Yang, nor did he know that Su Yang was the boss of Fengkai Guild. Otherwise, I wouldn't say that. After all, Chen Guanlei had just expressed that he wanted to give a big gift to Fengkai Guild. This means taking action to suppress the Fengkai Guild. He's just a country bumpkin from a county town. What qualifications do he have for me to have a good relationship with him? Chen Guanlei looked unhappy and hurried out of the door. I feel really unhappy and need to go out and relax. It is necessary to go to the club and find a young model. Ah. Chen Ankang sighed, shook his head, and sat back in his boss's chair. 1.55 billion, I just missed it. It seems I can't listen to my son in the future. Fortunately, the investment in Jiaxing Media is profitable, which can be regarded as making up for some of the losses. The 29th day of the lunar year, 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Yang took Zhao Yusen and Zhao Hai back to his hometown in Sang County. He drives a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. There are many people going home for the new year, and there is a traffic jam on the road. I didn't get home until 5:30 in the evening. Su Yang's parents were still standing downstairs waiting for him, just like when he came back during the Mid-Autumn Festival. There are many neighbors nearby. Everyone already knows that Su Yang is back. Just come and see the excitement. After all, Su Yang drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. When the Rolls-Royce appeared in everyone's sight, everyone knew that Su Yang had arrived. Su Yang is back. It's really a luxury car worth tens of millions. It has a different style. TSK, when this car drives into the neighborhood, all other cars pale in comparison. I've already inquired about it. This is the first Rolls-Royce Cullinan purchased by someone in our county. Is there any need to ask about this kind of thing? You know it all without asking. That's right, the richest man's family only has a 5 million Bentley. Everyone was talking. Chapter 119. This is the person who messed with me. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, parked downstairs. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen got out of the car and shouted in unison, "Dad, Mom." Su Yang then introduced Zhao Hai, who got off the car right after him. "Mom and Dad, this is Yuxian's dad." "Hello, in-laws." Zhao Hai greeted with a smile. "Well, welcome. My dear, have a cigarette first." Jiang Qiuping smiled and nodded in response, then went over and held her daughter-in-law's hand. Su Deming stepped forward and handed over a cigarette. "Sorry, I don't smoke." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Dad, my dad doesn't smoke." Zhao Yusen followed. "Well, it seems I'm the only one who smokes." Su Deming was helpless and did not light a cigarette. It's inappropriate for someone who doesn't smoke to be smoking alone. Next, Su Yang gave some huazi to the neighbor uncle, opened the trunk, and went upstairs with everyone to take the things. After entering the house, Su Deming made tea for everyone. "You guys chat, I'll go cook." After chatting for a while, Jiang Qiuping got up to cook. "Mom, let me help you." Zhao Yusen stood up and followed her into the kitchen. This time, Jiang Qiuping was not polite to Zhao Yusen. Last Mid-Autumn Festival, Zhao Yusen came back and helped, and she was not squeamish at all. "When I say I am helping, I am indeed helping. Since she is already my daughter-in-law, there is no need to be too polite to her. If you are too polite, it will make you seem distant." More than half an hour later, dinner was served. The family had their meal happily. After chatting, the Zhao Hai couple and Su Deming became familiar with each other. They were all easy to talk to and there was no awkwardness in their interactions. The initial sense of unfamiliarity quickly disappeared. Especially Zhao Hai and Su Deming, they had a very interesting chat. The main thing is that the two found a common hobby. Calligraphy. When they are at home and have nothing to do, they will practice. Talking about this, the two shared some of their own experiences, and felt that they had met too late. I have to say that sometimes, it is not easy to meet someone with the same interests and hobbies as you. One night passed quickly. The next day was New Year's Eve. The family went out to buy groceries, and when they came back they drank tea, played mahjong, and chatted. In the afternoon, my second uncle and his family of 3 came over. The two families celebrate the New Year together and have New Year's Eve dinner together. A few men were drinking tea, playing mahjong, and chatting, while a few women were preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. After playing a few rounds of mahjong, Su Yang's cell phone rang. When I took it out and looked at it, I found that it was Xiao Dongxing who came. "Old Xiao." Su Yang answered the phone. "Mr. Su, something bad has happened." Xiao Dongxing said anxiously. The Chinese New Year is a busy time for anchors. Many anchors do not go home for the New Year, but work overtime in the company. Xiao Dongxing didn't reply and stayed in the company. For employees who were willing to stay and work overtime, Su Yang gave each of them a big red envelope of 10,000 yuan in addition to the salary according to holiday regulations. He is not stingy at all, and the employees even say that the boss is generous. Those who had thought about leaving before but ultimately did not leave because of Su Yang's statement are very glad that they did not leave. Each of them just gave out red envelopes of 10,000 yuan. No boss would give out money like this. Following a boss like this, you don't have to worry about anything when working. And every time you make achievements, the boss will reward you. Su Yang also gives out money every time there is a festival, and he is very generous. Other guilds will never have this kind of benefit. It's the new year already, what else could happen? Su Yang asked. Mr. Su, Wang Ting, who just resigned, posted a video on her personal Douyin account, saying that you wanted to take advantage of her. The video is blurry, but it has already fermented on Douyin. Xiao Dongxing briefly explained the situation. Su Yang frowned, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He soon realized that someone was trying to trick him. A female anchor would never dare to go against her guild boss like this, unless she was crazy. As long as you are willing, you have many ways to deal with a female anchor, even if this female anchor is in another guild. The other party dared to slander me like this, he must have someone backing him up. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the guild that Wang Ting switched to. Because if Wang Ting helps other people, posting such a video will definitely be disadvantageous to Wang Ting. Only the guild that Wang Ting belongs to would do this. Su Yang asked Zhao Yusen to take over playing mahjong for him, then stood up and walked to the balcony and asked, which guild did Wang Ting switch to? Xiao Dongxing replied, Jiaxing Guild. Su Yang asked again, do you know who the boss and executives of this Jiaxing Guild are? Xiao Dongxing said, the boss is a rich second-generation man named Qin Guanlei. Speaking of this Qin Guanlei, he wanted to acquire Fengkai before. It's him. Su Yang couldn't help but speak out before Xiao Dongxing finished speaking. Mr. Su, do you know this Qin Guanlei? Xiao Dongxing asked in surprise. I know him. It seems this is the person who wants to get me. Su Yang didn't even need to ask who the other executives of Jiaxing Guild were. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be Qin Guanlei who wants to deal with me. Speaking of which, he and Qin Guanlei had only met a few times. But Qin Guanlei seemed to be very hostile to him. The last time he gambled on stones, including the jadeite he found, he lost a total of more than 10 million to him. It is quite normal that Qin Guanlei holds a grudge and wants to get rid of him. What should we do now? Xiao Dongxing didn't ask why Su Yang was so sure that it was Qin Guanlei. There must be a conflict between the two of them that he is not aware of. Otherwise, Su Yang would not have been able to immediately determine that it was Qin Guanlei who was causing trouble. If Su Yang wants to talk about these things, then he should tell us. If he doesn't want to tell us, you can't ask him about them casually. This would prevent Su Yang from speaking easily and cause embarrassment to both parties. Asking Su Yang this is because I want Su Yang to make the decision. There are some things that need Su Yang to make the decision. If Su Yang did not propose any response measures, he would handle it according to the established emergency response system and make corresponding responses. This sentence really stumped Su Yang. He really had no idea what to do. He had no experience in dealing with such things. It's no use refuting rumors because the onlookers won't believe you. Even the spectators don't care about the truth and just want to watch the fun. Unless he can produce real evidence, he will definitely be in trouble. But where to find evidence? Just when he wanted to ask Xiao Dongxing how to deal with it, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's encounter triggers the reward conditions, and the reward is top hacking technology. In an instant, countless hacker knowledge flooded into Su Yang's mind, and Su Yang became a top hacker. Su Yang's eyes lit up. The rewards from this system are simply too timely. With hacking technology, you can check who Wang Ting has contacted recently without having to worry about not finding evidence. So he watched the video on Douyin on the balcony and then left. At this time, Su Xiaoyu ran out of the kitchen and yelled, "Brother, the internet is going crazy now, saying that you had a secret relationship with a female anchor. You didn't do that, did you?" Chapter 120 Normal Business Means. The people at the mahjong table also looked at Su Yang. Zhao Yusen had just watched Douyin and told them about this. However, several people believed that Su Yang would not do such a thing. When they looked at him at this time, they did not want to question whether he had done it or not, but wanted to ask how to deal with this matter. This kind of thing, if not handled properly, can be very troublesome. The company will definitely be affected. Not only Jiangdi Lao will be affected, but even Jiangdi Lao will be affected. Even the movie War Leopard, invested by Su Yang, will be affected. Anyone and everything related to him will be affected. Those competitors will not miss any opportunity to strike. Of course I didn't. Su Yang said unhappily. It's good that you didn't do it. I believe you. That female anchor has a snake-like face. She's not even as pretty as me, let alone my sister-in-law. How could you possibly like someone like that? Su Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. You won't not believe me, will you? Su Yang looked at Zhao Yusen and the others. Of course we believe you. Several people said in unison. Honey, what should we do now? How should we handle this matter? If we don't handle it well, it will be very troublesome. Zhao Yusin asked. I've figured out a way. Just wait and see. Su Yang returned to the room, came out with his laptop and sat on the sofa. Everyone looked at each other, somewhat confused as to what Su Yang was going to do. Just take out your laptop and handle it. Su Yang had no intention of explaining. He turned on the computer and was about to operate it when the phone rang again. It was Douyin President Li Liangping who called. Mr. Su, you've seen the video that's related to you. Do you want me to do something, like block the female anchor's account or something? Just let me know. This sentence fully demonstrates Li Liangping's trust in Su Yang. As a business tycoon, he naturally knows what that video is about. It is obvious that someone is slandering Su Yang. In that video, the man's figure is not clear as it has been blurred. The only clear part is Wang Ting's words accusing Su Yang. This is nothing but blatant slander. This kind of thing may be able to fool the general public, but it is not possible to fool these business leaders. Mr. Li, thank you. You don't need to do anything. I will take care of it quickly. Su Yang said. If he didn't have hacking skills, he would probably have to ask Li Liangping for help. With hacking technology, that's not necessary. Find the evidence and post it online. Okay, if you need any help, please speak up as soon as possible. After saying this, Li Liangping hung up the phone. Su Yang put down his phone and started typing on the keyboard. Zhao Yusin stopped playing mahjong and stood behind Su Yang with Su Xiaoyu, watching Su Yang's movements. Su Deming, Zhao Hai, and Su Dui were drinking tea and chatting on the side. The more Zhao Yusin and Su Xiaoyu watched Su Yang's operations, the wider their eyes became. Yang family. Haha, that's great. Su Yang is definitely going to get into trouble for having had sex with the female anchor. The incident caused a lot of uproar on the internet, and Yang Jingsheng looked gloating. It seems that someone wants to target Su Yang. Yang Tiancheng said. Dad, are you saying this is fake? Is this female anchor framing me? Yang Jingsheng asked. Of course it is. How can't you see such an obvious thing? Yang Tiancheng said. Even if it's a frame-up, he should be in a lot of trouble, right? Yang Jingsheng asked. Indeed, it would be very troublesome if he did not produce evidence to prove his innocence. As an old fox in the workplace, Yang Tiancheng naturally knows the ins and outs of this kind of thing. The masses can easily be exploited by people with ulterior motives. Moreover, some people don't care about the truth, they only care about whether there is something exciting to watch. Some people can directly destroy a person by using public opinion. That's good. It doesn't matter whether he framed her or not. As long as Su Yang is in trouble, it's good. It would be best if Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao were affected and went bankrupt. If that's the case, Delicious Hot Pot will be saved, and Dad, you don't have to leave Delicious Group. Yang Jingsheng said excitedly. If Jiangdi Lao goes bankrupt, Delicious Hot Pot may really be able to revive. Yang Tiancheng's eyes lit up. The dilemma facing Delicious Hot Pot now is that Jiangdi business is too good, and Delicious Hot Pot is right next to Jiangdi. Without Jiangdi Lao, the Delicious Hot Pot business can return to normal. It seems that even God can't stand this anymore. Let's see how arrogant Su Yang will be in the future. Yang Jingsheng laughed with glee. I really don't know who is targeting Su Yang. If Su Yang is really brought down, Jiangdi Lao will go bankrupt as well. I really have to thank this person. Yang Tiancheng felt much better. Today is New Year's Eve. It seems that the new year has arrived and I need to turn my luck around. Zhao Yulu returned to the room and dialed Chen Guanlei's phone number. Soon, the call was connected. Zhao Yulu asked directly, Chen Guanlei, were you the one behind Wang Ting's targeting of Su Yang? Wang Ting released that video right after she signed. If there is no one behind the scenes instructing me, I will never do this. She knew Su Yang very well and knew that he would never do such a thing. The most likely person who could have instructed Wang Ting to do this was Chen Guanlei. Chen Guanlei has always disliked Su Yang and even targeted him. Last time he gambled on stones, he lost more than 10 million to Su Yang. Given Chen Guanlei's character, he won't give up so easily. Yu Lu, what are you talking about? What does Wang Ting's affairs have to do with me? Chen Guanlei looked confused. Chen Guanlei, stop pretending to be confused. You dare to do it but not to admit it. What does this mean? Zhao Yulu said. How do you know that what Wang Ting said was false? Can't Su Yang take advantage of Wang Ting? Chen Guanlei asked. I know him, he would never do such a thing. Wang Ting is just a female anchor, she would never go against a boss like Su Yang. There must be someone behind the scenes, and it's someone from our guild, the most likely person is you. Zhao Yulu said. Okay, I admit that I asked Wang Ting to do it. Chen Guanlei had no choice but to admit it. Chen Guanlei, you are so despicable. Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, how can this be called despicable? This is a normal means of business competition, okay? As long as we can defeat our competitors, this little trick doesn't matter. Chen Guanlei didn't care. In his opinion, it was nothing. As a second-generation rich, he understands the cruelty of business competition better than ordinary people. His methods are simply child's play. Many people even committed murder and arson for the sake of projects. Is this a normal means of business competition? Zhao Yulu was stunned. It was obvious that she didn't have a deep understanding of the inside story of the business world. That's right. This is a normal means of business competition. Yulu, just ignore this matter. Through this incident, I can create a gap. I am sure I can defeat Su Yang. Last time I gambled on stones, he won more than 10 million from me. Is my money so easy to take? Chen Guanlei smiled coldly. Fake is fake after all. If evidence is found, you will be the one in trouble in the end. Zhao Yulu said. Where can he find evidence? He has no chance. He will only become a rat that everyone wants to kill. This is my New Year gift to him, Chen Guanlei said with a smile. I always feel that he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Zhao Yulu said. Yulu, you overestimate him. He is just lucky to be here. How can he deal with it? If he has any way to deal with it, I will twist my head off and let him kick it like a ball. Don't worry, he will definitely fail this time, and Fengkai Guild will definitely fail as well. Jiangdi Lao will also be affected, and the movie War Leopard he invested in will also be affected. No, even if this movie is not affected, it will still flop. In short, he is finished this time, Chen Guanlei is full of confidence. Chapter 121 It's really a ghost. At this time, the online public opinion was already extremely turbulent. The Fengkai Guild has been developing so well, but I didn't expect the boss to be such a scumbag. We must boycott the Fengkai Guild's anchors. That's right. A boss who has unspoken love for a female anchor should close down his guild. I heard that the boss of Fengkai Guild is also the boss of Jiangdi Lao. I won't go to Jiangdi Lao for hot pot anymore. Really? Is that true? Of course it's true. I checked the business information and it's the same person. Fuck, I didn't expect the boss of Jiangdi Lao to be such a scumbag. He has talent and was able to pull off the Jiangdi Lao, but he has bad character and won't go far. Don't talk nonsense. That video doesn't prove anything. Maybe the person was slandered. Slander, how could it be slander? How dare a female anchor slander a boss? Unless someone pinched her head, or if she couldn't bear the oppression, she would never go this way. After all, doing so would damage her reputation. That's right. Don't make excuses for the boss of Fengkai Guild. Such a scumbag boss must be brought down. Hehe, evildoers will eventually be punished. I hope other bosses won't do similar things, otherwise they will be exposed sooner or later. There was a lot of discussion online, and most of it was one-sided, cursing Su Yang. It is not difficult to see that someone is fanning the flames. Occasionally, some rational people would speak up, but they were quickly drowned out by the comments cursing Su Yang. It seems that everyone has already determined that Su Yang is the boss who has taken advantage of the female anchor. Song County, Su family. Su Yang sent the collected evidence to Xiao Dongsheng, asking Xiao Dongsheng to post it on the official website and call the police. Done. Su Yang closed his laptop. I have to say, this hacking technique is really fun to use. And the problem was solved in one go. With this hacking technology, anyone who dares to hack him in the future will only be seeking death. Anyone who dares to use unfair means to deal with him or attack his business is seeking death. Zhao Yusen and Su Xiaoyu came back to their senses. Su Xiaoyu said, "Brother, you were amazing just now. You found those recordings and videos so quickly. I'm afraid only a hacker can do this. Are you a hacker? Su Yang nodded, I guess so. Brother, when did you learn it? You didn't know it before, and you said that you felt dizzy when you looked at those codes. Su Xiaoyu said. In the past, I learned it secretly when I was in college. Su Yang lied. Brother, you are so awesome. With your skills, you can get an annual salary of 1 million if you work in a big company. Su Xiaoyu said. I don't know either. I'm just learning for fun. Is there so much? Su Yang pretended not to know. Of course there are. Big companies will definitely be scrambling for technical talents like you, said Su Xiaoyu. It doesn't matter whether I have it or not. It's impossible for me to work in a big company. Su Yang shrugged helplessly. That's right. You are a boss now. You don't know how much you earn every year. There is no need for you to work in a big company. Su Xiaoyu nodded. Husband, I've never heard you tell me before that you have hacking skills, but you didn't reveal anything at all. You really hid it very well. Zhao Yusin said with some anger. Hee, I was thinking of giving you a surprise. Su Yang held Zhao Yusin's hand. Ugh. It's almost time for the New Year's Eve dinner and you're still feeding me dog food. I can't stand it. Su Xiaoyu retched exaggeratedly and ran into the kitchen. Xiao Dongsheng issued a statement through his official account. The gist of it is that Wang Ting's behavior was slanderous and was instigated by someone else. The boss Su Yang has entrusted the company's lawyer to handle the matter, has collected relevant evidence, and has called the police. And put up audio and video materials. The audio and video recordings proved that Wang Ting was instructed by Qin Guanlei, the son of the owner of Kaixuan Investment and the behind-the-scenes boss of Jiaxing Guild, to slander Su Yang. Suddenly, public opinion was in an uproar. Fuck, I didn't expect things to take such a turn. I was wondering, how could the boss of Jiangdi Lao be that kind of person? That's not what you said before. You said that the boss of Jiangdi Lao was a scumbag, and you said that if you saw him, you must beat him up. Did I say that? I don't remember. Today's female anchors are willing to do anything for money, even slanderous things. They really have no bottom line. Needless to say, this female anchor is done. It's what he deserves. No one would pity such a person. That Qin Guanlei is really bad. It seems that the Jiaxing Guild is not that good either. Yeah, I won't watch the anchors from Jiaxing Guild anymore. Boss of Jiangdi Lao, we were deceived and misunderstood you before. I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Me too. Sorry. I will watch your guild streamers more often in the future and give you support as much as I can. I won't give gifts to the anchor, but I will go to Jiangdi Lao more often to eat hot pot to express my apology. Public opinion reversed instantly, and faced with ironclad evidence, those who were stirring up trouble no longer dared to come out. When Wang Ting saw the evidence and statement posted by the Fengkai Guild, her eyes suddenly turned dark and she almost fainted. She knew that she was finished and no one could save her. Even if Qin Guanlei wanted to force her to praise him, it wouldn't work. What's more, she knew the temperament of these people. She is no longer of any use to him, and he will never waste resources on her again. Now, she finally regretted it. I regret listening to Qin Guanlei's lies and slandering Su Yang. If she doesn't do this and just changes jobs, nothing will happen. In the future, she can still be a host and earn a good income. Now, not only is the anchor's career cut off, but he may also face detention. Unless Qin Guanlei is willing to help her, given Qin Guanlei's powerful network of connections, he should not need to be detained. So she immediately dialed Qin Guanlei's phone number. Mr. Chen, you have to help me. Fengkai Guild has called the police. If you don't help me, I will be detained. Wang Ting was really panicked. I will definitely not be able to be a host in the future, but if I am detained, it will be even more serious. It will have a great impact on my ability to find other jobs in the future. Don't worry, I will help you. Don't worry about being detained. Although Qin Guanlei's face looked ugly, he was not worried about being detained at all. When he saw the reversal of public opinion, he told his father about it. Dad told him not to worry, everything would be taken care of. With my dad's network of connections, if he says it will be handled, it will definitely be handled. As for helping Wang Ting, it was not perfunctory. We do this for others to see. If I don't help Wang Ting, others will find out. If something goes wrong when I help him, I won't give him a safety net. Then no one will help him do things from now on. Mr. Chen, thank you, thank you. Wang Ting said gratefully. I will transfer your 1 million to you, but you can no longer be a host in the company. I will give you freedom. I believe you know that this is the best outcome. Chen Guanlei said. I know, thank you. Wang Ting was surprised that Chen Guanlei returned 1 million to her. Okay, that's it. Chen Guanlei hung up the phone. Putting down the phone, he gritted his teeth and his face became gloomy again. How did Su Yang find all that evidence? He even got the recording of my phone call with Wang Ting, as well as the video of my meeting with Wang Ting. It's unbelievable. Chapter 122, got slapped again. Yang family. What has Chen Guanlei done? He can't even do this, and others have obtained evidence. Is he a pig? When Yang Jingsheng saw the reversal of public opinion, he became more outspoken in his speech. It can be reversed like this. I really don't know how Su Yang found the evidence so quickly. Yang Tiancheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. The father and son were delighted for nothing. It was originally thought that Su Yang would be defeated through this incident, and Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao would both go bankrupt. Delicious hot pot will usher in spring. Unexpectedly, within an hour, public opinion reversed. The delicious hot pot still cannot escape the bad luck. The father and son were in a bad mood, and they felt very uncomfortable while eating the New Year's Eve dinner. After eating the New Year's Eve dinner, as in previous years, the father and son left home and went to play cards with others. Normally, the two of them wouldn't come back until 12 o'clock. Lu Yujuan cleaned up the dishes and said to Zhao Yulu, Yulu, I'm going to look for your dad. Are you really not going with me? Zhao Yulu sat on the sofa playing with her phone, without even raising her head, and shook her head, saying, I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. She knew that if Lu Yujuan went there, nothing good would happen. Okay, I'll go by myself. For the sake of our lives, mother and daughter, I'll humble myself for once. Lu Yujuan dressed up a little, took her bag, and went out. More than an hour later, Lu Yujuan came back with a very unhappy look on her face. Looking at you, did Dad not even let you in the door? At this time, Zhao Yulu was sitting on the sofa, watching the Spring Festival Gala while browsing on her phone. I knocked on the door many times, but no one opened it. I called him and he said he was at Su Yang's house. I heard the sound of mahjong tiles colliding over there. It was quite lively, so it couldn't be fake. I didn't expect that he actually went to Su Yang's house to celebrate the new year. Lu Yujuan's face still looked ugly. Even if he doesn't go to Su Yang's house for the new year, you won't have a chance. Mom, just listen to me and don't do this kind of thing again. I'll leave you some dignity. Zhao Yulu persuaded again. I really don't know what my mother is thinking. In this situation, she actually thinks she can get back together with my father. Perhaps, this is the case of those in power being confused. However, as an outsider, I am still not clear-headed after saying this. I believe that as long as I meet him more often, he will accept me again. I don't believe that he has no feelings for me anymore. Lu Yujuan said. Mom, do you think he still has feelings for you? Zhao Yulu was speechless. Of course there is. If not, why doesn't he find a new one? With his status, it would be easy for him to find a new one. The reason he didn't find one is that he has feelings for me. Lu Yujuan said. With Xiao Hai's identity, he is a local and the owner of a restaurant, and he earns hundreds of thousands a year. Such people are very popular, and Zhao Hai was also very handsome when he was young. As long as Zhao Hai is willing, there will definitely be many girls throwing themselves at him. In Lu Yujuan's opinion, Zhao Hai did not find a new one because he hoped that she could bring her daughter back to him. As for why Zhao Hai said such heartless words during lunch that day, the reason Lu Yujuan gave was that Zhao Yusin's presence might be a test of her sincerity. What she has to do is to not be afraid of difficulties, ignore Zhao Hai's indifferent attitude, and continue to ask for reconciliation. One day, Zhao Hai will agree. I really don't know what to say to you. Zhao Yulu was even more speechless. New Year's Day. Su Yang took his family, as well as his second uncle's family of 3, to see War Leopard. He has already told his family that he is the largest investor in War Leopard. After watching it, I came out of the cinema. Su Yang, this movie is really good. We are very happy that you can invest in such a movie. The more such movies that promote national prestige and military power, the better. Please invest more in it in the future. I am a woman, but I still enjoyed watching it. It is really good. My family members all spoke highly of it. The audiences who have watched it generally gave positive reviews. Only a very few people find fault with it and say it doesn't look good. Soo-young knew that these very few people would not affect the box office. It is the majority of people who influence the box office. It can be said that the box office of War Leopard is stable. River City. Chen Guanlei and Zhao Yulu came out of the cinema, and Chen Guanlei looked very unhappy. Originally, he asked Zhao Yulu to watch War Leopard with the intention of mocking Soo-young harshly in front of Zhao Yulu. Before watching the movie, he basically said bad things about War Leopard, saying that War Leopard was bound to flop, that the trailer looked good but the feature film was definitely not good, that the military action movies that audiences wanted to watch were those from the United States and that no one from his own country would watch them, and even if someone did, they would definitely criticize them, and that the behind-the-scenes footage released by the publicity team was purely a pity show, etc. In short, it was these remarks that devalued War Leopard to the point of being worthless. However, after watching the movie, he was slapped in the face. He really wanted to say that War Leopard was garbage. But after thinking about it, I really can't put it into words. To say that War Leopard is garbage is just deceiving oneself. No one is a fool, unless they are paid and pretend to be stupid, or they are some people with deep-rooted consciousness, who would say that. It is foreseeable that the box office of War Leopard will definitely not be bad. As the largest investor of War Leopard, Soo-young must have made a lot of money. This opportunity originally belonged to him, but he didn't seize it. It was picked up by Soo-young. Damn, I really don't know what's wrong with Soo-young. It seems like he can succeed in anything he does. Futures, picking up bargains in antiques, acquiring Yuhua Ringjia and changing its name to Jiangdi Lao, acquiring Fengkai Guild, and investing in War Leopard, all of these things made money. However, he was not optimistic about these, except for the Fengkai Guild, which he was optimistic about. Unfortunately, he thought the price was too high and did not acquire it, and it was also acquired by Soo-young. It seemed as if Soo-young was deliberately going against him. By the way, there is also the aluminum mine of Fengkai Mining. This investment is truly profitable. I asked my father to invest in Jiaxing Guild, which caused him to miss the opportunity to make tens of billions. Thinking of this, Chen Guanlei's face became even uglier. But soon, he collected his thoughts, forced a smile on his face, and said to Zhao Yulu, "Yulu, I didn't expect Soo-young to be so lucky. He invested in such a movie. It's almost 12 o'clock. Let's go eat together." "No, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." Zhao Yulu shook his head, hailed a taxi and left. To say that Soo-young is lucky now is really deceiving oneself. Soo-young has done so many things and has been successful every time. On the contrary, Chen Guanlei did so many things, all of which were wrong. Chen Guanlei did not seize those opportunities, but Soo-young did. Zhao Yulu really couldn't understand how Soo-young became so visionary and could make money every time he invested. Although I don't know what's going on, I have to admit that Soo-young has changed. Compared with Soo-young, Chen Guanlei looks very miserable. Not only did he have a poor vision, but he also didn't even have the courage to admit his mistakes. He even attributed Soo-young's successful investment to good luck. Through these things, it is clear that Chen Guanlei is good for nothing except being a rich second generation. Soo-young easily crushed Chen Guanlei. Is it really wrong to leave Soo-young? Zhao Yulu couldn't help but ask herself. This is the first time I asked myself this question. The more successful Soo-young becomes, the more it proves that his choice was wrong. Chen Guanlei's face immediately darkened as he watched Zhao Yulu get into the car and leave. I was thinking, what a person is this, he is giving me such a cold look. If you weren't beautiful, what qualifications would you have for me to treat you to a meal? But such inner thoughts can only be thought about in the heart and cannot be spoken out. He knew that if he said this to a woman like Zhao Yulu, she would probably have no chance at all. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Let's go out for lunch together at noon. Okay, where is it? I'll send you the address. After hanging up the phone, Chen Guanlei sent an address, got in the car and left. Now that Zhao Yulu is gone, he will look for another woman. Given his status as a rich second generation, it is extremely easy for him to find a woman to have dinner with. Chapter 123 Pharmaceutical Company Investment Opportunities. The second, third, and fourth days of the new year are 3 days to celebrate the new year. On the fifth day of the Chinese New Year, a high school classmate came to visit. Su Yang, you are rich now. You have a live broadcast company, Jiangdi Lao, and you even invest in movies. I'm so envious. My high school classmate is named Gao Zimo, and we have a pretty good relationship. Just slightly inferior to him and Han Yanghui. Gao Zimo learned about Su Yang's situation from Han Yanghui. I came to visit you today because I have something to discuss with Su Yang. It's okay. Su Yang smiled modestly. Of course, he couldn't show off in front of his classmates. No, you can't show off in front of anyone. Be humble and low-key, otherwise you will only make people hate you. What kind of job are you doing now? Are you in the hospital? Su Yang knew that Gao Zimo had been admitted to the medical university in the province, but he didn't know where he worked. No, I work in a pharmaceutical company now. Gao Zimo said. Pharmaceutical company? Su Yang was slightly stunned. Can't we go to the hospital? Hospitals are more stable. It's difficult to get into the hospital. I can't get into the big hospitals, and I don't want to go back to the county hospital, so I went to Guangcheng and joined Huiyin Pharmaceutical to work as a researcher. Gao Zimo said. Huiyin Pharmaceutical. It's a listed company, not bad. Su Yang knew Huiyin Pharmaceutical. He had looked at a lot of stocks during this period and knew that Huiyin Pharmaceutical was a listed company and was considered a rising star in the pharmaceutical industry. However, over the past year, Huiyin Pharmaceutical's stock price has been falling. It's okay, but the company's operations are facing difficulties now. I came to you to ask if you are interested in investing in our Huiyin Pharmaceutical. Gao Zimo said. Investing in Huiyin medicine? I don't know much about it. Su Yang smiled bitterly. Unexpectedly, Gao Zimo, like Han Yanghui, wanted to get him to invest. But he really didn't know much about Huiyin medicine, he only knew the basics. Investing in shares is different from buying stocks in the stock market. When buying stocks in the stock market, sometimes you can buy them just by looking at the K-line chart. If you want to invest in a company, you must have a full understanding of the company. A comprehensive assessment is needed of the company's size, finances, operating conditions, core competitiveness, future prospects, etc. In this regard, Su Yang really can't handle it. He invested in and acquired Fengkai Guild and Yuhua Renjia, and changed the name of Yuhua Renjia to Jiangdi Lao, all under the guidance of the system. Without a system, it would be impossible for him to invest. The same is true for investing in War Leopard. If the system did not say that War Leopard had good box office and War Leopard 2 had even better box office, he would not have invested. Then let me tell you, whether you want to invest or not is up to you to decide. What do you think? Gao Zimo also wanted to contribute to the company. First of all, working in Huiyin Pharmaceutical Company had a good salary, and he didn't want the company to go bankrupt. The second is that if you attract investment through yourself, the company boss will reward you. As for whether Su Yang invests or not, he thinks it's fine as long as he has done his best. It doesn't matter if you don't invest, just treat it as a reminiscing session with old classmates. In case you invest, the reward from your boss can save you decades of hard work, or even be unable to achieve the goal even after working for decades. Okay, you tell me, and I'll see if I can invest. Su Yang said. Our company is currently developing a drug for treating gastric cancer, and most of the funds have been invested in the development of this drug. The research on the drug has now entered the final stage. If it can be successfully developed, the prospects are imaginable. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be guaranteed. If the research and development fails, I'm afraid the company will go bankrupt. It is precisely because of this uncertainty and the fact that we don't know when the product will be developed that previous investors are unwilling to continue investing. Because if they invest a lot of money, and the cycle is uncertain, those investors would rather cut their losses than invest any more money. The boss had no choice but to tell the company executives and us researchers to see if anyone can attract investment. If anyone can, the company will definitely use them and promote them to key positions. He also said that they will give them 1% of the equity. It was a big temptation. I didn't have any idea at first because I didn't know any rich people. Before the Chinese New Year, I contacted Han Yanghui and he told me about your situation. I wanted to ask you if you have this intention. Gao Zimo briefly explained the situation. Drugs to treat gastric cancer. Once this drug is successfully developed, you can really make a lot of money. You are a researcher in your company. Do you think you can research and develop it successfully? Su Yang asked. I can only say that there is an 80% success rate, said Gao Zimo. So high? Su Yang asked in surprise. An 80% success rate is indeed very high. You know, this is a drug that treats cancer. Yes, it's just that 20%. There is uncertainty. It depends on whether there are rich people who want to take a chance. If I had money, I would invest. Unfortunately, I don't have money. Gao Zimo said with a wry smile. Su Yang couldn't make a judgment. I don't know if it is really as Gao Zimo said. For things like this, only by going to Huiyin Pharmaceutical and doing in-depth research can we know whether what Gao Zimo said is true or not. Just when he was about to politely refuse by saying, I'll think about it, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Huiyin Pharmaceutical Company is developing a special medicine for treating gastric cancer. It will be successfully developed in a month. With this special medicine, Huiyin Pharmaceutical will grow into a pharmaceutical giant with a market value of 100 billion in the next 5 years. Su Yang's eyes lit up. In the next 5 years, the market value will reach 100 billion. This is another case of fishing at the bottom of the river. Moreover, it has more potential than Jiangdi Lao. Invest, you must invest. Su Yang's eyes flickered. According to what you said, your company is indeed worth investing in. How much financing do you want? Gao Zimo's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, our boss said that with 500 million in funding, that should be enough. This also shows the confidence of the boss of Huiyin Pharmaceutical. Su Yang asked, with 500 million yuan in funds, how many shares is he prepared to give? Gao Zimo said, our company's market value is 2.6 billion, 500 million in funding, and 20% is given. Su Yang pondered for a moment and said, I am interested in investing, but I still need to visit your company to see if it is really as you said. I also need to take a look at other aspects of the company. Gao Zimo nodded repeatedly. Of course, 500 million yuan is not a small amount of money, so we have to conduct a comprehensive investigation, and it's the same for everyone. Su Yang said, okay, after the Spring Festival holiday, I will return to Jiangcheng and give the employees a New Year's red envelope first. I will arrange the work and then contact you. I will visit your company at that time. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Gao Zimo was in a good mood. If Su Yang could really invest, he would have a 1% stake. This is a reward and it doesn't cost any money. If the company can really develop cancer drugs, he can become a billionaire with this 1% of shares. The two chatted for a while, and then Gao Zimo said goodbye and left. Chapter 124 Understanding the Situation. The seventh day. Su Yang bid farewell to his parents and returned to Jiangqing with Zhao Yusen and Zhao Hai. In the car, Zhao Yusen scrolled through her phone and said, the box office of War Leopard has exceeded 100 million on the first day of the Lunar New Year, except for 70 million on the first day. Now the box office is almost 700 million. A certain organization predicts that the final box office of War Leopard is expected to exceed 1 billion. Su Yang smiled and said, we can make a lot of money this time. The box office is even higher than the system says. This is also due to the fact that I asked Fengkai Guild to promote War Leopard. Without the promotion by the anchors from Fengkai Guild, War Leopard would definitely not have been so popular. It can also be seen here that things can be done better than the system says. Just like the aluminum or last time, the system said that someone sold it for 1.5 billion, but I sold it for 1.6 billion. Zhao Yusen said, Wu Jing successfully turned things around through this movie. Su Yang nodded, then remembered something and said, Yusen, the new year is over. You should find some time to go to Jiangdi Lao and have a chat with the financial manager Zhou Ruyan. Zhao Yusen's eyes lit up, yeah, I was too busy before the new year and couldn't spare the time. I will definitely make time to go to the bottom of the river and talk to her in the next few days. Zhao Hai was a little anxious, Uxian, are you really going? Zhao Yusen smiled and said, of course, this concerns your happiness, Dad. I have to check it out. Zhao Hai said bitterly, how can I face people in the future if you do this? Zhao Yusen said seriously, Dad, I've already told you that I know my limits and will never embarrass you, so don't worry. Su Yang said, Yusin, Dad is the president now, and he has a lot of things to deal with, but he doesn't have an assistant. I think we can let this financial manager Zhou Ruyan be Dad's assistant to share some of the work. What do you think? Zhao Yusin's eyes lit up and she immediately understood what Su Yang meant. This creates an opportunity for Dad and Zhou Ruyan to get along with each other. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, yeah, that's what I should do. Dad works too hard and he really needs someone to share the work. You guys. Zhao Hai really didn't know what to say. The two of them sang in unison and decided on the personnel appointments and dismissals around him. His opinion was not sought. Zhao Yusin added, by the way, I can't be transferred now. I have to observe it first. I don't want my father to find another woman like Lu Yujuan. Su Yang nodded and said, of course, but that shouldn't be the case. I heard that Zhou Ruyan has a very good personality. Her colleagues speak highly of her and she's easy to get along with. Zhao Yusin said, that's good, but I have to see him first. Su Yang said, okay, everything is up to you. Zhao Hai said bitterly, Su Yang, can you two not do this? It's very difficult for me to do this. Zhao Yusin said, Dad, there's nothing to worry about. It's settled anyway. She could see that her father was somewhat fond of the financial manager Zhou Ruyan. Otherwise, he wouldn't just say things like it's difficult or hard to do. I will definitely refuse it firmly. Dad couldn't save his face, so naturally he needed her, his caring little girl, to step forward. Zhao Yusin added, by the way, husband, are you going to treat the Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao's employees to a New Year's Eve dinner tomorrow? Su Yang nodded and said, of course, I plan to treat all the employees of Fengkai Guild to lunch tomorrow at noon, along with a few people from Yangxin Investment, and treat all the employees of Jiangdi Lao to lunch tomorrow night. What's wrong? Zhao Yusin said, I thought about it. Our bank should have a New Year's Eve dinner at noon. I want to go to Jiangdi Lao's New Year's Eve dinner with you, and get to know the financial manager Zhou Ruyan by the way. Then I can chat with her as a friend. This way it won't seem abrupt. What do you think? Su Yang nodded, good idea, let's make a happy decision. When they returned to Jiangcheng, it was already past 6 o'clock, and the three of them had dinner together. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin sent Zhao Hai home and returned to the villa. As soon as they entered the villa, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin rolled over each other. It's not very convenient to do anything at home these days. The two of us are young and energetic, and we are really feeling a little suffocated. Soon, the sound of sex could be heard in the house. The 8th day of the first lunar month. In the morning, Su Yang went to Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao and gave red envelopes to all employees. Each person received 888 yuan, which caused ordinary employees to exclaim in surprise. As ordinary employees, it was the first time for them to receive such a generous red envelope. My previous boss considered it good if he could give me 100 yuan. As a worker, it is very rare to meet a generous leader. Many people have said that as long as a company is willing to hire them, they will work for the company for the rest of their lives and regard the company as their home. Invisibly, employees have a stronger sense of belonging to the company. Su Yang did not forget to invest in Yangxin. Yangxin Investment currently has only a few people and is still gradually recruiting people. The company will gradually become busier as more companies are acquired in the future. At noon, all the employees of Shuyang Fengkai Guild had the New Year's Eve dinner together and also invited the employees of Yangxin Investment to join them. Both companies were in the same building, so there was no need to have a separate meal with the people from Yangxin Investment. In the evening, Su Yang and all the employees of Jiangdi Lao had a New Year's Eve dinner together. Zhao Yusin naturally got to know Zhou Ruyan. The two had a good chat, and Zhao Yusin got the answer she wanted. A day passed just like that. When Su Yang returned home in the evening, it was already past 9 o'clock and he reeked of alcohol. Zhao Yusin thoughtfully made some hangover tea for Su Yang, and then said, Hubby, I met Sister Rian today, and I feel that she is just like what you said, with a very good personality. She is indeed interested in Dad. From the way she looks at Dad, I can tell that if she and Dad are together, Dad will definitely be very happy. Since they have already called Sister Rian, needless to say, they must have had a good chat. Su Yang said, that's good, then I will appoint her as Dad's assistant tomorrow. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, okay, we can't delay. We need to speed up the process of Dad's matter. I'm afraid Lu Yujuan will pester Dad. If Dad and Sister Rian are together, Lu Yujuan will give up. Okay. Su Yang nodded. By the way, you know her basic information, right? Tell me about it. It's not gossip, I just want to know. After all, she might be your mother-in-law in the future. Okay. Zhao Yusin said, Sister Ruyan is from the capital of Western Sichuan province. Both of her parents work in government departments and have retired. Her brother also works in government departments and is married. His children are in junior high school. Sister Ruyan went to college in Jiangqing, majoring in finance. Her parents wanted her to return to the capital to work, but she said she liked Jiangqing and didn't want to go back to work in the government, so she stayed in Jiangqing. She bought a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment in Jiangqing. She said that she would not get married until she met the right person. She would rather be alone than be with someone she does not like. She hinted that my dad was the one who moved her heart. In addition to learning about Zhou Ruyan's situation, she also talked about her father's situation. These are mutual and cannot be concealed. As for whether knowing the situation would affect their relationship, she was not worried at all. Dad and Zhou Ruyan are both elderly people. For this kind of thing, they will definitely do it because they like it, and they won't care about anything if they like it. Su Yang said, so, our father has hope. I think our father is also interested in the other party. He was not a fool and could see that Zhao Hai must be interested in Zhou Ruyan, otherwise he would definitely forcibly prevent the two of them from getting together. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, yes, so even if we don't do these, they should be able to get together in the end. What we do is just to help them speed up the process. Chapter 125 Heading to Guangcheng. The 9th day. Su Yang came to Jiangdi Lao and first went to the finance department to meet Zhou Ruyan. If you want to appoint Zhou Ruyan as Zhao Hai's assistant, you have to ask Zhou Ruyan whether she is willing. If Zhou Ruyan is unwilling, forcing her to be appointed will definitely not work. If they are not willing, I can find a way to bring the two of them together later. It is the same, the only difference is that the progress will be slower. In fact, as for Lu Yujuan's request to reconcile with Zhao Hai would not agree unless his head was caught in the door or kicked by a donkey. There is no need to worry about this at all. Things went even more smoothly than Su Yang had imagined. When Zhou Ruyan learned that she was to be Zhao Hai's assistant, she said, I accept the company's arrangement. She was a smart person and knew it should be Zhao Yusin, so she wanted to match her with Zhao Hai. She accepted the kindness because she really liked Zhao Hai. After Su Yang came out of the finance department, he called a meeting of senior management. Since General Manager Zhao Hai is very busy, he needs someone to share the work. Let Zhou Ruyan serve as the assistant general manager. Su Yang announced the appointment directly. No one was surprised by this appointment. The general manager really needs an assistant. The previous general manager had an assistant, but that assistant was the boss's confidant, and after the boss left, the assistant resigned. After Zhao Hai took office, he did not recruit an assistant. Some vice presidents also suggested that Zhao Hai should hire an assistant, saying that Zhao Hai was working too hard. However, Zhao Hai said he was still busy and did not agree. Just like that, Zhao Hai never had an assistant. It is normal for Zhao Hai to need an assistant now. But everyone was still a little surprised that Zhou Ruyan, a financial manager, was appointed as assistant to the general manager. But I didn't think too much about it. This is a normal personnel transfer and has nothing to do with them. Even if some people notice something, they won't say anything. Just do your own thing. Sometimes, gossip that shouldn't be spread should not be spread randomly, otherwise it will be detrimental to your career. Only those who have no future would care about other people's gossip. The meeting ended quickly. After Su Yang finished this matter, he chatted with Zhao Hai about the expansion of Jiangdi Lao and then left. The Chinese New Year has passed, and Jiangdi Lao is about to start expanding with full force. First the 4 first-tier cities, then the second-tier cities, quickly expanding to form a hot-pot empire. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin have already invested in the company. If there is any obstruction or problem that cannot be solved, we can find these two to solve it. The shares of the two people are not obtained for free. When the need arises, they need to do something. The 10th day. Su Yang took the general manager of Yangxin Company, as well as the lawyer and the financial officer, and flew to Guangcheng. When we arrived in Guangcheng, it was almost noon. After checking into the booked hotel, the group went to the restaurant for lunch, took a short rest in the hotel room, and then asked the hotel to arrange a car to take them to Huiyan Pharmaceutical. Huiyin Pharmaceutical is located in a high-tech industrial park. At this time, Yi Kaifeng, the boss of Huiyin Pharmaceutical, was standing at the door of the company with his senior executives, waiting for Su Yang's arrival. Gao Zimo, the only person who was not a senior executive, was standing next to Yi Kaifeng, attracting special attention. The senior executives had no dissatisfaction with this treatment, only envy. Because everyone knew that it was Gao Zimo who found the investors. During this period, these executives were also using their personal connections to look for investors. However, no drug has been found yet. It is unreliable to say that a drug can be developed to treat gastric cancer. No one believed that Huiyin Pharmaceutical could develop it. Unexpectedly, a small researcher in the R&D department actually attracted an investor. If this investor really invests, Gao Zimo will be able to obtain 1% of the company's shares and will also be promoted. If the company successfully develops a specific drug for treating gastric cancer with this investment, the company's future development will be rapid. The value of these executives will also rise. Salaries will definitely increase, as will bonuses. Xiao Gao, thank you for this time. Don't worry, as long as your classmate invests, I will immediately fulfill my promise. Yi Kaifeng did not have a good year this year, not at all. The company's funds can only last until the 15th day of the first lunar month. If no investment is obtained before the 15th day of the first lunar month, the company will be out of money and will have no choice but to wait for death. Over the years, he sold all his villas in order to develop this special medicine for treating gastric cancer. I have sold the several luxury cars I bought in the past, and now I drive a broken Audi A6, which is not even as good as the car driven by a middle-level manager in the company. Now he and his wife and children all rent a house. Fortunately, he has a virtuous wife who has no complaints about the changes in his life and supports him silently. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on and would have collapsed long ago. The company was about to go bankrupt due to lack of funds. He felt very unwilling. But what can I do if I am unwilling? I used all my connections, met everyone I could, and approached everyone I could, but I just couldn't get any investment. Unexpectedly, just after returning from the Chinese New Year, on the first day at work, the R&D manager brought Gao Zimo to see me and said that Gao Zimo had found a classmate who was interested in investing. This really excited him. Gao Zimo's classmate Su Yang, who is the owner of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao, was stunned. He also knew that the boss of Jiangdi Lao had acquired the South American aluminum mine of Fengkai Mining for 50 million, discovered a large amount of aluminum resources in the mine, and then sold it back to Fengkai Mining for 1.6 billion. This investment case is discussed by many investors. He also heard about it when he was soliciting investment. This shows that Gao Zimo's classmate is capable and has vision. Since there is an intention to invest, there is a high probability that you will invest. So, Yi Kaifeng asked Gao Zimo to contact Su Yang immediately, and the two parties agreed that Su Yang would come to the company for inspection at 3 o'clock this afternoon. As long as we find no problems after investigation, we will invest. So, in order to show his sincerity, Yi Kaifeng brought a group of senior executives to the company gate at 2:30 to welcome Su Yang. The temperature today is 10 degrees, it's cloudy, and there's a strong wind, howling. Yi Kaifeng and other senior executives had messy hair due to the hair drying, and they felt a little cold. Despite this, no one dared to complain. The company can only survive if someone comes to invest. This little wind is nothing. Don't say it was only 10 degrees, it was windy. Even if it's minus 10 degrees and there's heavy snow, we have to stand here. This concerns everyone's job. These executives all receive high salaries, and some even receive incentive shares. As long as the company successfully develops a specific drug for gastric cancer, their salaries and bonuses will increase greatly. Compared with the future benefits, this little bit of wind is really nothing. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Gao Zimo thanked. Until the last moment, he was not sure whether Su Yang could invest, so it was not easy to say too much at this time. Chapter 126 Investment. At 2:50, the Bentley car carrying Su Yang and others slowly stopped at the entrance of Huiyin Pharmaceutical. Su Yang and others got off the car. I saw Gao Zimo in the crowd at a glance. Gao Zimo immediately told Yi Kaifeng who was his classmate Su Yang. So, Yi Kaifeng immediately took Gao Zimo forward. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Yi Kaifeng from Huiyin Pharmaceutical. I welcome you to visit our company. Yi Kaifeng came up to Su Yang and extended his hand enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Yi. Su Yang shook hands with the other party. The two sides exchanged a few brief greetings and then entered the company. Came to a meeting room. Next, Yi Kaifeng took out the prepared documents, and Su Yang asked the lawyer and the finance department to check the documents. Su Yang and general manager of Yangxin Investment, led by Yi Kaifeng, visited the company's R&D department. The manager of the R&D department gave a detailed introduction to the department's situation, with a focus on the development progress of the specific drug for the treatment of gastric cancer. Currently, this is the company's biggest selling point to attract investment. It can also be said that it is the only selling point. Su Yang came here for this too. After listening to the introduction, Su Yang knew that this special medicine had reached the final public relations stage. Without investors investing, there is a lot of uncertainty. After all, there is currently no company that can develop a specific drug that can completely cure cancer. If Su Yang hadn't received any system prompts, he would never have invested. Because the probability is really too low. Just like Wu Jing's War Leopard, when filming, no one could have imagined that this would be a box office hit. Afterwards, Su Yang visited the workshop under the guidance of Yi Kaifeng. The workshops that produce various medicines all strictly follow the standards. During this period, Gao Zimo accompanied him throughout. He would interject a few words from time to time, which was also something Yi Kaifeng specifically instructed. It would be better with Gao Zimo as a link. After reading it, we returned to the meeting room, where the finance department and lawyer had just finished checking various documents. Make a report and show it to Su Yang. There is no problem with the data and information. In fact, Su Yang did all this just to pretend to follow the normal investment and acquisition process. With prompts from the system, all of this can actually be avoided. But if you don't do these things, people might be suspicious. Only a fool would decide to invest without doing anything else. Su Yang doesn't want others to treat him as a fool. Doing these is a normal investment. At most, others will say that you have good vision or good luck. Finally, it's time to discuss the purchase price. Su Yang said, Boss Yi, I can invest 500 million, but 20% of the shares is not enough. I want 25% of the shares. Hearing this, Yi Kaifeng was surprised and a little embarrassed. To my surprise, Su Yang was willing to invest 500 million yuan, so there was no need to worry about funding. The problem is that Su Yang wants 25% of the shares. Originally, he planned to give only 20% of the shares. 25% of the shares exceeded his expectations. Mr. Su, no problem, just 25% of the shares. Without hesitating for too long, Yi Kaifeng made the decision. Now, Su Yang is willing to invest, but just asks for a little more. Su Yang is probably the only one willing to invest. If you don't agree, the company will go bankrupt in a few days. It is worthwhile to pay a little more in exchange for the vitality of the company. Once you develop a special medicine, you will just have to make less money in the future. It's better than the company going bankrupt and leaving yourself with nothing. Mr. Yi is indeed a man of courage. I believe that under your leadership, the company will be able to develop a specific drug for gastric cancer. Su Yang smiled. With 25% of the shares, Huiyin Pharmaceutical will become a giant in the pharmaceutical industry in the future. The value of this 25% of the shares will be as high as tens of billions. I have to say, this investment really made a lot of money. The next step is to draft the contract and sign it. After signing the contract, Su Yang immediately transferred 500 million to the account of Huiyin Pharmaceutical Company. Yi Kaifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and his tense nerves finally relaxed. He has been under too much pressure during this period. Now that the funding problem has been solved, we just have to wait for the specific medicine to be developed. He is still very confident about this special medicine for treating gastric cancer. In the evening, Yi Kaifeng, together with other senior executives and Gao Zimo, entertained Su Yang and his party at a high-end restaurant near the company. The next day, Su Yang and his friends had breakfast and flew back to Jiangqing. As soon as Gao Zimo arrived at work, the RD manager came over. Gao Zimo, the boss wants you to go to his office. Okay. Under the envious gazes of his colleagues, Gao Zimo went to the boss's office. Everyone already knows that Gao Zimo's classmate invested 500 million yuan and became a major shareholder of the company. Now that the company's financial problems have been solved, it's time for the boss to fulfill his promise. It was exactly as my colleagues guessed. When Gao Zimo arrived at Yi Kaifeng's office, Yi Kaifeng took out a contract and asked Gao Zimo to sign it. This is a share transfer contract. 1% of the shares are transferred to Gao Zimo in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the company. Gao Zimo was so excited that his hands were shaking when he signed. He could imagine that as long as a specific cancer drug was successfully developed, 1% of the shares would be worth at least over 1 billion. He is still very confident that a specific drug for cancer can be successfully developed. After all, he was from the R&D department. Although he was not directly involved in the project, he knew some of the circumstances of the project. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Gao Zimo thanked excitedly. You deserve this. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Yi Kaifeng waved his hand and said, I'll tell the HR manager and the R&D manager about your position. I heard from the R&D manager that the supervisor of your project team just resigned and there has been no supervisor. You will be the supervisor of your project team. You have to take one step at a time. I can't promote you to a high position all at once. You are still young, and I hope you can understand. Boss, I understand. This position is just right for me. Otherwise, if you give me a position that is too high, I won't be able to do it well. Gao Zimo said. Okay, I'm optimistic about you, and you're now a shareholder of the company. As long as you make achievements, I will definitely give you priority for promotion in the future. Yi Kaifeng was very satisfied with Gao Zimo's attitude. This afternoon, Zhao Hai was busy working when the phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and it was Lu Yujuan calling. Zhao Hai frowned and didn't want to answer the call at first, but after thinking about it, he answered it. What's up? Zhao Hai said indifferently. Zhao Hai, I called you several times this morning, why didn't you answer my calls? Lu Yujuan said somewhat aggrievedly. I didn't notice. Zhao Hai's tone remained indifferent. It's not that I didn't notice, but that I didn't answer. He knew very well what Lu Yujuan was thinking and really didn't want to pay any attention to her. It is impossible to get back together with Lu Yujuan. No matter how nice Lu Yujuan said it, it was impossible. Chapter 127 Blocking the Door. That's okay. Do you have time in the evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. Lu Yujuan said. No time. Zhao Hai refused directly. Then when are you free? I'll treat you to a meal. Lu Yujuan knew that Zhao Hai must be making excuses, but she didn't give up. There's no time for anything. Zhao Hai said. Zhao Hai, do you hate me so much? You didn't even give me a chance to have a meal. Lu Yujuan used the same trick again. It was the same trick she used last time to get Zhao Hai to agree to have dinner with her. It's a pity that the last plan was disrupted by Zhao Yusen. I've already given you a chance. I know what you mean. Don't waste your time. There's no way we can get back together. You don't have to call me anymore. After saying that, Zhao Hai hung up the phone. Lu Yujuan on the other end of the phone turned pale as she heard the beeping sound. Only by meeting each other would she have a chance to persuade Zhao Hai to get back together with her. But Zhao Hai didn't even give her a chance to meet him. What should she do? You can't just block the door, right? Blocking the door? It doesn't seem impossible. Since Zhao Hai won't give us a chance to meet, why not block the door? If you want Zhao Hai to accept you again, you have to give something. Just go block the door. Today, I will go to Jiangdi Lao's entrance and wait for Zhao Hai to come out. With Jiangdi Lao employees watching, she just couldn't believe that Zhao Hai wouldn't give her a chance. Unless Zhao Hai wanted to make a fool of himself in front of Jiangdi Lao's employees. Thinking of this, Lu Yujuan felt much better. At 4:30, she gave instructions to the foreman and called Yang Tiancheng, saying that she had something to do tonight and would not be going home to cook. She also sent a message to Zhao Yulu. Then he left in a hurry and drove to the open-air parking lot in front of Jiangdi Lao's headquarters. After parking the car, he stayed in it, waiting for Zhao Hai to show up. At 5:30, it was time to get off work and employees came out of the company one after another. At almost 6 o'clock, I finally saw Zhao Hai coming out of the company. Originally, when she saw Zhao Hai, Lu Yujuan was ready to get off the car. However, seeing Zhao Hai talking and laughing with a woman, Lu Yujuan did not get out of the car for the time being. What happened next was beyond her expectations. Zhao Hai and the woman got into a BMW 730 together. This is the car that the company gave to Zhao Hai. As the general manager, he naturally has to ride in a luxury car to show his status. He can't just ride in his wooling magic car. Zhao Hai sat in the driver's seat and the woman sat in the passenger seat. What are Zhao Hai and that woman doing? Lu Yujuan thought of a possibility, her face turned grim, she started the car and followed. Then he came to a high-end restaurant and saw Zhao Hai and Zhou Ruyan enter the restaurant together and sit in the seats by the window. This time, Lu Yujuan's face became even uglier. Without a doubt, her guess came true. This woman should be Zhao Hai's new love. Otherwise, Zhao Hai would never go out to eat alone with a woman. Even if the two of them haven't been together yet, Zhao Hai should like this woman. Judging from the look of this woman, she should also be interested in Zhao Hai. A man and a woman, the man has feelings for each other and the woman is interested in each other, they will be together soon. No wonder you refused to answer my call and didn't even give me time to have a meal. Lu Yujuan gritted her teeth. She wanted to get out of the car, rush into the restaurant, and disrupt Zhao Hai's date with that woman. But think about it, such behavior is like that of a shrew, which will probably make Zhao Hai even more unhappy, and it will be even more difficult to reconcile with Zhao Hai. So she waited in the car for more than an hour. After the two of them finished their meal, paid the bill, walked out of the restaurant, and got out of the car. Zhao Hai. Lu Yujuan pretended to meet by chance. Why are you here? I asked you to have dinner, but you said you didn't have time. It turns out you were having dinner with another woman. She looked at Zhou Ruyan and asked, who is this? Zhao Hai frowned slightly, not understanding Lu Yujuan's intentions, and could only say, this is my colleague who I fished out from the bottom of the river. Colleague. Lu Yujuan looked at Zhou Ruyan and said with a smile, hello, my name is Lu Yujuan, and I'm Zhao Hai's ex-wife. Zhou Ruyan nodded slightly, hello, my name is Zhou Ruyan. At dinner on the first day of the new year, Zhao Hai's daughter Zhao Yusin told her about Zhao Hai's situation. Because of his wife's betrayal, Zhao Hai divorced his wife when Zhao Yusin was 5 years old. Zhao Yusin is under the care of Zhao Hai, and Zhao Yusin's sister is under the care of his ex-wife. The ex-wife took Zhao Yusin's sister and started a family with someone else. That person is Yang Tiancheng, the vice president of Delicious Hot Pot. The reason why Delicious Hot Pot opened a store next to Jiangdi Lao was that Yang Tiancheng wanted to suppress Zhao Hai. Unfortunately, this move backfired. Not only did it not suppress Jiangdi Lao, but Jiangdi Lao's business became extremely popular, leaving Delicious Hot Pot with no business. Yang Tiancheng's days at the Delicious Hot Pot must have been difficult. Zhao Yusin also said that Lu Yujuan was a snobbish woman. When she saw that Zhao Hai became the general manager of Jiangdi Lao, she wanted to get back together with Zhao Hai. He also hinted to her that if she liked her dad, she should seize the opportunity. When I saw Lu Yujuan at this time, I felt the hostility in Lu Yujuan's eyes. Zhou Ruyan knew that what Zhao Yusin said should be true. From what Lu Yujuan said, that she had invited Zhao Hai to dinner, this can also be proved. Moreover, relying on her woman's intuition, she felt that Lu Yujuan's appearance here was probably no coincidence. It seemed like he was trying to provoke her. She really likes Zhao Hai. She used to think that she should live alone for the rest of her life. Anyway, I would rather be single than settle for something less than perfect. I will never settle until I meet someone I am satisfied with. But when she saw Zhao Hai, her heart began to ripple. She admitted that she was moved. Zhao Hai is a little older, but in front of love, that doesn't matter. In fact, they are not too old. She is 38 years old and Zhao Hai is 48 years old, only a difference of 10 years. And according to Zhao Yusin, Zhao Hai is also interested in her. Today, Zhao Hai took the initiative to ask her out for dinner, and she naturally agreed. Faced with Lu Yujuan's active provocation, Zhou Ruyan did not give any verbal response. Just deal with it calmly. To be honest, Zhou Ruyan felt that Lu Yujuan was really dreaming. No man will tolerate a woman who has betrayed him. Not to mention that after so many years, he still comes to ask for reconciliation. Zhou Ruyan really didn't know what Lu Yujuan was thinking. Why did she feel there was still a chance? Do you really think Zhao Hai is a fool? So, in response to this provocation, she basically didn't need to do anything. I believe Zhao Hai will handle it. Ruyan, let's go. Zhao Hai also guessed that Lu Yujuan's appearance here was not a coincidence. He was too lazy to say anything to Lu Yujuan and left with Zhou Ruyan. Lu Yujuan didn't know what to say and could only watch the two people get into the car and leave. Lu Yujuan also wanted to get in the car and leave, but she was hungry, so she had to go into the restaurant, eat, and then go home. When I got home, Yang Tiancheng and his son had already returned. Zhao Yulu also came back and was in the room. Chapter 128 Severe Punishment. Where have you been? Yang Tiancheng saw that Lu Yujuan looked very bad, so he asked. I didn't go anywhere. I just went to have dinner with my sisters. Lu Yujuan still made the same excuse as before. Yang Tiancheng felt that Lu Yujuan was not telling the truth, but he did not continue to ask. Now, his work is in a mess, and the boss has decided today to let him transfer the hot pot business to another vice president, who will then choose a new location for the business. The boss would not give up the hot pot business, but due to his selfishness, the group suffered heavy losses. The boss was very disappointed in him and did not allow him to get involved. The boss didn't give him any new work to do, so it seemed like he was just being benched. If he doesn't resign voluntarily, I'm afraid his boss will find various ways to target him and force him to resign. He may not stay in Delicious Group for much longer. He snorted coldly, turned around and walked out. If you are in a bad mood, the right thing to do is to find a friend to drink and relieve your sorrow. Yang Jingsheng didn't stay long and went out to play. For him, although he was worried about his father's career, he had no other choice. Life had to go on and he had to continue looking for beautiful women to play with. Now, only Lu Yujuan and Zhao Yulu were at home. Lu Yujuan came to Zhao Yulu's room, where Zhao Yulu was playing with her cell phone. Mom, you didn't cook today. Did you go to see Dad again? Zhao Yulu asked. How do you know? Lu Yujuan admitted it. Looking at you, you must have been doing this recently. I guess Dad still rejects you. Just listen to me and don't do this anymore. There's no chance for you. Zhao Yulu said. I called him many times today, but he didn't answer. When I called him in the afternoon, he answered. I said I would treat him to a meal, but he said he didn't have time. So I went to the Jiangdi Lao gate to block him. Guess what I saw, said Lu Yujuan. How should I know? Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes and was too lazy to guess. He was actually dating a female employee of Jiangdi Lao. They went out to eat together and seemed to be talking and laughing. Lu Yujuan looked unhappy. There's nothing strange about this. He used to be a restaurant owner and didn't socialize much, but now he's the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. People like him must be very attractive to women. Zhao Yulu was very frank. He went to find a new love and was unwilling to accept me again. What did he think of me and you? Lu Yujuan's face was still ugly, as if Zhao Hai was a heartless man. Mom, Dad has nothing to do with us anymore. We have no control over what he does. Not to mention that he is dating a woman, even if he marries a woman, it is his freedom. Zhao Yulu saw it very clearly. Why did he marry another woman and not want to get back together with me? Lu Yujuan felt indignant. Mom, you really need to stop doing this. It's impossible for you two to be together. Zhao Yulu sighed and tried to persuade her again. No, I gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but I didn't get any benefits from him. Now that he's rich, he doesn't want to take responsibility. There's no such good thing. He must get back together with me, otherwise I won't let it go. Lu Yujuan said, gritting her teeth. Mom, I really don't want to say anything to you. Just do whatever you want. Zhao Yulu felt that Lu Yujuan had reached a dead end, and no matter what she said, nothing would make her happy, so she was too lazy to say anything. The 20th day of the first lunar month. Regarding the incident in which Wang Ting, under the instigation of Chen Guanlei, framed Su Yang, the police's punishment results have come out. Wang Ting was ordered to compensate Su Yang 2 million yuan for reputation loss. He also published an apology statement on his personal Douyin homepage. Kaixuan Investment and Jiaxing Guild were ordered to publish an apology statement on Douyin's official homepage. And each company must pay 20 million yuan in reputation loss compensation to Fengkai Guild. Chen Guanlei was ordered to personally compensate Su Yang 5 million yuan for reputation loss and publish an apology statement on his personal Douyin homepage. These penalties must be enforced unconditionally. It can be said that Chen Guanlei's attempt this time ended in a miserable defeat. This is the result of Chen Guanlei's father Chen Ankong mobilizing his network of relationships. Otherwise, actions like those of Chen Guanlei and Wang Ting would constitute defamation and they would definitely be detained. Not long after the police's punishment came out, Douyin's official punishment on Jiaxing Guild and Wang Ting also came out. Jiaxing Guild adopted unfair competition to attack its competitors and was punished by not providing traffic support for 2 months. This is a major blow to Jiaxing Guild. You know, on short video platforms, traffic is money. Douyin will provide certain traffic support to each guild. Without traffic support, the exposure of Jiaxing Guild's anchors will be greatly affected and profits will drop significantly. The Jiaxing Guild wailed. The punishment for Wang Ting is much simpler. She is banned from being a host on Douyin for life. Wang Ting had already anticipated this result, so she didn't have much emotional fluctuation. From then on, she could no longer make money through live streaming. Even if she goes to other platforms, no one will give her rewards, instead she will be scolded. When Chen Guanlei saw these punishments in his office, his face turned ashen. This attack on Su Yang not only failed, but also resulted in heavy losses to itself. It's like shooting oneself in the foot. How on earth did Su Yang find that evidence? Chen Guanlei gritted his teeth, still unable to understand how Su Yang found those evidences. In the blink of an eye, the 1-month release period of War Leopard ended. The total box office is 1.5 billion. This box office far exceeded everyone's expectations. Wu Jing joins the billion-dollar director club. Moreover, he wrote, directed and starred in War Leopard, which was a mainstream film and received unanimous praise from the official. This made him even more popular. During this period, many bigwigs took the initiative to call Wu Jing to discuss cooperation. Basically, there are 2 meanings. If Wu Jing shoots War Leopard 2, they will invest and give him as much money as he wants. If Wu Jing doesn't shoot War Leopard 2, here is the script, please ask Wu Jing to be the director. Wu Jing naturally said that he was filming War Leopard 2. In fact, as soon as the box office results for the Spring Festival came out, he started writing the script for War Leopard 2. The first draft has been completed and will continue to be polished. Try to make a better sequel than War Leopard. War Leopard is a domestic story, and War Leopard 2 expands its focus to the international level. The theme of the story remains the same, but the scenes will be more grand. Before that, a celebration banquet should be held. On the day the film was taken off the screen, Zhao Yusen confirmed that the celebration banquet would be held at Jiangqing Hotel. It's just for Su Yang's convenience. After making the decision, Wu Jing called Su Yang. Mr. Su, the release of War Leopard has ended, and the total box office is 1.5 billion. We will hold a celebration banquet at Jiangqing Hotel on the 15th of this month, which is a week from now, which is Saturday. I hope you can come and bring your wife and father-in-law, and that's fine too. Chapter 129 Celebration Party. I will take my wife with me, but my father-in-law probably won't go. Su Yang said. Okay, see you then. After confirmation by your investors, the investors' profits will be distributed. War Leopard 2 inch is also already in preparation, and the investment quota will be allocated then. Wu Jingdao. Okay. Su Yang said. End the call. That night, when Zhao Yusen came back from get off work, Su Yang told her about this and asked her if she wanted to go. Go, of course I have to go. There should be a lot of female stars there. I will go and watch you to make sure you don't get seduced away by any of them. Zhao Yusen said with a smile. Those female stars are not as pretty as you, how could I be seduced by you? Besides, don't you know what kind of person I am? Su Yang said with a wry smile. I know what kind of person you are, but I don't know what kind of people those female stars are. What if they come at you and you can't resist them? I'm here. I don't know who dares to come at you. If anyone comes at you, I'll show you how I'll deal with her. Zhao Yusen bared her teeth, trying to make herself look more ferocious, but she didn't look fierce at all. Instead, she looked a bit cute. Okay, that's settled then. I hope someone comes over and see how you deal with him. Su Yang laughed and hugged Zhao Yusen in his arms. You still hope someone will pounce on you? There was a dangerous light flashing in Zhao Yusen's eyes. The point of what I said just now was that I wanted to see how you deal with people. Su Yang was speechless. Humph, you passed. Zhao Yusen snorted twice, walked into the kitchen and started cooking. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the celebration party. Su Yang took Zhao Yusen to participate. Today, a long red carpet was laid out in front of the entrance of Jiangqing Hotel. There were tapes on both sides of the red carpet, and a large number of security personnel maintained order and kept the excited fans outside. The celebration party for War Leopard was attended by not only the main creative staff of War Leopard. Due to the huge success of War Leopard, Wu Jing became very popular. It can be imagined that, at least in the next few years, Wu Jing's career as a director and actor will not be short of big production shoots. Whether Wu Jing is directing his own movies or starring in other movies. Many celebrities came to show their support, including some popular stars. Many fanatical fans pay close attention to the schedules of these stars. I came here early to catch a glimpse of my idol. Many media reporters were invited to this celebration party. Many stars, directors, film and television company bosses and staff walked on the red carpet, causing fans to scream continuously. It can be said that this celebration party brought together many celebrities, directors and film and television company bosses, and it was comparable to a small awards ceremony. When big-name female stars walk the red carpet, they attract the most attention. Their every smile, gesture, and wave of the hand all draw screams. As for those third and fourth-tier stars, they don't get much attention. There was a fourth-tier female star who did something peculiar. When she was walking on the red carpet, the straps of her suspender dress suddenly broke, revealing a large area of white, which caused screams and media reporters took photos frantically. Regardless, it's still a source of material. The female star achieved her goal, and the media reporters also achieved their goals. It was a win-win situation. However, for such a person, becoming famous in this way is doomed to not last long. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen did not walk the red carpet. After everyone had walked the red carpet, they quietly entered from the side. In the celebration party venue, Wu Jing was chatting and laughing with others. Wu Jing's wife Xia Bei noticed Su Yang and Zhao Yusen the moment they entered the door. He quickly went to remind Wu Jing, and then the couple came over together to greet them. In fact, before Su Yang and Zhao Yusen came, Xia Bei's main task was to pay attention to their arrival. Even when talking to other people, she was facing the entrance of the venue. She and Wu Jing both knew the importance of Su Yang. Su Yang is Wu Jing's benefactor. It can be said that without Su Yang, there would be no Wu Jing today. The couple are very grateful to Su Yang and will never let Su Yang and Zhao Yusen be neglected in the slightest. Mr. Su, you're here. Wu Jing walked over and grabbed Su Yang's hand, looking very excited. Xia Bei also greeted Zhao Yusen. After they chatted for a while, Xia Bei took Zhao Yusen away and took her to meet other female stars. Wu Jing took Su Yang to meet other investors. Other investors have already walked the red carpet and came in a long time ago. During this chat, everyone had a smile on their face. War Leopard is a big hit and they can make a lot of money. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei also attended the celebration banquet. The two were in one of the corners. It was Chen Guanglei who invited Zhao Yulu here. Zhao Yulu didn't want to come at first. Because as the largest investor of War Leopard, Su Yang will definitely attend the celebration party. And according to Su Yang's personality, Su Yang will bring Zhao Yusen with him. She didn't want to meet with either of them. But Chen Guanglei said that many celebrities will attend the celebration party. Now the reputation of Jiaxing Guild has been damaged, and Douyin officials have stopped providing traffic support, resulting in a sharp drop in Jiaxing Guild's income. Even though 2 months have passed and Douyin officials have increased traffic, many viewers still don't like Jiaxing Guild. This time here, I can meet with the big guys from the film and television companies, discuss cooperation, and see if I can become a celebrity endorser. If celebrities promote products, there is no need to worry about traffic issues. Celebrities bring their own traffic. Moreover, many viewers will buy things because of the celebrity's fame. The problem that the audience dislikes Jiaxing Guild will also be solved. It has to be said that Chen Guanglei has always been unreliable, but Zhao Yulu still thinks what he said is quite reliable. As the vice president of Jiaxing Guild, Zhao Yulu also has the obligation to run Jiaxing Guild well. So, I followed Chen Guanglei. Yulu, this time War Leopard was a big hit. I heard that Wu Jing is already planning to shoot War Leopard 2. Many big capitals want to invest. Several investors of War Leopard will definitely be kicked out. We, Triumph Investment, are the major shareholder of Xingchen Films, a large company in the film and television industry, and we hope to get a piece of the pie. I'll introduce you to the CEO of Xingchen Films later. The main reason you're here this time is to meet him and talk to him about celebrities promoting products. Chen Guanglei held a glass of red wine and talked about the information he had received. When he said the first sentence, he showed a gloating smile. Su Yang was an investor in War Leopard. When filming War Leopard 2, he could no longer invest. Su Yang must have been very disappointed. After all, given the popularity of War Leopard, the box office of War Leopard 2 will not be bad and it will definitely make money. Chen Guanglei felt very happy when he thought that Su Yang could not invest in War Leopard 2. When he said the second and third sentences, a look of pride appeared on his face. Chapter 130. Let's get hard. Su Yang can't invest in War Leopard 2 anymore. Zhao Yulu was a little surprised, and her focus was on this. Yes, Su Yang invested in War Leopard because no one was optimistic about it, and he took advantage of the situation. Now everyone is optimistic about War Leopard 2, but he is not an insider and has no foundation, so he naturally has no chance. With his strength, he is not good enough in front of those big capitals. Chen Guanglei said with a smile. That's right. Zhao Yulu nodded, agreeing with Chen Guanglei's analysis. Mr. Chen. At this time, a voice came from the side. Turning around, I saw a middle-aged man with a big belly walking towards me. Chen Guanglei smiled, and when he walked up to him, he introduced him with a smile. Yu Lu, this is Mr. Bai from Xingchen Films, whom I just told you about. Zhao Yulu nodded slightly and said hello, hello. Bai Guanghui looked at Zhao Yulu, a look of amazement flashed across his eyes, and he praised, Mr. Chen, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Chen Guanlei smiled and neither admitted nor denied it. Zhao Yulu, on the other hand, heard what Bai Guanghui said and immediately said, Mr. Bai, you misunderstood. I am not Chen Guanlei's girlfriend, but just an ordinary friend. Is that so? Bai Guanghui didn't believe what Zhao Yulu said. In his opinion, even if it is not the case now, it will be the case soon. It is very easy for Chen Guanlei to win over a woman. Chen Guanlei was a little unhappy that Zhao Yulu was so anxious to explain her relationship with him, but he didn't show it. He introduced, Boss Bai, Yulu is the vice president of Jiaxing Guild. I brought her here today because I want to talk to you about celebrity endorsements. If possible, she will communicate with you on all the specific matters in the future. Okay. I think this matter is very promising. Let's talk about it. After all, this is a win-win situation. Let's talk about it before the celebration party officially starts. Bai Guanghui said. Okay. Chen Guanlei naturally had no objection. He came here mainly to talk about this matter. As for looking at female stars, he really doesn't have much interest in them. He knows better than most what female stars are like. Although he is just a second-generation rich man, he has slept with more than one-third or fourth-tier female star. I spent a lot of money on a second-tier girl and slept with her. I haven't slept in the front line. The other side. Under the leadership of Xie Bei, Zhao Yusin had a great conversation with several first-line female stars including Reba, Yang Mi, and Yaya. Everyone knows that Zhao Yusin is the wife of Su Yang, the largest investor in War Leopard, so naturally they are eager to make friends with her. You know, Su Yang is also the boss of Jiangdi Lao and Fengkai Guild. The Fengkai Guild deserves the greatest credit for the promotion of War Leopard this time. Moreover, Jiangdi Lao is very popular, and anyone can see that Jiangdi Lao will become a giant in the catering industry in the future. Su Yang's net worth is probably worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. It is a real surprise for them to be able to make friends with Su Yang. This time Su Yang's investment in War Leopard was just a coincidence. But who says that Su Yang will not get involved in the film and television industry in the future? Su Yang's entry into the film and television industry must be heavyweight capital. Su Yang chatted with a few investors for a while, then felt the urge to pee, so he went to the bathroom. On the way back, I saw Chen Guanlei going to the bathroom. Su Yang had a very bad impression of him and had no intention of paying any attention to him. However, Chen Guanlei stood in front of Su Yang. Is there something? Su Yang asked calmly. Su Yang, do you think that you are great just because you invested in War Leopard and made money? Chen Guanlei asked with a sneer. I never thought so. Besides, even if I think it's great, what does it have to do with you? Su Yang said coldly. It has nothing to do with me, but I'm just unhappy with you. I guess you already know that Wu Jing is going to shoot War Leopard 2. Do you think you still have a chance to invest in War Leopard 2? I tell you, you have no chance. Chen Guanlei said with a sarcastic smile. Who told you I have no chance? Su Yang asked back. Do I need someone to tell me this? You're just a country bumpkin from a small county. If no one was optimistic about War Leopard and Wu Jing was desperate, do you think you would have a chance to invest? I tell you, in front of those big capitals, you are nothing. Chen Guanlei said sarcastically. You stopped me just to tell me this? Su Yang asked coldly. He and Wu Jing signed a priority investment agreement, and the investment share was 30%. He had no intention of explaining. There was nothing to say to someone like Chen Guanlei. Of course it's not just that. Also, you were kicked out. Triumph Investment, which my father controls, is the major shareholder of Xingchen Film and Television. Xingchen Film and Television is a heavyweight capital in the film and television industry and will definitely be able to invest. Are you surprised? Are you jealous? Chen Guanlei said with a proud smile. It's not a surprise, let alone jealousy. Apart from having a good father, what else do you have? To be honest, you have no qualifications to be proud in front of me. In time, even your father will not have the qualifications to be proud in front of me. Su Yang said coldly. Given the popularity of Jiangdi Lao, its valuation could exceed 10 billion yuan as long as it expands to first-tier cities. Chen Guanlei, a second-generation rich man with a family worth billions, really has no right to be proud in front of him. Not only Chen Guanlei didn't have it, even Chen Guanlei's father didn't have it. Humph, at least today, you won't get the chance to invest in War Leopard 2. Chen Guanlei is not a fool. He knows that if nothing unexpected happens, Su Yang's net worth will soon surpass that of his father. His advantage over Su Yang will soon disappear. Coming here today may be my last chance to look down on Su Yang. There may never be another opportunity like this again. Let's not talk about whether I can get the opportunity to invest in War Leopard 2 for now. Don't you think you are jumping around in front of me like a clown? The last time I gambled on stones, and you asked that female anchor to slander me, haven't you learned your lesson? Su Yang said sarcastically. As for the gambling on stones, you were just lucky. As for the female anchor's slander against you, I really don't know how you found the evidence. You won't be so lucky next time. Chen Guanlei snorted coldly. You mean, you still want to use this method to deal with me? Su Yang narrowed his eyes, with a cold light in his eyes. He had always hated Chen Guanlei, and there was no grudge between the two of them, but this guy was like a clown, jumping around in front of him. If Chen Guanlei really wants to deal with me, I don't mind using hacking technology to find out his background. People like Chen Guanlei should have a lot of negative information. The reason why Chen Guanlei is so arrogant is simply because he has a rich father. You can even check Chen Guanlei's father and his company. If anything else is found out, Su Yang doesn't mind exposing it and destroying Chen Guanlei's father's company. Humph, you're just a country bumpkin from a small county. I'm too lazy to deal with you. Chen Guanlei originally wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw the look in Su Yang's eyes, he felt a palpitation in his heart for some reason, and had a very bad feeling. He immediately snorted coldly, stepped aside Su Yang, and went to the bathroom. It seems that the last counterattack against Jiaxing Guild and Kaixuan investment was relatively light. If there is a chance in the future, I will strike hard and see if he dares to jump in front of me again. Su Yang glanced at Chen Guanlei's back, his eyes flickering, and returned to the venue. Chapter 131. Everyone is shocked. Su Yang returned to the venue and continued chatting with several investors. At this time, Wu Jing was gone. Not long after, Wu Jing came over with a briefcase and brought a few investors to a small room. Then he took out a document from his briefcase and distributed a copy to each person. Wu Jing said, "This is the dividend from investing in War Leopard. It is calculated according to everyone's investment ratio. There are detailed calculations in it. Please check if it is correct. If there is no problem, please sign it. The money will be transferred to your account within today." Everyone looked at it and thought there was no problem, so they signed on it. Su Yang's investment this time is 20 million, accounting for 25%. The box office of War Leopard is 1.5 billion. The state deducts 5% from the special film fund and 3% from taxes, the distributor gets 10% and the cinema chain gets 40%. The remaining 42% belongs to the investors, totaling 441 million. Su Yang accounted for 25%, and after deducting taxes, there were more than 210 million. It's definitely a big profit. You know, the box office of many movies is not that high. Even though the movie market is booming right now, there aren't really many movies with box office revenue exceeding 200 million. This time, everyone made a lot of money and had smiles on their faces. The celebration party began and investors came on stage to take photos. Zhao Yusin had a great chat with a group of female stars, and all of them knew that Su Yang was Zhao Yusin's husband. "Yusin, your husband is so handsome. If he gets into the entertainment industry, he will definitely be a top star." Yang Mi praised. "He is an investor. Being a top star is not as good as being an investor," Yaya said with a smile. Zhao Yusin looked at the figure on the stage with shining eyes and a sweet and happy smile on her face. Seeing Su Yang so brilliant, she felt extremely proud and happy. On the other side, Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei also looked towards the stage. Zhao Yulu's face was full of complexity, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chen Guanlei's face was full of jealousy. If his father's Triumph investment had invested in War Leopard, he would have been the one standing on it for the photo, not Su Yang's turn. However, when he thought that Su Yang could not invest in War Leopard 2, Chen Guanlei felt much better and a smile appeared on his lips. "Yulu, don't underestimate him now. After today, he will be nothing. Moreover, he cannot invest in War Leopard 2 and will become the object of people's ridicule." Whenever he had the chance, Chen Guanlei would step on Su Yang, no matter how much he had suffered at the hands of Su Yang in the past. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips and said nothing. Even if Su Yang did not have the opportunity to invest in War Leopard 2, Su Yang would have made a lot of money by investing in War Leopard. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be more money than she will ever earn in her entire life. After taking the group photo, Wu Jing went to discuss investing in War Leopard 2 with other bigwigs in the film and television industry. Su Yang and several investors went to a small room to drink tea. "I heard the news that Wu Jing is going to shoot War Leopard 2. Really? Then let's invest more, taking advantage of the popularity of War Leopard. As long as War Leopard 2 is not too bad, the box office will not be bad. Many big companies have set their sights on War Leopard 2, and we have no chance to invest." "What, no chance? We invested in War Leopard and we have some connections with Wu Jing, so how come we have no chance? It's useless even if we have connections. War Leopard is a big hit, and almost everyone knows that War Leopard 2 will definitely make money. Those big investors will definitely not allow small people like us to invest. In these matters, Wu Jing's influence is very limited. So what, is this it? What else can we do?" Everyone was talking about it. Only Su Yang didn't say anything, looking calm and composed. "Brother Su, why don't you say anything? War Leopard is so popular, and War Leopard 2 will definitely make money. Why don't we try to make more money?" Tang Jingqi asked. Everyone looked at him. No one knew yet that he and Wu Jing had signed a priority investment agreement for War Leopard 2. "I will invest." Su Yang told Wu Jing about the priority investment agreement he had signed with Wu Jing for War Leopard 2. "What? You actually signed a priority investment agreement for War Leopard 2 with Wu Jing when you invested in War Leopard? Brother Su, did you know in advance that War Leopard would be a big hit?" Everyone was stunned. Unexpectedly, Su Yang actually has such a skill. At that time, I listened to Wu Jing talking about the content of War Leopard, as well as Wu Jing's seriousness and persistence in making movies. I felt that the box office of War Leopard should not be bad, at least it will not lose money. For a domestic military action movie, as long as it does not lose money, it is already good. There will be a chance to shoot a sequel, and the sequel may make money. I just made some arrangements in advance. If the sequel can make money, it would be the best. If it cannot, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Su Yang explained. The real reason is what the system said, the box office of War Leopard 2 will be as high as 5 billion. Of course this cannot be said out loud. Brother Su, you are so awesome. Mr. Su, you really have great vision. You have a priority investment agreement, so you will definitely be able to invest. We have no chance. Some people were amazed, some sighed. The other sighed. In a tea room, Wu Jing and several bigwigs in the film and television industry are discussing the investment shares of War Leopard 2. When Wu Jing mentioned that he had signed a priority investment agreement with Su Yang, everyone's faces changed. He really dares to ask for a 30% investment quota. I don't even dare to ask for so much. Shui Zhanhua, the CEO of Huan Film and Television, sneered. Huan Film and Television is a giant in the domestic film and television industry and is also the largest investor in War Leopard 2. He was the one who led this small-scale meeting on the allocation of investment quotas for War Leopard 2. That's right. He wants 30% by himself. Then won't we just have soup? Who does he think he is? He is just a nobody who came out of nowhere. He is so lucky to have made money by investing in War Leopard. He even wants to take a bite of the fat meat of War Leopard 2. He is so ignorant. No doubt about it, he must give up his investment share. The CEOs of other film and television companies, including CEO Bai Guanghui of Xinchen Film and Television, all expressed their anger. Only Fang Pengtao, the CEO of Wanda Film and Television Company, kept drinking tea silently without saying a word. Seeing this, Shui Zhanhua said, "Boss Fang, why don't you say anything? Don't you think this kid is too ignorant?" Everyone looked at Fang Pengtao, feeling somewhat surprised. You know, Fang Pengtao has always been very powerful with the Wanda Group behind him. Although the investment allocation this time was led by Shui Zhanhua must respect Fang Pengtao's opinion. A young boy accounted for 30% of the investment share. There won't be much left if they divide it among so many people. Logically speaking, with Fang Pengtao's personality, he would be furious. But now, he didn't even say a word, which was a bit abnormal. Fang Pengtao raised his eyelids and looked at everyone, then took another sip of tea, put down the teacup, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then said slowly, "Everyone, I have to tell you first, Su Yang is a shareholder of our Wanda Film and Television." When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Chapter 132. Not a single percentage point less. What? He is actually a shareholder of Wanda Films. How is that possible? He's just an unknown boy. Mr. Fang, you are kidding us, right? No wonder everyone was so shocked. Those present here are all big names in the film and television industry, and they all know how rare it is to own shares in Wanda Group of companies. Every one of the bigwigs present here wants shares in Wanda Group, nor do they lack money. But what you want, there is nowhere to buy it. Wang Dalan, the CEO of Wanda, holds on to his shares tightly and watches them more closely than his own son. Now Fang Pengtao revealed that a kid who came from nowhere was actually a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television. How could they not be shocked? Wu Jing, on the other hand, showed an expression of realization after being shocked. He finally understood why Su Yang was able to get Fang Pengtao to contact him with just one phone call to discuss the screening and preview of War Leopard, and why Fang Pengtao was so respectful to Su Yang during the preview of War Leopard. It turned out that it was all because Su Yang was a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television. You think I would play a joke on you? Fang Pengtao glanced at Bai Guanghui, the CEO of Xinchen Film and Television. Just now, Xinchen Film and Television CEO Bai Guanghui said that Fang Pengtao was joking. This made Fang Pengtao very dissatisfied. "Mr. Fang, I spoke out of turn." Xinchen Film and Television CEO Bai Guanghui smiled awkwardly. "Mr. Fang, can I ask what Su Yang's origins are and what his background is?" Shui Zhanhua asked. He felt that things were getting a little tricky. Not everyone can get shares in Wanda Film and Television. He had to figure out Su Yang's identity before he knew what to do. It is better not to offend such people if you can avoid it. "I'm sorry, I can't disclose the background of our company's shareholders, otherwise I won't be able to continue my position as CEO." Fang Pengtao said calmly. In fact, he didn't know what Su Yang's background was. All we know is that these shares were transferred to Su Yang by a major shareholder, the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. As to why the president of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce wanted to transfer his shares to Su Yang, it is unknown. He didn't inquire too much, as the transactions of these shareholders were not something he, as an employee, should be involved in. If he rashly inquires and displeases shareholders, he will be in trouble and may even lose his job. Okay. Shui Zhanhua was helpless. He hesitated for a moment and continued, "Boss Fang, even if he is a shareholder of your Wanda Films, he wants 30% of the investment share, which is too much. We don't have much left." Fang Pengtao asked, "I can't do anything about this matter, what do you want to do?" Shui Zhanhua thought for a moment and said, I think we can discuss it with him, explain the situation, and ask him to give up some of his shares, leaving him 5%. 5% for him alone is already very good. Fong Pingtao said, I hope you can do it. Although he couldn't do anything, he was still very happy for Shui Zhanhua to discuss with Su Yang and ask Su Yang to give up most of his share so that Wanda Film and Television could have a larger share. This way, you don't offend Su Yang and you can get more market share. Why not do it? Director Wu, what's your opinion? Shui Zhanhua's gaze fell on Wu Jing. As for the investment share, Wu Jing will definitely take a certain proportion, and the rest will be distributed among these people. Although Wu Jing has little say, he is the director and starring actor of War Leopard 2, after all, and Su Yang and Wu Jing have some relationship, so he still has to seek Wu Jing's opinion. When I was filming War Leopard, it was Su Yang who invested 20 million yuan during the most difficult time. Otherwise, War Leopard would have died. He is my benefactor and my benefactor. I will not do anything ungrateful. There is nothing I can do about this matter. If you can convince Su Yang to give up his share, I have no objection. Wu Jing has always been very grateful to Su Yang. Without Su Yang, he wouldn't be where he is today. There was no way he would do anything to harm Su Yang. In other words, his power is weak, otherwise he would definitely go against the majority and insist on doing things directly according to the contract. As for Shui Zhanhua's discussion with Su Yang and asking Su Yang to give up his share, he really couldn't do anything about it. Okay, as long as you have no objection. Shui Zhanhua nodded, stood up and left. He found another tea house and asked his assistant to invite Su Yang. Soon, the assistant invited Su Yang over. The assistant introduced Shui Zhanhua, and Shui Zhanhua exclaimed, Mr. Su is really a young talent. He heard from Wu Jing that Su Yang was just a young man. He thought that Su Yang was at least 27 or 28 years old. I didn't expect Su Yang to be so young. This must be a college student who just graduated from school. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Shui. Su Yang said politely. Mr. Su, I asked you to come here this time because I want to talk to you about the investment amount of War Leopard 2. Shui Zhanhua got to the point. You say. Su Yang said. You and Wu Jing signed a priority investment agreement, which requires a 30% investment amount. This is too much. With so many companies under our belt, we won't be able to get much for the rest, Shui Zhanhua said. What you mean is? Su Yang asked. Do you think you can give up part of your investment quota? Shui Zhanhua asked. How much do you want to give up? Su Yang asked again. Give up 25%, and you alone will take 5%. Now that so many film and television companies are rushing to invest, a 5% share for you alone is already very high. Shui Zhanhua said. Mr. Shui, you are robbing us of our money. Su Yang sneered. He knew that a 30% investment amount was very high. If the other party asked him to give up a little, less than 5%, he would agree. Just think of it as a way to express goodwill and make friends with the bigwigs of these film and television companies, and don't want to make things difficult for Wu Jing too much. But the other party asked for 25% at once, and only gave him 5%. It's really like robbing money. In that case, he won't give up even a single percentage point. Anyway, he and Wu Jing have signed a priority investment agreement, so he holds the initiative and is not afraid of these people. Mr. Su, you can't say that. Many companies are eyeing a blockbuster movie like this. It's rare for one person to take up 30% of the investment share. No one can take up so much. If you take so much, others will have less. This will not give others a chance to make money and will arouse public anger. Shui Zhanhua said lightly. In that case, we have nothing to talk about. Su Yang stood up and was about to leave. Mr. Su, I advise you to think carefully. You should know that although you have signed a priority investment agreement with Wu Jing, this kind of agreement is still very easy to circumvent in our eyes. It is already very good to be able to leave you 5%. If you don't compromise, in the end you won't even have a 5% share. Shui Zhanhua's words sounded threatening. For the sake of money, he didn't care whether Su Yang was a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television. Mr. Shui, are you serious? Su Yang asked. Of course, there is no doubt about this. Shui Zhanhua said. I remember that if a movie has a legal dispute, the project cannot be launched, Su Yang asked. What do you mean? Shui Zhanhua's face immediately darkened. What I mean is that the investment amount must be 30%, not a single percentage point less, otherwise, War Leopard 2 will not be filmed. Su Yang said this and left. You bastard, how dare you look at me like that? Shui Zhanhua's face turned pale. I haven't dared to talk to him like this for many years. Su Yang is just a young boy, so what even if he is a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television? Do you really think that he, a big shot in the film and television industry, is a vegetarian? Chapter 133 Let him see my methods. Su Yang returned to the venue and went to find Zhao Yusen. Those female stars greeted Su Yang one after another. Su Yang just nodded in response and said to Zhao Yusen, "Wife, let's go." Zhao Yusen was stunned, not knowing why she had to leave now. Celebration party, haven't eaten yet. But she didn't ask why, thinking it was not the right time to ask, and just said hello and goodbye to everyone. Xia Bei, on the other hand, couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su, what's wrong? Why don't you eat before leaving?" Su Yang said, "I have something to deal with at the company. See you next time." After saying that, he took Zhao Yusen away. What's going on? It seems like Mr. Su is not very happy. Yeah, did something happen? Of course, otherwise Mr. Su wouldn't have left without eating. Sister Bei, go ask your husband what happened. Several female stars were talking about it. Xia Bei did have some guesses. Wu Jing told her about the investment share of War Leopard 2. The husbands of those film and television companies might snatch the investment share from Su Yang. Now Su Yang left without eating, it must be this matter. However, she didn't say it. To be honest, in this matter, the couple stood on Su Yang's side. First of all, Su Yang is Wu Jing's benefactor. Without Su Yang, there would be no Wu Jing today. Secondly, Su Yang and Wu Jing signed an agreement, so they should indeed get that investment share. But the couple had little influence in front of those big guys and really could not help Su Yang in any way. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei also noticed that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen had left. What happened? Why did they leave? Zhao Yulu frowned. It's possible that he was kicked out and had no chance to invest in War Leopard 2, so he left. Chen Guanlei laughed with glee. In the conference room, several film and television bosses were drinking tea with Wu Jing. I don't know whether Mr. Shue's discussion with that kid went smoothly, said by Guanghui, CEO of Xingchen Films. There will definitely be no problem. No matter what, he is just a young man. With Mr. Shue's negotiation skills, isn't it easy to convince a young man? Another film and television company boss said with a smile. That's right. For Mr. Shui, it's too easy to win over a young man. The CEO of another film and television company echoed. Neither Wu Jing nor Fang Pingtao spoke. Su Yang is a shareholder of Wanda Film and Television, so Fang Pingtao is not in a position to comment on it. Wu Jing was almost the same. He only felt grateful to Su Yang and it was impossible for him to say anything bad about him. Moreover, he didn't think that Su Yang was a simple person. If it were simple, Su Yang would not have become the boss of Fengkai Guild in Jiangdi Lao. As they were talking, the door was pushed open and Shui Zhanhua walked in. Mr. Shui, what's going on? Need I ask? Just look at Mr. Shui's expression and I know the discussion is not going well. No way, that guy, does he dare to refuse? We left him 5% of the shares because he is a shareholder of Wanda Films. Seeing Shui Zhanhua coming back, they all spoke up. Su Yang refused to accept our good intentions and insisted on a 30% investment share. He also threatened me that if I didn't give him that much investment share, he would sue me and prevent the project of War Leopard 2 from being approved. Shui Zhanhua said angrily with a gloomy face. What? This kid actually dared to reject our kindness. They even sued us, making it impossible for War Leopard 2 to be launched. This is so arrogant. Who does he think he is, just by virtue of being a shareholder of Wanda Films? Even if you are a shareholder of Wanda Films, you can't be so arrogant. He's just one person, and there are so many of us. Does he think he can withstand the combined suppression of so many of us? What a young boy, he doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Everyone was furious when they heard this. Wu Jing and Fang Pingtao still didn't speak. Shui Zhanhua looked at Wu Jing and Fang Pingtao and said, Director Wu, President Fang, what do you think? Seeing Fang Pengtao still drinking tea leisurely, Wu Jing expressed his position first. Mr. Xue, I still say the same thing. I signed a priority investment agreement with him. I will not betray him and violate this agreement. Besides, he is also my benefactor and noble person. If you want him to give up his shares, I will not participate and I am unable to participate. The attitude is very clear. Neither of them wants to help, but they still tend to favor Su Yang. They are just unable to help, so they can be ignored. Then it depends on Fang Pengtao's attitude. In fact, it mainly depends on Fang Pengtao's attitude. After all, Wu Jing is really just a small figure in front of all these big guys. It's just that Wu Jing is the director and leading actor of War Leopard, so his opinions must be taken into consideration. At least on the surface, Wu Jing must be given a certain amount of respect. Otherwise, if Wu Jing says that he will not shoot War Leopard 2, then no matter how much others say, it will be useless. Fang Pengtao put down his teacup, lit up a cigarette, and said, I won't participate. What happens to you has nothing to do with me. Okay. Xue Zhanhua said, I'm going to show him my methods and let him know that with me, an investment agreement doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Su Yang took Zhao Yusin away and drove home. In the car, he asked Zhao Yusin to use her mobile phone to send a message to Wu Jing. Su Yang, Director Wu, Mr. Xue and I couldn't reach an agreement on the investment in War Leopard 2. I'm sorry, the filming of War Leopard 2 may be delayed. He believed that Wu Jing already knew the result of his negotiations with Xue Zhanhua. Soon, Wu Jing replied. Wu Jing, Mr. Su, what are you saying? I stand on your side in this matter and I am very grateful to you. Without your support, I would not be able to get to where I am today. It's just that my words are not influential enough, so I'm sorry that I can't help you in this matter. Zhao Yusin read Wu Jing's reply message to Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and said, Wu Jing is a very reliable person. Zhao Yusin nodded and said, yes, I am very happy to get along with Xie Bei. It is very good to be friends with the couple. Su Yang asked Zhao Yusin to reply again. Su Yang, don't worry, it will only delay us for a while. This matter should be resolved soon. Wu Jing, Mr. Su, I believe in you and look forward to our continued cooperation. After returning home, Su Yang thought carefully and prepared to fight back. He first called the general manager of Yangxin Investment and asked him to gather lawyers to sue Huan Film and Television Company, and there will be follow-up measures later. The celebration party is over. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanglei walked out of the hotel. Yulu, when we were having dinner just now, I found out the real reason why Su Yang left, and it turned out to be similar to what I guessed. Chen Guanglei said with a smile. Have we really been kicked out and cannot invest in War Leopard 2? Zhao Yulu asked. Yeah. Chen Guanlei nodded with a smile. When Su Yang invested in War Leopard, he signed a priority investment agreement with Wu Jing. The gist of it is that if Wu Jing shoots War Leopard 2, he will have priority investment rights, and the investment share will be as high as 30%. Zhao Yulu asked, since he has signed an agreement with Wu Jing and has priority investment rights, how can he be kicked out? Chapter 134 Acquisition of Copyright Company. Chen Guanlei explained gloatingly, Yulu, you don't understand this. Now there are so many big investors eyeing the fat piece of meat of War Leopard 2. They don't care about the investment agreement. Su Yang is an outsider. They can control him as they want. It's useless for him to have an investment agreement. In front of big investors, any investment agreement is just a piece of waste paper. Zhao Yulu nodded, seeming to understand. In this society, many big people want to suppress the little people. They don't care about any rules at all and just crush them with strong means. The little people have no room to resist at all. Chen Guanlei laughed again and said, I feel very happy when I think of Su Yang's frustrated look. He failed to invest in War Leopard 2, but Xinchen Films was able to invest. This time, they will definitely make a lot of money by investing in War Leopard 2. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything. Chen Guanlei continued, Yulu, this time we have already reached an agreement with President Bai on the issue of celebrities bringing products. Next, you need to coordinate with them and arrange for celebrities to come to the company to live stream and bring products. This was the main purpose of his attending the celebration party of War Leopard 2 this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to see Su Yang's scenery. If he could reach an agreement on this matter, he would have hope of helping Jiaxing Guild get out of its current predicament. Zhao Yulu nodded and said, okay, I'll do it well. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. These past few days, everything has been calm. Yangxin Investment's lawsuit against Huan Film and Television is in progress. I haven't seen Shui Zhanhua take action yet. It's the weekend again. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin were at home, with nothing to do, so they decided to watch a movie. There are quite a few old blockbuster movies that I haven't seen. Su Yang plans to buy a membership of the video website and watch it on the website. The membership fee is only $100 or $200 a year, which is a drop in the bucket compared to his current huge wealth. Zhao Yusin said, husband, why bother buying a membership? Just search online. There are many free websites online that you can check directly. Su Yang said, I know, it's pirated. I used to watch it online, but it seems that the clarity is not as good as on the video website. Zhao Yusin said, in my opinion, there is not much difference. I don't think it's a big deal anyway. Su Yang said, wife, we have money now. If we want to watch something, we should watch the best. There is no need to watch pirated copies. After all, the annual membership fee is less than 200 yuan. Zhao Yusin said, husband, if you say that, I have to say something to you. Even if we have money, we can't spend it recklessly. And you don't know that the routines of video websites are very deep. Don't think that everything will be fine just because you spend less than 200 yuan in membership fees. Su Yang was stunned, why is the routine so complicated? Zhao Yusin said, I have a close friend who was tricked before. She bought a membership, but she had to pay extra for some movies. In addition, the video website will tailor advertisements for members. If you want to remove advertisements, you have to pay extra. If there is a popular TV series, you want to watch it in advance, you also have to pay extra. There are many other routines. In short, they rack their brains to make people spend money. Now people say that people who buy memberships of video websites are harvested leaks. Are you willing to be a harvested leak? Of course I don't. Su Yang immediately shook his head. It doesn't matter if I spend money. I don't care about a few $100s anyway. But I cannot accept this behavior of treating me like a leak and harvesting it. I strongly condemn it. Zhao Yusin chuckled and said, hubby, what they care about is money, but what you care about is being treated as a leak. You are really special. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. Ding! The National Copyright Administration will launch a special campaign to crack down on piracy in 3 months. By then, the price of copyrights for various cultural and knowledge products will increase by dozens or even hundreds of times. Su Yang's eyes lit up. New investment opportunity is here. And the profits are dozens or hundreds of times. Now all you need to do is find a copyright company to acquire the copyrights of major cultural works, let the copyright company frantically acquire the copyrights of major cultural works, and then just sit back and wait to collect the money. Thinking of this, Su Yang no longer had the heart to watch any movie. Honey, let's not watch the movie. I suddenly thought of something and need to look up some information. You can play by yourself. After saying this, Su Yang went into the study, turned on the computer, and began to search to see which copyright company was selling it. Piracy is rampant nowadays and copyright companies are not doing well. Many copyright companies are operating at a loss and are interested in selling. Su Yang looked for many companies and after comparison, he finally chose a copyright company called Pioneer Culture. He dialed the phone number left by the company. Soon, the call was connected. Su Yang said, hello, is this Mr. Yu from Pioneer Cultural Copyright Company? The boss of Pioneer Culture Copyright Company was named Yu Liang. He asked, who are you? Su Yang said, I am from Yangxin Investment Company. I am interested in acquiring your company. When are you free? Let's meet and discuss. Yu Liang said, I'm out of town right now and won't be back in Jiangqing until Monday. Please come to my company at 3 p.m. on Monday. Su Yang said, okay. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. At 2:45 p.m., Su Yang, along with the general manager of Yangxin Investment, lawyers and financial officers, came to Pioneer Culture Copyright Company and met Yu Liang. Yu Liang is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He seems to have a well-managed body and shows no signs of gaining weight. After a brief greeting, Yu Liang brought Su Yang and his party to the conference room. Both parties took their seats. Yu Liang asked, Mr. Su, are you really interested in acquiring my company? Su Yang nodded and said, "Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have come here. If your company is checked by my lawyers and financials and there is no problem, I will acquire it." Yu Yang finally smiled, "There's nothing wrong with my company. I'll sort out the information right away and have your lawyer and financial department check it. To be honest, the company is just breaking even now. In other words, the company is not making any money. It takes time and effort to run the business, but there's still no money to be made, so he had already intended to sell it. But more than a year has passed since the information was sent out, and many people have come to visit the company, but no one is willing to acquire it." To be honest, when he received Su Yang's call, he felt that Su Yang was the same person he had visited before. Now it seems different. He could see that Su Yang was really interested in the acquisition. Not the kind of person who looks and then turns away. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought lawyers and financial personnel here. At least he won't bring his lawyer and financial officer with him to the first meeting. Of course he was happy that he finally had the chance to get rid of this burden. "I can do something else with the recovered funds, otherwise I will be stuck with this company, half dead, which is really unbearable." As for whether Su Yang can make money after the acquisition, it is not his concern. Soon, he asked someone to bring the information over. Chapter 135 Spending money recklessly is a sin. An hour later. After checking, the lawyer and the finance department did not find any problems and made a report which they gave to Su Yang to read. After reading the report, Su Yang got straight to the point, "Mr. Yu, your company has no legal or financial problems. I have decided to acquire it. Please name a price." Yu Yang was overjoyed, "Mr. Su, since you are so sincere, I won't say much. I will give you a discount, just give me 400 million. Su Yang rolled his eyes, "Mr. Yu, I am sincere, but you are not. You are talking about a discount for 400 million. Do you think I am stupid? If you are so insincere, there is nothing for us to discuss. Goodbye." After saying that, Su Yang stood up and was about to leave. "Mr. Su, please don't leave." Yu Yang was anxious when he saw Su Yang was about to leave, and he quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Su, we can negotiate the price. Please sit down first. This guy, why doesn't he play by the rules? Wasn't this price negotiated? I said it's too high, you can lower the price. Just leave, what's going on?" Yu Yang was also feeling depressed. Su Yang didn't sit down, but said, "Mr. Yu, I have already shown my sincerity, but you are still so insincere. I think there is really nothing for us to discuss." Yu Yang said, "Mr. Su, why don't you just give me a price? If I think it's acceptable, we can make a deal. How about that? As long as the price Su Yang offers is not too excessive, he will accept it. Because he really doesn't want to be stuck in this company anymore. It is unknown when the situation of rampant piracy will change. It may never change, or he may not even live to see the day when it changes. In the past, I thought that with the development and progress of society, the country would attach importance to cultural and intellectual copyrights, so I invested in setting up a company and acquired various cultural and intellectual copyrights at low prices, hoping that after the country paid attention to them, the value of these cultural and intellectual copyrights would increase significantly and I could make a lot of money. But after waiting for more than 10 years, there was no result and he lost his patience. It seems that it will take a long time for the country to pay attention to this aspect, so it is better to just cut the losses. 300 million. Su Yang stretched out 3 fingers. According to financial assessment, the company is worth approximately 320 million. Su Yang naturally had to lower the price. "Mr. Su, can you add some more?" Yu Yang asked. "I can't add more. I think your company is only worth this much money. Of course, the sale is a matter of mutual consent, and I won't force you. If you think it's not feasible, I will look for other copyright companies. There are many copyright companies selling copyrights now." Su Yang put pressure on Yu Yang. "Okay, then 300 million. Yu Yang accepted it without much hesitation. "It's a pleasure working with you." Su Yang smiled and stretched out his hand. "It's a pleasure working with you." Yu Yang and Su Yang shook hands. The next step is to draft and sign the contract. After signing the cooperation agreement and completing the handover, Su Yang transferred 300 million yuan to Yu Yang. At this point, Su Yang became the boss of Pioneer Culture Copyright Company. He immediately asked the vice president to convene a meeting of company employees. At the meeting, Su Yang announced a 20% salary increase for employees. The employees were very happy to hear that the new boss gave a raise as soon as he arrived. This kind of boss is what workers like most. Then I said some of the things a new boss should say, like encouragement and so on. After the meeting, Su Yang left the deputy general manager alone. The deputy general manager's name is Huang Jigang. He is a veteran of the company and has been working diligently in the company. Su Yang just asked Yu Liang who would be the most suitable person to be promoted from among the employees to be the general manager. Yu Liang talked about Huang Jigang. It can be seen that Yu Liang highly recognizes Huang Jigang's work. Su Yang got straight to the point, Boss Huang, from now on you will be the general manager of the company and will be fully responsible for the company's operations and management. Huang Jigang was suddenly promoted to general manager and felt that happiness came too suddenly. He also thought that the new boss would serve as general manager himself, or arrange his own confidants to manage the company. Unexpectedly, he would directly appoint me as the general manager. However, he had been the vice president for so many years, so he still had some self-control. He began to express his attitude, "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Su. Don't worry, I will do a good job in managing the company." Su Yang was very satisfied with Huang Jigang's attitude and nodded, saying, "When you become the general manager, the first thing you should do is to try your best to negotiate with major copyright companies and cultural companies to acquire the copyrights of various cultural works." Huang Jigang said in embarrassment, "Mr. Su, if we acquire it, it will definitely cost a lot of money, and the company doesn't have much money." Su Yang said, "Don't worry, if I let you make the acquisition, I will naturally give you money. I will transfer 1 billion to the company account. I want you to spend the 1 billion within 3 months. If you don't spend it, you will no longer be the general manager." Yu Liang was stunned. 1 billion yuan was spent in 3 months, which means more than 300 million yuan was spent per month. And it is a mandatory task. If you can't spend it all, you can't be the general manager. There are also people who are forced to spend money by their boss. I have to say, this young boss is really special. This was the first time he had seen someone being forced to spend money. However, just imagine taking 10 billion and going to major copyright companies and cultural companies to buy copyrights. It must be great to be treated like the god of wealth. Thinking of this, Huang Jigang came back to his senses and immediately said, "Boss Su, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task." What a joke. Making money is not easy, but spending money is not easy either. Not to mention 1 billion, even 2 billion can be spent. Su Yang said, "Mr. Huang, even though 1 billion is a lot, you still have to bargain. If I find out that you bought the copyright at an unreasonably high price, the consequences will be serious. Do you understand?" Naturally, he had to make his point clear and give Huang Jigang a warning. Otherwise, if Huang Jigang spends money recklessly and takes kickbacks or something, that won't be acceptable. His money didn't come from the wind, but was earned through the system. It may be easier than the wind, but you can't spend money recklessly. Spending money indiscriminately is a sin. Huang Jigang's heart trembled, and he immediately said, "Boss Su, don't worry, I understand, I will definitely purchase all kinds of copyrights at the most reasonable price." Su Yang nodded with satisfaction, "Very good." Huang Jigang hesitated for a moment and asked, "Mr. Su, can I ask why you do this? You know, piracy of all kinds of copyrights is rampant now. Take the recently released War Leopard, for example. This kind of movie can be found online with just a search. You can open it and watch it directly, which is almost the same as paying to watch the genuine version on the video website." Su Yang smiled and said, "You will know when you spend 1 billion in 3 months." Of course, he could not say that the National Copyright Administration would launch a special campaign to crack down on piracy of cultural and intellectual copyrights in 3 months. This is a top-secret operation. Once it is leaked, the entire market will be thrown into chaos. In the end he himself would be invited to tea. Okay. Huang Jigang knew he couldn't get anything out of him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Just do your own thing. Su Yang transferred 1 billion yuan to the company account, reminded Huang Jigang again to do his job well, and then left. Chapter 136. Something happened. This day, Ma Yangrong, general manager of Yangxin Investment, reported that suing Huan Films was useless, but Shui Zhanhua still successfully promoted the project of War Leopard 2 by relying on his strong network of relationships. Su Yang couldn't help but frown. It seems that film and television tycoons like Shui Zhanhua are not that easy to deal with. We have to use other tricks. Just when he was about to inform Xiao Dongsheng and let the anchor of Fengkai Guild fight back, his cell phone rang. It was Jiang Yuhang who called, and Su Yang answered the call. Su Yang, Lao Su, Lao Lin, and I already know about you and Huan Film and Television. Now the three of us are together. If you need any help from us, just tell us. We will never say no. Jiang Yuhang said directly. That's right, Su Yang, the four of us brothers are now one. Your business is our business. If there is anything you need us to do, just tell us. Su Wenbin said. Su Yang, I don't have as much power as them in terms of network, but as an internet celebrity, I still have quite a few fans. Lin Junyi said. I know what Brother E is capable of. Lao Jiang, Brother Bin, I'm not sure how you two can help. Can you tell me first? Su Yang didn't expect anyone to help him, but since they called him, there was no need to refuse. Doing this kind of thing together can deepen the relationship between brothers. Our member companies under the Southwest Chamber of Commerce have hired several celebrities from Huan Film and Television to serve as their spokespersons. We can terminate the endorsement contracts of those celebrities and issue an announcement through the Southwest Chamber of Commerce that member companies will no longer hire celebrities from Huan Film and Television to be their spokespersons. This will have a huge negative impact on Huan Film and Television, which will be enough to make Shui Zhanhua very unhappy. Jiang Yuhang said. Su Yang, I can help and delay the approval of War Leopard 2. Su Wenbin's network of connections is in the official field. With some connections, it is very easy to get a movie approved. Then let's do this. I will publicize it through the guild, and Brother E will be the main force in the publicity. With 3 approaches, I will see how Shui Zhanhua responds. Originally, Su Yang just planned to let Fengkai Guild promote it. Now that Su Wenbin and Jiang Yuhang have joined in, the effect is even better. Huan Films, President's Office. Shui Zhanhua hung up the phone with a smile on his face. You think I can't get War Leopard 2 approved because of the legal dispute? How naive. In front of such a powerful network of relationships, your investment agreement is nothing but a piece of waste paper. If you agree to my request, you can still have a 5% investment share. Now you don't even have a 5% share. I want to see if you have what it takes to fight me. So what if you're a shareholder of Wanda Films? If I can't handle a young boy like you, I don't need to be the CEO anymore. Shui Zhanhua was very proud. He couldn't even remember the last time he took action. In the past, I could suppress others by relying on my status. Even someone like Fong Pengtao has to give him some face. This time, he would let others see his abilities. Otherwise, if he doesn't take action for a long time, others will forget his existence. All kinds of people came out to challenge his authority. He had just lit a cigarette and took a comfortable puff when the office door was pushed open and his assistant ran in hurriedly. What's wrong? You didn't even knock on the door. If you don't give me a convincing reason today, pack up your things and get out. Shui Zhanhua treats his subordinates extremely harshly. This assistant is very capable and he completes everything he is asked to do perfectly. But today he was so reckless. If there was no reasonable reason, he would still deal with it mercilessly. Boss Shui, something happened. Our company's artists Wang Xiaohua, Chen Donglai, Guiya and Feng Chen were all disqualified from their endorsements at the same time, said the assistant. What? Shui Zhanhua was shocked. What's going on? How could their endorsements be cancelled at the same time? They endorse products of different companies. He was a little confused. How could such a thing happen? Even if there is going to be a bomb, it shouldn't happen all at once. This matter is indeed big enough that we don't have to deal with the assistant. The assistant said, Boss Shui, these artists are all endorsing products of member companies of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. The Southwest Chamber of Commerce has also issued a statement saying that Huan Films has infringed the interests of their partners, and that the fault is entirely on our side. They also want us to compensate for the losses, and they also said that all member companies will no longer hire artists from our company as endorsements. Shui Zhanhua frowned. Our company violated the interests of their partners. Violated the interests of which partners? How come I don't know? The assistant said nothing. Shui Zhanhua glanced at the assistant and said, Tell me, our company has violated the interests of one of their partners. Is it some young handsome guy or beautiful girl who offended someone? The assistant replied, Mr. Shui, no. No. Shui Zhanhua frowned again, then what's going on? What the Southwest Chamber of Commerce said must not be false. If it says so, it must be true. The statement didn't say that. No. The assistant shook his head. You go out first, I'll call and ask. Shui Zhanhua waved his hand and asked the assistant to go out. He first went online to read the statement released by the Southwest Chamber of Commerce, and then called the president of a company of the Southwest Chamber of Commerce. This company is the company whose products are endorsed by Huan film and television artist Feng Chen. Soon, the call was connected. Shui Zhanhua said, Boss Lu, what's going on over there? Why did you suddenly terminate the cooperation? And you want to claim compensation from our company? The Southwest Chamber of Commerce even issued a statement that it will not cooperate with our company's artists in the future. This has greatly damaged our company's reputation. People who don't know would think something happened to our company's artists. Mr. Lu said, Mr. Shui, why did you mess with Mr. Jiang's friend when you could mess with anyone else? Shui Zhanhua frowned and said, Young Master Jiang. Are you talking about young Master Jiang, the son of your Chamber of Commerce's president? Mr. Lu said, yes, who else could it be if not him? Shui Zhanhua was puzzled. I didn't offend his friends. He really didn't offend Jiang Yuhang's friends. You know, people like Jiang Yuhang are not people he can afford to offend. Those who can become Jiang Yuhang's friends are basically people like Jiang Yuhang. Although he is a big boss, that is only relative to ordinary people. Compared with Jiang Yuhang and Jiang Yuhang's friends, it is still far inferior. Provoke Jiang Yuhang's friends? Unless he is out of his mind, he would not mess with Jiang Yuhang's friends. Mr. Lu was surprised and said, no. If he didn't, why would he tell us to terminate our cooperation and demand compensation from you? Think about it carefully, have you offended anyone recently? That person might be Mr. Zhang's friend. Shui Zhanhua thought about it, a name flashed in his mind, and he exclaimed, could it be him? Chapter 137, Too Cruel. Mr. Lu said, do you remember? If you do, then solve it quickly, or you will be in trouble this time. Shui Zhanhua shook his head repeatedly, impossible, he is just an unknown young man who got rich recently for some reason. At best, he is just a nouveau riche with a little money. How can he be a friend of your young master Jiang? The person he thought of was Su Yang. As for Su Yang, he asked the public relations department to investigate. Su Yang came from a small county in Hubei province and had never been outstanding in any way. He was also disliked by his girlfriend and dumped. But Su Yang's luck was so good that after being dumped by his girlfriend, he was spotted by his girlfriend's twin sister and they got married right away. Ever since getting married with his ex-girlfriend's twin sister, Su Yang seems to have been on a roll. You can make money by speculating in futures, you can make money by acquiring a guild, and you can make even more money by acquiring Yuhua Renjia and changing its name to Jiangdi Lao. But despite this, there is still a big gap compared to Jiang Yuhang. How did Su Yang become Jiang Yuhang's friend? Obviously, the public relations department of Huan Film and Television did not find any intersection between Su Yang and Jiang Yuhang, let alone know that Jiang Yuhang was already a shareholder of Su Yang's Jiangdi Lao. Mr. Lu asked, who are you talking about? Shui Zhanhua said, a young man named Su Yang, but he shouldn't be your young master Zhang's friend. Mr. Lu asked, is the Su Yang you are talking about the boss of Jiangdi Lao? Shui Zhanhua nodded and said, yes, he is the boss of Jiangdi Lao. Do you know him too? Mr. Lu said, of course I know that Jiangdi Lao's boss Su Yang is our young master Zhang's friend, and I tell you, they have a very good relationship, and our young master Jiang has even invested in Jiangdi Lao. What? Shui Zhanhua was shocked. He hadn't expected that the two had such a close relationship. Jiang Yuhang has invested in Jiangdi Lao, which shows that the two are not just friends, but also a community of interests. No wonder the Southwest Chamber of Commerce issued such a statement. Now it seems that Su Yang is not that simple. Mr. Lu said, Mr. Shui, since you already know the crux of the problem, let's solve it. Otherwise, we really want to claim compensation. This is not just talk. I have to be busy. I'll hang up first. After saying that, Mr. Lu hung up the phone. This is Shui Zhanhua. He put down his phone, his face gloomy. Are you just going to give up like this? Although, it is not shameful to admit defeat to Jiang Yuhang's friends. But I always feel uneasy. Just then, the assistant pushed the door open again, still without knocking, and still in the same anxious and hurried manner as before. Shui Zhanhua frowned again. What's wrong with you? Did something big happen again? Did the endorsements of other artists get cancelled too? The assistant said, Boss Shui, it's not that the endorsements of other artists have been cancelled, but it is indeed a big deal. Shui Zhanhua had a bad feeling in his heart. Hurry up and tell me. The assistant said, the project of War Leopard 2 has been stuck. Someone over there just called me and told me that your phone number couldn't be reached. What? Shui Zhanhua's face changed. How is it possible? How could it be stuck? The person just called me and said that it has been approved. The assistant said, that person said that someone in a higher position helped us, and the reason was very legitimate. After all, according to regulations, films with legal disputes cannot be approved. That person also said that he would be punished. If he helped us this time, his future would be affected. I heard that his tone was not good. Shui Zhanhua said expressionlessly, this is a risk he should take. It's not like I won't give him any benefits. Shui Zhanhua doesn't care about the other party's future. So what if the tone is bad? That's the deal. If the other party does a deal with him, he should be prepared in this regard. Shui Zhanhua added, this must be Su Yang's doing. How could he have such a powerful network of connections? He really couldn't see through Su Yang. It seems that the other party is not just Jiang Yuhang's friend. Shui Zhanhua said, Boss Shui, there is one more. Huh? Anything else? Shui Zhanhua had a feeling that things were becoming more and more troublesome. There is a video about our company on Douyin right now. Take a look. The assistant placed the phone in front of Shui Zhanhua and clicked the screen. Suddenly, a short video played. The picture is forbidden. It is a priority investment agreement for investing in War Leopard 2, signed by Su Yang and Lin Junyi. There is a voiceover. Mr. Su Yang and director Wu Jing signed a priority investment agreement for War Leopard 2. According to the agreement, he can get 30% of the investment share of War Leopard 2, but Huan Film and Television is a big capital, using its power to pressure him and only give Mr. Su Yang 5% of the investment share. They also said that if he doesn't agree, he won't even get 5% of the investment share, and the investment agreement is a waste of paper. Mr. Su Yang is a small figure in front of big capital and is powerless to resist. In desperation, he can only expose this matter. I hope that the majority of netizens will recognize the true face of Huan Film and Television, and I hope that the relevant departments will do justice. The video has received tens of millions of hits, 1 million reposts, and hundreds of thousands of comments. It has swept the entire Douyin and topped the hot search list. Even other media reported on it. This is all the result of the Fonkai Guild's promotional tool, and all anchors have pinned their videos to the top. And he mentioned this matter many times in his live broadcast. Among them, Lin Junyi was even more hardworking. He shot a store exploration video and brought up this incident, saying that Huan Film and Television was shameless and its behavior was too ugly. Finally, I want to ask a soul-searching question, is this how the social world works? Can you use your power to oppress others as long as you have money? Can you do whatever you want as long as you have money? If all the signed legally binding agreements can be invalidated, where is the legal principle? Where is justice? Where is justice? I didn't expect that Huan Films would be such a company. Brother E is absolutely right. Huan Film and Television's behavior is really too ugly. Today I have truly witnessed what it means for big capital to bully small people. Even Su Yang was bullied. If ordinary people like us were targeted by these big capitalists, wouldn't we be crushed into dust in a matter of minutes? Of course, but don't worry. These big capitalists only do things that are profitable. People like us are just ants in front of big capitalists. They won't bother to do anything to us, unless you affect their interests or you are affected by the disaster. In that case, it can only be considered bad luck. Huan Films is so lawless that they actually said that a legally binding agreement is a piece of waste paper. I implore the relevant departments to seek justice for Mr. Su Yang. From now on, I will not watch any movie invested by Huan Film and Television. I won't even watch the movies and TV shows of artists from Huan Film and Television Company. Boycott Huan Films and don't let this cancer continue to stay in the film and television industry. After watching the video and reading the comments, Shui Zhanhua almost vomited blood. This video has caused extremely bad impact on Hwaan film and television, and the losses are almost incalculable. This move is really cruel. Chapter 138 Decision to Reconcile. Notify the Public Relations Department immediately to handle it. Shui Zhanhua knew there was no other way and could only let the Public Relations Department carry out the public relations first. Okay. The assistant took his cell phone and went out. Xie Zhanhua sat on a chair with a gloomy expression, wondering whether he should reconcile with Su Yang. If they reconcile, it means that he has lost and he will lose face. It was supposed to be a display of power, but it ended up being embarrassing. When he meets other film and television bosses in the future, especially those sworn enemies of his, they will definitely laugh at him for this incident. It is conceivable that he will become a laughing stock in the circle for a long time in the future and a topic of conversation among other bigwigs. Thinking of this result, Shui Zhanhua's face became even gloomier. We can't reconcile. Anyway, the incident has already happened, so we just need to deal with it. From now on, let him bear my wrath. Feng Kai Guild, right? Jiang Di Lao, right? With my network of connections, it's easy for me to cause trouble for these two companies. Since you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Shui Zhanhua muttered to himself, picked up the phone on the table, and prepared to make a call to ask someone to cause trouble for Feng Kai Guild and Jiang Delao, so that Su Yang could see his methods. Just then, the assistant pushed the door open again, still looking anxious. What's the matter again? Shui Zhanhua's heart skipped a beat. Now he is a little scared when he sees his assistant. The assistant came in without knocking twice, both times with very bad news. Did something happen again? Mr. Shui, there is a video on the internet now, saying that one of our company's vice presidents had an affair with an 8th-tier female celebrity in the company. It caused an uproar on the internet. The assistant put the phone in front of Shui Zhanhua. It was still a Douyin video, which was a conversation between a vice president of a company and an 8th-tier female star. Xiao Mei, as long as you are willing to sleep with me, you will be the second female lead in this drama. Mr. Feng is not that kind of person. Do you think being the second female lead in one drama is not enough? It doesn't matter. I'm the vice president anyway. I can give you the second female lead in another drama. If you are the second female lead in 2 dramas, you may become very popular. That should be fine, right? Mr. Feng, I'm really not that kind of person. Think carefully. This is your chance. You should know what this circle is like. Without a background, it will be difficult for you to become famous. Mr. Feng, I believe that I can do it with my own efforts. How naive. You just graduated from school, so you have such an idea. If you disagree, I will immediately ask the company to terminate your contract and put you on the blacklist. I have the ability to ruin your reputation, and you will never think of working in this industry again. Mr. Feng, you're going too far. Hey, so what if I go too far? What can you do to me? Don't pretend. Since you have entered this circle, you should understand the rules of this circle. Just obey me. Even if I don't do this job, I won't agree to your request. Humph, you are so shameless. I have seen many women like you. You say no but actually agree in your heart. I will force you to do it and see what you can do. If you dare to tell others about this, you will forget about staying in this business. Ha! Don't come over here, let me go, you bastard. The sound suddenly stopped and the video ended. It is naturally impossible to show the scene of the affair, but through the conversation, we know that there is solid evidence that Mr. Feng had sexually exploited the actress. Moreover, he has been having affairs with more than just one actress. When the video ended, Shui Zhanhua's face turned pale. He knew that Mr. Feng was very lustful and had sexual relations with actresses. This kind of thing is nothing unless it is exposed. After all, many actresses rely on this to rise to the top, and they even hope to be sexually exploited. Even if they are not sexually exploited, they will find ways to be sexually exploited in order to get good roles. But if it is exposed, it will be different. Read the comments again. Fuck, this is too blatant. Your circle is really messy. I didn't believe this before, but now I completely believe it. A vice president who has had sex with countless actresses. What a beast. No wonder so many people want to be executives in the film and television industry. Actresses can just sneak in. If I had this opportunity, I would also take advantage of the actresses, haha. Who is this Xiaomei? I really want to know if she was seduced in the end. Looking at that look, he probably can't run away. That's not necessarily true. This video might have been leaked by Xiao Mei, accusing the vice president of his crimes. I want to know, if the vice president is so arrogant, what about the boss? The boss must be even more powerful, he has more hidden rules over more actresses, ha 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 ha. Seeing these comments, especially those referring to him as the CEO, Xue Zhanhua's face turned dark. He would not take the initiative to propose sexual relations with actresses, it is usually the actresses who take the initiative. How could this bastard have a recording? Let him issue an apology and get out of here. Also, let the PR department do the PR. I don't care what method they use, but we must minimize the negative impact. Xue Zhanhua roared angrily. Yes. The assistant knew that Xue Zhanhua was really angry, and didn't want to stay in front of Xue Zhanhua, so as not to bear Xue Zhanhua's anger, so he took his mobile phone and walked out quickly. It must be Su Yang's doing again. How on earth did this guy know all this? Xue Zhanhua looked unhappy. At this time, the phone rang. According to the caller ID, it was a call from a leader of the industry's supervisory department. Leader. Xue Zhanhua answered the phone. What's going on in your company? Do you know how much negative impact your company's affairs have caused on society? The leader said in a deep voice. Leader, these are all slanders by people with ulterior motives. We will handle it. Xue Zhanhua said quickly. Whether it is a slander by someone with ulterior motives, you know better than me. I don't want the matter to escalate. You'd better deal with it as soon as possible, otherwise I will deal with your company. The leader snorted coldly and hung up the phone. Xue Zhanhua put down his phone and looked extremely unhappy. Now, he wanted to reconcile a little. Reconciliation may be the best option. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will not get any benefits and will suffer heavy losses. The company's reputation has been damaged, and the actual losses ultimately caused will probably exceed the money earned from investing in War Leopard 2. Reconciliation. Xue Zhanhua gritted his teeth and decided to reconcile. But how to reconcile? There are also some rules for reconciliation, such as calling Su Yang directly and saying that you give up and beg for forgiveness. Or find a middleman to communicate and get the other party to stop, and then both parties can sit down and talk. The former has no face left, while the latter can still retain a little face. Xue Zhanhua chose the latter. But who should we look for as the middleman? The two people related to Su Yang are Fang Pengtao from Wanda Film and Television and Wu Jing. Before he could figure out who to find as a middleman, his cell phone rang again. Chapter 139 Two Conditions. Judging from the caller ID, it was a major shareholder calling. Mr. J. Xue Zhanhua answered the phone and said respectfully. What's wrong with you? Just for a share of the investment in a movie, you mess things up like this. Do you know how much the company will lose? Do you know that the company's stock price has already hit the limit down? Do you know how much we have lost? The major shareholder asked harshly. Mr. Zhou, I will take care of this matter right away. Xue Zhanhua broke out in sweat on his forehead. It is true that he is a big shot in the film and television industry and he also has a 5% dividend share in the company. He can enjoy dividends from this 5% dividend share when he serves as general manager. Once you leave, the company will automatically reclaim it. But it was difficult for him to bear the anger of the major shareholder. Humph, I've informed several other shareholders. You'd better settle this matter today, otherwise you won't be able to continue as general manager. The major shareholder snorted and hung up the phone. Xue Zhanhua put down his phone with a bitter look on his face. Who should I ask to be the middleman? If I ask Fang Pengtao, I will owe him a favor. It's better to ask Wu Jing. If I ask Wu Jing, I won't have to owe him a favor. In his eyes, Wu Jing was just a small figure. Going to Wu Jing was to give Wu Jing face and he didn't need to owe him any favors. Xue Zhanhua was about to dial Wu Jing's phone number when the assistant pushed the door open again. Mr. Xue, something bad has happened. The assistant was more flustered than before. What's wrong? Xue Zhanhua's heart sank, but he still had to ask clearly. One of our newly trained young idols, P, was exposed for sleeping with his fans and taking drugs. There are videos, pictures, various recordings, and WeChat messages. All the companies that endorsed his products have already announced that they will stop cooperating with him. The assistant put the phone in front of Xue Zhanhua again. This bastard, sleeping with his fans is fine, but he actually takes drugs. Who gives him the courage? Shui Zhanhua's face turned pale. Sleeping with fans, as long as the fans are willing and both parties are consensual, it is not that serious. But taking drugs is a serious matter. This is crossing the red line. Once you cross this red line, you will never be able to turn things around in your life. The company spent a lot of money to train this young man. It has just become popular and will be the company's cash cow in the future. But before I could get my money back, this kind of thing was exposed. The loss is heavy. And it's a very intuitive loss. All endorsements will be cancelled and those companies will file claims. Shui Zhanhua felt that he could not wait any longer and immediately called Wu Jing. Soon, the call was connected. Director Wu, please help me pass a message to Su Yang immediately. I want to reconcile and talk to him about the investment share. His 30% investment share will not be less than 1 percentage point. Let's discuss other things. I will go to Jiangqing to talk to him tomorrow. Please tell him not to take action, otherwise I really can't bear it. Shui Zhanhua said immediately. He was really afraid that if he delayed it for a few more minutes, some more information would be revealed, and then he would really have to stop being the general manager. Okay, I'll call him right away. Wu Jing has been following the news online. He also didn't expect that Su Yang's counterattack was so sharp that Shui Zhanhua directly asked for peace. He is still very happy to be the middleman. After all, War Leopard 2 still has to be filmed. The sooner the conflict between the two sides is resolved, the better. After hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed Su Yang's number. Soon, the call was connected. Director Wu. Su Yang's relaxed voice came out. Mr. Su, your methods are really powerful. Wu Jing's first words were praise. It's just a so-so. Su Yang laughed. Director Wu, was it Shui Zhanhua who asked you to call me? It is normal that Shui Zhanhua cannot withstand such a series of blows. In order to save face, he didn't call himself directly, but found a middleman. Su Yang could understand Shui Zhanhua's psychology very well. He has hacking skills, and if Shui Zhanhua still refuses to reconcile, he will continue to expose the problems of Huan Film and Television. Huan Film and Television is a film and television company, and there are too many negative stories about it. Executives having affairs with actresses, young handsome men sleeping with their fans and taking drugs are just appetizers. If Shui Zhanhua continues to resist, he will continue to expose information. In the end, Huan Film and Television may go bankrupt. Mr. Su is really a prophet. Wu Jing flattered him and then told him what Shui Zhanhua meant. No problem, let's talk at Jiangqing Hotel tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Things started there, so let's end there. Su Yang said. Okay, I'll tell him right away. This is great news for him. See you tomorrow. Wu Jing said. See you tomorrow. Su Yang hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, it was 10 o'clock the next morning. Su Yang, Wu Jing, Shui Zhanhua, and other bigwigs from film and television companies met at Jiangqing Hotel. Bigwigs from other film and television companies also came to discuss investment shares this time. Fang Pingtao was very busy, so he didn't come, but his share of Wanda Film and Television would be indispensable anyway. Mr. Su, you've gone too far. Do you know how much negative impact and loss your actions have caused to our company? Shui Zhanhua looked grim. Boss Shui, I don't understand what you are talking about. If I remember correctly, you wanted to discuss the investment share with me. Now it seems that this is not the case. In that case, I will not accompany you anymore. Goodbye. Su Yang stood up and was about to leave. He won't tolerate the other party blaming him as soon as he opens his mouth. Shui Zhanhua is willing to continue fighting, and he will accompany him to the end. Mr. Su, please stay. Wu Jing was immediately anxious. He quickly stood up and pulled Su Yang, and then said to Shui Zhanhua, Mr. Shui, we are here today to discuss the investment share of War Leopard 2. Let's not talk about other things. Shui Zhanhua also knew that what he said just now was a little inappropriate. He took a deep breath and put on a forced smile. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I've been a little troubled recently. Please forgive me for my words just now. It is really rare for him, a big shot in the film and television industry, to say such words. Su Yang didn't really want to leave, so he said, in that case, I won't bother with you. After saying that, he sat back on the sofa. Mr. Su, let's talk about the investment share. Shui Zhanhua said. According to the priority investment agreement, I account for 30%, not a single percentage point less. As for the rest, you can handle it yourselves. It's none of my business. Su Yang said lightly. No problem. Shui Zhanhua naturally knew that Su Yang would not give in. This was something he and other film and television bosses had discussed together, so he no longer forced Su Yang. Su Yang's methods were too cruel, and everyone else was a little scared. Anyone who dares to jump out will be unsustainable when Su Yang uses that method on them. Also, I hope you will agree to my 2 conditions. Su Yang said again. What conditions? Shui Zhanhua narrowed his eyes, feeling a little unhappy, but still planned to listen to what Su Yang said first. Chapter 140. It is necessary to teach him a lesson. Mr. Shui, I know that the copyright of War Leopard is in your hands, and the copyright of War Leopard 2 will also be in your hands. I want you to give me the copyrights of these 2 movies. Su Yang said. Okay. Shui Zhanhua agreed without even thinking about it. To be honest, he didn't really care about the copyrights of these 2 movies, thinking that he wouldn't make much money from them. As long as it could satisfy Su Yang, he was willing to give it up. What about the second condition? Shui Zhanhua asked. The second condition is that Xingqian Film and Television Company is not allowed to participate in the investment of War Leopard 2. Su Yang said lightly. What did you say? Bai Guanghui, the boss of Xingqian Film and Television Company, suddenly changed his expression. If I couldn't participate in the investment of War Leopard 2, I would have suffered a huge loss. It can be said that if Su Yang insisted on kicking Xingqian Film and Television out, other bigwigs would definitely agree for their own interests. Mr. Su, why are you targeting our Xingqian Film and Television Company? I don't think I have offended you. Bai Guanghui said in a deep voice. He was a little confused as to why Su Yang did this. The others looked at each other, somewhat confused. Could it be that Su Yang and Bai Guanghui have some grudge against each other? But from what Bai Guanghui said, it seems that there is no festival. Chen Guanlei's father's Triumph Investment is the major shareholder of your Xingqian Film and Television, right? Su Yang asked. Yes, what's wrong? Bai Guanghui asked. Chen Guanlei had previously poached the anchor from my Fengkai guild and conspired to frame me. This matter should have been over. After all, that anchor, Chen Guanlei, Jiaxing Guild, and Triumph Investment were all punished. But Chen Guanlei was still acting like a clown. He was jumping around in front of me at the celebration party that day. I was fed up with his behavior and felt that I needed to teach him a lesson. If you want to blame anyone, you can only blame him. Su Yang gave a brief explanation. On the day of the celebration party, Chen Guanlei laughed at him wantonly, which made him feel very unhappy. He made up his mind that he would give Chen Guanlei a lesson when he got the chance. Now is the opportunity. Mr. Su, this is just Chen Guanlei's personal behavior. You shouldn't vent your anger on us, Xingqian Films. Triumph Investment is just a shareholder of Xingqian Films, and not the largest shareholder. Our company has other shareholders. Bai Guanghui felt very aggrieved. Just because of that stupid rich second-generation Chen Guanlei, he missed the opportunity to invest in War Leopard 2. He really wanted to cry but had no tears. I'm sorry, this is not what I'm considering. Anyway, if you don't quit, then War Leopard 2 will not be filmed. Su Yang said indifferently. Other film and television bosses looked at each other and communicated with their eye contact. A consensus was quickly reached. Boss Bai, Xingqian Films should not participate in this investment. If there is a chance in the future, we can work together again. Shui Zhanhua spoke first. Yes, Mr. Bai, we will cooperate again if we have the chance in the future. Boss Bai, I think what Boss Su said is right. We can only blame Chen Guanlei. I've heard of him. He relies on the fact that he is the son of the boss of Triumph Investment to look down on everyone. He is very annoying. He has a very bad reputation in the circle of young rich second generations. Put yourself in his shoes. If there was such a nasty person jumping around in front of us, I'm afraid we would do the same as Mr. Su, or even worse than Su Yang. Other film and television bosses spoke up one after another. Mr. Su, do you really want to do this? Bai Guanghui said in a deep voice. Yes, if you feel unhappy, you can attack me and see if you can withstand my counterattack. Su Yang seemed to be fearless. Hearing this, Bai Guanghui's face changed. He didn't dare to fight Su Yang unless he was crazy. Even Huan Film and Television couldn't withstand Su Yang's counterattack, let alone Xinchen Film and Television. Those shareholders probably don't want to be enemies with Su Yang. For someone like Su Yang, even if we can't be friends, it's better not to become enemies. The person responsible for this matter lies with Chen Guanlei. He can only report it truthfully and see what the major shareholder says. Mr. Su, you are joking. This is Chen Guanlei's fault. How could we deal with you? Bai Guanghui forced a smile. That's good. I'm a very easy person to talk to. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will definitely fight back. Su Yang stated one of his principles in dealing with things. He now has enough strength to say this, and he definitely does what he says. With hacking technology and the Fonkai Guild as a propaganda tool, we can fight back against any opponent and we are truly fearless. Everyone, I'll take my leave now. Bai Guang stood up and left. Now that I've been kicked out, there's no point in staying here. These people must have other things to discuss. Mr. Su, do you have any other questions? Shui Zhanhua asked. No more. Su Yang shook his head. The goal has been achieved, so of course there is no problem. Mr. Su, I hope you won't expose any more negative information about our company. We really can't bear it. Shui Zhanhua said. Yesterday, that young idol was banned, and the competent department also spoke out, saying that artistes like P are absolutely intolerable. They also issued a fine of 10 million yuan to Huan Film and Television, which really caused Huan Film and Television to suffer heavy losses. The major shareholder called him again to question him. If he hadn't said that he had reconciled with Su Yang and there would be no more negative news, his position as CEO would be in jeopardy. Boss Shuizhan, I don't know what you are talking about. I didn't expose any dirt on your company. Su Yang would never admit it. How could he admit to such a thing? Even if everyone knew that he did it, he would not admit it. Okay, anyway, we have reconciled this matter, and there will be no more unpleasantness between the two sides in the future. What do you think? Shui Zhanhua is an old fox, so he naturally knew what Su Yang was thinking, so he simply changed his words. Of course. As long as you don't infringe upon my legal rights, there won't be any unpleasantness between us. Su Yang also made a vague promise. That's good. Shui Zhanhua could only choose to believe Su Yang. I believe that given Su Yang's character, since he has made a promise, he will not act recklessly. Your Fonkai Guild is so powerful. I hope you can promote War Leopard 2 more in the future. This will be good for everyone. Shui Zhanhua said. Of course, I would do the same without you telling me. After all, I am one of the investors of War Leopard 2. We can make money together. I will do what I can. Su Yang naturally did not refuse. Anyway, it's just a matter of words to let the guild's anchor promote it. The huge success of War Leopard more than doubled the 500 million box office predicted by the system, and the publicity by Fonkai Guild played an indispensable role. The system said that the box office of War Leopard 2 is 5 billion. After the promotion of Fonkai Guild, the box office should be more than 5 billion. The higher the box office, the more money he makes. Chapter 141. It's a success. Triumph Investments. Chen Guanlei's office. Hahaha, Su Yang, you're courting death by messing with Huan Films like this. Chen Guanlei has been following the news about Su Yang and Huan Film and Television. Obviously, all the negative news about Huan Film and Television was released by Su Yang. He didn't know how Su Yang did it, but he knew that everything Su Yang did definitely caused Huan Film and Television to suffer heavy losses. In his opinion, Su Yang was looking for death. The shareholders of Huan Film and Television will definitely stand up and fight back. In his subconscious, Su Yang is still just a small figure who can never compete with the big guys with background. Chen Guanlei felt in a good mood when he thought about how Su Yang's Fonkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao went bankrupt due to the counterattack of many bigwigs. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Chen Guanlei restrained his smile and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open and a young woman walked in. Mr. Chen asked you to go to his office to find him. This young woman is the president of Triumph Investment and the assistant to Chen Ankang, Chen Guanlei's father. Now? Chen Guanlei asked. Yes, now, the young woman nodded. Okay, I'll be there right away. Chen Guanlei stood up and said. Arriving at the president's office, Chen Guanlei sat down on the sofa. Dad, what's going on? Do you know that you've gotten into big trouble? Chen Ankang's face looked very unhappy. Dad, how did I get into trouble? I didn't do anything. Chen Guanlei felt a little puzzled. Humph, you still say you didn't do anything. Chen Ankang snorted coldly. Let me ask you, did you wantonly mock Su Yang at the celebration party for War Leopard and say that Su Yang couldn't invest in War Leopard 2, but Xingqian Films could? Yeah, what's wrong? Chen Guanlei didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Do you know that because of your ridicule, Xingqian Film and Television was kicked out and failed to invest in War Leopard 2? Chen Ankang scolded. What? Xingqian Film and Television was kicked out and can't invest in War Leopard 2? What does this have to do with my mockery of Su Yang? Chen Guanlei was surprised and puzzled. Bai Guanghui called me just now. Su Yang and Huan Film and Television have reached a settlement. One of the conditions proposed by Su Yang is to kick Xingqian Film and Television out. He said it was because you were like a clown at the celebration party of War Leopard, jumping around in front of him, and he said he wanted to teach you a lesson. Chen Ankang said. What? They reconciled? How is that possible? Huan Film and Television must have suffered heavy losses. Are they just going to let it go like this? Chen Guanlei was shocked. This is completely different from what he imagined. Shouldn't the shareholders of Huan Film and Television take action to fight back against Su Yang, completely suppress Su Yang, and even bring down Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao? How did they reconcile? The reconciliation between the two parties was so shocking to him that he ignored the fact that Su Yang called him a clown. Let's not let it go like this. What else can we do? With Su Yang's mysterious methods, if we continue to fight, Huan Films might even go bankrupt. Now no one knows how Su Yang got those dirty secrets about Huan Film and Television. This has frightened many people in the film and television industry and has made Su Yang one of the most untouchable people. Chen Ankang actually understood a lot of the situation, just now. How could this happen? Don't the major shareholders behind Huan Film and Television dare to provoke Su Yang? Chen Guanlei's face looked unsightly. It's not that we don't dare to provoke them, but it's not worth it. Besides, Huan Film and Television was wrong in the first place. Su Yang stands on the side of law, and the matter has already become a big deal. If it goes any further, Huan Film and Television will definitely suffer. It's better to stop here. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. Chen Ankang said. This Su Yang has really become something of a big shot. Chen Guanlei's face became even uglier. Because of your behavior, Xingqian Film and Television missed the opportunity to invest in War Leopard 2. Everyone knows that War Leopard 2 will definitely make money. Other shareholders of Xingqian Film and Television called me to express their dissatisfaction, saying that if I don't do something, they will never give up, said Chen Ankang. How could they do this? Su Yang is the culprit in this matter. How can they blame me, let alone you? Chen Guanlei shouted. Don't you realize your mistake yet? I told you before that I asked you to make friends with Su Yang, but not only did you not listen to me, you even offended him. He has no grudge against you. What good will it do you if you offend such a person, huh? Chen Ankang felt a little disappointed. I just don't like him. He is just a country bumpkin from a small county town. He got to where he is today by luck. How can he compare with me? Chen Guanlei's face turned pale. A country bumpkin from a small county town. Your father and I are not from Jiangqing either. My background is not as good as his. He is from a county town after all, but I am from the countryside. Do you also dislike me or even despise me? Chen Ankang wanted to slap his son in the face. Dad, how can he compare with you? You are a real hero. You have reached where you are today by relying on your own abilities. He has reached where he is today by sheer luck. Chen Guanlei argued. It was impossible for him to be unhappy with Chen Ankang. Without Chen Ankang, he wouldn't have the life he has now. However, when he looked down on others, he naturally would not think about his father's background. Moreover, in his subconscious, he still believed that Su Yang had achieved where he is today by luck. If a person succeeds in one or two things, it may be luck, but if he succeeds in everything he does, then it cannot be luck. Based on what you said, I briefly looked up Su Yang's experience. Whether it's futures, antique bargain hunting, or the acquisition of Yuhurenjia and the renaming of Jiangdi Lao, the acquisition of Fengkai Guild and the investment in Zhanbao. There is also the acquisition of the South American aluminum mine. Each of these things was successful and they are all top talents in the investment community. How can such a person be said to have gotten to where he is today by luck? Also, please stop calling others country bumpkins. That will only make people laugh at you. He is worth more than me just by fishing in the river, and you are still laughing at him. You are the one who is embarrassed. Chen Ankang was somewhat dissatisfied. Su Yang is so successful, but his son still thinks that it was just luck. This is purely self-deception. What? Jiangdilao's market value is not that high. Chen Guanlei was shocked. Now Jiangdi Lao has expanded to the 4 first-tier cities. When the stores in the 4 first-tier cities open, it will definitely be a very popular situation. By then, the valuation of Jiangdi Lao may even reach tens of billions, said Chen Ankang. What? A valuation of 10 billion. Chen Guanlei exclaimed again, doesn't that mean Su Yang is a billionaire? He could foresee that Jiangdi Lao's future would be terrible, but that would be at least a few years later. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. As soon as the stores in the 4 first-tier cities opened, the valuation reached tens of billions. Don't be surprised. 10 billion is still a conservative estimate. According to the surveys and predictions of some research institutions, if Jiangdi Lao expands to 2nd and 3rd-tier cities, the valuation will exceed 100 billion, and Su Yang will become a 100 billionaire. Chen Ankang dropped another bombshell, which made Chen Guanlei's head buzz. Chapter 142 Let you know your status. How could this happen? How could this happen? Chen Guanlei muttered to himself, his face turning pale. So, I don't care what happens between you and him, don't provoke him again, otherwise you will only bring trouble upon yourself. This time, the other shareholders of Xingchen Film and Television have joined forces to put pressure on me, and I will have to lose at least 50 million before this matter can be settled. Just because you provoked Su Yang, I lost 50 million. If you provoke Su Yang again, and if he fights back, I may lose 500 million or even more. Chen Ankang said. Chen Guanlei didn't say anything, his face was gloomy. He didn't expect that Su Yang, a man whom he looked down upon, ridiculed and regarded as a country bumpkin, would so quickly become someone he could not afford to mess with. Just a taunt caused my dad to lose 50 million. 50 million. Even if my dad is worth billions, 50 million is not a small amount. Their villa is about the same amount. A villa, just gone like that. But your idea of having the stars of Xingchen Film and Television cooperate with Jiaxing Guild to sell goods through live streaming is a very good idea. No one has tried this before. I believe it will have a good effect. As long as you focus on your career, you will be able to achieve results. When Chen Ankang saw his son's expression, he changed the subject and gave him some affirmation. Dad, I understand. Chen Guanlei's face looked much better when he heard his father's affirmation. Okay, just remember what I said. You go first. I have to take care of work. Chen Ankang waved his hand and let his son leave. He had already said it and believed that his son knew what to do. If he doesn't even understand this, then his son is extremely stupid. His son is not that stupid. Chen Guanlei returned to his office. Su Yang, you are so cruel. You made my dad lose 50 million. This time, Jiaxing Guild is cooperating with Xingchen Film and Television to do celebrity live streaming to sell goods. This will be the first time that celebrity live streaming to sell goods is a precedent. It will definitely surpass your Fengkai Guild. Su Yang, Wu Jing and others had lunch and then went home. When I got home, I received a call from Yi Kaifeng, the boss of Huiyin Pharmaceutical. Mr. Su, the drug for treating gastric cancer has been successfully developed. Yi Kaifeng said excitedly. Hard work pays off, and cancer drugs are finally developed. This is epic making. It is conceivable that in the future, Huiyin Pharmaceutical will definitely become a giant in the pharmaceutical industry with this drug. The person Yi Kaifeng most wants to thank for the successful drug development is Su Yang. Without Su Yang's investment, he couldn't persevere even if he wanted to. It's not that the investment of other investors is not important, but Su Yang is the one who provided timely help and he deserves his gratitude the most. That's great. Now the next step is clinical trials, right? Although I knew the research and development would definitely be successful, I was still very happy to hear the news. This investment will bring him at least tens of billions of dollars in revenue in just a few years. Yes, after clinical trials, it can be sold, which takes some time. Yi Kaifeng said with a smile. The two sides chatted for a while and then ended the call. In the blink of an eye, it was April. Jiangdi Lao's stores in 4 first-tier cities have officially opened. Su Yang and Zhao Hai flew to major first-tier cities to attend the opening ceremonies. After a while, a week passed. Just as everyone expected, Jiangdi Lao's opening was extremely popular. The calls online for Jiangdi Lao to open branches in second- and third-tier cities have once again grown louder. Su Yang and Zhao Hai discussed it and felt that this matter could be advanced step by step. These specific tasks were all done by Zhao Hai. Su Yang is a hands-off boss. After discussing things, he doesn't care about anything else. This day, Zhao Yulu goes home after get off work. Seeing Zhao Yulu's expression, Lu Yujuan asked curiously, "Yulu, I see you seem to be in a good mood these days. Is there anything good?" These days, every time Zhao Yulu goes home, he seems to be in a good mood. This went on for several days in a row, and today Lu Yujuan couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yulu nodded and smiled, "It's good news. Our guild has cooperated with Xingchen Film and Television to pioneer the live streaming of celebrities selling goods. The effect is very good. Last month's sales ranked first among all the major guilds in Douyin. The company has given bonuses to every employee." Lu Yujuan said, "That is indeed a good thing." Then, she pulled Zhao Yulu to sit down and change the subject. "Yulu, let me ask you, if I divorce Yang Tiancheng, do you support me?" Zhao Yulu was stunned for a moment, then said, "Whether I support you or not, it won't change your decision." "That's right." Lu Yujuan said, "I will confront Yang Tiancheng today. You can pack your things later and we will move out tonight. We will stay in a hotel first. I will rent a house for the next 2 days." Zhao Yulu nodded, "Okay." Since Lu Yujuan and Yang Tiancheng divorced, she would naturally follow Lu Yujuan. She never had any sense of belonging to this family. It is impossible that Lu Yujuan left and she still stayed in this house. At this time, Yang Tiancheng and Yang Jingsheng came back. Yang Tiancheng's face looked very ugly. Today, he resigned from the company and completed the formalities. Starting tomorrow, he will have to look for a new job. He had no choice but to resign. During this period, his boss did not assign him any work, cancelled his performance bonus and other bonuses, and only kept his basic salary. The boss is forcing him to leave. Moreover, all of his former good colleagues disliked him. Many employees gossip about him behind his back. He just couldn't stand it anymore and tendered his resignation this afternoon. The boss put in some superficial effort, said a few symbolic words to persuade me to stay, and then approved it. Yang Jingsheng still has no job, so he went out to play today. When I returned downstairs, I met Yang Tiancheng who was coming back from get off work, so we went upstairs together. Yang Jingsheng saw that Yang Tiancheng looked unhappy and asked what was wrong. Yang Tiancheng told Yang Jingsheng about the situation, which made Yang Jingsheng feel very bad. "Yujuan, let's eat." Yang Tiancheng put down his briefcase and walked towards the dining room. "This is basically what happens when I get home from get off work every day. When he comes back, it's time for dinner." "I didn't cook," Lu Yujuan said. "I have to confront Yang Tiancheng today, so it is naturally impossible for me to cook." "Why didn't you cook? Why didn't you tell me that you didn't cook?" Yang Tiancheng stopped and turned to look at Lu Yujuan. His already bad mood became even worse and his face became even uglier. "No reason, I just don't want to cook today," Lu Yujuan said expressionlessly. "Lu Yujuan, you often don't cook during this period, but you at least informed us and we tolerated it. Why didn't you inform us today that you didn't cook? What on earth do you want to do? Are you going to rebel?" Yang Jingsheng was also in a bad mood and immediately started yelling. Lu Yujuan glanced at Yang Jingsheng and said nothing. "Speak now, I'm telling you, if you don't give me a good reason, I'll have to teach you a lesson and make you aware of your position in this family." Seeing that Lu Yujuan didn't say anything, Yang Jingsheng became even angrier. Chapter 143 Divorce. "I just don't want to cook. Can you tell me, what is my position in this family?" Lu Yujuan asked. "Okay, I'll talk to you nicely. You are the nanny in this family, a nanny, do you understand? You have to do what a nanny should do, instead of being like you have been doing recently. You often don't cook. You didn't cook today and didn't even notify me and my dad. I think you don't want this job anymore. Yang Jingsheng said. Okay, I've been in this family for more than 10 years and raised you up. I didn't expect that in your heart, I was just a nanny. Lu Yujuan glanced at Yang Jingsheng, then looked at Yang Tiancheng. Tiancheng, this is your son, and this is how he treats me, don't you want to say something? Before Yang Tiancheng could say anything, Yang Jingsheng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you said you raised me, who gave you the face to say such things? My growth has nothing to do with you, you are just a nanny, you just did what you should do, don't mention raising me all the time, it's my dad who raised me, but you, if it weren't for my dad, you wouldn't have the chance to live such a life. Yang Jingsheng was in a bad mood and spoke out what was on his mind. Okay, Jingsheng, stop talking. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand and said lightly. His attitude clearly showed that he agreed with what Yang Jingsheng said. Yang Jingsheng's growth has nothing to do with Lu Yujuan. Dad, what are you afraid of? I'm telling the truth. They are just parasites. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have lived a life of luxury for more than a decade, let alone living in a villa. They are just mean bones, especially this Lu Yujuan, who is getting more and more aggressive. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't be able to find his place in this family properly and will do such things again in the future. Now that he had said it, Yang Jingsheng became unrestrained. In that case, Yang Tiancheng, let's get a divorce. Lu Yujuan took the opportunity to file for divorce. Originally, she thought of another reason, but seeing Yang Jingsheng's behavior, she felt that this reason was better. What did you say? Before Yang Tiancheng could say anything, Yang Jingsheng shouted again, Lu Yujuan, you actually asked for a divorce from my dad. Do you have the qualifications? In our family, although you are a nanny, you have no worries about food and clothing. If you divorce my dad, you will be nothing. Yang Tiancheng said in a deep voice, Jingsheng, stop talking. Dad, am I wrong? Yang Jingsheng said, I think she has not adjusted her mentality. She doesn't know who she is. She dares to ask for a divorce from you. If she divorces you, she will end up on the streets. I'm afraid her quality of life will drop by many levels, almost the same as those social animals at the bottom of society. No, she is a social animal. If she hadn't come to our house as a nanny. Seeing that his son's words were getting more and more excessive, Yang Tiancheng couldn't help but wave his hand again and interrupted his son in a deep voice, okay, stop talking. Seeing that Yang Tiancheng's tone had become extremely stern, unlike the understatement just now, Yang Jingsheng could only stop talking and stop speaking, but the look he gave Lu Yujuan was still full of sarcasm. Yang Tiancheng took a deep breath, looked at Lu Yujuan and said, Yujuan, are you serious? Do you really want to divorce me? Lu Yujuan nodded and said, of course, I won't say this casually. I haven't mentioned the word divorce to you before. Yang Tiancheng asked, why? Because of your son. Lu Yujuan said, I have been managing this family for more than 10 years and have done everything a mother should do, but you just heard that your son only treats me as a nanny. What's the point of me staying in this family? Yang Jingsheng said disdainfully, you have done everything a mother should do. You are really good at flattering yourself. If my father didn't give you money, would you do those things? Any nanny can do those things. You need to put yourself in the right position. Lu Yujuan ignored Yang Jingsheng and looked at Yang Tiancheng and said, look, I think there is no need for me to stay in this family anymore. If I continue to stay, I don't know what bad words your son will say. Yang Jingsheng sneered, if you don't want to stay, then get out now, get out today, get out right now. Yang Tiancheng glared at his son and said in a deep voice, Jingsheng, stop talking. Yang Jingsheng snorted coldly and said nothing more. Yang Tiancheng took a deep breath, sat on the sofa opposite Lu Yujuan, looked at Lu Yujuan and asked, I still want to ask, why? He wouldn't believe that Lu Yujuan would divorce because of a few words from his son. I just said that because your son treats me as a nanny, there is no need for me to stay in this family anymore. Lu Yujuan said. You may be able to fool other people with this kind of words, but you can't fool me. Yang Tiancheng sneered. How did I lie? I was telling the truth. Lu Yujuan said expressionlessly. Okay, since you don't want to say it, then I'll say it for you. You want to divorce me because you see that I have lost my power in the company and you think it will be difficult for me to have my current position again. However, Zhao Hai has become the general manager of Jiangdaleo, and with the development of Jiangdaleo, his position will become higher and higher in the future. So you want to divorce me and remarry Zhao Hai? Am I right? Yang Tiancheng said. Lu Yujuan didn't say anything. Yang Tiancheng guessed the real reason why she filed for divorce, and she was not surprised. After all, Yang Tiancheng is an old fox. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become the vice president of a restaurant group. They have been married for more than 10 years, so she would be surprised if Yang Tiancheng couldn't even see this. Lu Yujuan, you bitch, you are still thinking about other men in my house. Yang Jingsheng cursed. Yang Jingsheng, you're going too far. Zhao Yulu didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Yang Jingsheng's words were really too much. How did I go too far? Isn't your mother a bitch? She's still with my dad, but she's thinking about other men. Yang Jingsheng said angrily. Okay, Jingsheng, stop talking. I'll take care of this matter. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand, signaling his son not to speak. Dad, you are too polite to her. In my opinion, a woman like this should have been kicked out of the house long ago. She is a slut and does not deserve to stay in this family. Yang Jingsheng said. Okay, stop talking. Yang Tiancheng shouted in a deep voice, a little angry. Yang Jingsheng snorted coldly and stopped talking. Yujuan, was what I said just now correct? Yang Tiancheng's gaze fell on Lu Yujuan again. Lu Yujuan still didn't speak. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Actually, your move wasn't very good. Do you think you can still return to Zhao Hai? I tell you, it's impossible. No man will accept a woman who betrays him again, not to mention that you have been away from him for so many years. You were beautiful when you were young, but look at how old you are now, over 40 years old. How do you compare with those young women? With Zhao Hai's current status and position, he can get any woman he wants, including freshly graduated female college students, those who are prettier than you, those who are younger than you. As long as he wants one, there will be a lot of them jumping on him. Tell me, why did he choose you, the woman who once betrayed him? Every word Yang Tiancheng said touched Lu Yujuan's heart. But, she had already spoken, and there was no turning back. Moreover, she still believed that she could return to Zhao Hai. Lu Yujuan said, this family can no longer accommodate me. Based on what your son just said, no matter what you say, I still want to divorce you. Let's go through the formalities tomorrow. Chapter 144. There is no relationship from now on. Yang Tiancheng thought for a moment and said, Lu Yujuan, since you are so obsessed with this, I can let Jingsheng apologize to you, and I will pretend that you never said anything. We can still live like before, how about that? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Jingsheng shouted, Dad, why should I apologize to her? She is a slut. If she wants a divorce, then just divorce her. Let her go. I don't want to see her again. He really couldn't understand why his father wanted to keep Lu Yujuan. Now that things have come to this, just let Lu Yujuan and Zhao Yulu go away. Lu Yujuan suddenly laughed, Yang Tiancheng, you have been smart all your life, but you have a stupid son. I really feel sad for you. Yang Jingsheng angrily said, Lu Yujuan, you bitch, who are you calling stupid? Lu Yujuan laughed and said, you still don't know why your father doesn't want to divorce me. If that's not stupid, what is it? Yang Jingsheng was stunned and asked subconsciously, why? Lu Yujuan laughed sarcastically, you should ask your father. Yang Jingsheng looked at Yang Tiancheng, Dad, why don't you divorce her? She is such a slut, why do you keep her at home? He calls her a bitch all the time. At first, Lu Yujuan found it quite harsh, but after listening to it many times, it just became that. What's more, Yang Jingsheng has always been outspoken and rude, and he is also a fool, so there is no need to care about him. Yang Tiancheng did not answer his son's question, but looked at Lu Yujuan and said, Lu Yujuan, are you really going to do this? Lu Yujuan said calmly, it's not that I did anything ruthless, but your son didn't treat me as a family member at all. He just treated me as a nanny and called me a bitch. If it were you, you wouldn't be able to stand it either. Yang Jingsheng asked again, Dad, why on earth are you unwilling to divorce this bitch? He still didn't understand, so he had to ask for clarification. Yang Tiancheng still didn't speak. Lu Yujuan said, since he won't tell me, let me answer you. Once he divorces me, he will give me a portion of his property. Just think about how much property he has. He will give me almost half. So what you said about me living a low-level social animal life after I divorce him is not true. What? I'm going to give you half of my property. Yang Jingsheng roared, you bitch, don't even think about it. Don't even think about taking a penny from my dad. That's my dad's, not yours. His eyes turned red with anger. That money belongs to his father. His father's money will be his sooner or later. Now, he is going to give half of it to Lu Yujuan, which is simply cutting flesh from him. How could he bear this? Lu Yujuan smiled faintly and said, this is stipulated in the marriage law. No matter how much you yell, it will be useless. Yang Jingsheng said angrily, no matter what, my father will never give you any money. Lu Yujuan continued to laugh and said, you are so angry now. If what I just said is just one of the reasons, and there is a more important reason, wouldn't you be even more angry if you heard it, and you would not want to live anymore? Yang Jingsheng was stunned, there is a more important reason, what is the other reason? Lu Yujuan laughed and said, the more important reason is related to rain and dew. Yang Jingsheng frowned and asked in confusion, what do you mean? What does it have to do with her? Lu Yujuan said, of course it is related. Your father's career is going downhill now. It is basically impossible for him to move up by his own ability, unless he seeks help from outside forces. Chen Guanlei is pursuing Yulu now. If Chen Guanlei and Yulu were together, your father could still find a good job through Chen Guanlei, and it is not impossible for him to make further progress. But he and I are divorced, and Yulu will definitely follow me. His chance to get close to Chen Guanlei through Yulu is completely gone. Now, Yang Jingsheng finally understood why he had to endure Lu Yujuan. This not only means giving away half of the family property, but also destroying the hope of career. Lu Yujuan, you bitch, you have such a vicious heart, I will kill you. After figuring everything out, Yang Jingsheng became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to rush over to beat Lu Yujuan. Yang Jingsheng, how dare you? Zhao Yulu immediately stood in front of Lu Yujuan. Jingsheng, don't do it. At the same time, Yang Tiancheng grabbed Yang Jingsheng. Dad, why are you holding me? Let me go and let me kill this bitch. Yang Jingsheng shouted. Jingsheng, don't be impulsive. If you kill her, you will be dead. If you hit her, you will only hurt her. When we divorce, she will use this as an excuse to ask me for more money. Yang Tiancheng saw it more clearly than anyone else. Dad, are we just going to let him continue to be so arrogant? Yang Jingsheng was unwilling. You go aside first, I'll take care of this matter. Yang Tiancheng pulled Yang Jingsheng aside. Then, he sat back on the sofa, looked at Lu Yujuan and said, Lu Yujuan, have you really decided to divorce? I just said that it is impossible for you to return to Zhaohai. Lu Yujuan said, Yang Tiancheng, I have already made it clear today. Regardless of whether we can return to Zhaohai or not, we can no longer live together. Yang Tiancheng knew that it was irreversible. Thinking of the property to be divided and the hope of losing his rise, he gritted his teeth and said, Lu Yujuan, Jingsheng is right, you are a slut. Lu Yujuan didn't care, but said to Zhao Yulu, Yulu, go pack your things, we will move out tonight, we can't stay in this house anymore. Okay. Zhao Yulu stood up and went into her room to pack her things. Lu Yujuan had already packed up her things and was discussing the issue of property distribution with Yang Tiancheng in the living room. More than half an hour later, Zhao Yulu packed up all her things, a box and a bag. Dragging his suitcase, he came to the living room, ready to leave with Lu Yujuan. Yulu, you and your mother are leaving. I know I can't stop you, but I still hope that you will continue to recognize me as your father in the future. Yang Tiancheng still hopes to maintain a father-daughter relationship with Zhao Yulu. In this case, if Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei really get together, he can still use Chen Guanlei's power to further develop his career. I'm sorry, we won't have any relationship anymore. Zhao Yulu said indifferently. Yulu, you have lived in this family for more than 10 years. Just because of this, are you going to completely sever the father-daughter relationship between us? Yang Tiancheng frowned. If Zhao Yulu doesn't acknowledge him as his father, then he won't be able to restore his career to its previous heights through Chen Guanlei, let alone go further. Chapter 145 A Waste. It's true that I have lived in this family for more than 10 years, but I don't see that you have any intention of treating me as your daughter. The so-called father-daughter relationship between us does not exist at all. When he was little, you bought whatever toys your son wanted, but you said you wouldn't buy me any toys I wanted. Even if my mom helped me buy the doll I wanted, you still said it was a waste of money. You take your son on a trip every year, but you never take me and my mom. You spent money to send your son to the best school and sent him to various cram schools, but you didn't care about my studies. I just went to an ordinary public school, and I was able to get into college because of my own hard work. No matter what I do, you will never be satisfied. If I do something wrong, even the smallest mistake, you will scold me. No matter what your son does wrong, you always say it's okay and just be more careful next time. Every time I argued with him, no matter whether he was right or wrong, you would stand on his side and scold me. Now that I've grown up, you've only treated me as a tool for you to get close to other rich men. You want me to break up with Su Yang, that's it. Although my mother also had this mentality, when I was young, she at least cared about my life and studies. And you, what have you done for me? Don't you think it's ridiculous that you're talking to me about father-daughter affection now? Zhao Yulu blurted out all the words that had been pent up in her heart for the past 10 years. Yang Tiancheng was speechless. Looking back on the past 10 years, the way I treated Zhao Yulu seemed to be just as Zhao Yulu said. It's not that Zhao Yulu doesn't care, she just doesn't show it. Now that I'm leaving this home, I have nothing to worry about. Zhao Yulu, even if that's the case, you grew up eating our Yang family's food. What's wrong with asking you to help with something? Yang Tiancheng didn't say anything, but Yang Jingsheng started shouting. You're a waste, don't talk to me. Zhao Yulu glanced at Yang Jingsheng with disdain on her face. Although Yang Jingsheng went to the best school, his ability and quality were extremely poor. You. Yang Jingsheng's face turned blue with anger and he was furious, ready to rush over and hit someone. He basically only calls others waste, no one has ever called him that. Zhao Yulu's calling him like that felt particularly irritating to him. Don't be impulsive. Yang Tiancheng held his son back again. Under the current circumstances, if you hit her, she will definitely not let it go. You will most likely be detained again. Lu Yujuan laughed sarcastically. Yang Tiancheng, look at your son. You provided him with such good conditions, but you still failed to cultivate him. On the contrary, Yu Lu, whom you don't value, is 100 times better than your son. Yang Jingsheng said angrily, Lu Yujuan, you bitch, you have no right to speak here. Lu Yujuan waved her hand, okay, let's not talk about it. Anyway, what happened to you and your son has nothing to do with us, mother and daughter. Yulu, let's go. Let's stay in a hotel first and find a house in the next 2 days. After saying that, the mother and daughter left with their luggage. As soon as the door closed, Yang Jingsheng flew into a rage. Dad, letting them go like this is too easy for them. Yang Tiancheng glanced at his son and said, if we don't let them go, what else can we do? Yang Jingsheng didn't know how to answer. In fact, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't hit them, and scolding them would not be a big deal. He changed the subject and asked, Dad, do you really want to give half of your property to Lu Yujuan? Yang Tiancheng said bitterly, almost. This is stipulated by the law. What else can we do if we don't divide it? Yang Jingsheng said, I saw on TV that some people were doing property transfers. Can't you do a property transfer? Yang Tiancheng said bitterly, it is impossible to transfer now. It will be found out. We have to divide it. Not a single point can be lost. Yang Jingsheng couldn't help but curse, this bitch is so hateful. The same goes for Zhao Yulu. She turned her back on me. It was not a bad thing that they fell out, the main thing was that Zhao Yulu called him a waste, which was simply unbearable for him. If his father hadn't stopped him, he would really have beaten Zhao Yulu up. Oh, it's all my fault. I didn't care about her enough. I always focused all my energy on you and ignored her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like this and say such heartless words. Yang Tiancheng sighed. He knew that it was still his own fault. He really had never cared about Zhao Yulu since she was a child. No wonder Zhao Yulu had so much resentment and directly severed the father-daughter relationship. Dad, how can I blame you? Providing her with food and raising her is her greatest blessing. She should be grateful instead of being so heartless as to sever the father-daughter relationship. Yang Jingsheng was still angry. Okay, there's no need to talk about this. Yang Tiancheng waved his hand and sighed again, to be honest, all these changes are because of Su Yang. If it weren't for Su Yang, there would be no Jiangdi Lao, I wouldn't be like this, Zhao Hai wouldn't be the general manager of Jiangdi Lao, and Lu Yujuan wouldn't file for divorce. If only we hadn't forced Zhao Yulu and Su Yang to break up. If they hadn't broken up, given Su Yang's personality, he would have definitely treated us very well. I would have been the general manager of Jiangdi Lao, so there would have been no chance for Zhao Hai to take over. Talking about this matter, he felt regretful again. If Xiao Yulu continued to be with Su Yang, then he would not care about the position of vice president of Delicious Group and would directly become the general manager of Jiangdi Lao. With Su Yang as a son-in-law, I don't know how wonderful my future life will be. If you want status, you have status, if you want money, you have money. Even if his son has no ability, he can still get a good job in Su Yang's company and won't have to worry about his life. Unfortunately, all of this was gone when Zhao Yulu and Su Yang broke up. Now, they can only watch Zhao Hai, their mortal enemy, prospering in the business world. Su Yang is so lucky. Who would have thought that he could get to this point? Yang Jingsheng was very jealous of Su Yang's achievements. Whether it was making money by investing in futures, making money by picking up antique bargains, making money by acquiring the Fengkai Guild, making money by acquiring the Yuhua Renjia and changing its name to Jiangdi Lao, or making money by investing in the movie War Leopard, each of these was beyond his reach. In the past, when my father was the vice president of a catering group and Su Yang had not yet become successful, he could look down on Su Yang. But now, only Su Yang despises him. This is all fucked up. Where can I go to seek justice? It's not luck that counts, but ability. He would never have gotten to where he is today relying solely on luck. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. Let's not talk about him anymore. Yang Jingsheng found that the more he talked, the more annoyed Su Yang became, so he simply changed the subject. Dad, you have already resigned from the company, what are you going to do next? Yang Tiancheng said, what else can I do? Find a job. Yang Jingsheng asked again, can you still find a high-level position? Chapter 146. The boss's pattern is different. Yang Tiancheng shook his head. I don't know. The hope is slim. The main thing is that the hot pot project has failed. Otherwise, it's fine. Now everyone in the industry knows me. I've become a laughing stock in the industry. Unless I have a good friend who opens a catering company, it's basically impossible. But I don't have that kind of friend. If I had that kind of friend, I wouldn't have to set my sights on Zhao Yulu. Yang Tiancheng said, Dad, I still hope you can find a high-level position and arrange work for me, otherwise I can only be an ordinary employee. I don't want to be an ordinary employee at the bottom. You. Yang Tiancheng couldn't help but shake his head. He really had no other choice but to take care of his son. I'll try my best to find him. Yang Jingsheng rolled his eyes and said, Dad, in fact, we don't have to go through Zhao Yulu to get close to Chen Guanglei. We can also contact him directly. Yang Tiancheng's eyes lit up slightly, that's true, but I don't know if the other party will pay attention to us. Yang Jingsheng said, how do you know if you don't try? Maybe they just need people like you and me. Yang Tiancheng nodded, that's right, I will find a time to contact him and see what he says. This day, Su Yang came to Fengkai Guild. Xiao Dongxin reported a problem to him. Mr. Su, many guilds have recently cooperated with celebrities and asked them to live broadcast and sell goods. I see that the sales volume is very good, and it has affected our sales volume. Do you think we should invite some celebrities over as well? Xiao Dongxin said. I noticed this problem, but I don't plan to invite any celebrities, said Su Yang. Why? Xiao Dongxin asked. In his opinion, this is a profitable thing, why not do it? Recently, because other guilds have invited celebrities to live broadcast and sell goods, many viewers have been attracted. The guild's anchor performed live streaming to sell goods, and sales volume decreased. He thinks that inviting celebrities to live broadcast and sell goods is still a promising idea. The reason he told Su Yang this was mainly to ask Su Yang for the final decision. As long as Su Yang made the final decision, he would take action immediately. As for which film and television company to cooperate with and which stars to invite, he has already thought about it. We will push this matter forward as quickly as possible. There are 3 reasons. The first is that it is very costly to invite celebrities to come. The share of profits between celebrities and film and television companies is very high. Although the sales volume is large, the profits we can share are not as high as we imagined. Secondly, inviting celebrities will have a certain impact on the company's anchors. The anchors are the company's greatest wealth. I don't want to make the company's anchors unhappy just to make that little money. I will only do it if it is something that is beneficial to them as well. Obviously, simply inviting celebrities is not beneficial to them. If they are asked to cooperate with celebrities and share the profits they can earn from live streaming and selling goods themselves will be less than that. Third, now major guilds invite celebrities to live broadcast and sell goods. The quality of many goods is not very good. Only by selling those low-end goods can those guilds make as much money as possible. This creates a hidden danger and is not conducive to the long-term development of the company. In our company, no matter who sells the goods, the quality must be guaranteed. Based on these 3 points, I won't invite celebrities to live broadcast and sell goods. If you can solve these 3 points, there will be no problem. I will agree to let you talk to the film and television company and invite celebrities to live broadcast and sell goods. Su-young has his own observations and thoughts on the market. The 3 points he mentioned are the result of his observation and thinking. Mr. Su, what you said makes sense. I didn't think it through enough. I can't solve these problems. Let's continue along the current path. Xiao Dongxing said. Old Xiao, everyone wants to make money, but I think there are some kinds of money that should not be made, such as selling products without any quality certification. This is also the reason why I have repeatedly emphasized that the goods brought by our guild anchors must be high-quality products. This is not only responsible to the audience, but also responsible to the anchors and the future development of the company. I acquired Fonkai Guild not for fun or to make some money and leave, but because I hope to develop the company for a long time. In other words, even if the short video industry declines in the future, I hope to transform and find a new path with the efforts of everyone in our company. Do you understand? Su-young felt it necessary to tell Xiao Dongxing about his future plans for Fonkai Guild. Mr. Su, I have benefited a lot from listening to your words. Don't worry, I know what to do. I also have a clearer understanding of the future development of the company. Xiao Dongxing said. The boss is the boss, and the situation is different. I only think about the immediate benefits, but my boss thinks about future development. This is the pattern. Perhaps this is the reason why I was unable to develop Fonkai Guild, but the boss acquired Fonkai Guild and developed it rapidly. It is my luck to follow such a boss. The two sides chatted for a while and then Su-young left. I drove a Rolls-Royce Cullinan to pick up my wife from get off work. I'm going to my father-in-law Zhao Hai's house for dinner today. According to my wife, my father-in-law Zhao Hai has something to say. At 5:30, after picking up Zhao Yusin, I went straight to my father-in-law's house. In the car, Su-young asked, how's work going lately? Zhao Yusin said, very good. Su-young said, why don't you go to Yangshin Investment to invest in finance and take care of my purse? He has said this before and he is saying it again now. Zhao Yusin shook her head and said, no, I think the job at the bank is great. I like it very much. You should hire someone else to do the company's finances. Su-young said helplessly, okay, as long as you like it. Zhao Yusin thought for a moment and said, husband, I think this is good. You have your career and I have my job. I'm also afraid that if I go to work in the company, our work philosophies will conflict and affect our relationship. Su-young smiled and said, actually, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you do it, I support you. Zhao Yusin shook her head and said, this is not what I want to see. You have your ideas, and I have mine. If my ideas are different from yours, there will inevitably be conflicts. Even if you say you support me, you will feel uncomfortable. I think it is better now. I work in the bank and you are busy with yours. If there are any activities, you can take me to attend them. I will also get to know your friends. This will be better for our relationship. Don't bring up this topic again in the future. Su-young said helplessly, okay, I won't mention it again in the future unless you bring it up. Then he continued, you said Dad had something to say, but he didn't say what it was. What do you think it was? Zhao Yusin shook her head and said, I can't guess. Dad was very mysterious when he called last night. As they were talking, they arrived at Zhao Hai's house. Zhao Yusin had the key, so she opened the door directly and took Su-young in. As soon as I walked in, I smelled the aroma of vegetables. Wow, it smells so good, this is the smell of braised fish, only it seems to be even more fragrant than the one my dad made. Dad, we're here. Shouting, the two put down what they were holding and came to the kitchen door. Then, the two of them were stunned. Chapter 147 Together. They saw two people busy in the kitchen, one was Zhao Hai and the other was Zhou Ruyan. Zhou Ruyan was in charge of cooking and Zhao Hai was helping out. Dad, Sister Ryan, you guys. Zhao Yusin came back to her senses, realized something, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Yusin, Su Yang, Ryan and I are together. I invited you here today to announce this to you. Zhao Hai held Zhou Ryan's hand. The latter blushed slightly and nodded at them. That's great. Zhao Yusin was extremely happy, her eyes fell on Zhou Ryan. Sister Ryan, I thought this braised fish seemed to be more delicious than my dad's, it turned out to be your cooking skill, my dad will be blessed in the future. These words made Zhou Ryan's face turn even redder. Yusin, Su Yang, you guys sit down first. There's another dish that will be ready soon. Zhao Hai let go of Zhou Ryan's hand and continued to work. Okay, I wanted to help, but seeing how loving you two are, I won't bother you anymore. I'll just sit back and wait for dinner. Zhao Yusin pulled Su Yang back to the living room and sat down on the sofa. No wonder Dad is so mysterious, it turns out it's because of this. Zhao Yusin was extremely happy. Husband, it seems that your arrangement was right. Letting Sister Ryan be Dad's assistant has made their relationship progress by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to get together so quickly. Su Yang said, it's because they are attracted to each other. I just add a little fuel to the fire. Zhao Yusin smiled and said, that's good now. Dad will have someone to take care of him. He won't be alone anymore. Otherwise, if I'm not with him during the New Year and other holidays, he will always feel so pitiful and I will feel bad. It's just like when I went home with you to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival last year. Although I called him and Dad was smiling, I always saw loneliness and desolation in his eyes. Now it's good. This won't happen again. Even if I'm not with him, Sister Ryan will be with him. Su Yang nodded, yes, with Sister Ryan by his side, his life will be better in the future. Zhao Yusin added, humph, now that Lu Yujuan should have given up. She still hasn't forgotten that Lu Yujuan wanted to reconcile with her father. After betraying my dad, it's simply wishful thinking to want to get back together with him after so many years. Soon, Zhao Hai and Zhou Ryan brought the food to the table. The family enjoyed the meal very happily and joyfully. Dad, Sister Ryan, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first. Bye. After eating and resting for a while, Zhao Yusin took Su Yang away. You girl. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Zhao Hai cursed with a smile. In a Rolls Royce. Honey, I'm very happy today. Let's go to the movies. Tomorrow is Saturday anyway, so we don't have to go to work and can sleep in. It doesn't matter if we go to bed late. Zhao Yusin said happily. Okay, you decide which movie to choose. Su Yang naturally had no objection. Speaking of which, he and Zhao Yusin had only watched movies together twice, once at the preview of War Leopard and once at the public screening of War Leopard. On other days, we never went to the cinema to watch movies together. This was an oversight on his part. Last time, I was thinking about buying a video membership to watch old movies at home, and I almost got ripped off by the video website. Fortunately, my wife understood the tricks and didn't become a leak. But last time I also got the information provided by the system and acquired a copyright company. Okay. Zhao Yusin immediately took out her phone to check and quickly selected a recently released movie. Let's go to the cinema closest to our home. Okay. Su Yang had no objection. Zhao Yusin gave the address and Su Yang immediately navigated. More than half an hour later, we arrived at the cinema. I bought some drinks and popcorn, and when the time came, I went into the cinema. As soon as he walked into the theater and sat down, the system prompt sounded in Su Yang's mind. Ding! The film I Am Not a Medicine Sage, directed by Wenmai and starring Su Zhen was approved and started shooting in 2 months. After its release, the box office reached 3.5 billion, becoming the annual box office champion. The script of I Am Not a Medicine Sage, the cast list, and various detailed information have been sent to your email, please check it. Su Yang's eyes lit up. I know the director and the leading actors, there is a script, a list of actors, and various other materials. All I have to do is find Wenmai and ask him to find actors like Su Zhen, and I can start filming directly. In this movie, I can completely take the initiative. That is, in the cinema. If he were at home, he would definitely open his email first to check the script of the movie. The script of a movie with a box office of 3.5 billion must be extraordinary. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yang and his wife watched a good movie. After watching the movie, Zhao Yusin said she wanted to go for a midnight snack, and she also said that she missed the barbecue at the barbecue street near the school. Without saying a word, Su Yang took Zhao Yusin to a barbecue street near the school. When the Rolls-Royce Cullinan stopped at the intersection, it caused screams. Fuck, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Nima, which big guy is coming here to eat barbecue? Which rich second generation came to our school to pick up girls? Of course it is. Every day, luxury cars stop at the school gate and pick up beautiful female students. I'm still single, and these bastards are relying on their wealth to snatch my girlfriend away from me. How despicable. It's damned. When I graduate and make money, I will be like these people and go to college to pick up pretty female students. Amid the discussions, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin got out of the car. Following everyone's gaze, Zhao Yusin took Su Yang's arm and came to a barbecue stall. Fat Brother Barbecue Restaurant. Brother Fatty, give me 10 skewers of lamb, 10 skewers of squid, 5 skewers of chicken wings, 5 skewers of coriander, 5 skewers of Chinese cabbage, and 2 eggplants. Zhao Yusin lit the barbecue skillfully. We decided what to eat in the car. She and her classmates often come to this barbecue restaurant. Su Yang has never been here. Okay, please wait a moment. The fat boss responded skillfully, glanced at Zhao Yusin, and widened his eyes. Hey, are you Zhao Yusin? Zhao Yusin smiled and said, yes, Fatty, I wanted to eat your barbecue today, so I came over. I didn't expect you still remembered me. Of course I remember. The fat boss said, you often come here to eat barbecue, and you are one of the most beautiful female customers. I thought you would never see you again after you graduated. I didn't expect you still remember my barbecue. This is your boyfriend, right? He is a very handsome and energetic young man. You have good taste. He then said to Su Yang, young man, Zhao Yusin is the campus belle of Jiangqing University. There are countless boys pursuing her in school, but she didn't agree. It's your blessing to find her as your girlfriend. Zhao Yusin smiled and said, fat brother, he is not my boyfriend. The fat boss was stunned. You two are so close, what's the situation if you are not boyfriend and girlfriend? He was a little confused. Chapter 148 asking Su Zhen to be the director. Zhao Yusin burst out laughing, fat brother, he is my husband, we got the marriage certificate. Ah. The fat boss was stunned, then came to his senses and smiled bitterly, I was wondering what happened, but it turns out to be like this. I didn't expect that you would get married less than a year after graduation. Congratulations, please take a seat first, I'll grill your food right away. Okay. Zhao Yusin pulled Su Yang to sit down at the open-air table. Soon, the barbecue was served. The boss brought it over personally and chatted with the two for a few more words before leaving. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin ate with gusto. While having the barbecue, I also met some younger classmates. They both reminisced about the good times they had in college. After eating barbecue, when it came time to pay the bill, the fat boss said there was no bill and it was a treat for 2 people. I'm very happy that you can come back to my place to eat barbecue after graduation. The fat boss gave his reason. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin naturally did not agree. They left 100 yuan and left. That barbecue costs at most 50 yuan. When they got home, it was already past 12 o'clock. They took a shower together and went to bed. The next day, Zhao Yusin slept in. I had told her last night not to wake her up and she had to sleep until noon. Su Yang got up as usual, washed up, went out to have breakfast, then turned on his computer to check the emails sent by the system. After reading the script of I Am Not a Medicine Saint, I found that it is indeed a good script, adapted from real events. Director Wen Mai is an art film director and has made an art film. It has some depth, but it didn't do well at the box office. That's the treatment that art films receive. There was Wen Mai's phone number on it, so Su Yang called Wen Mai. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Who is it? A voice that was not fully awake yet sounded. Hello, I'm Su Yang from Yangxin Investment. May I ask if you are Director Wen Mai? Su Yang said. What do you want? Wen Mai asked impatiently. He stayed up until 6 in the morning last night and finally finished the first draft of the script for I Am Not a Medicine Sage. The next step is to revise it. I had just fallen asleep for a short while when I was woken up by the phone. I heard that it was someone from some unknown investment company calling me, and I felt very unhappy. Su Yang heard the impatience in the other party's tone, so he said directly, Director Wan, this is it, I have a script in my hand, and I want to ask you to be the director, you see. Before Su Yang could finish, Wan Mai interrupted, I don't have time, I'm not interested, don't call me again. After saying that, Wan Mai hung up the phone. Su Yang frowned slightly, feeling a little unhappy. This guy is quite arrogant. In that case, I won't ask you to be the director. Anyway, the script is ready, the cast list is there, and there is all sorts of information. As long as we find a talented director to make the movie, the box office should be good. So who should be chosen as the director? Before he could think it through, his cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Yi Kaifeng from Huiyan Pharmaceutical. Mr. Yi. Su Yang answered the phone. Mr. Su, the phase I clinical trial of the special drug for gastric cancer has been a complete success. The cancer cells in the gastric cancer patients who participated in the clinical trial have been cleared. Yi Kaifeng said excitedly. Great. Su Yang said, can it be put on the market for sale? Yi Kaifeng said, Mr. Su, not yet. We still need to conduct Phase 2 and Phase 3 experiments. The country's control over this type of drug is very strict. Su Yang didn't understand this situation, so he said, so that's how it is, but I believe that the second and third phase experiments will also be successful. I believe it too. Yi Kaifeng said, Boss Su, it's like this. Now the first phase of the experiment has been successful. The company will hold a press conference on Monday to announce the news. I hope you can let your Fengkai Guild publicize it then. The Fengkai Guild is a powerful propaganda tool. Whether it was the promotion of War Leopard or the struggle between Su Yang and Hua in film and television, Fengkai Guild played a crucial role. Since Su Yang is the boss of Fengkai Guild, there is no reason not to take advantage of him. No problem. When the time comes, you can have someone send me the video of the press conference. I will have the people from Fengkai Guild edit it and have all the anchors promote it. Su Yang had no objection. What's more, he also wants everyone to know that the birth of this cancer drug gives hope to those patients. Although this drug may be expensive, it is still a hope. As for the problem of high prices, it is not something he alone can change. After all, the company is not his, he is just an investor. Mr. Su, thank you. With your Fengkai Guild's publicity, I believe this drug will soon become a household name. Yi Kaifeng thanked. Mr. Yi, there's no need to be so polite. I am a shareholder of the company and it is my duty to do something for the company. Su Yang said. The two sides chatted for a while and then ended the call. Putting down his phone, Su Yang continued to think about who to find to be the director of I Am Not a Medicine Saint. Looking for Wu Jing. As soon as Su Yang had this idea, he cut it off. Wu Jing has been active in the field of action films and may not be suitable to be the director of this kind of drama film. And even if I had the ability, I probably wouldn't have the time. We are going to shoot War Leopard 2. You know, War Leopard 2 is a movie with a box office of 5 billion, which is much higher than Dying to Survive. We can't let Dying to Survive delay director Wu Jing's War Leopard 2. So who should we look for? Who is better at this kind of film? How about finding a famous director? Master Zhang or Brother Chen Kai? At this time of year, Su Yang shook his head again. This kind of big director charges too much and may not be suitable. In recent years, the movies shot by these big directors have not performed well at the box office. At this point, Su Yang was in a dilemma, staring blankly at the list of actors on the computer screen. Suddenly, a name caught his eye. Su Zhen. Yes, we can ask Su Zhen to be the director. Su Zhen is not only an actor, but also a director. Although Su Zhen is a comedy director, this email says that Su Zhen likes this movie very much. He participated in all the promotional activities before and after the filming of this movie. Su Zhen's performance in the movie is also perfect, and he even won the Formosa Pony Award. The more Su Yang thought about it, the more he felt that it would be feasible to ask Su Zhen to be the director. There is only Wen Mai's phone number on it, not Su Zhen's. Maybe the system wanted him to find Wen Mai, and leave the rest to Wen Mai. But Wen Mai ignored him, so he had to find another director. Su Yang called Wu Jing. Mr. Su, good morning. Wu Jing said. Good morning, Director Wu. I have a movie in hand right now and originally wanted to ask you to direct it, but since you want to shoot War Leopard 2, I want to ask Su Zhen to direct it. You two are in the same circle, so you should have his phone number, right? Su Yang said. Yes, I'll send it to you. Wu Jing said. Okay, thank you. Su Yang hung up the phone. After a while, he received Su Zhen's phone number from Wu Jing. So, he immediately dialed Su Zhen's phone number. Chapter 149. You go, I won't go. Hello, Director Su, I am Su Yang from Yangxin Investment. Su Yang said. Hello, Mr. Su. Su Zhen was very polite. Just now Wu Jing called him and said that someone wanted to invite him to make a movie, but he didn't take it seriously. But when I heard that it was Su Yang, the largest investor of War Leopard, I took it seriously. After the huge success of War Leopard, various things about the filming of this movie have become known to everyone. Wu Jing was at his wit's end and met a noble man who invested 20 million yuan to make the movie. Moreover, this person is the boss of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao. Before and during the release of War Leopard, Fengkai Guild also tried its best to promote War Leopard. The box office of War Leopard was 1.5 billion. In addition to the high quality of the film, the promotion of Fengkai Guild played an indispensable role. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would have stopped at 500 or 600 million. This is the consensus in the industry. Later, War Leopard 2 looked for investors. A series of events occurred, which eventually turned into a conflict between Su Yang and Huan Film and Television. Su Yang's tactics caused Huan Film and Television to suffer heavy losses and finally had no choice but to seek peace. This battle made people realize the horror of Fengkai Guild. It also made people realize that Su Yang should not be provoked. Even a giant company like Huan Film and Television was defeated by Su Yang. Anyone who dares to provoke Su Yang is seeking death. After all these things, although Su Yang is just an outsider, his name is more famous than many big names in the circle. Su Zhen was originally an actor. Ever since Lost in Taiwan topped the domestic box office list, Su Zhen has transformed from an actor into a popular director. Even so, Su Zhen knew that he didn't have much weight in front of a person like Su Yang. When speaking to Su Yang, one is naturally polite. Director Su, it's like this. I have a film and I want to find a director to direct it. I think you are quite suitable. Do you have time? Su Yang went straight to the point. If Su Zhen was like Wen Mai and said impatiently that he had no time or was not interested, Su Yang would no longer pay attention to Su Zhen and would not even ask Su Zhen to be the leading actor. With the script in hand, he was not worried about not finding actors and directors. However, judging from Su Zhen's polite tone, he shouldn't be like Wen Mai. Mr. Su, thank you for your trust. To be honest, many people have asked me to make films. How about this? You send the script to me and I'll take a look. If it's suitable, I'll take it over. If it's not suitable, I can only say sorry and won't waste your time. Is that okay with you? Su Zhen has been in the circle for many years, having worked his way up from a small actor. The way he speaks and acts is not comparable to Wen Mai, the literary youth who has just entered the circle. By saying this, he not only gave Su Yang enough face, but also left room for himself. Although Su Yang is the capital and the powerful party, he has finally become a big director and he has to protect his reputation. It is impossible for him to take on a bad movie. Otherwise, if he took on a bad movie, the audience would not scold Su Yang, but him. Once the feathers are dirty, it is difficult to clean them. Okay, send me an email and I'll send you the script. Su Yang naturally had no objection. Su Zhen's attitude just shows that Su Zhen is a person who is responsible for himself and for the movie. Otherwise, if an investor asked Su Zhen to make a movie, and Su Zhen agreed directly, I'm afraid Su Zhen's reputation would have been ruined long ago. After ending the call, Su Yang soon received an email from Su Zhen. Su Yang sent the script over and also sent a message to inform, Director Su, the script has been sent. Su Zhen replied, okay, I will take a look at it in the next 2 days and get back to you. This afternoon. Lu Yujuan and Yang Tiancheng successfully divorced and got back their property, which amounted to more than 12 million yuan. This is the amount of common property that came to her after the marriage. With this money, she can live the life of a rich wife for a long time. Yang Tiancheng was depressed. Not only did he lose more than 10 million yuan, but he also had no hope in his career. Yang Tiancheng, we have nothing to do with each other from now on. I hope you can return to the peak of your career. Lu Yujuan said something hypocritically and left. Bitch. Yang Tiancheng looked at Lu Yujuan's leaving back and could only curse her hatefully, but he could do nothing. At night, in a residential area, Lu Yujuan rented a 2-bedroom apartment here and lived with Zhao Yulu. At around 9 o'clock, she pulled out a suitcase from the bedroom and said to Zhao Yulu, "Yulu, come on, let's go meet your dad." She wanted to get back together with Zhao Hai, and she seemed quite confident about it. She didn't listen to Yang Tiancheng's words at all. "If you want to go, you go. I won't go." Although Zhao Yulu did not recognize Yang Tiancheng as her stepfather, she felt that what Yang Tiancheng said made sense and she agreed with it. That is, it is impossible for Zhao Hai to get back together with his mother. No man will accept a woman who has betrayed him. But, my mother just wouldn't listen, and there was nothing she could do. I say, why don't you understand my good intentions? I do this for you, right? Why are you not willing to help me at all? Lu Yujuan was a little unhappy. The situation will definitely be better if my daughter is there. No matter what, Zhao Hai will soften his heart when he sees his daughter. Mom, it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that you're madder. Forget it, I won't say anything more. You won't listen no matter what I say. Anyway, I won't go. If you want to go, you go. Zhao Yulu was too lazy to say anything. Okay, I want to show you that even without your help, I will return to your father. Lu Yujuan left with her suitcase. I took a taxi and went directly to Zhao Hai's house. Go upstairs and knock on the door. Soon, the door opened. Zhao Hai, Lu Yujuan just opened her mouth and couldn't continue. Because the person who opened the door was not Zhao Hai, but a woman. It was that day when she was lurking at the entrance of Jiangdi Lao and saw Zhou Ruyan, the woman who was dating Zhao Hai. Moreover, Zhou Ruyan was wearing pajamas. This made Lu Yujuan's face look ugly. Could it be that Zhao Hai and Zhou Ruyan have already? Why are you here? Lu Yujuan's tone was full of hostility. Are you here to see Brother Hai? Zhou Ruyan did not answer, but asked lightly. Nonsense, if I don't look for him, why would I look for you? Little girl, I advise you to be down to earth and don't think about crooked ways, otherwise there will be no good results. Lu Yujuan's words were extremely harsh, she was just short of pointing at Zhou Ruyan's nose and calling her shameless. I have always been down to earth. I don't think I have done anything crooked. As for whether there will be a good outcome, it is not your concern. But you, as Hai Ji's ex-wife, have betrayed Hai Gu and now want to go back to Hai Gu. That will not have a good outcome. I advise you to give up on this idea. Zhou Ruyan's counterattack was powerful. Now that she is with Zhao Hai, she naturally has to defend her sovereignty and will not let an outsider bully her. Chapter 150 Unwilling. You. Lu Yujuan's face turned blue with anger and she was about to scold Zhou Ruyan. In this regard, she is not afraid of anyone. But before he could even curse, he saw Zhao Hai appear behind Zhou Ruyan. What are you doing here? Zhao Hai didn't give Lu Yujuan a good look, and his tone was very cold. Zhao Hai, Yang Tiancheng and I are divorced. Now you Lu and I have no place to live. Can you let us stay at your place for a while? Lu Yujuan started to play the victim, making herself sound very pitiful. I'm sorry, Ruyan and I are already living together, so it's not convenient to accommodate you here. Zhao Hai said. What? Really living together? Although she had guessed it just now, Lu Yujuan still felt like a bolt from the blue when she heard the news. Since the two of them were living together, the difficulty for her and Zhao Hai to get back together would increase countless times. Besides, you and Yang Tiancheng are getting divorced, and Yang Tiancheng should give you some of his property. With Yang Tiancheng's wealth, you should have no problem buying a house with the property you get. Why do you have to make yourself sound so pitiful? Zhao Hai said again. Zhao Hai, you know Yang Tiancheng. Do you think he will give me some of his property? I didn't get a penny. You Lu and I are penniless now. We have spent all our money staying in the hotel for the past 2 days. I originally wanted to bring you Lu with me, but she was shy and didn't want to come, so I had to come. If you didn't take us in, we would be homeless. You can ignore me, but you can't ignore Yu Lu. After all, Yu Lu is your daughter. Lu Yujuan talked about her daughter again. She always felt that she could control Zhao Hai by using her daughter. But, how could Zhao Hai be deceived so easily? He asked, did Yang Tiancheng really not give you any of his property? Lu Yujuan immediately shook her head, no, not a penny. Wait a moment. Zhao Hai said and went back to the house. What do you mean? Wait for what? Lu Yujuan was a little confused. Not long after, Zhao Hai returned to the door again, holding a mobile phone in his hand and dialed a phone number. I also turned on the hands-free function. Soon, the call was connected. Zhao Hai, I have lost my job and my wife has run away. Are you here to make fun of me? A familiar voice came from the phone. It was Yang Tiancheng's voice. Hearing this voice, Lu Yujuan's face changed immediately. I don't have time to laugh at you, and you should know me. I'm not that kind of person. Zhao Hai said calmly. Then why are you calling? Yang Tiancheng asked. Lu Yujuan is at my doorstep now, asking me to take her in. She said that you two are divorced and you didn't give her a penny. I want to ask, is that true? Zhao Hai said. This bitch. Yang Tiancheng on the other end of the phone immediately cursed. Zhao Hai, don't listen to her nonsense. I gave her more than 12 million according to the law. Zhao Hai said calmly, okay, I understand, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yujuan. Is this what you said, to live on the streets? Lu Yujuan's face turned pale and she opened her mouth but couldn't say anything. What else can I say? It's useless to say anything. She also didn't expect that Zhao Hai would call Yang Tiancheng directly to verify. This deception was exposed in front of her, and she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Bang! Zhao Hai smiled sarcastically, said nothing more, and closed the door. Bastard! Lu Yujuan cursed angrily. Knowing that today's matter was messed up, she left with her suitcase. When I got home, my face was still very ugly. I didn't let you in. Zhao Yulu already knew this would be the outcome. He has been living with that woman. Lu Yujuan said angrily. Oh. Zhao Yulu responded lightly and continued playing with her phone. This is your reaction. Why don't you say anything? Lu Yujuan was somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Yulu's indifferent reaction. What should I say? My dad has been divorced for so many years. He didn't remarry because he wanted to take care of my sister and was afraid that she would be wronged. Now my sister is married, and he has come out again and become the boss of Jiangdaleo. It's normal for him to find a new woman. Zhao Yulu said. You're going to piss me off to death. Lu Yujuan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Mom, just listen to me. Stop harboring any more illusions and just live our lives well. Dad will never accept you again. Zhao Yulu said. I just can't accept it. I gave birth to 2 daughters for him, but I didn't get any benefits. Now that he is successful, he has found another woman. Lu Yujuan said angrily. Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes, not knowing what to say. From what my mom said, it seems like my dad is a heartless man. But she knew that was not the case. But she no longer wanted to say anything to her mother. On Monday, Huiyin Pharmaceutical held a press conference. It was announced that a drug to cure gastric cancer had been successfully developed and the first phase of clinical trials had been a complete success. The news immediately caused a sensation. Wow, cancer can be cured. Huiyin medicine is amazing. This is definitely a groundbreaking event. This is amazing. Gastric cancer patients can be saved. If gastric cancer can be cured, will it be long before other cancers can be cured? I hope Huiyin Pharmaceutical will continue to work hard and develop drugs to treat other cancers. This is good news for gastric cancer patients. Now all gastric cancer patients can be saved. That's not necessarily true. Only a small number of stomach cancer patients can be saved. What do you mean? Just think about it, drugs that can treat gastric cancer must be very expensive, probably millions of dollars. Most people are just ordinary people, how can they afford so much money to buy this drug? What you said does make some sense. I hope Huiyin Pharmaceutical will not sell its products at such a high price. It will not give stomach cancer patients hope but also make them despair. The company must have spent a lot of money on research and development. Unless the government backs it, it will definitely be very expensive. Capitalists don't care about that. They just want to make money. No wonder some people say that in this world, no disease is scary, only poverty is the scariest disease. That's right. As long as you have money, even if it's cancer or a terminal illness, as long as it's discovered early and treated actively, even if it can't be cured, it can greatly extend the patient's survival time, making it no different from a normal person. You guys made such a good news sound so heavy. Anyway, it's a good thing. Maybe the country will include this drug in the medical insurance reimbursement range, so we don't have to worry about this problem. Yes, this is a good thing, and I am proud that our country has such a company. Huion Pharmaceutical seems to be a listed company. You can buy its shares there. You will definitely make money. Don't worry about it. When the news was just announced, Huion Pharmaceutical's stock price had already reached its daily limit. Fuck. They didn't even give me a chance to get on the bus. Don't worry, this kind of stock will definitely have a bull market. Find an opportunity to enter the market and hold it patiently. You will definitely make money. I have held shares of Huion Pharmaceutical for a long time. The stock price kept falling before, and there was news that the company was about to go bankrupt. I was very nervous, but I didn't expect to get such a big surprise. I relied on Huion Pharmaceutical to make a comeback. Wow, I really can't stand the decline of Huion Pharmaceutical. I just sold my shares last Friday. Why is God playing such a joke on me? Chapter 151. Let's make money together. The press conference is over. Yi Kaifeng asked someone to send the live video of the press conference to Su Yang, who immediately sent it to Xiao Dongsheng, asking him to find an editor to edit it and then let all the anchors publicize it. At noon that day, all the anchors of Fengkai Guild released a video together, and mentioned this drug for treating gastric cancer many times during the afternoon live broadcast. It has sparked nationwide discussion. That afternoon, Su Yang received a call from Su Zhen. Mr. Su, I've read the script you sent me. It's so well written and touching. I'd like to be the director of this film, said Su Zhen. Okay, I believe you can be a good director. Su Yang was not surprised. If Su Zhen had rejected even a script like this, he would have been very short-sighted and wouldn't have gotten to where he is today. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have considered the candidate for the male lead? I like this role in the movie very much. I wonder if I can play this role. Su Zhen asked. When he read the script, he was deeply attracted by the role of the male protagonist. It's a good script and a good character. Such a script and such a role are hard to come by. He felt that he could use this script and this role to take his career as a director and actor to the next level. The birth of Lost in Thailand made him a hot director. But people basically think of him as a comedy director. Comedy films can make money, but they are also considered by many to be lacking in depth. As an aspiring director and actor, Su Zhen hopes to direct some profound films and play some profound roles. Such directors and actors can be called artists. This is one of the reasons why Feng Gangpao is not satisfied with making comedies, but also wants to make dramas, disaster films, and war films. Mr. Su, actually, I was considering letting you play the leading role in this movie. Su Yang said. Really? Mr. Su, thank you for your appreciation for letting me be the director and the lead actor. Don't worry, I won't let you down. I will put aside all my work and devote myself to the filming of this movie. Su Zhen said excitedly. I believe you. Su Yang said, by the way, I have a list of other characters in the film. You can refer to it. Hearing this, Su Zhen's excitement disappeared and he frowned instead. The shaping of a character requires good actors. A good actor can make a mediocre character outstanding. A mediocre actor can make an originally outstanding character become mediocre. As a director, the thing I fear most is that the investors will force some unqualified and unsuitable actors into the film. If that happens, it will ruin the show. One bad rot spoils the whole barrel, that's the truth. If Su Yang just wanted to squeeze in one or two extras, it wouldn't be a big deal, he would try his best to handle it. But Su Yang was talking about a list of actors, which means he wanted to include all the other characters in one fell swoop. This definitely won't work. No matter how capable he is, he can't make a good movie. If that's the case, the movie would be ruined. Mr. Su, the actor's portrayal of the role is the key to the success of a movie. As a director, I still hope to be able to select actors who are suitable for the role. I also hope that Mr. Su can give me this power. I guess you don't want me to make a bad movie, which is not in your interest either. Su Zhen's words were still quite tactful. In other words, Su Yang is a big shot who gave him such a good script and asked him to be the director and the leading actor. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so polite. If Su Yang insisted that he use some random actors to play other roles in the movie, then he would rather not be the director or the leading actor. Because if that were the case, he would definitely not be able to make a high-quality movie. Director Su, I know. I just want you to give them some reference and give them a chance to audition. If you think those actors are suitable, you can use them. If not, you don't have to use them. The initiative is completely in your hands. In addition, I will not recommend any actors to you in the future. What do you think? Su Yang naturally knew Su Jin's concerns. In fact, this is precisely a manifestation of Su Jin's seriousness and responsibility. Only a director with such persistence can make a good film. A director who will accept any random characters thrown at him by investors can only make bad films. Okay, no problem. Su Jin breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, he could arrange for those people to audition. If you are not satisfied, just refuse it directly. Such a good film must be made well, this is his chance. It must not be messed up by a few actors. Okay, you are an expert in other aspects, so I won't ask you any more questions. Just make a budget for this movie as soon as possible so that I can find investors. Su Yang said. Although he could invest in this movie alone, it is unrealistic. It is not okay for a person to eat alone. The correct way to operate is to make money together. Otherwise, everything from filming to promotion to release will be extremely difficult, and Su Yang alone will definitely not be able to handle it. Bring in some investors, those investors will take care of everything and make the filming and release of the movie go smoothly. He plans to take 40% of the investment amount and share 60% with other investors. This will not only help the smooth progress of the film, but also help you make connections. This is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. In fact, this is the same as the expansion of Jiangdi Lao. Without the investment from Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin, it would have been impossible for Jiangdi Lao to expand to the 4 first-tier cities, let alone expand across the country. With the addition of these two people, Jiangdi Lao's expansion became smooth. Any obstacles will be resolved by the two of them. Mr. Su, can you give me some investment quota? Su Jin asked weakly. He is very optimistic about this film and will go all out to shoot it. The box office shouldn't be bad, I just hope there will be some investment money. No problem, I'll give you 10% of the investment amount. How about it? Are you satisfied? Su Yang said with a smile. As a film director and leading actor, giving Su Jin some investment money can allow Su Jin to work harder and make a good movie. Interests move people. Satisfied, very satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Su. Don't worry, I will make a good movie. Su Jin was excited. Originally, he thought that even if Su Yang agreed to give him an investment quota, the maximum he would give would be 5%. Unexpectedly, Su Yang was so generous and gave 10% directly. It seems that this movie can not only change other people's views of him, but also make him earn a fortune. The two sides chatted for a while and then ended the call. Chapter 152 Wang Xiaozong calls. After hanging up the phone with Su Jin, Su Yang called Huang Jigang, the general manager of the copyright company. More than a month has passed. I don't know how the other party is doing with the acquisition of copyright. I must follow up. Soon, the call was connected. How is the copyright acquisition going? Su Yang asked directly. Mr. Su, so far, we have acquired the copyrights of 1,000 movies, spending 60 million, and the copyrights of 200 TV series, spending 400 million. It cost 70 million to acquire 40 animations, and 10 million to acquire the broadcasting rights for 100 major sports events. It cost 10 million to acquire the online copyrights of 20 variety shows, and 30 million to acquire the copyrights of 100 popular online novels. It cost a total of 580 million. Huang Jigang reported. During this period, he became a guest of honor at major copyright companies and cultural companies. Everyone in the industry knows that he has a lot of money and is purchasing a large number of copyrights of various cultural and intellectual works. Many people even took the initiative to call him to contact him. Industry leaders whom he had never been able to meet before now appeared in front of him and were very polite. These were all opportunities given to him by Su Yang. He worked diligently and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. At the same time, I kept in mind my boss's instructions and made sure to spend the 1 billion within 3 months. This is not easy. After all, to buy back the copyright at a reasonable price, it is inevitable to negotiate with copyright companies and cultural companies. It can be said that he was both in pain and happy during this period of time. Very good, keep up the good work and make sure to spend all the money within 3 months. Su Yang reminded again. Okay, Mr. Su. Huang Jigang responded. End the call. I just put down my phone and took a break when it rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was an unfamiliar phone number. Hello. Su Yang answered the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su? A man's voice sounded. You are. Su Yang asked. Guess, the man asked. I'm not interested in guessing. If you want to tell me, just say it. If not, I'll hang up. Su Yang was a little impatient and would not make such boring guesses. He was very disgusted with these unfamiliar calls and people who asked him to guess their identities. No, Mr. Su, let me introduce myself, I'm Wang Xiaotsong, said the man. Wang Xiaotsong. The son of the richest man Wang, the national young master Wang Xiaotsong. Su Yang was shocked and could hardly believe his ears. He asked quickly to confirm. Yes, it's me. Wang Xiaotsong laughed. Young Master Wang, it's really you. Su Yang was shocked. He didn't expect such a person to call him. Logically speaking, I have nothing to do with the other party. Master Wang, why did you call me? Su Yang quickly calmed down his shocked thoughts. In the past, it might have been difficult for him to calm down after receiving a call from Wang Xiaotsong, but he is different now. He is a person with a system. Although he is not as good as Wang Xiaotsong now, in time, he will definitely surpass Wang Xiaotsong and leave Wang Xiaotsong far behind. He will become a person that Wang Xiaotsong and even Wang Xiaotsong's father will look up to, and he will completely stand at the top of this world. Mr. Su, I had dinner with a friend in the film and television industry last night. I heard that you found Su Zhen and want to make a movie. I learned about it and I am very optimistic about that movie. I wonder if I can get some investment from you. Wang Xiaotsong asked. Mr. Wang, if you want the investment amount, of course there is no problem. Su Yang agreed directly. With the participation of Wang Xiaotsong, the filming and release of the movie will go more smoothly and the box office will be more guaranteed. Thank you then. Wang Xiaotsong was not surprised. With his status, as long as he was not stupid, he would not refuse him. Anyway, Su Yang is looking for someone to invest together, so giving him some investment quota will also be beneficial to Su Yang. Mr. Wang, you are too polite. I haven't yet made the final allocation of the investment amount. I still need to think about how much to give you specifically, said Su Yang. The investment amount given to Wang Xiaotsong cannot be too little, as Wang Xiaotsong may be dissatisfied. Too much is also not good, as if too much is given to Wang Xiaotsong, there will be less for others, and the effect of attracting other people will not be achieved. This is not good for the movie and for him personally. This requires a trade-off, balancing the needs of all parties and giving a reasonable amount. Of course, I'll take whatever you give me. It's no big deal. Wang Xiaotsong said casually. Okay. Su Yang said. There is one more thing. My birthday is in half a month. I would like to invite you to my birthday party. Do you have time? Wang Xiaotsong said. You invited me to your birthday party? Su Yang was stunned. Yes, this time I've chosen Jiangqing as the venue for the birthday party, and I hope you can come and attend. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin will also be there. Wang Xiaotsong said. Okay, send me the time and address, and I'll bring my wife with me. Su Yang said. Okay, I'll send it to you when the time comes. Wang Xiaotsong said. It was the first time for the two parties to talk on the phone and they were not familiar with each other. After they finished talking about the business, they didn't talk much and ended the call. I didn't expect that I would meet Wang Xiaotsong so soon. Su Yang shook his head and put down his phone. He knew that as his career continued to develop, he would most likely come into contact with this national leader, but he did not expect that the intersection would happen so soon. Our own Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao are developing rapidly. The movies I invested in also made money, but there is still a big gap compared to this young Master Wang. The other party would take the initiative to call. First of all, it should be that he is really optimistic about the movie Dying to Survive and wants to ask for the investment amount and get a share of the pie. The second thing should be to make friends with yourself. Let's not talk about other things for now, just take his own Jiang de Leo as an example. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it will become a catering empire, and he himself will be a billionaire or even a trillionaire. You don't lose points by being friends with someone like yourself. The several projects I invested in are all quite profitable, and the other party may also want to make money from me. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. That day, Su Yang had nothing to do, so he came to Fengkai Guild to take a look around. When he was about to leave, Xiao Dongxing found him and reported a situation to him. Mr. Su, a film and television company called us and wanted to cooperate with us to do live streaming and selling products. Xiao Dongxing said. Didn't I say that we won't cooperate with film and television companies? Su Yang frowned. What's wrong with Xiao Dongxing? We were fine last time, so why is he talking about this again? Did he forget what he said? Mr. Su, it's like this. This film and television company can meet the 3 conditions you mentioned. Xiao Dongxing saw Su Yang's displeasure and hurriedly explained. Oh. Really? Which film and television company is it? Su Yang was stunned for a moment and was a little surprised. You know, which film and television company would allow Dolly to cooperate? Huan Film and Television. Xiao Dongxing glanced at Su Yang. You know, Su Yang had previously fought with Huan Film and Television through the Fengkai Guild. To be honest, he was also surprised when he received the call from Huan Film and Television just now. Huan Film and Television? Su Yang was a little surprised. The last conflict with Huan Film and Television was very unpleasant for both parties. Although they reconciled later, his relationship with Xue Zhanhua was not very good. There are still some knots in the hearts of both sides. Unexpectedly, Huan Film and Television would want to cooperate. There is no doubt that Huan Film and Television's desire to cooperate was Xue Zhanhua's decision. Has this guy completely let go of his grudges? Chapter 153, 190% profit, happy cooperation. Did the other party tell you about profit sharing? Su Yang asked. As long as the conditions are met and the anchor can make more money than normal live streaming, it is not impossible for him to do it. Xiao Dongxing was about to answer when Su Yang's phone rang. I found out it was an unfamiliar phone number from Beijing. Hello. Su Yang answered the phone. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Xue Zhanhua. Xue Zhanhua's hearty laughter rang out. Mr. Xue, it's you. Su Yang didn't have Xue Zhanhua's phone number. This also showed that when the 2 sides reconciled before, there were indeed some doubts in their hearts and neither of them kept the other's phone number. Mr. Su, the last issue regarding the investment amount for War Leopard 2 was all my fault. Our company has paid a huge price for it. I apologize to you again. I called you this time because I hope to make peace with you and discuss cooperation with you about live streaming by celebrities. What do you think? Xue Zhanhua's attitude was extremely sincere. Since Mr. Xue has said so, if I disagree, I'm afraid people will say I'm stingy. If we're just cooperating, how will the profits be distributed? Su Yang asked. 30 to 70 split, you get 70 and I get 30. You should know that other film and television companies also split 30 to 70 when they cooperate with other live broadcast guilds, but the film and television companies take 70% and the live broadcast guild takes 30%. We have reversed it. Isn't this sincere enough? Xue Zhanhua said with a smile. 30:70 isn't enough. Su Yang said as he was about to take off his clothes. Then how much do you want? Xue Zhanhua asked. 19 points, 9 for me and 1 for you. Su Yang said. What? Xue Zhanhua was shocked. Mr. Su, 1% is too little, isn't it? Su Yang said calmly, Boss Xue, this is my condition. If you agree, we will cooperate. If you don't agree, forget it. Xue Zhanhua smiled bitterly and said, Boss Su Yang, do you have to be so ruthless? Can't it be higher? If you only give us 10%, we will only earn enough to eat. Su Yang smiled and said, Boss Xue, don't say I'm ruthless. I just want to ask you a question. Why are you willing to only take 30% and cooperate with our guild instead of other companies? Su Yang knew about Xue Zhanhua's little thoughts and asked him to speak out directly. Mr. Su, I've seen many live broadcast guilds cooperate with film and television companies, and many of the products they sell are 3-no products. The quality of these products is worrying, and many consumers have complained. If this situation continues, there will be problems, and it will inevitably affect the celebrities who are live streaming and selling goods together. The products sold by your Fengkai Guild are all brand products that have passed market testing and have passed quality control, so there will be no such problem. Shui Zhanhua gave the reason. That's it. There's one more thing you didn't mention, which is that our company's anchors are of high quality. By working with your company's stars, these stars can gain tremendous exposure. If you don't cooperate with our company, your company will need a lot of publicity expenses to maintain this kind of exposure for the star. By cooperating with our company, you can save the publicity expenses and also increase the popularity of the company's stars. In the future, when problems with 3No products arise, celebrities who work with other guilds will definitely be implicated. The stars in your company will not have this problem. You can even use this opportunity to hype them up and increase their popularity and reputation. The value of the stars will be greatly increased. These are intangible wealth. I don't know how much money they can make for your company in the future. Seeing that Shui Zhanhua was not honest enough, Su Yang didn't tell everything and just pointed it out directly. Mr. Su, you really look at problems very clearly. Shui Zhanhua couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, the reason why he wanted to cooperate with Fengkai Guild with a low commission was based on these 2 points. He only said 1 point, but he didn't expect Su Yang to directly point out another point. That's really amazing. This is not something that ordinary outsiders can imagine. Immediately, he said, okay, then we'll split it 100% and 90% respectively. I'll split 100% and you'll split 90%. Su Yang smiled and said, okay, happy cooperation. Xiao Dongxing, the general manager of the company, is in charge of my side. You just need to find someone to connect with him. After the call ended, Su Yang said to Xiao Dongxing, old Xiao, you heard what was said on the phone. We split the profits 90%, 90% for us and 10% for Huan Films. You can connect with them. Boss Su, you're amazing. Xiao Dongxing flattered him, okay, I'll get busy first. I promise there won't be any problems. The other side. Chen Guanlei came to Jiaxing Guild. Went directly to Zhao Yulu's office. Why are you here? Zhao Yulu asked. Come and see you. Chen Guanlei sat on the sofa. How is the company doing recently? Is the celebrity endorsement still as popular as before? He was the one who pioneered live streaming by celebrities to sell goods. To be honest, he is very proud to be the creator of this trend. This time, he stepped on Su Yang and it can be said that he won a complete victory. It's still as popular as ever. Zhao Yulu nodded. I see that Fengkai Guild has not yet invited celebrities to do live streaming to sell goods. It must be because of the issue of the investment amount of War Leopard 2 last time. Su Yang completely offended Huan Film and Television. If he offends Huan Film and Television, it's almost equivalent to offending most of the film and television industry. I'm afraid that even if he wants to cooperate with film and television companies, no film and television company is willing to cooperate with his Fengkai Guild. Chen Guanlei seemed to be gloating. Anyone can see that celebrities are selling goods through live streaming. This is a big piece of cake and there is no reason for the live streaming guild not to take a bite. Nowadays, even the smallest live streaming guild will invite celebrities. If you can't invite a first-tier star, invite a second-tier star. If you can't invite a second-tier star, invite a third dash, fourth dash, or fifth-tier star. Anyway, we have to take positive action to cut this big cake, no matter how big or small, we must cut a piece off. However, the Fengkai Guild remained silent and had no intention of cooperating with the celebrities. In his opinion, Su Yang did not want to cooperate with the film and television companies, but he wanted to but could not. No one was willing to cooperate with Su Yang. Maybe. Although what Chen Guanlei said made sense, Zhao Yulu always felt that this might not be the reason. It's not a possibility, but a certainty, said Chen Guanlei. Celebrity live streaming is still very popular, but there is a problem, Zhao Yulu suddenly said. What's the problem? Chen Guanlei asked. The quality of many of the goods promoted by the anchors is not very good. During this period, many consumers have reported this problem, and it has become more and more serious. I am worried that there will be problems. Zhao Yulu said. What's the big deal? Chen Guanlei smiled disapprovingly. Everyone is doing this now. Otherwise, how can we make much profit by cooperating with celebrities? We can only make more money by selling those products. Besides, if there is a problem, it is none of our business. Let the consumers find the manufacturer. We have signed an agreement with the manufacturer and are only responsible for sales. We don't care about anything else. Zhao Yulu frowned and said, but if something goes wrong, and the country or Douyin rectify the situation, our guild will still be affected. Chen Guanlei smiled and said, Zhao Yulu, just rest assured. Now that everyone is doing this, will Douyin or the country punish us? Zhao Yulu asked doubtfully, no. Chapter 154. This vision is unmatched. No. Chen Guanlei shook his head. If only a small number of guilds and anchors do this, your worry is justified, but if most of them do this, then there is nothing to worry about. The law does not punish the majority, that's the reason. Zhao Yulu stopped talking. What Chen Guanlei said seemed to make some sense, but also some nonsense. As far as she knew, the anchors of Su Yang's Fengkai Guild never sold any products without any certification, and they always sold brand products with high quality and good reputation. Anyway, you don't have to worry about this problem. Let's not talk about it anymore. Chen Guanlei waved his hand, changed the subject, and said mysteriously, I'm here for another thing. Next week, I'm taking you to a great guy's birthday party. What great man? Zhao Yulu couldn't help asking when she saw Chen Guanlei's mysterious look. Wang Xiaocong. Chen Guanlei said proudly. What, Wang Xiaocong? Zhao Yulu was shocked. You know Wang Xiaocong? And you can attend his birthday party? After she asked these two questions, she realized that her questions were a bit redundant. With Chen Guanlei's personality, he likes to show off so much. If he knew Wang Xiaocong, he would have shown off in front of her a long time ago. It is obvious that Chen Guanlei does not know Wang Xiaocong. If nothing unexpected happens, Chen Guanlei was able to attend Wang Xiaocong's birthday party because he was brought there by a friend. Sure enough, Chen Guanlei's next words verified his guess. I don't know Wang Xiaocong. I can't get close to a young man like him, but I have a friend who knows him. Next weekend is Wang Xiaocong's birthday, and Wang Xiaocong has even decided to hold the birthday party in Jiangcheng. My friend said he would take me there and introduce me to Wang Xiaocong. This will be a great opportunity to make friends with a top second-generation rich man like Wang Xiaocong. Yulu, I also asked my friend, Wang Xiaocong's birthday party will be attended by many of Jiangcheng's top white, rich and beautiful women. When the time comes, you can make some white, rich and beautiful friends and enter their circle, and your life will be different in the future. In the next few days, I will help you collect information about the personalities and hobbies of those white, rich and beautiful women. After you know them, you can better integrate into their circle. This time, attending Wang Xiaocong's birthday party was Chen Guanlei's opportunity. Just thinking about being friends with Wang Xiaocong makes me excited. Thank you. Zhao Yulu said gratefully. She has always hoped to have the opportunity to enter the circle of top white, rich and beautiful women in Jiangcheng. With that kind of connections, it would be much easier to make money. A piece of information from those people might make you a multimillionaire. Zhao Yulu was sincerely grateful to Chen Guanlei for taking her to Wang Xiaocong's birthday party. Yulu, you see, even though Su Yang seems to be doing very well recently, it is still impossible for him to enter this circle, and we have such an opportunity. Chen Guanlei did not forget to step on Su Yang. Indeed. Zhao Yulu nodded. On this point, she quite agreed with what Chen Guanlei said. Su Yang has achieved some success, but without any background or connections, it is absolutely impossible for him to enter such a circle and attend Wang Xiaocong's birthday party. Yulu, let's have dinner together tonight. A big movie from the United States was released recently and it received very high reviews. After dinner, let's go to the movies together. Chen Guanlei took the opportunity to invite her. Okay. Zhao Yulu hesitated for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chen Guanlei just said that he would take her to Wang Xiaocong's birthday party, and also said that he would help her collect information about the personalities and hobbies of those top white, rich and beautiful women, so that she could more easily integrate into the circle of top white, rich and beautiful women in Jiangcheng. It would be a bit awkward to reject Chen Guanlei at this time. This day, Su Yang received another call from Su Zhen. Mr. Su, I have notified the actors to come for the audition according to the list of actors you gave me. I have to say, Mr. Su, you have a really good vision. Those actors and characters are very well matched and their acting is very good. I have already assigned them relevant roles. After Su Zhen formed a crew, he began to contact the actors on the list provided by Su Yang and asked those actors to come for auditions. Originally, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that these actors were all Su Yang's relatives. I just plan to go through the motions, send these people away, and then find actors according to my own ideas. You won't know until you try it. You'll be surprised when you try it. These actors are so well matched to their roles and their acting is also very good. Besides being pleasantly surprised, he also discovered a problem: these actors didn't know who Su Yang was, and had never even heard of him. They were not Su Yang's relatives at all. What does this prove? It proves that Su Yang selected these people from the vast ocean of actors. These people have also been assigned roles. This vision is really unique. He didn't even know how Su Yang did it. With such a sharp vision, no wonder he was able to invest in War Leopard and make a lot of money. As long as you think it's appropriate. Su Yang said with a smile. The two sides talked about some other issues and then ended the call. 2 days later, around 10 in the morning. Triumph Investments. Chen Guanlei came to his father Chen Ankang's office, sat down on the sofa and yawned. Dad, what's the matter? Last night, he went to the club to look for young models. I played quite crazily and stayed up quite late. I was not fully asleep when I was woken up by a phone call from my dad. Dad asked him to come to the office because he had something to talk to him about. He could only push the young model away in his arms, get up, wash, leave the club, and come to the company. He still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. When Chen Ankang saw his son's look, he frowned and was about to scold him. At this time, Chen Guanlei's cell phone rang. Dad, let me take a call first. Chen Guanlei took out his cell phone and answered the call. Yulu, what's wrong? Zhao Yulu said, Chen Guanlei, Fengkai Guild has cooperated with Huan Film and Television. What? Chen Guanlei was shocked. How is it possible? How could Huan Film and Television cooperate with Fengkai Guild? Are you mistaken? Huan Film and Television and Fengkai Guild fought so fiercely last time, and Huan Film and Television must have suffered heavy losses. The two sides must have had a grudge, so how could they cooperate with Fengkai Guild? Zhao Yulu said, that's right. The official Weibo accounts of Fengkai Guild and Huan Film and Television have both released statements, and several first-line stars from Huan Film and Television have already appeared in the live broadcast rooms of several top anchors from Fengkai Guild. Chen Guanlei was puzzled. How could this happen? Didn't Su Yang offend Huan Film and Television? Is Huan Film and Television just going to let it go? I don't think Shui Zhanhua is the kind of person who would give up easily. Zhao Yulu said, I don't know about that. Chen Guanlei guessed, Su Yang must have made a big concession, and Huan Film and Television could get enough profit to satisfy Shui Zhanhua, so Shui Zhanhua would agree to cooperate. Zhao Yulu said, I don't think it's what you said. Chen Guanlei asked, why? Zhao Yulu said, if Huan Films wanted high profits, they would not have cooperated with Fengkai Guild, because Fengkai Guild still sells those products, and the profits of those products are not high, far lower than the products sold by our guilds. If Huan Films simply wanted to make money, why didn't they cooperate with our guilds, but cooperate with Fengkai Guild instead? Chen Guanlei said, what you said makes some sense, but what other reasons are there for both parties to put aside their past grudges and cooperate? Forget it for now. I have something else to do here. I will check it out after I am done. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Then he looked at Chen Ankang. Dad, tell me, what's the matter? Chapter 155 The Guild Must Be Sold. Chen Ankang did not speak directly, but asked, from what you said just now, Huan Film and Television and Fengkai Guild have cooperated. You don't know the reason, right? Chen Guanlei was stunned, and then asked, Dad, do you know? Chen Ankang nodded. In a word, it's all for the benefit. With enough benefit, conflicts between people can be resolved as long as there is not a particularly big hatred. If I were Shui Zhanhua, I would also cooperate with Fengkai Guild instead of cooperating with other guilds. Chen Guanlei was stunned again. Why? Chen Ankang said, it's very simple. Cooperating with Fengkai Guild is safe and reassuring. Chen Guanlei frowned. Dad, what do you mean? From what you said, it seems that cooperating with our guild is unsafe and people are worried. Chen Ankang nodded and said, that's true. Chen Guanlei was puzzled and said, Dad, I don't understand why it is safe and secure to cooperate with Fengkai Guild, but it is unsafe and unreliable to cooperate with our guild. Chen Ankang sighed and said, look at what products Jiaxing Guild is selling now. Most of them are unknown brands, and there are many low-quality products. Selling such products will sooner or later lead to bankruptcy. How do you make others feel safe and assured? Dad, you're talking about this. Chen Guanlei smiled. Zhao Yulu told me this. I don't think there's any need to worry about it. As long as we can make money, quality issues are none of our business. Chen Ankang shook his head and said, no, this is none of our business. When the news breaks out, all guilds and anchors involved in selling fake and inferior products will be affected and may face a catastrophe. Fengkai Guild insists on selling high-quality brand products, which is the right way. Other guilds, including Jiaxing Guild, only care about making money and ignore product quality. They sell fake and inferior products and will sooner or later face backlash. Not only will they have to spit out the money they made, but the guild may even go bankrupt. Chen Guanlei didn't believe it. Dad, you're exaggerating. It's just selling some substandard products. How can we give up all the money we made and even close down the guild? Besides, everyone is doing this now. The law doesn't hold everyone responsible. Even if Douyin or the country cracks down on us, we don't have to be afraid. It's enough to just make the money we deserve. Chen Ankang shook his head and said, you're overthinking things. To be honest, I've been busy lately and haven't been keeping an eye on Jiaxing Guild. I've let you do it on your own, but you haven't done as well as I expected. You've narrowed your future path. You should learn from Su Yang and let the guild sell high-quality branded products instead of selling shoddy products for profit. Hearing his father ask him to learn from Su Yang, Chen Guanlei felt unhappy and couldn't help saying, Dad, I think you are worrying too much. What is there to learn from Su Yang? He doesn't sell high-profit products because he is stubborn and doesn't know how to adapt. How much money can he make by sticking to high-quality brand products? What I do is the mainstream and the way to make money. Chen Ankang sighed. Seeing that his son still couldn't change his mindset, he could only say, Guanlei, I'm very pleased that you can pioneer the use of celebrities to promote products, but the quality of the products you promote is not good. This is something I didn't expect. Now I don't ask you to adjust. Besides, adjustments now won't change anything. When the thunder explodes, you will still face huge losses. The only solution now is to sell the guild and withdraw in time to avoid the thunder disaster that may be caused in the near future. Chen Guanlei was shocked. Dad, you want me to sell Jiaxing Guild? Chen Ankang nodded and said, yes, sell it. If you sell it now, you can still make a lot of money. If you wait until the bomb explodes, you will not be able to withdraw. Not only will you not make any money, but even the money you invested will be wasted. You should find a buyer in the next few days and sell the guild. Chen Guanlei was still unwilling. Dad, the guild can earn more than 10 million every day now. He really didn't want to sell such a profitable guild. He also thought that the consequences of the explosion his father talked about were really alarmist. It's a bomb, so it's a bomb. What's the big deal? Everyone does it this way, and consumers can't blame them. As for the punishment from Douyin and the state, he still believes that the law does not punish everyone and there will be no punishment. No matter how much profit we make, we have to sell it. There is no room for negotiation. Do you understand? Chen Ankang said in a deep voice. Chen Guanlei didn't say anything, obviously he was unhappy. Chen Ankang sighed and said in a slow tone, Guanlei, you listen to Dad. Dad is not wrong. Just like the last time I invested in the aluminum mine, I wanted to invest, but I listened to your advice and invested in the guild. I became a laughing stock in the investment community. During this period of time, I was ridiculed by people when I went out to meet people. Fortunately, the guild made a lot of money, which made up for some of it. You must listen to me this time and sell the guild quickly, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. Hearing his father say this, Chen Guanlei could only respond, okay. Although he agreed verbally, he had no intention of looking for a buyer right away, but instead planned to wait and see. Okay, then go ahead and get this done sooner so I can feel at ease sooner. Chen Ankang waved his hand. He felt very relieved to leave the matter to Chen Guanlei. Okay, Dad. I'll leave first. Chen Guanlei got up and left. This day, Su Zhen searches for a filming location for I Am Not a Medicine Sage. The main actors have basically been found, and as for extras, we can have as many as you want as long as you pay. While he was busy, his cell phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Wen Mai calling. Xiao Wen. Su Zhen answered the phone. Director Su, I recently wrote a script and just finished revising it. I think you are the most suitable person to play the leading role. Do you have time? Wenmai asked straight to the point. He revised the script and when it was basically finished, he immediately went to find Su Jin to confirm Su Jin's schedule. He felt that Su Jin was the most suitable person to play the male lead in this play. Xiao Wen, I'm sorry, I just took on a play. I'm both the director and the lead actor. This play is very good, and I have to devote myself to the filming. I can't take on your role. Su Jin said. Su Jin admires Wenmai, a very talented young man. He watched the art film shot by Wenmai and praised it highly. The two parties met at an event and had a pleasant chat, so they exchanged phone numbers. He also told Wenmai that if there was a good movie in the future, he could look for him. Now it seems that Wenmai still remembers his words and comes to him to act. However, he had just taken on the drama, I Am Not a Medicine Saint, so it was impossible for him to find time to film the drama of Wenmai. Ah. Have you accepted the role? But I believe you will be interested in my play. Maybe after watching it, you will give up the play you are currently working on. Wenmai said. Xiao Wen, it's impossible. My play is very good and I won't reject it. Getting this play is my chance. It may be a breakthrough for both my career as a director and as an actor. Su Jin shook his head and smiled. Chapter 156 No Cooperation Possible. Director Su, how about this? I'll send you the script and you can find time to read it. Believe me, you will not be disappointed with this play. Wenmai couldn't persuade Su Jin anymore and could only let him read the script first. He believed that as long as Su Jin read the script, he would be attracted. It is very possible to turn down a role. It is rare for an actor to come across a good script. Having a good script and turning down other plays is nothing. Okay, then send the script over first and I'll take a look at it first. Su Jin had no choice but to agree to take a look at the script first. After all, it's not a good idea for someone to ask him to act and he refuses without even reading the script. Maybe people won't ask him to act next time. No matter how busy you are, you should take some time to watch it. From this point, it can be seen that Su Jin is much more mature in dealing with people than Wenmai. Wenmai received a call from Su Yang that day, and without waiting for Su Yang to finish speaking, he hung up the phone impatiently. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. Wenmai said. Noon. After Su Jin had his meal, he took out his laptop during his break and checked the script that Wenmai had sent him. He knew that given Wenmai's seriousness, he would call and ask at the latest tomorrow. So you must read the script. Only after reading it will you know how to clearly reject Wenmai and give reasons that will convince Wenmai. After opening the script and reading a few lines, Su Jin was stunned. After reading the entire script, Su Jin couldn't help but shake his head. The script written by Xiao Wen has the same plot as the script Su Yang gave me. This is a conflict. Su Jin took out his cell phone and dialed Wenmai's number. Director Su, how about it? Now that you know that my play is good, you agree to turn down your play and take mine, right? Wenmai's tone was full of strong confidence. Xiao Wen, you can't shoot this play anymore. Su Jin said. What do you mean? Wenmai was stunned. The plot of the play I've taken on is similar to yours. I can even say that your script is highly similar to my script. Do you know that we have a conflict of interest? My play has already been approved for project approval, so yours cannot be filmed. Su Jin said. What? The scripts are highly similar, how is that possible? Wenmai exclaimed. Xiao Wen, why would I lie to you? You should revise it or write another play. Su Jin said. Who gave you your script? Wenmai asked. You don't know this person. Su Jin shook his head. It doesn't matter. I just want to know who targeted this true story and wrote a similar script. Wenmai said. His name is Su Yang, and he's a boss in Jiangqing. Su Jin replied casually. Su Yang. Sounds familiar. Where have you heard of him? Wenmai was puzzled. Have you heard of it? Su Jin was a little surprised, and then he suddenly realized. Su Yang has been very famous recently, and Wenmai has heard of it, so it's not surprising. Is it Su Yang from Yangxin Investment? Wenmai remembered. Yes, it's him. Okay, Xiao Wen, I'm busy. Let's talk next time. Bye. Su Jin hung up the phone. Wenmai listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone and felt a little dazed. The last time Su Yang called me, he said he wanted me to direct a play. Could it be this play? I was very impatient at the time, so the other party went straight to Sujin. Yes, that must be the case. Why didn't I listen to him at that time? If you listen to what he says, then I will be the director of this play. Wenmai murmured to himself and immediately looked through the call records. Based on the time, I found Su Yang's phone number and dialed it. Soon, the call was connected. Wenmai immediately said, "Hello, is this Mr. Su? I am Wenmai, and you called me before. Is there something wrong?" Su Yang's tone was a little indifferent. "Mr. Su, first of all, I would like to express my deepest apologies for my impatient attitude towards you the last time you called me. Last time I was writing a script and I didn't rest until 6 in the morning. I was woken up by someone and felt a little irritated, so that's why I acted like that. I hope you can forgive me." Wenmai apologized. "It's okay, it's all in the past. I won't take it to heart." Su Yang said. "Mr. Su is so generous. Thank you very much. Last time I heard you say that you have a play that you want me to direct, right? What play is it? Can you tell me about it?" Wenmai guessed that Su Yang should ask him to direct the play in Su Jin's hands, but the guess was just a guess and he was not sure yet, so he still had to ask. "Actually, there's no need to say more. I've already asked Su Jin to direct this play. There's no possibility for us to work together anymore. Let's work together again if there's a chance next time," Su Yang said. It turned out to be the play directed by Su Jin. Wenmai immediately said, "Mr. Su, I am willing to be the director of that play." Su Yang smiled, "Director 1, I told you, I have already invited Su Jin to be the director. There is no possibility of cooperation this time." Wenmai said, "Mr. Su, you can change the director to me. Listen to me, I am the most suitable person to direct this movie. To be honest, the script I wrote recently is similar to the script of the play you asked Su Jin to direct. I have done in-depth research on the protagonist and supporting roles, and interviewed relevant personnel on the spot. No one knows those people's lives and personalities better than me. I am the most suitable person to be the director of this play. Please give me a chance." He realized that being able to direct this play was an opportunity for him, and he would strive for it. As for his friendship with Su Jin, he couldn't care less about it for the time being. He felt that he was the most suitable, more suitable than Su Jin, and believed that Su Jin would understand. Besides, even if Su Jin loses his director, he still has a leading actor. Su Yang still refused and said, "I'm sorry, I have already decided that Su Jin will be the director. He has done a lot of work for this play. I think he is very good. If I replace him, how will others see me? I am a businessman and I must pay attention to credibility and commitment. Let's have a chance to cooperate again in the future." Wenmai still didn't give up, "Mr. Su, in order to make the highest quality movie, it is normal in our industry to change the director. If you don't feel comfortable telling Su Jin, I can also tell Su Jin." Su Yang said, "This is not a question of whether to tell him or not. Didn't you hear what I just said?" Wenmai acted as if he didn't hear her. "Boss Su, please give me a chance. I only want half of the pay." Su Yang said, "This has nothing to do with money." Wenmai continued, "Mr. Su, I only want 1/3. No, I don't want any pay. I just hope you can let me direct. Goodbye." Su Yang hung up the phone before Wenmai finished speaking. No matter what, he would not agree to Wenmai. He had already given Wenmai a chance, and since Wenmai didn't seize it, he could only blame himself. He believed that it would be a good idea to choose Su Jin as the director. He also gave Su Jin a 10% investment share, believing that Su Jin would devote himself to the filming. Maybe the result will be better than the ones taken by Wenmai. Coupled with the promotion of Fengkai Guild, the box office may be higher than what the system says. It's not impossible. The box office of War Leopard was more than twice what the system said. Chapter 157. The Lion Opens His Mouth. Listening to the beeping sound coming from the phone, Wenmai's face became gloomy. Obviously, Su Yang would never hire him as a director. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Wenmai gritted his teeth and dialed a phone number. This is the phone number of a person in charge of Penguin Films. After he finished writing the script, he had already contacted the person in charge and showed him the script before calling Su Jin. This film was invested in by Penguin Pictures. Now that this situation has arisen and Su Yang cannot get the position of director, the only option is for Penguin Pictures to solve the problem. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and sneered, Humph, Su Yang, if you don't let me be the director, I won't let you have an easy life either. This is Su Yang. Not long after hanging up Wenmai's phone, the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar phone number, and it was from Shenzhen. He was a little curious about who in Shenzhen called him. I don't seem to have any friends in Shenzhen. Could it be that one of my good classmates went to work in Shenzhen? Hello. Su Yang answered the phone. Mr. Su, right? I'm Wu Qingtao, the head of the film department of Penguin Pictures. Wu Qingtao said. Penguin Pictures? What do you want? Su Yang asked. I heard that you are currently investing in a movie and have invited Su Zhen to be the director, right? Wu Qingtao asked. Yes, what's wrong? Do you want to invest? Su Yang asked. Yes, we want to invest, said Wu Qingtao. No problem. I will give you some of the investment quota, but I can't be sure how much it will be now. I will distribute it after all the investors are confirmed. Backed by Penguin Group, Penguin Films is a heavyweight player in the film and television industry. Since the other party wants to invest, Su Yang naturally has to give him face and give him some shares. I hope you can determine the investment amount for our Penguin Films now. I wonder how much you can give. Wu Qingtao said in an aggressive tone. Are you sure now? Su Yang frowned slightly, somewhat unhappy with the other party's tone. If you are sure now, I can give you 5% of the investment amount. Originally, given the scale of Penguin Pictures, Su Yang would give the other party at least 10% of the investment amount. The other party's tone made him feel a little unhappy. He wanted him to confirm it now and only give the other party 5% of the investment amount. Mr. Su, you are kidding me, right? Wu Qingtao smiled coldly. I never joke about these things. Su Yang's tone became indifferent. Mr. Su, I would like to have a 40% investment amount, and I hope you can agree. Wu Qingtao said. 40% investment amount? Su Yang was stunned for a moment. This guy is really asking for too much. Mr. Wu, I only want 40% of the quota myself. The remaining 60% will be shared with other investors. It is impossible for me to give you so much quota. If I give you 40%, there will only be 20% left for others. This is impossible. He promised to give 10% to Su Zhen, and Wang Xiaocong also planned to give 10%. If we give the other party another 40%, the investment quota will be fully allocated and we will not be able to attract other investors. That won't work. Although there are Penguin and Wang Xiaocong, the network of relationships is already very strong. But there are other complex relationships involved that need to be dealt with by others. Otherwise, even Wang Xiaocong and Penguin Pictures will be in trouble. Maybe this is the reason why the box office performance is poor. As I said, only when everyone makes money together can things go smoothly. It is absolutely not acceptable for anyone to eat alone or for only a few people to benefit. Giving 20% to others is already very good. Just find 4 more people and give 5% to each of them. Wu Qingtao said with a smile. I'm sorry, this is very different from my expectations. Su Yang said. Mr. Su, if you want to attract more people, you can reduce your own investment amount. Wu Qingtao said with a smile. Do you think it's possible? I gave you 40% of the investment for my movie, but I reduced my own investment. Do you think I'm stupid? Su Yang responded with a sneer. Mr. Su, I don't think you are stupid, but I still hope you can agree to it. This will be a good thing for both you and me. Wu Qingtao said lightly. I'm sorry, there's no way I can agree to that. Su Yang said without hesitation. Mr. Su, don't rush to say no. I heard from Wenmai that the movie directed by Su Zhen is highly similar to the play he wrote. Wenmai originally wanted us to invest in the play he wrote, but now you have intercepted us halfway. I only want 40% of the investment amount. That's not too much, right? Wu Qingtao said. Intercepting? Su Yang laughed. No wonder the other party dared to ask for such a high amount. It turned out that he felt that he had intercepted him and wanted to ask for such a high amount from him to make up for the loss. I'm sorry, this is not intercepting. It can only be said that Wenmai was unlucky and wrote a script similar to mine. You are also unlucky to want to invest in Wenmai's play. If you want to use this as an excuse to ask for 40% of the investment amount, I can tell you clearly that you are overthinking it. So, you don't agree? Wu Qingtao's tone turned cold. Yes, I won't agree to it. Su Yang responded coldly. Mr. Su, you have to think carefully. Our Penguin Pictures is backed by the Penguin Group. Our strength is beyond your imagination. If you don't agree, we will not allow your movie to be shot. Wu Qingtao made a naked threat. Threaten me? Su Yang sneered. In the past, he would have been afraid of threats. Now, of course, I am not afraid anymore. So what if I have the support of Penguin Group? If they really piss me off, I can probably fight them back. That's right. I'm threatening you. You'd better agree to my conditions and give us 40% of the investment quota for Penguin Films. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Wu Qingtao sneered. He believed that as long as Su Yang knew how to weigh the pros and cons, he would definitely give in. This is the power of powerful capital, which can suppress all the weak. Even if the weak are unhappy, they can only endure it. You know about my relationship with Huan Film and Television, right? Su Yang asked with a sneer. I know, but if you think you can use the same method you used against Huan Films to deal with our Penguin Pictures, you're overthinking it. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Wu Qingtao was not afraid at all. It seems that method won't work, but I still won't agree to your request. I originally wanted to give you 5% of the investment quota, but now I have decided not to give you any at all. If you have any ability, just come at me. Su Yang would not be threatened by the other party. If the other party wants to fight, then fight. Others are afraid of Penguin Films, but he is not. The worst outcome is that the movie won't be made, which is no big deal. Okay, just wait for me. Wu Qingtao smiled coldly and hung up the phone. Chapter 158 Attending the Party. Not long after finishing the call with Wu Qingtao, Su Yang's phone rang again. The person who called this time was an acquaintance. Hello, Mr. Shui. Su Yang said. That's right, the person who called was Shui Zhanhua, the general manager of Huan Film and Television. Mr. Su, I heard that you have a movie and have asked Su Zhen to be the director. I wonder if our Huan Film and Television can participate in the investment. Shui Zhanhua went straight to the point. Mr. Shui, as a giant in the film and television industry, I naturally welcome your Huan Film and Television to participate in the investment. However, the investment amount cannot be determined yet. I still need to find other investors and then allocate it uniformly when the time comes. Su Yang said. No problem, as long as you can let us participate in the investment, no matter how much, I will be very grateful to you. Shui Zhanhua said. You're too polite, Mr. Shui. Su Yang said. I see that it's really great that our company's celebrities are cooperating with your company's anchors in live broadcasts. The celebrities' reputation has improved, and the sales of goods have also increased. This is a win-win situation. We should cooperate more on such good things in the future. Shui Zhanhua said with a smile. Well, I welcome this kind of win-win situation. Su Yang said. The two sides chatted for a few more sentences and then ended the call. In the blink of an eye, it was Wang Xiaocong's birthday. Zhao Yulu put on delicate makeup and wore a snow-white dress. She looked like a fairy. She was holding an LV bag and ready to go out. Yulu, you are dressed so beautifully, where are you going? Lu Yujuan asked curiously. My daughter hasn't dressed so exquisitely for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, he must be attending an important event. I'm going to attend someone's birthday party. Zhao Yulu pursed her lips. Whose birthday party? Chen Guanlei's? Lu Yujuan asked. No, it's Wang Xiaocong's. Zhao Yulu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. What? Wang Xiaocong's birthday party? He invited you to attend. When did you meet him? Why didn't you tell me? Is he pursuing you? Oh my god, if you marry Wang Xiaocong, you'll be a top-notch wealthy wife. Lu Yujuan was first surprised, and then excited. If my daughter married Wang Xiaocong, it would be absolutely a step to heaven. Wang Xiaocong's father is the richest man. I don't know how much wealth the richest man has. Anyway, she felt that no matter how much she squandered in her life, she would never be able to squander it all. It's exciting just to think about becoming a relative of the richest man. Mom, what are you talking about? I don't know Wang Xiaocong. It was Chen Guanlei who took me to his birthday party. Zhao Yulu was speechless. Is that so? Lu Yujuan was immediately as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Her excitement disappeared instantly, but she soon became happy again. It doesn't matter. You are so beautiful. Maybe if you go to his birthday party, he will fall in love with you. I'm telling you, if he likes you and wants you to be his girlfriend, you must not refuse. Don't keep him hanging like you did with Qin Guanlei. He's the son of the richest man. He's different from Qin Guanlei. If you refuse and miss the opportunity, you won't even have anywhere to cry. When she heard that Zhao Yulu could meet Wang Xiaocong, she no longer cared about the fact that Qin Guanlei was pursuing Zhao Yulu. Don't say that Zhao Yulu is not Qin Guanlei's girlfriend yet. Even if Zhao Yulu is already Qin Guanlei's girlfriend, if Wang Xiaocong pursues Zhao Yulu, she will let Zhao Yulu kick Qin Guanlei out and become Wang Xiaocong's girlfriend. Qin Guanlei and Wang Xiaocong are not in the same league at all. For someone like her, there is no need to think about how to choose. Mom, you're getting more and more ridiculous. I'm leaving now. Zhao Yulu couldn't bear to listen any longer and left immediately. Behind me, I could hear Lu Yujuan's instructions. Yulu, you must remember what I said. This will be the most important choice in your life. Zhao Yulu pretended not to hear the warning. When I came downstairs, Chen Guanlei was already waiting there. On the way to the meeting place, Chen Guanlei told Zhao Yulu about the personalities and hobbies of several top white, rich and beautiful women. He had learned this through his own research and inquiries through some connections over the past few days. The purpose is to allow Zhao Yulu to better integrate into the circle of white, rich and beautiful women. More than half an hour later, we arrived at the venue of Wang Xiaocong's birthday party, the Jinhong Hotel. This hotel is different from other hotels. It specializes in undertaking private events and provides high standard and high quality services. There are restaurants, private cinemas, game rooms, billiard halls, gyms, saunas. In short, everything you need for food, drink, entertainment and accommodation is available. There is only one such store in the whole Jiangqing, and its business is very good. There are even many departments of large companies that come here to rent the place for team building. Today, Wang Xiaocong spent a lot of money to buy the venue. It's still necessary to make an appointment, otherwise there will be no availability. Some people had already arrived and were chatting inside. Chen Guanlei and Zhao Yulu did not go in, but stood at the door and made a phone call to the friend who brought him to the party. 2 minutes later, he hung up the phone and said to Zhao Yulu, "Yulu, I'm not familiar with the people inside. Young Master Qin said he'll be here in a few minutes. Let's wait here for a while." Okay. Zhao Yulu nodded. Just now in the car, Chen Guanlei had told her that Chen Guanlei's friend was named Qin Feiyang. A few minutes later, a Porsche sports car arrived and a young man in casual clothes got out of the car. "Mr. Qin." Chen Guanlei immediately took 2 steps forward to greet him, and Zhao Yulu followed closely behind. "Chen Guanlei, here you are." Qin Feiyang nodded with a smile. Although Qin Feiyang is not a top-notch second-generation rich, he is relatively well-known in the circle of second-generation rich across the country. This all stems from his extraordinary communication skills. It can be said that he has friends in every city he goes to. That's why I was invited to Wang Xiaocong's birthday party and was able to bring my friends along. Mr. Qin, this is the person I told you about, the vice president of Jiaxing Guild and my friend Zhao Yulu. Chen Guanlei introduced Zhao Yulu. Before, Chen Guanlei asked Qin Feiyang if he could bring a female companion. Qin Feiyang said it was no problem. "Hello, Mr. Qin." Zhao Yulu immediately greeted him with a polite smile. "Hello." Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. Although he has seen countless women, it is still rare to find a woman as beautiful as Zhao Yulu. Unexpectedly, Chen Guanlei, a third-rate rich second generation, has such good luck to meet such a beautiful girl. That's right, in Qin Feiyang's eyes, Chen Guanlei is a third-rate rich second generation. And he himself is a second-rate rich second generation. People like Wang Xiaocong are top-level rich second generations. However, as a second-rate rich second generation, he has social skills and can maintain good relationships with many top rich second generations. "Mr. Qin, how is your relationship with Xin Yuyan?" Chen Guanlei asked. "What's wrong? You are eating from the bowl but still looking at the pot." Qin Feiyang looked at Chen Guanlei sideways. "Mr. Qin, please don't misunderstand me." Chen Guanlei was shocked. "I don't have that idea. I still know myself. A top-notch white, rich and beautiful woman like Shin Yuyen is not someone I can covet. It's like this, Yu Lu doesn't know anyone here. When the party starts, we men may chat together, and the women will chat together. I'm afraid she will be embarrassed alone, so I want you to introduce her to Shin Yuyen. Chapter 159 Car Crash. Shin Yuyen is the top white, rich and beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, and also the top white, rich and beautiful woman in the country, but she is relatively low-key and not many people know about her. There was one incident that caused a sensation among the circle of rich second generations and was even reported in the news. It was Shin Yuyen's 18th birthday, and Shin Yuyen's father gave her a super grade A office building in CBD with a total value of more than 2 billion. Just by collecting rent from this office building, she can live a worry-free life for the rest of her life, better than most rich and beautiful women. Chen Guanglei is self-aware and knows that he cannot touch a woman like this. So that's how it is. No problem. I'll introduce them to each other then. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Chen Guanlei thanked. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhao Yulu was even more delighted and expressed her gratitude. She had also heard of Shin Yuyen's name. Being able to become friends with Shin Yuyen means you have directly entered the circle of top white, rich and beautiful women. You're welcome. Wang Xiaocong shouldn't be here yet. Let's go in first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and took the two of them into the hotel. The other side. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin were on their way. Zhao Yusin asked, Husband, people on the internet say that Wang Xiaocong likes female internet celebrities. Every time she has a birthday party, she brings many female internet celebrities to participate. Do you think it's true? Su Yang shook his head and smiled. I don't know, we'll know when we get there. Wang Xiaocong is well known for his love for female internet celebrities. Every girlfriend is an internet celebrity. Wang Xiaocong didn't shy away from the fact that they were just in a relationship and had no intention of getting married. Live a very carefree life. Bang! As they were talking, the car shook. I was rear-ended. Su Yang frowned, looked in the rearview mirror, and quickly stopped the car. Wife, please stay in the car first. I'll go down and take a look. When I got out of the car, I saw that the car that hit my car was a red Ferrari sports car. A tall and beautiful young woman got out of the sports car. What's wrong with you? The road is so wide and there aren't many cars, how could you rear-end another car? Su Yang frowned. He didn't treat the other person nicely just because she drove a Ferrari or was pretty. This is a traffic accident. Fortunately, it is not serious. If it is serious, it may be life-threatening if not handled properly. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I was looking at my phone and wasn't paying attention, so I bumped into you. The young woman clasped her hands together and apologized profusely. Then she discovered that Su Yang was quite handsome, and most importantly, her type. Give her a heart-pounding feeling. However, before she could say anything, she heard a woman's voice. Honey, how is it? Zhao Yusin got out of the car. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw it was a red Ferrari. I didn't take it seriously at first, but when I saw that the person getting off was a beautiful young woman, I felt it necessary to get off the bus. Fortunately, it's not serious and we can still drive. Su Yang replied. Husband. It is obvious that this woman is this man's girlfriend. They are a good match and the woman is very beautiful. But I am not bad either. Even if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, as long as we are not married, I still have a chance. Although Zhao Yusin calls Su Yang husband, the young woman does not think that they are married. After all, he is too young, just like her. Nowadays, it is very normal for boyfriends and girlfriends to call each other husband and wife. Then deal with it quickly, otherwise we will be late for the party. Zhao Yusin said. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, this is all my fault. I will call the police right away. Shin Yuyen collected her thoughts and made a phone call. Su Yang also called the insurance company. While waiting for the police and insurance personnel to arrive. I'm really sorry, it's all my fault. I've wasted your time. My name is Shin Yuyen. What's your name? Shin Yuyen introduced herself. Shin Yuyen. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin looked at each other and were both shocked. On Shin Yuyen's 18th birthday, the birthday gift she received from her father was an office building worth 2 billion. The two of them had seen this news. The woman in front of him, driving a Ferrari supercar and having a good temperament, is most likely the legendary Shin Yuyen. Zhao Yusin said, "My name is Zhao Yusin, and this is my husband Su Yang." She confirmed and asked, "Miss Shen, are you the legendary Shin Yuyen who got a building as a birthday gift from her father on her 18th birthday?" Shin Yuyen said helplessly, "It seems that many people know about this." Zhao Yusin smiled and said, "This incident is quite sensational. Your father is really generous." Shin Yuyen curled her lips, "He is very generous, but when I play with my friends now, my friends often tease me and call me a landlady." Zhao Yusin smiled and said, "Isn't it good to be a landlady?" Shin Yuyen said, "It's not bad, but this name is not good. When I heard the word landlady, I thought of the landlady in Stephen Chow's movie. I guess other people would have such an association. You said that I am a big beauty, and people think of me like this. How can it feel good?" Zhao Yusin chuckled, "That's true." The two women were chatting, and Su Yang couldn't get a word in, so he went back to the car to play with his phone. Soon, I saw from the rearview mirror that the two girls were talking and laughing. They no longer had the politeness and strangeness they had just had. They seemed like best friends who had not seen each other for many years. This was somewhat unexpected for him. Could this mean we are good friends? Are relationships between women progressing too fast? By the way, Yusin, I think your boyfriend is very handsome and you two are a good match. Do you have any thoughts on getting married? The relationship between the two became much closer, so Shin Yuyen took the initiative to ask this question. If Zhao Yusin had no intention of marrying Su Yang, she would have to pay attention all the time and take action in time. "We are already married." Zhao Yusin smiled. "What? Married? Is this true?" Shin Yuyen opened her eyes wide in surprise. "Really, we got the marriage certificate last year." Zhao Yusin nodded with a smile. "Why did you get married so early? What were you thinking?" Shin Yuyen felt a little disappointed, but she didn't show it on her face. "I finally met a man I liked, but ended up getting married." If Su Yang and Zhao Yusin were just boyfriend and girlfriend, Zhao Yusin had no intention of marrying Su Yang. Then when the two break up, she might take the initiative. But, since both of them were married, she had no chance. Not to mention how their relationship is or whether they will get divorced. Even if they were to get divorced, there was no way she would be with Su Yang. Her father would never allow her to be with a divorced man. No matter how outstanding this man is, it won't work. Then let's just be friends. Anyway, she has a very good impression of Zhao Yusin, and they can become good friends. We both felt that the other was the one we were looking for, so we decided to get the marriage certificate, said Zhao Yusin. I admire you. Shin Yuyen couldn't help but give a thumbs up. If it were her, she wouldn't be able to make such a decision. I am still so young, even if I meet someone I like, I won't rush into getting the marriage certificate. How nice it would be to enjoy the feeling of being in love. Chapter 160 Wang Xiaotsong appears. The police and insurance company people arrived. After the situation was resolved, the tow truck that Shin Yuyen had called also arrived and towed away the Ferrari sports car whose front end had been slightly deformed due to the collision. As for Su Yang's Rolls-Royce Cullinan, it did not affect its use. Su Yang did not intend to care about it and continued driving. Yuyen, where are you going? If it's on your way, we'll give you a ride. Zhao Yusin asked. Although the relationship has become very good, like good girlfriends, the gift still has to be delivered on the way. If it is not on the way, the gift still cannot be delivered. Otherwise, I would miss attending Wang Xiaotsong's birthday party. I'm going to Baolai Road. Is it on the way? Shin Yuyen asked. What a coincidence, we are also going to Baolai Road, get in the car. Zhao Yusin greeted. Really? That's such a coincidence. I'll take a ride then. Shin Yuyen said without hesitation. It's a good opportunity for me to continue chatting with Zhao Yusin, which is better than taking a taxi. In the car. Huh. Are you going to the Jinhong Hotel too? Wang Xiaotsong has reserved the place for a birthday party today. Are you going to attend Wang Xiaotsong's birthday party? Shin Yuyen noticed that Su Yang's navigation was Jinhong Hotel. What, you too? Zhao Yusin was surprised. Yes. Shin Yuyen nodded immediately. It seems that we are really destined to meet each other. Zhao Yusin said with a smile. Golden Rainbow Hotel. Zhao Yulu took the initiative to chat with the rich and beautiful girl. But those rich and beautiful girls just chatted with her politely, and after a few words, they ignored her. Even if she knew the personalities and hobbies of those rich and beautiful girls, she would still chat with them according to their preferences. But people's attitude towards her is still indifferent. This made her feel very disappointed, and also made her realize that if she wanted to integrate into the circle of these rich and beautiful women, it was not enough to rely on these things, but she also needed real strength. Otherwise, no one would accept her at all. In other words, she is not qualified to be taken out to play by others. After hitting a wall repeatedly, she could only stand aside alone. At this time, there was a roar of an engine outside the door. 2 sports cars arrived, followed by a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. Master Wang is here. Master Wang is finally here. Let's go out and greet them. Yes, go out and greet them. Everyone realized that Wang Xiaocong had arrived and they all headed for the door. Zhao Yulu also walked towards the door. No matter what, I can't leave now. It's always good to meet Wang Xiaocong, the son of the richest man. At least, it will be something to talk about in the future. 2 sports cars, one is Koenigsegg and the other is McLaren. A young man wearing a gray sweatshirt got out of the McLaren. It is the national young master Wang Xiaocong. 2 people got out of the Koenigsegg. One is Jiang Yuhang and the other is Su Wenbin. 6 young women dressed beautifully got out of a black Mercedes-Benz business car. The 6 young women came to Wang Xiaocong as soon as they got off the car. Wang Xiao is still the same, he can't do without female internet celebrities. The taste of many years will never change. This is a feature, no need to make a fuss. By the way, the other one is young Master Jiang. I know that. Who was in the same car with young Master Jiang? You don't even know this. This is Su Wenbin, Master Su. He's very low-key. His family has a strong network of official connections. In this regard, I'm afraid even Wang Xiaocong can't compare to him. Hi, so awesome. Nonsense, can the person who can come with young Master Jiang and young Master Wang be a simple person? Everyone was talking. Master Wang. Young Master Jiang. Master Su. Everyone greeted Wang Xiaocong and the other 2. All 3 nodded in response. Then he looked through the crowd but didn't see Su Yang. Su Yang should not have arrived yet, let's go in first. Wang Xiaocong walked into the hotel surrounded by 6 female internet celebrities. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin followed closely behind. The 3 of them sat down at a table, and Wang Xiaocong sent the female internet celebrities away. Lao Jiang, make a phone call and ask when Su Yang will arrive. Wang Xiaocong said. Okay. Jiang Yuhang nodded and dialed Su Yang's phone number. 2 minutes later, the call was hung up. Su Yang said that there was a rear-end collision on the road. It has just been dealt with and he is on the way here. Jiang Yuhang said. He's so unlucky. He might think that coming to my birthday party will bring him bad luck. Wang Xiaocong frowned. Guess who hit his car? Jiang Yuhang shook his head and smiled, then asked mysteriously. How would I guess? Wang Xiaocong rolled her eyes. It's Shen Yuyan. Jiang Yuhang said. What a coincidence. Wang Xiaocong invited Shen Yuyan to the party. Yes, Shen Yuyan was driving a Ferrari and accidentally hit Su Yang's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The front of Shen Yuyan's Ferrari was deformed and could not be driven. Now she is riding in Su Yang's Cullinan. Jiang Yuhang said. Su Yang came with his wife, right? Su Yang said. Yes. Jiang Yuhang nodded. If he hadn't brought his wife along, I would have suspected that he and Shen Yuyan were having an affair. Wang Xiaocong said with a smile. Lao Wang, you can tell this kind of joke when Su Yang is not around, but it's best not to tell it in front of Su Yang. He takes relationships very seriously and doesn't like to hear this kind of joke. Jiang Yuhang said seriously. I know. I'm not the kind of person who speaks without restraint. When I heard you say that his wife is very beautiful, and that she is the twin sister of his ex-girlfriend, I was really envious. I have found so many internet celebrity girlfriends, but I haven't found such twin sisters. Wang Xiaocong said with envy on her face. Old Wang, don't be envious. Things like what happened to Su Yang are hard to come by. Su Wenbin said with a smile. That's right. Wang Xiaotsong nodded and immediately changed the subject. By the way, you two really made a lot of money. You even invested in Su Yang's Jiangdi Lao. The development of Jiangdi Lao is predictable. Many people want to invest but don't have the opportunity. He had just heard that Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin had invested in the company. There is also a super internet celebrity named Lin Junyi. This Lin Junyi has a very good relationship with Su Yang. Jiang Yuhang did not deny, that's true, we made a lot of money. Su Wenbin smiled and said, Old Wang, to be honest, we were not sure whether Su Yang would be willing to accept our investment. We didn't expect it to work out. Su Yang also wanted to take care of us brothers and make money together. If you knew Su Yang at that time, you would definitely be able to invest in Jiangdi Lao. Wang Xiaotsong rolled her eyes and said, Tell me, if I propose to invest, will Su Yang accept it? Su Wenbin shook his head and said, I don't know about that. You have to ask him. We also want you to invest, but it's not easy for us to help you with this kind of thing, otherwise it would be considered as asking for more. Jiang Yuhang nodded and said, Yes, it's not easy for us to help you with this kind of thing. We can't speak for you. You have to ask him yourself. Wang Xiaotsong nodded, Okay, I'll ask him sometime. At this time, Qin Feiyang came over with Chen Guanlei. Master Wang, let me introduce someone to you. This is Chen Guanlei, his father is Chen Ankang from Triumph Investments. Qin Feiyang introduced. Hello, Mr. Wang. It's a pleasure and an honor to meet you. Chen Guanlei smiled ingratiatingly, appearing a little humble. This is very different from his usual attitude of being very awesome. There's no way, in front of ordinary people, he is very awesome. But in front of Wang Xiaotsong, this rich second-generation guy can no longer act so arrogant. The gap between him and Wang Xiaotsong is much greater than the gap between him and ordinary people. If he dares to show off in front of Wang Xiaotsong, he probably won't even have the chance to show off in front of ordinary people in the future. Chapter 161 Personal Reception. Chen Ankang's son. Wang Xiaotsong looked at Chen Guanlei and laughed. I heard that your father was optimistic about the aluminum mine of Fengkai Mining, but after listening to your lies, he invested in the acquisition of Jiaxing Guild. As a result, the aluminum mine was taken over by someone else, who made a huge profit of 1.55 billion. Your father became a laughing stock in the investment community and was often laughed at. People also said that he had a son who betrayed his father. Wang Xiaotsong didn't know that Chen Guanlei knew Su Yang, so she didn't mention Su Yang's name. This matter was widely circulated in the investment community, and Su Yang was regarded as a very visionary newcomer in the investment community. Anyone with a normal brain would not think that Su Yang earned the billions by luck. I felt that Su Yang must have taken over the aluminum mine after careful investigation and rigorous analysis. In contrast, Chen Ankang has become a negative example. If someone else said this to him, Chen Guanlei would definitely be upset. But after Wang Xiaotsong said that, Chen Guanlei didn't dare to get angry, he just smiled awkwardly. Who would have thought that even though the aluminum mine was sentenced to death by Fengkai Mining, there would still be so many aluminum resources. Fortunately, I invested in Jiaxing Guild and made a lot of money. Wang Xiaotsong nodded, that's right. When I first saw the news, I didn't want to invest. After all, Fengkai Mining is professional. They have given up. Who would have the confidence to find aluminum? Maybe this is the difference between us and them. They deserve to make money. Qin Feiyang introduced again, Chen Guanlei, this is young Master Jiang, and this is young Master Su. Chen Guanlei quickly greeted them in a flattering manner, Mr. Jiang, Mr. Su, hello. Just now, he had heard Qin Feiyang tell them their identities. He did have some understanding of Jiang Yuhang. After all, Jiang Yuhang was said to be the most powerful second-generation rich man in Jiangqing, and he had seen Jiang Yuhang from afar. But he didn't know about Su Wenbin. Fortunately, Qin Feiyang told him. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin looked at Chen Guanlei without responding, their eyes were unfriendly. This unfriendly attitude is also reflected in facial expressions. It seemed that there was a deep conflict between Chen Guanlei and the two of them. This confused Chen Guanlei. He has no interaction with these two people. Why do these two people act as if they are their enemy when they see me? This left him completely puzzled. Master Wang, Master Jiang, Master Su, you guys chat, we're leaving first. Seeing that the atmosphere was very unfriendly, Qin Feiyang said hello to the three people and left with them. When they got to a distance, Qin Feiyang asked, Chen Guanlei, have you offended young Master Jiang and young Master Su? No. Chen Guanlei felt very depressed. He really couldn't remember when he had offended these two young masters. It can be said that he did not even have the chance to meet these two young masters, let alone offend them. No. Then what's going on? Why do these two seem to have a grudge against you? Qin Feiyang frowned. I don't know either. Chen Guanlei's face was bitter. He really didn't know that this hatred for unknown reasons could not be resolved even if he wanted to. Are you sure you don't know? Or you can't remember? Think carefully about it. Have you offended them in some way? Qin Feiyang said. Mr. Qin, I really didn't. I have never had close contact with the two of them. Today is the first time I appeared in front of them and greeted them. I'm not stupid, so how could I offend the two of them? If I offend them, wouldn't that be seeking death? Chen Guanlei said bitterly. That's right. Okay, I'll find some time to ask them. But before I find out, you can't hang around in front of them for the time being, otherwise it will only arouse their disgust. Qin Feiyang warned. Mr. Qin, I know. Chen Guanlei knew what to do without Qin Feiyang telling him. Seeing Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin look as if they wanted to kill him, he became panicked and frightened. Why would he still hang around in front of them? This is Wang Xiaozong. Wang Xiaozong asked, what's wrong with you two? Do you have a grudge against this Chen Guanlei? Jiang Yuhang said, we have no grudge against him, but Su Yang does. Wang Xiaozong was stunned, tell me, what's going on? He really didn't know about this, he just had a general idea about Su Yang, and knew that Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao belonged to Su Yang. Su Yang acquired the aluminum mine and made 1.55 billion, invested in Wu Jing's War Leopard, and made a fortune, and had a fight with Huan Film and Television. As for the rest, I really don't know. During the Chinese New Year last year, this Chen Guanlei poached a female anchor from Su Yang's Fengkai Guild, and instructed the female anchor to falsely accuse Su Yang of having unspoken sexual relations with her. Jiang Yuhang recounted the incident. In fact, there were other things between Su Yang and Chen Guanlei, including Chen Guanlei's rude words to Su Yang at the Haiqing Jade Trading Center and at the celebration party of War Leopard, and he jumped around in front of Su Yang like a clown. But Jiang Yuhang didn't know these things. I see. During the Chinese New Year last year, I was abroad and didn't read the domestic news. Such a thing happened. There is really no need to be nice to Chen Guanlei. This guy is a scumbag. He has a little money, so he shows off everywhere. He is not worthy of us making friends with him. Wang Xiaozong said. Indeed. Jiang Yuhang nodded. A few people chatted for a while, looked at the time, and thought Su Yang should be here soon, so they got up and went outside to greet him. Wang Xiaozong wanted to take care of the others, so he said to everyone, you guys go play first, I'll pick someone up at the door. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Who was it that could get 3 people to go out and greet him together? Mr. Wang, are you going to meet Yuyan? Asked a rich and beautiful girl. This fair, rich and beautiful girl is named Meng Qingxue, and she is a good friend of Shen Yuyan. She just called Shen Yuyan and learned about Shen Yuyan's car accident. She is now rushing over in another car. Besides, it's time now. Except for Shen Yuyan, who was late due to a traffic accident, almost everyone was there. No, you guys chat first. Wang Xiaozong shook her head, and without saying who she was going to greet, she went out with Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Oh my god, who are Wang Xiao and the other two going to meet? I can't figure out who has such a big hand. It's not some elderly rich guy coming to the birthday party. Impossible. All the people here today are young people. It's impossible for young Master Wang to invite older rich people. Wouldn't that be a bummer? Could it be the child of some official boss in the country? It's possible, otherwise how could Wang Xiaozong and the other two condescend to greet us? Let's go out and take a look. We'll know who it is soon. Everyone talked a lot and followed him out. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei were also very curious about who the 3 were going to meet. The 3 of them are already top second-generation rich people. Even if they are the children of other wealthy people, it is impossible for them to be allowed to go to greet them. Is it really, as some people speculate, that the son or daughter of some official bigwig has come? But think about it, it seems unlikely. The children of that kind of person are unlikely to appear at Wang Xiaozong's birthday party. Because Wang Xiaozong is too ostentatious and is not the same kind of person as those people's children. If it gets exposed, it will be a big trouble for those people. When I arrived at the door, not long after, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly drove in and stopped at the door. Could this be the person young Master Wang wants to welcome? It should be the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This car is qualified. Are we finally going to see the true face of Mount Lu? Everyone was talking about it, their eyes fixed on the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, wanting to be the first to see who was coming. Chapter 162 Amazing Achievements. The moment Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, their heads were buzzing. They recognized it immediately, it was Su Yang's car. But how is this possible? With Su Yang's status and position, he doesn't even have the qualifications to attend the party, so how could he ask Wang Xiaozong to go out and greet him in person? Both of them couldn't believe it. Chen Guanlei rubbed his eyes, fearing that he was seeing things. But after rubbing his eyes, he found that the license plate number had not changed. It was indeed Su Yang's Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Here it comes. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin both laughed. They were very familiar with Su Yang and knew that this was Su Yang's car. Su Yang liked to drive this car when he went out. The back door opened and the first people to get out were two beauties. Everyone basically recognized them, and one of them was Shen Yuyan. The other one seems to be even more beautiful than Shen Yuyan. But no one knew him. There are quite a few women who I feel like I have seen before. They soon remembered that this person looked like Zhao Yulu who had just chatted with them. Many people looked towards Zhao Yulu again and again. There is no doubt that these are two women who are related. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be twin sisters. However, everyone's attention was now focused on the front, and no one asked Zhao Yulu anything. Oh my god, what's going on? Shen Yuyan was stunned when she saw so many people standing at the door. At this time, Su Yang got down from the driver's seat. Su Yang, welcome to my birthday party. Wang Xiaozong strode over. Su Yang. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin followed closely and greeted Su Yang familiarly. Mr. Wang, are you doing this just to welcome Su Yang? Shen Yuyan couldn't help asking. I wasn't the one making a fuss. Jiang Yuhang, Su Wenbin and I came to the door to greet people, and the others followed out to watch the fun. Wang Xiaozong explained. I understand. Shen Yuyan nodded. Wang Xiaozong was going to greet someone, so everyone was naturally curious about who he was going to greet. It's not surprising to come out and watch the fun. If she were here, she would come out to watch the fun. Mr. Wang, this is my wife Zhao Yusin. Su Yang pulled Zhao Yusin to his side and introduced her. Hello, welcome you and Su Yang to my birthday party. Wang Xiaozong rarely said such words seriously twice. Thank you, it's a pleasure to attend your birthday party. Zhao Yusin responded politely. Who on earth is this person? From what young Master Wang called out, it seemed like his name was Su Yang, but I've never heard of any awesome rich second-generation guy named Su Yang. I haven't heard of it either. Which awesome rich second-generation guy is this? Everyone was talking, but no one knew Su Yang. I know this Su Yang. Suddenly, a voice sounded. You know. Tell me. Yes, that's right. I should ask you. You have the widest network of contacts and the best information. Qin Feiyang, stop wasting time and speak quickly. Everyone looked at Qin Feiyang. This Su Yang is the boss of Fengkai Guild and also the boss of Jiangdi Lao. Qin Feiyang said. What? The boss of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao. Oh my god, the bosses of Fengkai Guild and Jiangdi Lao are so young. I thought the boss of Jiangdi Lao was a middle-aged man. The Fengkai Guild has a very high status in Douyin. Many high-quality anchors are from the Fengkai Guild. The future development of Jiangdi Lao is self-evident. It is expected to become a catering giant with a market value of hundreds of billions. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Su Yang's achievements are not limited to this. You all know about Fengkai Mining's aluminum mine in South America, which has been widely rumored in the investment community before. Qin Feiyang said. Yes, it was said that he sold it to a person for 50 million. Later, that person found a large amount of aluminum in the aluminum mine and sold it back to Fengkai Mining for 1.6 billion, making a huge profit of 1.55 billion. Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Could it be that Su Yang has something to do with this matter? Fuck, Qin Feiyang, you're not saying that this Su Yang is the one who took over the aluminum mine and made a huge profit of 1.5 billion, are you? Everyone talked and looked at Qin Feiyang. Yes, it was Su Yang who did it. He made a fortune of 1.55 billion. Moreover, the huge success of Wu Jing's War Leopard is also due to him. At the beginning, Wu Jing was penniless and could not get any investment no matter how hard he tried. It seemed that War Leopard was about to fail. It was Su Yang who invested 20 million yuan to allow Wu Jing to finish filming War Leopard. Later, we even asked the anchors from Fengkai Guild to promote War Leopard for free, which is why War Leopard grossed 1.5 billion yuan. Otherwise, no matter how good the quality of War Leopard is, it is impossible to have such a high box office. It will only be 500 million or 600 million at most. This is the consensus of people in the industry. After all, many people have a bad impression of domestic military action movies. Later, Su Yang had a conflict with Xue Zhanhua, the CEO of Huan Films, over the issue of the investment amount for War Leopard 2. That incident was a big deal, and Huan Films suffered heavy losses in the end, so they had no choice but to accept the settlement. It can be said that Su Yang has risen rapidly within a year, and everything he has done is amazing. Let's not talk about the others, just Jiangdi Lao alone has opened branches in the 4 first-tier cities, and its valuation has exceeded 10 billion. This Su Yang is already a billionaire. He is not a second-generation rich, but a first-generation rich. He just graduated from college last year, and in less than a year, he became a billionaire. Think about it, how awesome they are. Who among us has made 10 billion on our own? Even if you rely on family connections, I'm afraid no one can make 10 billion, right? As far as I know, even young Master Wang and young Master Jiang didn't make any money. Qin Feiyang no longer kept everyone in suspense and told everyone everything he knew. This Su Yang is really awesome, and his achievements are amazing. He is a billionaire, and my father's assets are just over 10 billion. Making a profit of 1.55 billion, that operation was truly astonishing. My dad always said that this young man was extraordinary and that he must meet him if he had the chance. I never thought that I would meet him in person now. It's just a Jiangdi Lao. He will surpass most of us in the future. Yes, many bigwigs say that Jiangdi Lao has the potential to become a catering giant with a market value of hundreds of billions. No wonder Wang Xiaozong came out to greet him personally. He really has the cards. His investment ability is so amazing. We can make money by following him in the future. I heard that Wang Xiaozong's investments were not very ideal. I guess this is what he meant. I must toast each other and build a good relationship later. Everyone looked at Su Yang's expression, which had completely changed and became fanatical. No one thinks, like Chen Guanlei, that Su Yang has gotten to where he is today by luck. Chen Guanlei thinks so because he has serious prejudice against Su Yang. People like Su Yang are definitely investment geniuses. Both their vision and courage are top-notch. Having a good relationship with such a person will definitely bring only benefits and no harm. Chapter 163, Not only cheating on my father, but also cheating on my friends. Chen Guanlei's face turned pale. Listening to these people's discussions, he finally realized how stupid he had been before. Perhaps, at the beginning, Su Yang only acquired the Fengkai Guild, and he could still look down on Su Yang. Even after Su Yang acquired Yuhuarinjia and changed its name to Jiangdi Lao, he still looked down on Su Yang. But after the incident at the bottom of the river became a big hit, he shouldn't have looked down on Su Yang. A single scoop from the bottom of the river was enough to completely crush him. Su Yang is now a billionaire. Not to mention him, even his father has to look up to him. His father's assets, at most, are only worth a few billion. What does he, a second-generation rich kid, count for? When he invited Zhao Yulu to the birthday party that day, he also did not forget to belittle and ridicule Su Yang, saying that Su Yang was not qualified to attend such a party. What qualifications does he have to laugh at Su Yang? Thinking back to the celebration party for War Leopard, he even jumped up and down in front of Su Yang. It's really like what Su Yang said, he is just a clown. He kept saying that the other person was a country bumpkin and that everything he accomplished was achieved by luck, and he looked down on him. Unexpectedly, the clown turned out to be himself. Zhao Yulu was a little dazed. Unknowingly, Su Yang had reached such a height. Why haven't I noticed this all along? Zhao Yulu couldn't help but ask herself. First, she had already broken up with Su Yang, and Su Yang no longer belonged to her. She didn't want Su Yang to succeed. The more successful Su Yang was, the more it proved that her choice was wrong. Therefore, I am unwilling to believe in the achievements made by Su Yang. Second, Chen Guanlei spoke ill of Su Yang in front of him every day, saying that Su Yang got to where he is today only by luck, and that everything Su Yang did would end in failure. Although Chen Guanlei was slapped in the face every time, he was still affected and felt that Su Yang would be exposed sooner or later. But now, she finally realized how wrong she was. Su Yang's career has become unstoppable. People like Wang Xiaozong not only look at a person's present, but also look at his future. Even Wang Xiaozong had to go to the door to greet Su Yang in person, which shows that Su Yang will definitely achieve greater success in the future. Even Wang Xiaozong wants to take advantage of this achievement. Suddenly, Zhao Yulu felt heartbroken. It seems like I have lost the most precious thing in my life. Wang Xiaozong and Su Yang exchanged a few simple pleasantries, then said, "Let's go, let's talk inside." So, Wang Xiaozong, surrounded by several female internet celebrities, walked into the club with Su Yang and others. "Sister, you are here too." When she walked to the door, Zhao Yusin saw Zhao Yulu and was a little surprised, but when she saw Chen Guanlei next to Zhao Yulu, she felt relieved. It should be Chen Guanlei who brought Zhao Yulu here. Chen Guanlei is a second-generation rich man. It is quite normal for him to attend Wang Xiaozong's birthday party through his connections. Zhao Yulu had a complicated look in her eyes. She pursed her lips and said nothing. Zhao Yusin just nodded and entered the club with Su Yang. "Zhao Yulu, is that your sister?" "Oh my god, are you Su Yang's sister-in-law?" "Zhao Yulu, I'm sorry for being so inconsiderate just now. We can talk more later." Many white, rich and beautiful women also looked at Zhao Yulu with different eyes. Originally, they thought that Zhao Yulu was just an ordinary woman who wanted to get close to them. But Zhao Yulu is Su Yang's sister-in-law, so that's different. Su Yang is a person that even Wang Xiaozong has to welcome. Su Yang's sister-in-law is worth making friends with. Not only did the beautiful, rich girl's eyes changed when she looked at Zhao Yulu, but even the other rich second-generation's eyes changed when they looked at Zhao Yulu. If I could find Zhao Yulu as my girlfriend, or even marry her, it would be equivalent to indirectly establishing a relationship with Su Yang. Qin Feiyang pulled Chen Guanlei aside, his face looked a little ugly. "Chen Guanlei, why didn't you tell me that Zhao Yulu is Su Yang's sister-in-law? You want me to introduce her to Xin Yuyan? Do you want to see my joke?" Although he was quite polite to Zhao Yulu just now, that kind of attitude was not the way he should treat Su Yang's sister-in-law. If Su Yang knew about this, would he mind? If Su Yang minded, even Wang Xiaozong would probably ignore him, and he would suffer a great loss. Moreover, Zhao Yulu is Su Yang's sister-in-law, does she still need to introduce herself? Isn't my behavior ridiculous in front of Zhao Yulu? Chen Guanlei said, "Mr. Qin, I didn't mean that." He didn't know how to explain it. Could it be that I have always looked down on Su Yang? In this situation, isn't saying this akin to seeking death? Fuck. Qin Feiyang suddenly slapped his forehead. "I understand why young Master Jiang and young Master Su treat you like that." Chen Guanlei didn't understand, why. Qin Feiyang said, "You saw what happened just now. It's obvious that young Master Jiang and young Master Su know Su Yang and have a good relationship with him. Last year, you even found a female anchor and slandered Su Yang for having a secret relationship with her. In the end, you were fined. Do you think they will treat you well?" When Chen Guanlei heard this, he suddenly understood. Then, his face was full of bitterness. This is fucking amazing. Who knew Su Yang and Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin had such a good relationship? If he knew, he would definitely not cause trouble for Su Yang. Chen Guanlei, you are really going to kill me. I foolishly introduced you to young Master Jiang and young Master Su. Maybe they thought I was going to discuss them, and now they probably have a grudge against me too. Qin Feiyang really couldn't help but kick Chen Guanlei to death. Originally, Chen Guanlei begged him to be brought to Wang Xiaozong's party and gave him some benefits. He thought it was okay and there were benefits to be gained, so he agreed. I didn't expect so many things to happen. It really is not worth it. This Chen Guanlei not only betrayed his father, but also betrayed his friends. Master Qin, I really didn't know that Su Yang had a relationship with Master Jiang and Master Su. I caused trouble for Su Yang because he hadn't really risen yet. I thought he would soon fall back to his original form. I never thought that he would grow to this point in such a short time. Chen Guanlei said bitterly. No matter what, you and Su Yang have a grudge. I will introduce you to young Master Jiang and young Master Su. They must have some opinions about me. I need to explain it clearly to them. You'd better apologize to Su Yang and ask for his complete forgiveness. Qin Feiyang said. Apologize to Su Yang. Chen Guanlei's face turned ugly. I used to be arrogant in front of Su Yang and kept mocking him. Now if he is asked to apologize to Su Yang, he really can't do it. What, you don't want to? But it's up to you. It's your business anyway. Qin Feiyang looked at Chen Guanlei's expression and knew what Chen Guanlei was thinking. Mr. Qin, I will think about it carefully. Chen Guanlei said bitterly. There is one thing you did well. You are pursuing his sister-in-law, Zhao Yulu. If you succeed in pursuing Zhao Yulu, he will definitely forgive you. After all, you will become brothers-in-law. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Mr. Qin, the relationship between Zhao Yulu and Su Yang is not what you think. Chen Guanlei said bitterly. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang asked with a frown. Between them. Chen Guanlei explained the relationship between the three people. Fuck, there is such a thing. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This Su Yang is not only successful in his career, but also so awesome in his love life. He is so blessed. Chapter 164. Don't mess with Su Yang anymore. So no matter whether I find Zhao Yulu as my girlfriend or not, my relationship with Su Yang is not very good. What's more, Zhao Yulu has always been indifferent to my pursuit. Chen Guanlei said bitterly. That's a bit of a problem. You can handle it yourself. I can't control you. Anyway, I have to explain the situation to Master Jiang and Master Su. Qin Feiyang said. Let me wait and see. Chen Guanlei was extremely reluctant to apologize to Su Yang. At least he couldn't make up his mind now. Okay, take care of yourself. Qin Feiyang turned and walked into the hotel. Chen Guanlei's eyes flickered and he stayed for a while before entering the hotel. Then he saw Qin Feiyang talking to Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Obviously, Qin Feiyang did not delay for a moment and explained to Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Chen Guanlei found a table and sat down at random. Except for Wang Xiaocong's table and Shen Yuyan's table, all the people sitting there were the top second-generation rich people and fair-skinned beauties. People at other tables could sit anywhere they wanted. Not long after, Qin Feiyang came back and sat next to Chen Guanlei and said, Chen Guanlei, I have explained the situation to young Master Jiang and young Master Su. They have no intention of blaming me. I advise you to apologize to Su Yang as well. Chen Guanlei said bitterly, Mr. Qin, I want to think about it again. Qin Feiyang saw that Chen Guanlei didn't want to apologize and thought it was just an excuse, so he stopped trying to persuade him and just said, you can do whatever you want. The rich second generation next to him heard what Qin Feiyang said and asked, Mr. Qin, what's wrong? Why did you persuade Chen Guanlei to apologize to Su Yang? Did Chen Guanlei offend Su Yang? Yes. Qin Feiyang did not hide anything and told the whole story, including the complicated situation between Su Yang and his wife and Zhao Yulu. Fuck. Su Yang has taken possession of the twin sisters. Nima, why haven't I encountered such a good thing? I'm envious. I'm really envious. Chen Guanlei, are you crazy? Why are you still looking for trouble with Su Yang? You had the chance to meet someone who even Wang Xiaocong had to go out to greet, but not only did you fail to make friends with him, you also caused trouble for him. I really wonder if you are sick. Chen Guanlei, even if you apologize and Su Yang forgives you, your relationship with Su Yang will definitely not get any better. That's right. With your personality, not to mention Su Yang not wanting to be friends with you, I'm afraid many people don't want to be friends with you. Speaking of which, Zhao Yulu is really unlucky. Not long after she broke up with Su Yang became rich. It's a good deal for my sister, so it's good for everyone. I originally thought that if I could pursue Zhao Yulu, I could get in touch with Su Yang and become his brother-in-law. But now it seems that's not the case. Yeah, let's not bother with that. Everyone was talking about it. This situation soon reached the ears of other people. When everyone learned about the situation, their eyes changed when they looked at Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei. Those fair, rich and beautiful ladies were originally chatting enthusiastically with Zhao Yulu. After learning about the situation, his attitude became cold and he left directly. Zhao Yulu was confused and asked a rich young lady who was somewhat easy to talk to and who was able to attend the party through connections. Only then did she learn the reason and felt bitter. She turned her head to look at Zhao Yusen and found that Zhao Yusen was sitting at a table with a group of top white, rich and beautiful girls, talking and laughing. The attitude of those rich and beautiful women towards Zhao Yusen was friendly, warm and natural, which was completely different from their attitude towards her. That was a sincere desire to be friends with Zhao Yusen. She wanted desperately, but she couldn't get it. Her sister, however, was within her reach. All this is due to Su Yang. Relying on his strength, Su Yang entered the top circle and chatted and laughed with top rich second generations like Wang Xiaozong. This made her understand more clearly. You can't integrate into this kind of circle just because you want to. If your status and position don't reach a certain level, don't even think about it. Once you have reached a certain status, people will actively accept you. In contrast, Chen Guanlei seemed a little bit unbearable. Chen Guanlei was able to attend this birthday party because of his connections. Before coming, he showed off a bit and did not forget to step on Su Yang. But in front of Wang Xiaozong, he showed a flattering smile and seemed very humble. Compared with the two, one is as far apart as heaven and earth. Thinking back to what Chen Guanlei had said about Su Yang in the past, Zhao Yulu found it ridiculous. The other second-generation rich people also stopped talking to Chen Guanlei. Qin Feiyang noticed everyone's attitude towards Chen Guanlei and said, "Chen Guanlei, what you did made me very embarrassed. If there is nothing else, we should not contact each other again." After saying that, Qin Feiyang stood up and left, going to another table. Chen Guanlei still couldn't make up his mind to apologize to Su Yang. And I feel that even if I apologize, nothing will change. What he did before was really too much. At most, just don't mess with Su Yang in the future. After all, he is a second-generation rich man. He can still live a good life if he closes the door. After dinner time, everyone formed groups to have fun. Some go to the movies, some go to play games, some go to play billiards, some go to play cards, and some go to the sauna. Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei no longer had the heart to stay and continue playing. It's really shameless, no one likes them. Walk out of the hotel. Chen Guanlei looked unhappy, but he still forced a smile. "Yulu, I'll take you home." "No thanks." Zhao Yulu shook her head and refused. "Do you regret leaving Su Yang?" Chen Guanlei suddenly asked. "I don't regret it." Zhao Yulu gritted her teeth. "If I say I have no regrets, I would be lying." In the past, whenever Chen Guanlei saw Su Yang succeed in everything he did, he would speak ill of her in front of her. Even if she felt any regret, it was very vague. What happened today made this feeling of regret become clearer. But she couldn't say it. What's the use of saying it out loud? It will just make people laugh at you. "Yulu, it's impossible for you and Su Yang to be together. It's useless to regret it. It's right not to regret it. Without Su Yang, you can still have your own wonderful life. You know how I feel about you. It's not too late now. Let's go watch a movie. After the movie, I'll take you to the riverside to relax. We won't go back at night, okay?" Chen Guanlei's words can no longer be considered a hint. As long as you are an adult, you can understand what it means. "No, I'm a little tired and just want to go back and rest." Zhao Yulu naturally knew what Chen Guanlei meant. She looked at Chen Guanlei, shook her head and refused, walked to the side of the road, hailed a taxi and went home. Chen Guanlei stayed where he was, his face turning ugly. He didn't say how much he liked Zhao Yulu, but he thought Zhao Yulu was beautiful and wanted to possess her. Moreover, he spent too much time and energy on Zhao Yulu. The more you invest, the more you want in return. Only when he possesses Zhao Yulu will he be content and feel that all the investment is worth it. But Zhao Yulu kept rejecting her, which made him a little angry. Do you really think that Chen Guanlei is a bootlicker? He may be nothing in front of a rich second generation like Wang Xiaozong. But in the eyes of ordinary people, he is still an unattainable rich second generation with family assets worth billions. At least, he was still in an absolute advantageous position in front of Zhao Yulu. But he kept hitting a wall, which made him very unhappy. Today might be the last chance, but Zhao Yulu still rejected him. "Humph, sooner or later, I will pin you down." Chen Guanlei snorted coldly, got in the car and left. Chapter 165 Good Days Are Coming. Golden Rainbow Hotel. The others went off to have fun. Zhao Yusin, Shen Yuyan and other beautiful and wealthy girls went to the KTV room to sing, while Su Yang, Wang Xiaocong, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin, the four of them were drinking tea in a tea room. Su Yang, I really envy you. Wang Xiaocong took a sip of tea and sighed. Why do you envy me? I envy you. You are a young master of the country and you can have whatever you want. Su Yang said with a smile. Su Yang, stop making fun of me. You don't know how hard I feel. Most of the investments I made over the years have been losses. Only a small part made money, and not much. Compared with your investments, I am just trash. Wang Xiaocong said bitterly. My investment has a lot to do with luck, said Su Yang. Su Yang, don't be so modest. If you don't have the ability, how can you have luck? Wang Xiaocong shook his head. That's right. Su Yang succeeded because of his strength. Without strength, luck is nonsense. Jiang Yuhang said. Once or twice it can be considered luck, but if it happens too many times it can no longer be considered luck. Su Yang, don't be so modest. Su Wenbin said. By the way, Su Yang, Lao Jiang and Lao Su have both invested in your Jiangdi Lao. I wonder if I can still invest in it. Wang Xiaocong really wants to invest in Jiangdi Lao. If you can invest in stocks, it will definitely add a strong touch to your investment career. You will definitely make money from fishing in the river, and a lot of money. After investing in Jiangdi Lao, I'm afraid my dad would praise himself. Mr. Wang, I'm sorry, I don't want to accept any more financing for the time being. If I need a second round of financing in the future, I will take the initiative to contact you. Is that okay with you? Su Yang politely declined. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Xiaocong was not too disappointed. Su Yang's words were enough. As long as Jiangdi Lao raises funds in the future, he will be able to get a share of the pie. That's good enough. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin looked at each other and thought that it was a good thing that they did not speak up for Wang Xiaocong, otherwise it would be really embarrassing and might make Su Yang have other thoughts in his mind. Su Yang, I heard from Lao Wang that you are going to make a movie and have invited Su Zhen to be the director. Can Lao Su and I participate? Jiang Yuhang asked. Okay. Su Yang did not refuse. Let me think about it first. If you two are included, then it will be about the same. I will take 40% of the investment amount, and the remaining 60% will be given to other investors. Give director Su Zhen 10%, give Wang Xiao 10%, give Huan Film and Television 10%, give Wu Jing 10%, and give each of you 10%, and then everything will be distributed. Jiang Yuhang's family has great influence in the business world, and Su Wenbin's family has great influence in the government. Two more people joined in, along with two hot director actors Su Zhen and Wu Jing. There is also Huan Film and Television, a giant in the film and television industry, and a young master Wang Xiaocong. Basically everything can be done. As for Wu Jing, it was Wu Jing who called and wanted to invest. Su Yang agreed. With War Leopard and War Leopard 2, I believe Wu Jing's career as a director and actor will be extremely brilliant in the future. He can continue to invest in Wu Jing's films in the future. This is a win-win cooperation. Very good. Su Yang, thank you. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin felt that they could make another fortune. Su Yang waved his hand and smiled, I will send you the specific amount of investment in the next 2 days, and you just need to pay the money when the time comes. When Zhao Yulu returned home, she saw her mother watching TV. Without saying hello, she went to her bedroom. Yulu, why did you come back so early? Lu Yujuan asked puzzledly. It goes without saying that Wang Xiaocong's birthday party cannot be as simple as just having a meal. There must be other entertainment activities. At this point, I should have just had my meal. Mom, I'm a little tired, so I came back first. Zhao Yulu responded in a low voice and continued walking towards her bedroom. Wait a moment. Lu Yujuan noticed that Zhao Yulu's face looked a little strange, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Zhao Yulu. Yulu, tell me, what happened? Mom, it's okay. Didn't I tell you? I was a little tired, so I came back first. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Yulu, I'm your mother. Can't I tell whether you are okay or not? Tell me quickly, what happened? Did Qin Guanlei bully you, or did that Wang Xiaocong give you a hard time? He wouldn't be like this, even if it was because of your beauty, he shouldn't give you a hard time. Lu Yujuan made random guesses. Mom, that's not the case. Stop guessing. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Then tell me what's going on. If you don't explain it to me today, I'll find out where Wang Xiaozong is holding her birthday party and ask that Wang Xiaozong. Lu Yujuan pulled Zhao Yulu and sat on the sofa. Wang Xiaozong is very high profile, and you can actually find out where her birthday party is held on the internet. Mom, don't do this. Zhao Yulu was startled. If my mother goes to find Wang Xiaozong, I will be extremely embarrassed. Then tell me what's going on. Lu Yujuan said. Mom, this is what happened. Zhao Yulu explained the situation. What? Wang Xiaozong actually went out to greet Su Yang in person. Su Yang made over $1 billion in one fell swoop. He's already a billionaire. Is he likely to become a 100 billionaire in the future? Lu Yujuan kept exclaiming and her head felt like it was buzzing. She didn't expect that Su Yang had reached such a height. He made more than 1 billion in one go and became a billionaire, and it is possible that he will become a 100 billionaire in the future. More importantly, Wang Xiaozong actually came to the door to greet him personally. You know, that's Wang Xiaozong. The son of the richest man. In the whole of China, how many young people can Wang Xiaozong personally go out to greet on their birthdays? Perhaps many children of official bigwigs can, but those people will not appear in such occasions. There are absolutely only a handful of people at this level in the business world, probably so few that they can be counted on one hand. But Su Yang did it. Zhao Yulu, your good days are coming. Lu Yujuan grabbed Zhao Yulu's hand and became even more excited. Mom, I don't understand what you are saying. Zhao Yulu asked puzzledly. What good days are coming? It's the hard days that are coming. In short, she didn't see any signs of good days coming. Why are you so stupid? Lu Yujuan poked Zhao Yulu's forehead with her finger. Think about it, if you return to Su Yang, will good things come to you? Zhao Yulu was a little speechless and said, Mom, what are you thinking? Su Yang is with Xian now, how can I go back to him? We are separated, and it is impossible in this life. Don't think about these messed up things. Lu Yujuan poked Zhao Yulu's forehead again, and said angrily, you are just stubborn. Who said it's impossible? If I say it's possible, it's possible. As long as you are willing, it is possible at any time. Mom, you are confused. I won't talk to you anymore. I'll go back to my room first. Zhao Yulu was about to get up and go back to her room. Don't leave. Lu Yujuan quickly grabbed Zhao Yulu and said, I'm telling you, this choice will affect your entire life. You must listen to me. Chapter 166 Your right to listen to me. Mom, what do you want? Su Yang and I have already broken up, and he is already with Xian. We have even got the marriage certificate. And you want me to go back to him? Isn't this nonsense? Zhao Yulu was really angry. I'm not kidding. If I say you can go back to him, then you can go back to him. Just listen to me first. Lu Yujuan said. Okay, you go ahead. Zhao Yulu had no choice but to listen patiently. Yulu, listen to me, Su Yang must still love you. Lu Yujuan said seriously. Zhao Yulu didn't say anything, but just rolled her eyes at Lu Yujuan. Don't disbelieve me. Think about it. You broke up with him, and he went straight to get married with Xian. It's obvious that he treated Xian as a substitute for you and wanted to get revenge on you. This is exactly how he loves you. Think about it again. He broke up with you and got married to Xian. What kind of feelings can they have? If Su Yang says he loves Xian, do you believe it? Besides, they just got the marriage certificate and have no intention of holding a wedding, let alone having children. We just got the marriage certificate, didn't hold a wedding, didn't let anyone know, and didn't have children, so there was no burden. This shows that Su Yang is ready to break up with Xian at any time. He must have been waiting for you to come back to him, but you just didn't realize it. After what happened today, he should be expecting you to find him and get back together with him. As long as you go to him and tell him that you are willing to come back to him, he will immediately divorce Xian and be with you again. So, your good days are coming, and my good days are coming too. Oh my God, I'm going to have a billionaire son-in-law. That's great. I'm going to buy luxury cars, all kinds of branded clothes, bags, and cosmetics, and I'm going to travel around the world. Lu Yujuan became more and more excited as she spoke, and was already fantasizing about her wonderful life in the future. Strictly speaking, she is now Su Yang's mother-in-law. But Zhao Yusin doesn't treat her as her mother, so she can't enjoy the benefits of this identity. Only if Su Yang becomes Zhao Yulu's husband can she get benefits from Su Yang. Originally, Zhao Yulu didn't take it seriously. But when I heard my mother say this, it seemed to make some sense. Su Yang broke up with her and then got married to his sister. Did Su Yang get together with his sister because of love? Obviously not. Later, as you get along with each other, perhaps love will arise. But why not have a wedding? Why not have children? The reason for not having children may be that you are still young and there is no need to rush. But it would be unreasonable not to hold a wedding. With Su Yang's wealth, he can definitely hold a grand wedding. But Su Yang didn't. So is it really as my mom said? Waiting for me to come back to him at any time, he can break up with Zhao Yusin easily. Seeing Zhao Yulu's silence, Lu Yujuan continued, Yulu, you must seize the opportunity and call him tomorrow to meet him. Believe me, as long as you call him, he will be very happy and can't wait to meet you. As long as you express your willingness to return to him, he will definitely agree to you and divorce Zhao Yusin as soon as possible. By then, your good days will really come, and my good days will really come too. But if that's the case, wouldn't it be too cruel to my sister? Zhao Yulu said hesitantly. What's so cruel about that? Your sister is not a fool. She must know that Su Yang definitely doesn't love her if he gets married to her like this. He just treats her as a substitute for you. She and Su Yang will separate sooner or later. The sooner they separate, the better it will be for her. You are not harming her, but helping her. Su Yang became rich after she married him. That means all of Su Yang's property is now their joint property. If they divorce, she can get billions. Billions, enough for her to live a wealthy life. She can pursue her own happiness. In this way, both of you sisters can live a happy life, and I can live a happy life too. Lu Yujuan spoke very logically, as if it were true. I always feel like something is wrong. Let me think about it first. Although Lu Yujuan's words sounded reasonable, Zhao Yulu always felt that something was wrong. But something is wrong and I don't know where. There's nothing wrong with anything. What are you thinking about? Just listen to me. Lu Yujuan said. Let me think about it first. I'm a little tired. I'll go back to my room first. Zhao Yulu got up and went back to her room. Then think about it carefully and call Su Yang tomorrow to arrange a meeting with him. Lu Yujuan did not stop Zhao Yulu from going back to her room, but instead gave her some advice. Things still need to be done slowly. It's normal that Zhao Yulu can't adapt to the situation for the time being. She believed that as long as Zhao Yulu thought about it seriously, she would figure it out. Now, it is unlikely that she and Zhao Hai will get back together. After all, Zhao Hai was already with that woman named Zhou Ruyan. Going there again will be of no avail and will only bring shame upon yourself. The only support is his daughter Zhao Yulu. Originally, she thought that Zhao Yulu and Chen Guanlei were a good match. After all, no matter what, Chen Guanlei is still a rich second generation with billions of assets in his family. She is Chen Guanlei's mother-in-law. If she wants money to spend, she can ask Chen Guanlei for it. She should be able to get a lot. But now, she feels that Chen Guanlei is no longer capable. Compared with Su Yang now, Chen Guanlei is nothing. Su Yang is now a billionaire and a guest of honor at Wang Xiaocong's birthday party. He is someone that Wang Xiaocong has to go out to greet. The future is limitless and it is possible to become a billionaire. Such a son-in-law can definitely meet my financial needs. When the time comes, I can definitely buy whatever I want. As for what will happen to Chen Guanlei, it is none of her business. Now she can look down on Chen Guanlei and not take him seriously. How can a young rich second generation compare to Su Yang? If Chen Guanlei dared to attack, Su Yang would deal with him in minutes. As Zhao Yusin and Su Yang are getting divorced, Zhao Hai will also lose his position as the general manager of Jiangdi Lao and be reduced to his original position. Thinking of this, she felt refreshed. Zhao Hai, when Zhao Yusin and Su Yang divorce and get back together with Yu Lu, I want to see what your expression will be. You actually hooked up with a female subordinate and refused to get back together with me. You will know from now on that this is your biggest mistake. She harbored a strong resentment towards Zhao Hai. She felt that Zhao Hai would be betraying her if he didn't get back together with her. The next day. As soon as Zhao Yulu got up, Lu Yujuan asked, "How is it going? Have you made up your mind? If you have, take a day off today to go see Su Yang." "I haven't thought about it yet. I'm going to work first." Zhao Yulu left directly. "You." Lu Yujuan was so angry that she had no place to vent. It took her a long time to calm down. "It seems that you still need me to give you some advice, or add fuel to the fire." Chapter 167, Big Earthquake in the Live Broadcast Industry. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. This day, there has been a major earthquake in the live streaming industry. Since many anchors sell counterfeit and shoddy products, there are more and more consumer complaints, and the situation is getting worse. If it is not rectified, it may cause bigger problems. Relevant national departments have taken strong measures to rectify the problem of selling counterfeit and shoddy products in the Douyin live streaming industry. Douyin actively cooperated with the rectification and acted quickly. Based on the investigation and evidence collected, a number of guilds were immediately punished. There are a total of 30 guilds in this group. The penalties are as follows. First, all anchors of the guild will be suspended for 1 month for rectification. During the suspension period, they cannot broadcast live or post short videos. Second, the guild's rating will be downgraded by 1 level, and after rectification, it will be re-rated depending on the development and scale of the guild. Third, the anchors who sell huge amounts of counterfeit and shoddy products will be banned. As soon as these 3 maximum penalties were announced, the 30 guilds wailed. "You know, if the guild stops broadcasting for a month, I don't know how much money it will lose." The demotion of the guild will also affect the profit sharing with the platform. The higher the level, the higher the score. On the contrary, the lower the level, the lower the share. After this rectification, it will be extremely difficult to restore the original ratings after the show resumes broadcasting. As for the third point, it is even more serious. They are basically big anchors who sell the most counterfeit products in huge amounts. Basically every guild makes big money by relying on top anchors. Other anchors can only make small money. The banning of these anchors was a heavy blow to the guild. He was so badly beaten that he was half dead. It is worth mentioning that since Jiaxing Guild was the first to use celebrities to promote products, the audience has a preconceived awareness that Jiaxing Guild celebrity promotions have always been the best. Those big anchors who promote products together with celebrities have the highest sales. The state and Douyin wanted to catch examples and put Jiaxing Guild at the top of the punishment list. The official announcement also said that a list of penalties will continue to be announced later until the problem of selling counterfeit and shoddy products on Haodiyin's live broadcasts is completely rectified. And we will use the point to lead the whole, starting with the rectification of Douyin, and then rectify the entire live streaming e-commerce industry. No one can escape. Suddenly, all the live broadcast guilds that were engaged in selling counterfeit and shoddy products felt a chill in their hearts. Style Guild. "Mr. Su, you are amazing. You predicted this before and said that it would explode sooner or later. Fortunately, we strictly control product quality and sell high-quality brand products, so we avoided being affected by this earthquake." Xiao Dongxing admired Su Yang very much. "This boss is really awesome. His judgment of things is so accurate that it is terrifying. Every strategic decision made is hard to match." The signed anchors have all become internet celebrities. Predicting that Douyin would launch the live streaming sales function, Fengkai Guild became a pilot guild for Douyin's live streaming sales function. It became the first guild to take the plunge and made a fortune. After the trend of celebrities selling goods through live streaming emerged, Su Yang gave clear conditions for cooperation. "Finally, we cooperated with Huan Film and Television to achieve a win-win situation, and Fengkai Guild gained the greatest benefit. In particular, we have always emphasized the need to sell high-quality brand products, which avoided this explosion." Other guilds were in a state of panic and wailing. Among the big guilds, only Fengkai Guild was not affected. There is no doubt that after this incident, Fengkai Guild is definitely the largest guild in Douyin, and no one can shake its position. "No matter when, we must stick to our original intention, not lose sight of the big picture for the small, and not only look at the immediate interests but also the long-term interests," said Su Yang. "Yes, Mr. Su, I now truly feel your strategic wisdom. It is a blessing for all employees of our company to follow a leader like you." Xiao Dongxing flattered Su Yang. Old Xiao, you're praising me too much. I feel a little embarrassed. Su Yang laughed. I have to say, it feels very comfortable to be flattered by others. Mr. Su, I'm just telling the truth. Xiao Dongsheng looked serious. Ha. Su Yang laughed again, then stopped smiling. What do you think we should do in this situation? This was the main reason why he came here today. He did not say it directly, but asked Xiao Dongsheng first. Mr. Su, I was thinking about this problem before you came. I think we can increase the number of live broadcasts of our anchors selling goods. After all, the entire market is in mourning, but our guild has not been affected. This further demonstrates the reliability and credibility of our guild. We sell high-quality, branded products that consumers can trust. And we can ask anchors to mention this from time to time during live broadcasts, so that more viewers can be aware of this. If we do it well this time, our guild will definitely become the largest guild in Douyin, and no one will be able to shake our position. After the incident, Xiao Dongxing felt relieved, but he soon realized that this was also an opportunity for Fengkai Guild. As long as we grasp this opportunity, Fengkai Guild will move to a higher level. You said it very well. I thought so too. Then you can inform the anchors to do it. Live streaming is very hard work. I think we can do this. In the next month, the anchors' normal live streaming sales will keep their share unchanged. For the additional live streaming sales sessions, the anchors' share can be increased by 30%. This can be regarded as a reward for them. This way, they will be more motivated. Su Yang said. Mr. Su, you are so generous. You increased the commission rate by 30%. I believe the anchors will scream with excitement when they hear about this increased commission rate. Xiao Dongxing said with a smile. That's true. The anchor relies on commissions when selling goods through live streaming. The increased 30% commission is very generous. Many anchors will definitely try their best to increase the number of shows. Logistics staff must do a good job in logistical support and not let them overwork. They must still pay attention to the combination of work and rest. If they get tired during the live broadcast, it will not be worth the loss. Pay special attention to this. Su Yang reminded. If a host collapses from exhaustion, it won't have much of an impact unless anything happens. If a host is too tired and dies suddenly, it would be a big deal. This is not what he wants to see. It's okay to make money, but it must be done in a way that combines work and rest. You can't put money at the expense of your life. Yes, I will have someone keep an eye on it and make sure this doesn't happen. Xiao Dongsheng said seriously. If Su Yang hadn't reminded him, he really wouldn't have realized this. It seems that the boss is the boss, and I really can't compare to him. The two sides chatted for a while, and then Xiao Dongxing went to do his work. Triumph Investments. Chen Guanlei was in the office, watching the news, his face looking very grim. I originally wanted to wait and see how the situation develops, but I didn't expect that the country and Douyin would start the rectification without even hearing any news. If I had known this earlier, I would have listened to my dad and sold the guild. Now, all the money earned has been lost, and the compensation and fines alone are astronomical. After this rectification, Jiaxing Guild might become a third-rate guild. It might even go bankrupt. 2 words, it's over. At this time, the door was pushed open and Chen Guanlei's father Chen Ankan walked in. Chapter 168, Furious. Guanlei, have you seen the news? Now you know that my judgment was correct. Tell me, what price did you sell the guild for this time, and how much did you earn in total? The sales of live streaming products have been pretty good recently. I think we can make more than 200 million, right? Chenan Khan was very happy. He had predicted this rectification. Letting his son sell the guild is a perfect way to avoid risks. This operation alone is enough to reverse the adverse impact of not investing in aluminum mines last time. Even if it is not completely twisted, it will be partially twisted. After all, investing in a project, making money, and then withdrawing only to see the project go wrong is something that not every investor can do. And he is one of them. His ability is beyond doubt. The matter of the aluminum mine can only be regarded as a misjudgment due to listening to my son. From now on, as long as I don't listen to my son's nonsense, there will be no problem. Of course, I will teach my son more in the future and let him study more. Dad, Chen Guanlei opened his mouth, unable to speak. What's wrong? Chen Ankang saw his son's ugly face and had a bad feeling. His heart sank immediately. Don't tell me you didn't sell the guild. Dad, I didn't sell it. Chen Guanlei knew he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth, and immediately explained, Dad, it's not that I don't listen to you. I agree with what you said. The country and Douyin will rectify this situation sooner or later. I just want to wait and see. I think even if they want to rectify it, there should be some rumors, or some clues that can be caught, so that I can sell it in time. But who would have thought that the country's rectification was so sudden? I was caught off guard. You. Chen Ankang was so angry that he was shaking all over. Why didn't you listen to me? I asked you to buy the guild in the next few days, but you took the initiative and wanted to take a look first. You. Before he could finish his words, Chen Ankang ran out of breath. Suddenly he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and fell directly to the ground. Dad, what's wrong with you? Dad, don't scare me, someone come quickly. When Chen Guanlei saw his father falling to the ground, he was immediately frightened and ran over, shouting. Soon, several company employees rushed in after hearing his shouting. Several people worked together to carry Chen Ankang out and sent him to the hospital. The next day, Su Yang received a call from Wang Xiaozong. Su Yang, Penguin Pictures did something bad to our movie yesterday. Wang Xiaozong said. How did you do that? Su Yang asked. On the night of Wang Xiaozong's birthday, Su Yang told Wang Xiaozong that Wu Qingtao, the head of Penguin Pictures' film department, had called to ask for a 40% share. He also said that Penguin Films might do something bad, and asked Wang Xiaozong to help keep an eye on it, and if the other party took action, he would step in to resolve it. They just used their connections to prevent our film project from being approved. Wang Xiaozong said. Then now? Su Yang asked. Don't worry, it's been taken care of. The Su family is still very powerful in terms of connections online. They are not afraid of Penguin Pictures at all. Penguin Pictures is becoming more and more overbearing. They are directly asking you for 40% of your investment share. Why don't they go and grab it? Wang Xiaozong said angrily. Yes, it's not that I don't want to give him a share, but he wants too much and wants me to reduce my share. He thinks he can do whatever he wants with the support of Penguin Group. I won't indulge people like them. Su Yang said. There's no need to spoil him. Penguins are awesome, but they're not invincible. At least my dad can rival them a bit. I have personally called to warn Wu Qingtao. I have told him that if he dares to do anything again, no Penguin Films movies will be shown in Wanda cinemas. I don't think anyone will dare to cooperate with them. That guy is a jerk. After seeing me say such harsh words, he kept saying that he would not do anything again. When Wang Xiaozong called Wu Qingtao, she actually said something harsh. Dare to touch his cake, do you really think that he, young Master Wang, is a vegetarian? Mr. Wang, you are still so domineering. Just calling and threatening is very effective. Su Yang said with a smile. It's not that I'm domineering. I'm not domineering at all. I'm just relying on my father's power. If it weren't for my father, I would be nothing. Wang Xiaozong said. Su Yang was not sure what to say, so he could only say, Mr. Wang, you've done pretty well. You've made a lot of investments, and you haven't cheated your father or anything. Haha, that's right. Although I'm a loser, I haven't let my father down. Wang Xiaozong laughed and then changed the subject. Speaking of letting my father down, I have to tell you something. You should have heard about it, right? Su Yang asked blankly, what did you hear? Wang Xiaozong smiled and said, it's about Chen Guanlei's father, Chen Ankang. Su Yang asked, I haven't heard what happened to Chen Guanlei's father. It seems you really don't know. I have to have a good talk with you. Wang Xiaozong said with a smile, last night, Chen Ankang had a heart attack and died in the hospital after failed rescue efforts. Chen Guanlei's father is dead. Su Yang frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't have much of an idea. In his eyes, Chen Guanlei is just a clown. I have never seen Chen Guanlei's father, so I don't know what kind of person he is. Yes, he's dead. He was pissed off to death by Chen Guanlei. Wang Xiaozong's tone sounded a bit gloating. What's going on? Why are you so angry? Su Yang asked in surprise. Come to think of it, this matter has something to do with you. Wang Xiaozong said with a smile. Fuck, Mr. Wang, don't talk nonsense. This is about a dead person, what does it have to do with me? Besides, I haven't even met Chen Guanlei's father, how can it have anything to do with me? I tell you, don't put the blame on others, otherwise the police will invite me for tea. Su Yang was speechless. What does this have to do with me? I don't even know Chen Guanlei's father. What on earth is Wang Xiaozong thinking? Huh, Su Yang, don't get excited. I just said that this matter has something to do with you. I didn't say that you killed Chen Kong. Why are you so excited? Wang Xiaozong laughed. Mr. Wang, don't joke like that. If others hear what you said, they might think that I was the one who killed Chen Guanlei's father. You'd better give me a reason, otherwise I will never let you go. Su Yang said. I was just about to tell you something. After you listen to me, you won't think I'm talking nonsense. Wang Xiaozong said with a smile. You speak, I'm all ears. Su Yang said. Speaking of which, this matter has to start with the aluminum mine you acquired. Chen Kong has a friend who works at Fengkai Mining, who suggested that Chen Kong acquire that aluminum mine. Chen Kong originally wanted to acquire it, but was fooled by his son Chen Guanlei into entering the live broadcast industry and acquiring Jiaxing Guild. Later, you bought the aluminum mine for 50 million and discovered a large amount of aluminum resources. You sold it back to Fengkai Mining for 1.6 billion and made a huge profit of 1.55 billion. After this news spread in the investment community, Chen Kong became a laughing stock in the investment community. Everyone said that his son was a traitor to his father. Ha ha ha. At this point, Wang Xiaozong burst into laughter, and then continued speaking. A few days ago, Chen Kong told people that the phenomenon of anchors from major Douyin guilds selling counterfeit and shoddy products is very serious and the country will have to rectify it sooner or later. He has already asked his son to sell the Jiaxing Guild and get out of it in time. Sure enough, things turned out just as he had predicted. The country took action to rectify the situation. Jiaxing Guild was the first to invite a celebrity here, which was the most serious problem. They were listed as the main targets for punishment. After this rectification, Jiaxing Guild is almost dead, and may even go bankrupt in the future. He was very proud of himself, but after asking his son Chen Guanlei, he found out that Chen Guanlei did not sell Jiaxing Guild. After hearing the news, he was so angry that he had a heart attack and was sent to the hospital, but he could not be saved. Wang Xiaozong talked for a while and finally made the matter clear. Chapter 169, What a Pitfall. How do you know it so clearly? Su Yang asked. A friend told me that my friend has a friend who is the vice president of Triumph Investment. Wang Xiaozong said. Then this matter has nothing to do with me. Why do you say it has something to do with me? Su Yang was speechless again. After listening for a while, he couldn't figure out what it had to do with him. You see, if you hadn't acquired the aluminum mine, Chen Kong wouldn't have become a laughing stock. He originally wanted to use the timely sale of the guild to change other people's views of him and stop them from laughing at him, so he said it publicly. But who knew that his son didn't do as he said? The thought of becoming a laughing stock again, possibly an even bigger laughing stock, led to him being so angry that he had a heart attack and died despite rescue efforts. Wang Xiaozong said. This is too far-fetched. Don't say that again. People who don't know would think that I killed his father. Su Yang was speechless. Hee, don't worry, I'm just telling you this and I won't tell anyone else. Wang Xiaozong said with a smile. Okay, this matter of Chen Kong has nothing to do with us. You just need to keep an eye on the movie and make sure Penguin Pictures doesn't do anything again. Su Yang was too lazy to pay attention to Chen Kong's matter. Whether Chen Kong lives or dies has nothing to do with him. If Wang Xiaozong hadn't said it had something to do with him, he wouldn't even ask what the details were. No problem, don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine. Wang Xiaozong assured. That night, when Zhao Yulu returned home and was having dinner with Lu Yujuan, she told her that Chen Kong had died. What, Chen Guanlei's father died? What happened? Wasn't Chen Guanlei's father still the president of Triumph Investment? How could he die? Did some accident happen? Lu Yujuan asked in surprise. There was an accident. Chen Guanlei was angered to death. Zhao Yulu said. After a day of fermentation, the matter had been known to employees of companies affiliated with Triumph Investment. Jiaxing Guild is also a wholly owned subsidiary of Triumph Investments. The news of the death of the president of Triumph Investments spread quickly. The reasons for their death have also been revealed. As the vice president of Jiaxing Guild, Zhao Yulu naturally knew about it. She really didn't expect that Chen Guanlei would anger his father to death. It really is like what the saying goes, it's such a ripoff. Angry to death? How did you get angry to death? Tell me. Lu Yujuan put down her bowl and chopsticks and asked with great interest. Whether Chen Guanlei's father lives or dies has nothing to do with her. But being pissed off is obviously gossipy. She has nothing to do all day now. She usually goes shopping with her sisters, does beauty treatments, and likes to chat about gossip. As for whether this gossip was disrespectful to the deceased, it was not within her consideration. Originally, Chen Guanlei's father felt that the live broadcast industry was in chaos, and that many anchors from the guilds were selling counterfeit and shoddy products. He thought that the country would have to rectify this sooner or later, so he asked Chen Guanlei to sell Jiaxing Guild and withdraw in time. But Chen Guanlei didn't listen to his father and didn't sell Jiaxing Guild. Now the country is rectifying it, and our Jiaxing Guild is the key target of rectification. All the big anchors have been banned and suspended for a month. They also face huge fines. Chen Guanlei's father thought Chen Guanlei had sold the guild and was very happy. But when he heard Chen Guanlei say that he hadn't sold it, he was immediately furious and even had a heart attack. He couldn't be saved even after being taken to the hospital. Zhao Yulu knew quite a bit of the details. This Chen Guanlei is really a ripoff. Lu Yujuan couldn't help but say this. In the past, I just watched TV and saw people cheating their parents. Now, I finally know such a person in real life, and he is really a great gossip protagonist. I will definitely talk about this with my sisters when I go shopping together someday. This Chen Guanlei is really despicable. He actually killed his father. Yulu, you were right not to agree to be his girlfriend. This kind of person is unreliable. His father is dead, and he probably can't even keep his father's wealth. Lu Yujuan said. You always persuaded me to agree to be his girlfriend before, why have you changed now? Zhao Yulu rolled her eyes. Before was before, now is now. Besides, Su Yang is much better than him now. Lu Yujuan didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. Anyway, my daughter will marry whoever has money. Whether her daughter is happy or not is not within her consideration. As long as she could get money from her son-in-law to squander. By the way, have you thought about when to meet Su Yang? Su Yang must be waiting for you to meet him and get back together with him. Lu Yujuan said again. Mom, I need to think about it. Zhao Yulu hadn't made up her mind yet. Anyway, she always felt that what Lu Yujuan said made sense, but also made some sense, and there was something wrong. What else do you want? Lu Yujuan looked disappointed. If you wait any longer, the opportunity will be gone. Go see Su Yang sooner and return to him sooner. It will be good for both you and him. Mom, I told you, I need to think about it again, don't force me, I'm done eating, I'm going back to my room first. Zhao Yulu really didn't want to listen to Lu Yujuan nagging about this matter, so he quickly finished the food in the bowl, put down his chopsticks, and went back to his room. Weekend. Zhao Yusin, Shen Yuyan and others went shopping. On the day of Wang Xiaocong's birthday party, Zhao Yusin made a bunch of friends and got along very well with them. Today, Shen Yuyan called and asked Zhao Yusin to go shopping, so Zhao Yusin went. Su Yang was alone at home with nothing to do, so he played some mobile games. After playing 2 rounds of King of Glory, the system prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Great White Shark Game Company is facing financial difficulties and is at risk of bankruptcy. A week later, someone will invest 5 million to allow the company to complete the game, Chasing Shadows, that is currently being developed. Chasing Shadows has created a new martial arts mobile game and will become the most popular mobile game in the second half of the year. Thanks to the popularity of this game, Great White Shark Games Company has made huge profits and has developed several hit games one after another. 3 years later, Great White Shark Games became the second largest game company in the country, second only to Penguin Games. Su Yang's eyes lit up. This is another excellent investment opportunity. He immediately put down his phone, took out his laptop and started searching online. To be honest, he had never heard of the game company called Jaws Games. After some research, I found out that this is a startup gaming company that was established last year. The founders of the company were all college graduates last year, and they jointly invested with money given by their families. So far, Great White Shark Game Company has developed 2 small games, but the response has been mediocre. There is also a new game in development called Chasing Shadows. Due to the mediocre response of the two small games, the company was out of money and it was extremely difficult to raise funds. If it fails to raise more funds, the company will soon go bankrupt. According to the system, in a week, someone will invest 5 million to allow the Great White Shark Game Company to complete the development of Chasing Shadows, and Chasing Shadows will become a popular mobile game. Then, Soo-young only needs to invest in Great White Shark Game Company within this week. For Soo-young now, 5 million is nothing. He can even invest more and own more shares so that Great White Shark Game Company can make Chasing Shadows better. Chapter 170 Acquisition of Great White Shark Games. Without further ado, Soo-young picked up his mobile phone and immediately dialed the number of the general manager of Great White Shark Game Company. Soon, the call was connected. Hello. A tired voice came from the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Wong from Great White Shark Game Company? Soo-young asked. The name left on the website of Great White Shark Game Company is Wong Yunfeng. You are? Wong Yunfeng asked. I'm Soo-young from Yangxin Investment. I saw that your company wants to raise funds. I'm interested in your company. If I visit it on site and think it's good, I can invest in it. Soo-young is very direct. He doesn't want to dwell on these details, as he can make a lot of money in the future anyway. Penguin Games is a cash cow. 3 years later, Great White Shark Games became the second largest gaming company after Penguin Games, making a lot of money every year. Sure, whenever you have time, you are always welcome to come for inspection. We don't rest on weekends. Wong Yunfeng said in surprise. As a startup company, the founders spend almost the entire day in the company developing games. I will only take a break when I really can't stand it anymore. And now the company is about to go bankrupt, and several people are very worried and are trying to find a solution in the company. Several founders are now in the company, and Soo-young can go and inspect them now. I'll go there at 10 a.m. on Monday. Soo-young thought about it and decided to go there for inspection on Monday. He does have time, but he hopes to sign the investment contract directly after inspection. In this regard, we need to bring along Yangxin Investment's general manager Ma Yangrong and the legal and financial department. Today is the weekend and the employees of Yangxin Investment are on vacation. You can't just call them now and ask them to come back to work overtime. That would be too cruel. He doesn't want to be scolded by his employees as a heartless boss. Moreover, as a former low-level worker, I know very well how much workers hate being asked to return to the company to work overtime at short notice. Okay, we await your arrival. Wong Yunfeng said. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday. Soo-young brought Ma Yangrong, general manager of Yangxin Investment, and legal and financial departments to Great White Shark Game Company. Great White Shark Games Company is located in an entrepreneurial park. This is a science and technology park established by the government to support young people's enterprises. Startups that rent offices here have a 1-year rent-free period. I entered the Great White Shark Game Company and met several founders of the Great White Shark Game Company. They are all like Soo-young, and graduated from university last year. To be honest, if it weren't for the system, Soo-young would be far inferior to these young people. Mr. Soo, this is the founder of our company, this is. Great White Shark Game Company introduced several companions to Soo-young. Hello. Soo-young nodded and greeted. Hello, Mr. Soo. Several people nodded in response. To be honest, they were all a little surprised. They originally thought that the visitor would be a middle-aged man. Even if he is not middle-aged, he should be at least 27 or 28 years old. Unexpectedly, he is as young as them. He should be a rich second generation. This was the idea of several founders. Soo-young didn't know what they were thinking, and even if he knew, he wouldn't explain. Mr. Soo, please take a seat here. I will introduce our company to you in detail, as well as the games we have developed in the past and are currently developing, as well as our vision and plans for the future. Wong Yunfeng took Soo-young and others to a resting place and poured a glass of water for each of them. When passing by several founders' workstations, you can see that each person's workbench is filled with many hand-drawn drawings. These are basically the same things that appear on the computer screen. Mr. Soo, our company has developed 2 games before. To be honest, the market response to these 2 games was not very good, and both games lost money. But we are now developing Chasing Shadows, and we are confident that we can give a surprise to game fans, especially those who like martial arts games. In this, Chasing Shadows, we adopted. Won Yunfeng introduced the situation, mainly introducing Chasing Shadows in detail, because Chasing Shadows is a game that is about to be completed, and as long as you invest some money, you can see the work come out. He also brought a laptop and let Su Yang and others look at some scene and character designs of Chasing Shadows. Of course, several games that will be developed in the future were also mentioned. It was like drawing a blueprint for Su Yang, making Su Yang, an investor, feel that the company would be able to make money in the future. Yes, how much financing do you want? Su Yang asked directly. 5 million. Won Yunfeng said, with 5 million, we can finish Chasing Shadows. I believe it will achieve good market results. 5 million, how many shares will you give me? Su Yang asked. 15%. Won Yunfeng said. This was discussed by the founders. I will invest 10 million so that you have enough funds to make Chasing Shadows well and do it better than you want, but I want 30% of the shares. What do you think? Su Yang naturally wanted the more shares, the better. However, you can't ask for it without limit. He believed that he could still get 30% of the shares. Mr. Su, I want to discuss this with a few colleagues. Won Yunfeng was still very happy, as this showed that Su Yang was willing to invest, and it was an investment that exceeded expectations. But the shares he was asked for were beyond his expectations. The company was not owned by him alone. It was co-founded by several people, all of whom had shares, so he needed to discuss it with others. No problem. Su Yang naturally had no objection. Won Yunfeng left and called a few of his companions to a separate office inside to discuss the matter. 10 minutes later, several people came out. Won Yunfeng came to Su Yang and said with a smile, Mr. Su, we agree to accept your investment. Su Yang smiled and said, very good, happy cooperation. This was within his expectations. After all, Great White Shark Games Company was in urgent need of investment. The next step is to draft the contract and sign it. Sign the contract. Su Yang said, 10 million will be transferred to the company account today. These investments will be made through Yangshin Investments account. Won Yunfeng said, okay, Mr. Su, please rest assured. We are confident that we can do a good job on Chasing Shadows. We didn't promote the 2 minigames last time. This time we plan to invite some game anchors to promote it. It should be fine. Su Yang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you don't need to hire an anchor. I will let the anchor of my guild promote it for you for free. Won Yunfeng asked, Mr. Su, do you have a live broadcast guild? Su Yang nodded and said, yes, Douyin's Fengkai Guild is mine. You should know this guild, right? What, Fengkai Guild is yours? Won Yunfeng and his companions were shocked. When they are resting, they will also play Douyin, knowing that Fengkai Guild is very powerful. Mr. Su, we originally wanted to invite the game anchor Lin Xiang from Fengkai Guild to promote our game, Chasing Shadows. Since Fengkai Guild is yours, that's great. Won Yunfeng said excitedly. Well, you just need to make the game well. You don't have to worry about the promotion. I will let all the anchors of Fengkai Guild promote it. Su Yang said. The two sides chatted for a few more sentences, and then Su Yang took his people away. Su Yang went home directly, while Ma Yangrong, the legal department and the finance department returned to the company. After returning to the company, Ma Yangrong immediately asked the finance department to transfer 10 million yuan to Great White Shark Game Company and informed the other party. Chapter 171 Outstanding Alumni. As soon as he got home, Su Yang's phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Gao Lang, my college counselor, calling. Teacher Gao. Su Yang answered the phone. Su Yang, I hope I didn't disturb you. Are you busy now? Is it convenient for Fong to answer the phone? Gao Lang said. Teacher Gao, why are you so polite? What do you mean by disturbing me? Don't say I'm not busy. Even if I'm busy, I will answer your call if you call me. When he was in college, Su Yang did very well in his major courses and had a very good relationship with his counselors. Gao Lang was suddenly so polite that he was not used to it. He could vaguely guess the reason for Gao Lang's attitude. Maybe he suddenly became a rich man. Of course, Gao Lang should have been joking here. After all, Gao Lang knew his own character. He was definitely not the kind of person who would ignore his friends and teachers just because he had money. Sure enough, Gao Lang's next words verified his guess. You kid, you're still the same as before. I thought you were different now that you've become a billionaire. Gao Lang returned to his previous tone when talking to Su Yang. He learned from the class group that Su Yang had become a rich man, so he did some research. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Su Yang said it even more powerfully than his classmates in the class group. They have all become billionaires. It is possible to become a billionaire in the future. Teacher Gao, no matter what I become, I will be the same in front of you. Su Yang said. You haven't forgotten your roots. That's good. I'm proud of your achievements. Gao Lang praised with satisfaction. Teacher Gao, you called me. Is there something wrong? Su Yang asked. Yes, our school will hold its 50th anniversary celebration in October and will invite a group of outstanding alumni to attend. Your achievements are among those invited. I happen to be in charge of this notification work, and I hope you can return to school to participate. Gao Lang said. Su Yang is so outstanding and his achievements are so brilliant. When compiling the list of outstanding alumni this time, he put Su Yang on the list. Naturally, Su Yang's achievements were so dazzling that the school leader's eyes widened. He immediately agreed and invited Su Yang to return to school to attend the school anniversary celebration. Some even regard Su Yang as one of the most outstanding alumni. He also specifically instructed Gao Lang to make sure Su Yang returned to school to attend the school anniversary celebration. I have become an outstanding alumnus. Su Yang was stunned. He had never thought about this issue. Unexpectedly, I have become an outstanding alumnus without even realizing it. Although he has never participated in the school anniversary activities, he knows who the outstanding alumni are. To put it simply, they are people who have made a name for themselves in society after graduation. There are official personnel, business leaders or elites, well-known scholars, and so on. I didn't expect that I would have come to this point. Of course, you have time, right? Let me tell you, the school leaders have given me a strict order, saying that I must invite you back to attend the school anniversary. If you don't come back, my life will be difficult. Gao Lang said half-jokingly. The leader did give him a death order, saying that no matter what method he used, he must get Su Yang back to attend the school anniversary. As for having a hard time, that's not the case. After all, in this kind of situation, if he tried his best, it would be understandable if Su Yang really didn't have time and couldn't return to school to participate on the day of the school anniversary. After all, Su Yang is a billionaire. As a billionaire, it's normal to be busy. I am honored to accept the school's invitation and will attend. Su Yang naturally would not refuse. He doesn't have much to do, as his companies are all managed by other people. There is no problem of not having time to attend the school anniversary. Okay, the school leaders will be very happy to hear this news. Gao Lang said with a smile. Teacher Gao, are you happy? Su Yang suddenly asked. Of course I'm happy. You are my student, and you have made great progress. I will be proud of you when you come back to school to participate in the school anniversary celebration. I want to let others see that my class has also produced such a promising student. Haha. Gao Lang laughed. Teacher Gao, thank you. Su Yang said. During the 4 years in college, Gao Lang took good care of me. There are many things that I don't know, but Gao Lang will tell me and teach me how to do them. Why are you thanking me? I just did what a counselor should do. Gao Lang knew what Su Yang was talking about. By the way, I saw a message in the group chat saying that you and Zhao Yusen have obtained a marriage certificate, right? Congratulations to you too. Su Yang smiled and said, thank you, but we haven't held the wedding yet. I will find a suitable time to hold the wedding and I will invite you to attend. I hope you can be there. Okay, I'll wait. Gao Lang nodded, and then said, Zhao Yusen is also a student of our school. She is also one of the outstanding alumni invited to this school celebration. You and your wife can come back together to participate. In fact, with Zhao Yusen's job, it is impossible for her to become an outstanding alumnus. After all, Zhao Yusen is just a bank clerk, far from meeting the standards of an outstanding alumnus. But her husband is Su Yang. With such a powerful husband, she will naturally become an outstanding alumnus. Okay, I will go with her. Su Yang said. Okay, just send me your address and I'll send the invitation letter to you. You can just come back with the invitation letter. I'll also call Zhao Yusin. Gao Lang said. He saw in the group that a student said that Su Yang and Zhao Yusin had already moved into a villa in Century Garden, but he didn't know which villa it was. Su Yang also needs to send the address. Of course, the address of Su Yangfa's company is not ruled out. Anyway, an address where I can receive the invitation letter will do. Okay, I'll send it to you later. Su Yang said. Okay, then I won't talk to you anymore. You probably have a lot of work to do, and I also have to notify other people. Goodbye. Gao Lang said. Okay, goodbye. Su Yang said. This afternoon, Chen Guanlei came to Jiaxing Guild. At this time, Chen Guanlei no longer had the same image as before. In the past, no matter what occasion Chen Guanlei appeared in, he was always dressed very neatly, with shiny hair, fair face, exquisite clothes, and the demeanor of a young master. But today, Chen Guanlei's hair was disheveled, his eyes were bloodshot, his beard was untidy, his clothes were wrinkled, and his whole spirit was terrible, as if he had not woken up yet, looking like a down-and-out young man. When he walked into Zhao Yulu's office, Zhao Yulu was shocked to see his appearance. Why are you here? Chen Guanlei sat directly opposite Zhao Yulu and said tiredly, I have nothing to do, so I came to see you. Zhao Yulu asked, have you finished your business? Are you okay? Chapter 172 Revealing the True Face. It's done. Chen Guanlei nodded, I'm fine, just a little tired. These 2 days, I have been dealing with Chen Ankang's funeral. I have finished it and will go to work at the company today to take over my father's position as president. However, the process was not smooth. Since Triumph Investment is not wholly owned by Chen Ankang alone, Chen Ankang only holds 45% of the shares. In the past, with Chen Ankang around, other shareholders and executives were all submissive and no one dared to make trouble. Even when Chen Ankang allowed his son Chen Guanlei to hold a sinecure in the company, no one dared to say anything. But now it's different. Chen Ankang is dead, and he was angered to death. There is no problem for Chen Guanlei to take over Chen Ankang's shares, but these shareholders and executives have objections if he wants to take over as president. In their eyes, Chen Guanlei is a playboy who has no abilities and only knows how to play. Leading the investment in acquiring Jiaxing Guild could have been profitable, but now it has turned into a loss. The reputation of Jiaxing Guild has dropped to freezing point. The money invested is likely to be wasted. Moreover, Chen Ankang followed Chen Guanlei's advice and did not invest in the acquisition of Fengkai Mining's alumina mine, resulting in the loss of more than 10 billion yuan. Chen Guanlei even pissed off his own father to death. How can such a person be the president? Therefore, at the regular executive meeting this morning, many shareholders and executives expressed the opinion that the president should be re-elected and that the position should be held by the most capable person. Since most people felt the same way, Chen Guanlei had a headache. Finally, Chen Guanlei could only say that the matter would be discussed at the next regular meeting and promised to give these people a satisfactory answer then. These people were not in a hurry. Instead, they wanted to see what other tricks Chen Guanlei had, so they agreed. Faced with such a situation where he was surrounded by wolves, Chen Guanlei didn't want to stay in the company any longer. He handled some necessary work and came here. I plan to meet Zhao Yulu for a meal and relax at the same time. Most importantly, I feel very tired and don't want to continue like this with Zhao Yulu, so I plan to use other methods. Go home and rest if you're tired. Although Zhao Yulu asked Chen Guanlei to go home and rest, there was no concern in her tone, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter. It's okay. Staying here with you is the best way to rest. Let's go have dinner together in the evening. Chen Guanlei smiled. No, I have something to do today and I need to go home. Zhao Yulu shook her head and refused. Then tomorrow night I'll pick you up and we'll have dinner together. Chen Guanlei said. I have something to do tomorrow too. Zhao Yulu still refused. Then tell me a time and I'll pick you up then. Chen Guanlei did not give up. Chen Guanlei, it's impossible for us. You are not the one I want to find. I have thought it through recently. We can be ordinary friends, but not boyfriend and girlfriend. I believe you can find a better woman than me. Zhao Yulu realized that Chen Guanlei would not give up, so he just said it clearly. Zhao Yulu, do you think you can still return to Suyang? Chen Guanlei didn't seem surprised by what Zhao Yulu said. His expression didn't change much. Instead, he asked a question. Chen Guanlei, I don't think so. I just think we are really not suitable. Zhao Yulu shook her head. Inappropriate? Then what would be appropriate? Do you think I'm not rich enough? Chen Guanlei sneered. Chen Guanlei, I didn't mean that. I just think it's inappropriate. Zhao Yulu still shook her head. She really doesn't like Chen Guanlei, and it's not really about money. Chen Guanlei's family has assets worth tens of billions. For an ordinary woman like her, being with Chen Guanlei is really great. But she really didn't like Chen Guanlei, not at all. If she likes him, she will agree to be Chen Guanlei's girlfriend. But no, she would not force herself to be with someone she didn't like at all. Even if this person can give her a rich material life. What she wants to find is someone whom she likes and who is rich. Huh, that's not appropriate. Chen Guanlei sneered, in that case, let's do something simple and direct. You be my girlfriend for 2 months and I'll give you 10 million. What do you think? What did you say? Zhao Yulu widened her eyes, somewhat incredulous. Obviously, he didn't expect Chen Guanlei to say such a thing. I said, if you be my girlfriend for 2 months, I will give you 10 million, how about that? Chen Guanlei repeated with a smile. Chen Guanlei, what do you think of me? I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. Zhao Yulu's face suddenly darkened. Let her be your girlfriend for 2 months and give her 10 million. Of course she knew what this meant. That means selling myself for 2 months for 10 million yuan, and Chen Guanlei can do whatever he wants with me. Then what kind of woman are you? Do you think you are pure? Didn't Su Yang sleep with you? And he slept with you for several years. During those years, he didn't give you much money. If you just be my girlfriend for 2 months and let me sleep with you for 2 months, you can get 10 million. What else do you have to say? Chen Guanlei said. You. Zhao Yulu was so angry that she was shaking all over. Chen Guanlei's words were simply an insult to her. What am I talking about, Zhao Yulu? I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, go for a drive, and then talk to you about this matter. But if you don't agree to my request to have dinner together, then I will save the money for a meal. I have no shortage of women. During the time I was pursuing you, I often went to clubs to look for women. In fact, many women even took the initiative to ask me out to get a room. I just spent so much energy on you because you're pretty and I wanted to get you into bed. Do you think I really like you and want to marry you? Don't dream. How can a woman like you enter the door of my Chen family? My family has at least several billion in assets. How could I possibly marry an ordinary woman like you? Now, I'm too lazy to spend time with you. In short, be my girlfriend for 2 months and I'll give you 10 million. Do you agree? Of course, if you are not satisfied with the price, you can also make a request. As long as it is within my acceptable range, I will still satisfy you. But let me tell you, 10 million is already a very high price. I don't know how many young models I can sleep with. You'd better not ask for too much, otherwise it will be a waste of time. Chen Guanlei completely lost his patience with Zhao Yulu and revealed his true colors. He also told her about how he went to the club to look for young models and had one-night stands outside. Chen Guanlei, you bastard, I don't want to see you, get out of here. Zhao Yulu was furious. She had thought that Chen Guanlei was definitely not as loyal as he seemed. He doesn't like himself that much, or he has had many girlfriends. But I didn't expect Chen Guanlei to be such a beast. What about looking for young models and having one-night stands outside? Moreover, pursuing oneself is just to play with oneself. This guy is simply a complete scumbag. Fortunately, I did not agree to be Chen Guanlei's girlfriend. Otherwise, in the end, she would be toyed around by Chen Guanlei and then cruelly abandoned. Chapter 173 Revenge must be taken. You want me to get out? Chen Guanlei sneered. Zhao Yulu, have you made a mistake? This is my company. I arranged your position as vice president for you. Since you don't agree to me, what qualifications do you have for this job? Why should I give you this job? If anyone wants to get out, you should get out. Now that the relationship has been broken up, Chen Guanlei will naturally not be polite anymore. When Zhao Yulu heard this, she didn't say anything else. She quickly packed her things, picked up her bag, and walked out. Zhao Yulu, you really don't agree to me? I will give you more money, 15 million, is that okay? Chen Guanlei asked. Chen Guanlei, today I have finally seen your true colors. We will have no relationship from now on. Zhao Yulu said coldly without stopping. You still don't agree? Chen Guanlei frowned. Do you think you can still go back to Suyang? That's why you don't agree. I tell you, just give up on this idea. Suyang won't even look at you. Zhao Yulu said nothing and continued walking out. Zhao Yulu, you are a gold digger and Suyang has slept with you for several years. I am willing to give you 15 million, which is already very good. Let me tell you, if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. As long as you agree to me, I can also let you be the general manager of the guild. How about it? Chen Guanlei said unwillingly. You spend all day thinking about how to sleep with women. No wonder you pissed your dad off to death. Zhao Yulu stopped, turned around, and sneered back. What did you say? Chen Guanlei's eyes immediately turned red. His father was mad at him and he felt very bad and guilty. I hated myself for not listening to my dad and selling the guild. If the guild is sold, Dad will be done with it. I can still enjoy the carefree life of a rich second generation and don't have to worry about anything. Even if something goes wrong, Dad will clean it up. But now that Dad is gone, all kinds of monsters have come out, wanting to drink his blood and eat his flesh. He felt that he might not be able to keep all that wealth. Before, when his father was still alive, he didn't think there was anything wrong. Now that his dad is gone, he feels empty inside. The thing that made his dad so angry that he died was his Achilles heel. Anyone who mentions this matter in front of him would be touching his sore spot. Even the shareholders and executives of Triumph Investments did not dare to mention this matter. Now, when Zhao Yulu mentioned this matter, he immediately became furious. Bang! Without any warning, Chen Guanlei rushed over and slapped Zhao Yulu in the face. Zhao Yulu was caught off guard by the blow. His head was buzzing and he almost fell to the ground. You actually hit me? Zhao Yulu covered her already swollen cheeks with her hands, her face full of disbelief. She said that just now just to hit back at Chen Guanlei. I never thought that Chen Guanlei would have such a violent reaction. What's wrong with me hitting you, you bitch, a gold digger who has been slept with by someone for several years, what can you be proud of in front of me? I gave you 15 million and let you be my girlfriend for 2 months. I was giving you face, but you actually had no shame and even mentioned my dad in front of me. I'll beat you to death. Chen Guanlei became angrier and more furious as he spoke, and slapped Zhao Yulu again. At this moment, both sides of Zhao Yulu's cheeks became red and swollen immediately. You dare to hit me, I'm going to call the police, you just wait to be detained. Zhao Yulu reacted, took out his cell phone and made a call. Go ahead and fight me. I'm not afraid of the police. Just fight as much as you want. If I'm detained, I lose. Chen Guanlei sneered repeatedly, feeling fearless. He had no intention of stopping Zhao Yulu. Although his father has passed away, there is still a certain relationship left. Those connections are enough to settle the matter, and the most you have to do is pay a fine. As for the small fine he had to pay, he didn't take it seriously at all. Night. Zhao Yulu returned home and went straight to the bedroom. Yulu, you're back. Come here quickly. I made your favorite braised fish today. Lu Yujuan greeted her daughter immediately when she saw her daughter come back. Mom, I'm not hungry. You eat by yourself. Zhao Yulu didn't even raise her head and walked straight to the bedroom. Yulu, what's wrong with you? Lu Yujuan heard something strange in Zhao Yulu's voice and came over immediately. Seeing Zhao Yulu's red and swollen cheeks, her face suddenly changed. What happened to you? Who hit you? Who was so bold to hit you? Tell me, or I'll punish him. No matter what, Zhao Yulu is her daughter. She was naturally heartbroken when her daughter was beaten, and she was determined to seek justice for her daughter. Mom, don't worry about it. I'm going back to my room first. Zhao Yulu said. No, you must tell me clearly who beat you. It wasn't that you went to find Su Yang and Su Yang beat you. Lu Yujuan guessed. No, I didn't go to find Su Yang. Zhao Yulu quickly shook her head. Then tell me who hit you. I'm so worried about you. If you don't tell me, forget about going back to your room. By the way, sit down. I'll get you some ointment. Apply it on your face. It's very effective and will reduce the swelling quickly. Lu Yujuan asked Zhao Yulu to sit on the sofa, went back to the room to get the ointment and applied it on Zhao Yulu's face. Tell me, who hit you? No matter who it is, I will punish him. Lu Yujuan put down the ointment and said angrily again. It's Chen Guanlei. Zhao Yulu said. What, it's him? Why would he hit you? Hasn't he been pursuing you? Lu Yujuan asked in surprise. He came to the company. Zhao Yulu explained the situation. This bastard actually said such things to you, and you just fought back, but he hit you. He's such a bastard. Lu Yujuan cursed. I didn't expect that he would be such a person. Zhao Yulu shed tears. It feels like I have met a beast, it's really uncomfortable. Yulu, you must take revenge. Lu Yujuan said. I have called the police. The police fined him 100,000 yuan and compensated me. Zhao Yulu said. The facts are similar to what Chen Guanlei said. Chen Guanlei used his connections and the police did not detain Chen Guanlei at all, but only fined him. 100,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket for Chen Guanlei. How can this be considered revenge? If you want revenge, you should hit Chen Guanlei where it hurts and make him regret it. Zhao Yulu said. What else can I do? Forget it, even if this matter is over, there will be no relationship between him and me in the future. Zhao Yulu said bitterly. We can't just let it go. We must take revenge. Lu Yujuan said firmly. He has connections. What can I do to him? Can I just find a few thugs to beat him up? Zhao Yulu couldn't think of any way to get revenge. She touched her cheek and found that it didn't hurt anymore. The ointment is very effective. After just a short while, the pain on my cheek has gone. Chapter 174. The father-in-law is going to see the father-in-law. It's not about finding thugs to beat him up. Finding thugs to beat him up is not a big deal. He has always been proud of his identity as a rich second generation. Now he has inherited the property of his dead father. Those properties are his pain. The huge loss of his property is his pain. Lu Yujuan said. I can't let his property suffer huge losses. Zhao Yulu shook her head. What a bad idea her mother came up with. I know you can't do it, but there are people who can do it. Lu Yujuan laughed. Who? Zhao Yulu asked doubtfully. It's Su Yang. Lu Yujuan said with a smile. Him. Zhao Yulu was stunned. Yes. Lu Yujuan said, just think about it, Su Yang is now a billionaire, and his network of relationships is even more powerful. Even Wang Xiaozong has to come to greet him in person. If Su Yang helps you, it will only take a few minutes to cause Chen Guanlei to suffer huge losses. If you do this, contact him immediately and ask him out. Let him see you being beaten. I'm sure he will hug you immediately and ask who beat you. After learning about the situation, he must have been furious and went to cause trouble for Chen Guanlei. Not only would Chen Guanlei be beaten, but he might even lose all his property. From now on, you are together again. At the end of her speech, Lu Yujuan laughed and started to enjoy her wonderful life in the future. Mom, you're here again. Zhao Yulu was really speechless. My mother could always blame Su Yang for everything. However, he still admitted that his mother was right. If Su Yang was willing to stand up for himself, it would only take a few minutes to deal with Chen Guanlei. After all, Su Yang now has an overwhelming advantage over Chen Guanlei in terms of both wealth and network of connections. But she hadn't decided yet to do what Lu Yujuan had said before. What do you mean I'm here again? I'm doing this for your own good. Why are you so ungrateful? Call Su Yang right away and ask him to avenge you and make Chen Guanlei regret it. Lu Yujuan urged dissatisfiedly. Mom, I won't make this call. I haven't thought about what you mentioned. Don't mention it again in the future. I'll go back to my room first. Zhao Yulu got up and went back to her room. You girl, are you trying to piss me off to death? You didn't even seize this great opportunity. Lu Yujuan was so angry that she was shaking all over. By the way, you don't want to eat. You eat first. I'll take a rest and eat later. Zhao Yulu replied, then went into her room and closed the door. At the same time, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin came to Zhao Hai's house. Dad, what's going on today? Today, Zhao Hai invited the two of them to his house for dinner because he had something to discuss. He didn't say anything on the phone. He said he'd talk about it when he got here. Just as she entered the door, she saw her father coming out of the kitchen with a dish, and Zhao Yusin asked. Let's talk about it later while we eat. You guys sit down first, the food will be ready soon. Zhao Hai put the food on the table. Dad, you chat with Su Yang, I'll help Sister Ryan. Zhao Yusin ran into the kitchen, Sister Ryan, I'll help you. Su Yang and Zhao Hai were drinking tea in the living room. Su Yang asked about the current development of Jiangdi Lao. I learned that Jiangdi Lao's business is still booming and is now preparing to expand to second-tier cities. With the support of two shareholders, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin, there will be no problem in expanding nationwide. Soon, the meal was ready and the family sat down to eat. Halfway through the meal, Zhao Yusin asked again, Dad, can you tell me now? What do you want us to do? Zhao Hai glanced at Zhou Ruyan, then said, Ruyan and I are already together, and I plan to go to Ruyan's house next weekend to meet her parents. Ah. Zhao Yusin was stunned and asked in surprise, really? That's great. Dad went to meet Zhou Ruyan's parents, which proved that the two of them were preparing to get their marriage certificate. This is exactly what she wanted to see. Su Yang was also a little surprised that his father-in-law was quite fast. Come to think of it, they are both old now, and since they have decided to be together, there is no need to delay any longer. Unlike young people, they still date for several years. If you feel it's appropriate and you're together, then you can meet your parents and get things done. Su Yang and Zhao Yusin were an exception as they got their marriage certificate so quickly at such a young age. If the system hadn't given him the choice, Su Yang wouldn't have gotten his marriage certificate with Zhao Yusin so quickly. Dad, are you nervous about meeting Sister Ryan's parents? Zhao Yusin asked with a smile. A little bit. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous. Although Zhao Hai was not young anymore and had been married once, and had experienced meeting his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he was still a little nervous about meeting Zhou Ruyan's parents. Don't be nervous, my parents are very easy to talk to. Zhou Ruyan comforted softly. Sister Ryan, you care so much about my dad. I'm so envious. From now on, I'll leave the care of my dad to you. It's time for me, your little cotton-padded jacket, to step down. Zhao Yusin said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhou Ruyan's cheeks turned slightly red. You little girl. Zhao Hai scolded with a smile. By the way, Dad, when you go to meet Zhou Ruyan's parents, do you want Su Yang and I to go with you and support you? Zhao Yusin asked again. That's not necessary, but if you have time, it's okay to go with me. It would be nice for Zhou Ruyan's parents to meet you. Zhao Hai said. I definitely have time. Anyway, I am a hands-off manager for the companies I acquire. Su Yang said. It's fine with me. At worst I can just take 2 days off. Sister Ryan, will there be any bad effects if Su Yang and I go together? Zhao Yusin said. How could there be any bad influence? My parents and I are so happy that you can go. Zhou Ruyan said with a smile. Okay, then it's settled. The time is next Sunday. You guys make arrangements. Xin, you can take 2 days off. Zhao Hai said. Okay. Zhao Yusin nodded. After finishing their meal and chatting for a while, Su Yang and Zhao Yusin left. On the way home, Zhao Yusin said happily, Dad is going to meet his father-in-law and mother-in-law. I feel happy just thinking about it, and I am also looking forward to how Dad will behave, hee. Su Yang shook his head and smiled, I will definitely satisfy Sister Ryan's parents. Zhao Yusin nodded repeatedly, yeah, I believe it too. We can just see this scene and travel there for 2 days. Su Yang said, Zhou Ruyan's home is in the capital of Western Sichuan province, which is a land of abundance. I haven't been there yet. Zhao Yusin said, I haven't been there either, but I heard there are a lot of beautiful women there. Honey, you'd better control your eyes when you go there. Su Yang smiled bitterly and said, you mean, I'm not allowed to look at beauties? Since there are so many beauties, I can't close my eyes when walking on the street, otherwise I will definitely look at them. Zhao Yusin snorted, it's okay to take a look, but you can't be lustful. Just look straight at it. Su Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry, I have such a beautiful wife like you. I can't even look at you enough. How could I possibly look at other women with lustful eyes? Zhao Yusin snorted complacently, humph, you passed. Chapter 175, Medicinal Food Shop. When he got home, Su Yang's cell phone rang. It was Su Jin calling. Director Su. Su Yang answered the phone. Mr. Su, the day after tomorrow is the opening ceremony of I Am Not a Medicine Sage. Do you have time to come? Su Zhen asked. I have time. I have nothing to do anyway. Su Yang had never participated in the opening ceremony of a movie. Since he had nothing to do, he went over to take a look. That's great. The opening ceremony will be held in Beijing. I'll send you the specific time and location. Su Zhen said. Okay. Su Yang nodded and hung up the phone. Soon, Su Yang received the time and address sent by Su Zhen. It was at 10 o'clock on Friday morning, in a hotel in the suburbs. After a while, Su Yang heard the WeChat notification sound. When I opened it, I found that Wang Xiaocong had created a group. Pull him in, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Wang Xiaocong, everyone has received a call from Su Zhen, asking us to attend the opening ceremony. Are you going? Su Yang, I promised Su Zhen. This is the movie I invested in, so of course I have to go and support it. Jiang Yuhang, I asked Su Zhen whether Su Yang would go. Su Zhen said Su Yang agreed, so of course I would go too. Su Wenbin, me too, Su Yang, Lao Jiang, will go there together when the time comes. The three of them were all from Jiangqing, so since they were going there, they would naturally go together. Wang Xiaocong, okay, I'll wait for you here. There's nothing to talk about, just confirming this matter. Wang Xiaocong created this WeChat group because he wanted to be able to discuss any issues in the future. Now the four of them are a team. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin have already invested in Su Yang's Jiangdi Lao, and it can be said that they have formed a very solid community of interests. Although he and Su Yang invested in I Am Not a Medicine Saint together, and they can be considered a community of interests, this is just a movie. He still hopes to invest in Jiangdi Lao like Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Even if it is impossible to invest in Jiangdi Lao, it is still possible to invest together with Su Yang if he sees a project he likes in the future. The next afternoon, Su Yang, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin flew to Beijing. This is Su Yang's second visit to the capital. The last time I came was for the opening ceremony of Jiangdi Lao in Jingcheng. I didn't travel, I just attended the opening ceremony and then left and rushed to Guangqing to attend the opening ceremony. This time, Su Yang wanted to bring Zhao Yusen with him, but Zhao Yusen had to go to work and was not very interested in the opening ceremony, so she did not come. We arrived in Beijing and went to the hotel where the opening ceremony was held. The other three investors, Su Zhen, Wu Jing and Xue Zhanhua, had already arrived and were waiting for the four at the door. Director Wu, you're here too. I thought you were busy filming War Leopard 2 and wouldn't come. Su Yang said with a smile. Mr. Su, War Leopard 2 is about to be filmed. Some scenes in China have been shot, and we are preparing to go to Africa for filming. These few days are the preparation time. I happen to have time, so I came here. Wu Jingdao. I see. Su Yang nodded. After a few pleasantries, Wang Xiaocong said, let's go. I'll treat you all to a meal today. I'll take you to a private restaurant. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. You've definitely never been there before. Jiang Yuhang couldn't help but say, Old Wang, you're going a bit too far. Su Yang, Old Su, and I are not from Beijing, so it's understandable that we haven't been there, but Director Su, Director Wu, and President Xue are all from Beijing. How can you be sure that they haven't been there? Wang Xiaocong chuckled and said, this private restaurant is owned by my friend. It just opened 3 days ago. I don't believe that the three of them could have eaten there. After saying that, he looked at Xue Zhanhua and the other two. The three of them shook their heads, never been there. It's not far from here, just half an hour's drive away. Medicinal food shop. After getting off the car and arriving at the door, everyone was stunned when they saw the large characters on the plaque, Baihui Medicinal Food Shop. Yes, it is the herbal diet shop. I guarantee you will be surprised. Wang Xiaocong led everyone in. As soon as I walked in, a young man came to greet me. Mr. Wang, you are here. The young man smiled. This is my friend Huang Hao, the owner of this herbal medicine shop. Wang Xiaocong introduced, you must know these people, Su Zhen and Wu Jing. This is Mr. Xue from Huan Film and Television, this is Mr. Su from Jiangdi Lao, and these two are young Master Jiang and young Master Su, they are all the same as me. Huang Hao smiled and said, hello everyone, welcome to my herbal medicine shop. I have prepared a private room for you. Please follow me. Huang Hao brought a few people to the number 1 box on the second floor. This is the most distinguished box. To receive a person of Wang Xiaozong's level, the most prestigious box must be used. After everyone sat down and tea was served, Huang Hao introduced the medicinal food to everyone. The general meaning is that while enjoying the delicious food, it can also have the effect of regulating the body. After Huang Hao finished his introduction, Wang Xiaozong chuckled and said, Huang Hao didn't mention one thing. I'll add that many medicinal foods have a function of nourishing the kidneys and can enhance that ability. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can eat more medicinal foods. I guarantee that you will be able to make your wife or girlfriend more satisfied. Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. This function is very attractive to men. Then serve the food quickly, Lao Wang. We don't know how to order, so you can arrange it. Jiang Yuhang said with a smile. Actually, I don't understand either. Let Huang Hao arrange it. He will make sure everything is done properly. Wang Xiaozong said, Huang Hao, there are only 7 of us. Just make sure you arrange everything. Just leave it to Huang Hao to arrange. If Huang Hao can't even arrange this, then you don't deserve to be his friend. Huang Hao nodded, no problem, I'll make the arrangements, you guys wait. An hour later. With Huang Hao's farewell, everyone walked out of the herbal medicine shop contentedly. Old Wang, this medicinal food is really amazing. I think there should be some in Jiangqing too. I will visit the medicinal food shop more often in the future. Jiang Yuhang said with a smile. That's right. It makes me a little impulsive now. Su Wenbin nodded repeatedly, obviously very satisfied. They had never eaten medicinal food before. I didn't expect it to be so magical. I must eat more of it in the future. Now that you're in the mood, I'll take you to a club and guarantee that you'll be satisfied. How about it? Wang Xiaozong laughed. There's no need for that. Su Wenbin said speechlessly. What's the big deal? I just want to treat you well today. Wang Xiaozong said. Su Yang, what do you think? Jiang Yuhang didn't care and asked for Su Yang's opinion. If Su Yang said to go, he would go. What else can I say? Of course I should go back to the hotel and rest. I have a wife, and I can't mess around with other women out there. Su Yang said. Fuck, Su Yang, do you have to be so serious? It's okay for a man to play around outside, as long as you have your wife in your heart. Wang Xiaozong said. No, this is a matter of principle, I won't touch it. Su Yang shook his head seriously. Chapter 176 Sharing Investment Opportunities. Well, since Su Yang is not going, I guess everyone has no interest anymore, so let's go back to the hotel and rest. Wang Xiaozong said. He didn't even consult Xue Zhanhua, Su Zhen and Wu Jing. The 3 of them also knew that Wang Xiaozong would definitely not let them play this kind of thing. Of course, even if they were asked to go, Su Zhen and Wu Jing would not go. They are all celebrities, and once they are discovered and exposed, their careers will be completely ruined. Xue Zhanhua is better and won't have this problem. But he is an old man in his 50s. How could Wang Xiaozong invite him to play together? Wouldn't that be a spoilsport? Afterwards, they returned to the hotel. Back to the hotel, didn't rest so early. Wang Xiaozong, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin came to Su Yang's room to drink tea and chat. Su Yang, do you have any promising investment projects now? Wang Xiaozong asked. Now. Su Yang hesitated for a moment. Speaking of promising investment projects, there is actually one. What project? Tell me quickly. Wang Xiaozong was shocked and his eyes lit up. He just asked casually, but he didn't expect it to be true. Since it is the project that Su Yang mentioned, we must invest in it. None of the projects invested by Su Yang have failed. They all made money, and the money he made was not small, but big. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin also looked at Su Yang with some anticipation. If there are projects, they will participate, and no one will complain about having too much money. Acquired a copyright company. Su Yang said, I have already acquired a copyright company and invested 1 billion to have the company's general manager purchase a large number of copyrights for various cultural and knowledge products. I think it has been almost spent now. The 3-month deadline is almost up. Now Pioneer Culture Copyright Company should have almost completed the acquisition of copyrights. Share this news with Wang Xiaozong and the other two, and let them make money together. The relationship between them will definitely be further deepened. In particular, it completely pulled Wang Xiaozong into the same boat. Wang Xiaozong's influence is greater than that of Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. In the future, there may be many places where we need to rely on Wang Xiaozong. What? Acquiring a copyright company. You spent 1 billion yuan to acquire the copyrights of various cultural and knowledge products. My God, you're so generous. Wang Xiaozong and the other two all exclaimed in surprise. Su Yang, do you think the copyright price will rise sharply? Wang Xiaozong asked after exclaiming. Yes, all kinds of piracy are rampant now. I think this situation cannot continue forever. The country will definitely pay attention to copyright in the future. When the time comes, the country will take action to regulate it, and the price of copyright will definitely rise sharply. Su Yang said. Everyone knows that this kind of rampant piracy cannot last forever, but when will the country take action? Who knows whether it can hold out until then? You are spending a lot of money to acquire the company now. Do you think the country will take action to rectify and regulate it in the near future? Wang Xiaozong said. That's what I think. Su Yang nodded. Su Yang, I have to say that you are very courageous. You directly invested 1 billion to acquire various copyrights. Just in this respect, I am far inferior to you. Wang Xiaozong gave Su Yang a thumbs up. 1 billion is not a small amount for him personally. He would never be able to directly invest 1 billion to acquire copyrights. What if the country doesn't rectify itself in the near future? Acquiring a company puts a lot of pressure on capital. We have to pay rent every month and pay employees' salaries. This will cost a lot of money, and since we don't know when the rectification will be completed, we may not be able to sustain it at any time. Anyway, I will do it if I see something I like. If I lose, I lose. It is impossible for investment to be 100% successful. Su Yang said. He has already shared the news. Whether Wang Xiaozong and the other two are willing to enter the venue is none of their business. You will make money as soon as you enter the market, and you will definitely be grateful to yourself afterwards. If you don't enter the market, you will miss the opportunity and only regret it later. Lao Jiang, Lao Su, what do you think? Wang Xiaozong asked. What else can I say? If Su Yang can do it, and it's a billion-dollar project, why can't we do it? Jiang Yuhang said. That's right, this must be done. Su Wenbin followed. Okay, since you all said so, I have nothing to worry about. How about the three of us find a copyright company to jointly invest in the acquisition? Wang Xiaozong suggested. Okay. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin had no objection. Okay, I'll arrange this matter. Tomorrow I'll let my investment company look for the copyright company to acquire the copyright. You just need to give us the money then. Let's discuss now how much money we need to invest in acquiring the copyright. Wang Xiaozong said. Su Yang invested 1 billion alone. For the three of us, we should invest at least this much, said Jiang Yuhang. Yes, we can get this number. Su Wenbin had no objection. The two felt that since Su Yang was so generous, it was almost certain that this project would be 100% successful. A total investment of 10 billion is not excessive. Okay, then 350 million each. The amount for acquiring the company is another matter. When we find a company, we'll give it that much, said Wang Xiaozong. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin naturally had no objections. In this way, the three people reached a cooperation. Let me make one thing clear first. If you lose money, don't blame me. Su Yang gave a warning to several people. Su Yang, what do you think of us? You bring us money, how could we possibly do something like that? Su Yang, it's just our bad luck. We will never blame you. If anyone blames you, I'll be the first to disagree. The three of them expressed their opinions. The next day, everyone came to the place where the opening ceremony was held. This is the open space in front of the hotel. Su Jin arrived first with the crew members. First, set up the table, put the incense burner on it, and make all kinds of preparations. Su Yang and Wang Xiaozong, Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin came together. They were the last to arrive, and when they arrived, everyone else had arrived. Before 10 o'clock, Su Jin brought the main actors to meet Su Yang and others. This is Mr. Wang. I believe there is no need for me to introduce him. Everyone knows him. Su Jin first introduced Wang Xiaozong, and then introduced Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin. Finally, he pointed at Su Yang and said, "This is Mr. Su whom I told you about. He was the one who recommended you to me. Mr. Su, thank you for giving us the opportunity." Everyone looked at Su Yang and expressed their gratitude excitedly. Su Zhen is now a popular director. For unknown actors like them, being able to star in one of Su Zhen's movies is a huge opportunity. What's more, it's such a good movie. Su Zhen told them that it was the film's chief investor who recommended them to Su Zhen. In their hearts, they were very grateful to Mr. Su, whom they had never met before. Su Zhen brought them here to give them the opportunity to express his gratitude in person. Chapter 177. Good luck in the start. You're welcome. I think you have good acting skills and are a good match for the roles, so I recommended you. It's your performance that satisfied Director Su, otherwise Director Su would not have used you. Su Yang said. His eyes fell on one of the actors, and he couldn't help but frowned. Director Su, is this actor in good condition to be able to participate in the filming? This actor looks sickly and seems like he will fall down if the wind blows. Su Jin gave an explanation for this. Mr. Su, this actor is called Wang Chuanjun, and one of the patients he plays is in this condition. After he was confirmed to play the role, he started to exercise like crazy and only ate a few steamed buns every day. To be honest, I was a little worried about him and told him to take care of his health, but he said he had to get into the same state as the character. I really admire him. I believe you have also noticed that the other actors' conditions are not the same as normal people. This is the result of their hard training to restore the original appearance of the patients. To be honest, I've been an actor for so many years, and I've rarely seen actors working so hard. As a director, I feel gratified, distressed, and deeply in awe of them when I see them like this. The professionalism of these actors made him more confident in making this movie well. So that's how it is. Su Yang suddenly realized, and he admired these actors very much. With such actors, there was no need to worry about the movie not being made well. It is probably because of actors like these that this movie was made a success. As for director Wen Mai, his role should not be that big. This shows that not looking for director Wen Mai should not have much impact. Su Yang also reminded, the actors are working so hard, which makes me believe that everyone can make this movie well. But Director Su, you still have to do a good job of logistic support. The actors are dedicated to filming, and you can't let their health be affected. Su Jin nodded repeatedly. What President Su is concerned about is, don't worry, we will definitely do a good job in logistic support. Immediately, he said, Mr. Su, they are very grateful to you for giving them this opportunity. They told me before they came here that they wanted to take a photo with you. Do you think it's okay? When Su Jin asked this question, the actors all looked at Su Yang expectantly. They just wanted to have a photo with Su Yang and always remember that it was Su Yang who gave them this opportunity. Okay. Su Yang did not refuse. Afterwards, Su Yang took a group photo with the actors. When the time comes, it's time for the opening ceremony. First, director and leading actor Su Jin gave a speech, followed by investor representative Xue Zhanhua. Su Yang and his companions were not the kind of people who liked to be in the limelight, so they let Xue Zhanhua speak as a representative. Wang Xiaozong actually wanted to show his face, but Su Yang had no such intention, so he was no longer interested. After the speech, everyone burned incense. After burning incense, director Su Zhen and investor representative Xue Zhanhua unveiled the big red cloth covering the camera. Good luck with the start. Amid the shouting, a burst of firecrackers was heard. The whole process took more than an hour. The timing was very precise. After finishing the work, I packed up and returned to the hotel, and it was time for lunch. Su Yang had never attended this kind of opening ceremony and found it quite interesting. After lunch, Su Jin took the crew to the shooting location to start filming. Wu Jing and Xue Zhanhua came over, said hello to Su Yang and the others, and then left. Su Yang, Lao Jiang, Lao Su, let's go. I'll take you to have some fun in Beijing. You are not from Beijing, so there are some places you don't know. Wang Xiaozong greeted them. Mr. Wang, you guys go and have fun. I will go back to Jiangqing today. Su Yang shook his head. Now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Play for a few days before going back. Wang Xiaozong said. Yes, Su Yang, play for 2 days before going back. Jiang Yuhang and Su Wenbin also persuaded. No, today is a special day and I want to go back and spend it with my wife. Su Yang still refused. A special day? Jiang Yuhang was stunned. What special day? Su Wenbin was also a little stunned. Fuck, today is May 20th. Wang Xiaocong finally remembered. That's right, I have a show prepared for my wife tonight, so I have to go back. Su Yang said. Okay, now that you've said that, if we still persuade you to stay, we'd be blocking your sweet time with your wife. We can't do that, said Wang Xiaocong. I'm leaving. You guys have fun here. Su Yang waved his hand and left. Go straight to the airport and return to Jiangqing. It was around 5 in the afternoon when we returned to Jiangqing. Today is Saturday, and Zhao Yusen came to the airport to pick up Su Yang. The couple returned to the city, went shopping first, had dinner, and then went to see a movie. After the movie, they took a walk along the Lansang River. At this time, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Originally Zhao Yusen wanted to go back, but Su Yang said that today was a good day and they should come here for a walk. In fact, this place is not far from Century Garden. It takes only a few minutes to drive there and about half an hour to walk there. There are many couples walking here. Arriving at the Lansang River, Zhao Yusen saw many young men and women, many of whom were in pairs. She couldn't help but sigh. Today is May 20th, a memorable day. Su Yang said with a smile. In fact, these days are created by capitalists to trick young people into spending money during the holidays. Zhao Yusen curled her lips. Huh, no matter what, people who are sober know what to do. Su Yang said with a smile. That's true. Zhao Yusen agreed. As they were walking hand in hand sweetly, a figure was watching them not far behind them. It's Xiao Yulu. Today, she came here to relax. She was in a very bad mood. Chen Guanlei's previous behavior left some shadows in her heart. This made her feel even more that leaving Su Yang was a mistake. The only thing to be thankful for is that I did not agree to be Chen Guanlei's girlfriend. If I agree, I will regret it when Chen Guanlei reveals his true face. Seeing the backs of Su Yang and Zhao Yusen, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. From their behavior, it can be seen that they have a very good relationship. She really couldn't see that Su Yang only treated Zhao Yusen as her substitute. Su Yang's actions, and the look in his eyes when he turned his head from time to time to look at Zhao Yusen, were all full of love. If it was just a substitute, would Su Yang do this? Hubby, let's go back. I'm a little sleepy. After walking for a while, Zhao Yusen said. Wait a moment. Su Yang looked at the time. What are you waiting for? Zhao Yusen asked. Look over there. Su Yang pointed to the Manhwa Tower on the other bank of the Lansang River. Manhwa Tower is a landmark building in Jiangqing. Many tourists come to Jiangqing to play there. Standing on it, you can overlook the entire Jiangqing landscape. What are you looking at the Manhwa Tower for? Zhao Yusen asked curiously. You'll know soon. Su Yang didn't explain. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen of the Manhwa Tower lit up. A digital countdown appears on the screen. 10, 9, 8. Chapter 178 The Price of Romance. What's going on? Are you going to put on some special effects? That should be it. In the past, special effects were used during the New Year and other festivals. Everyone noticed the movement in the Manhwa Tower. 3, 1, 1. After the countdown is completed, a line of words appears on it. Su Yang loves Zhao Yusen, forever. Just a few words made Zhao Yusen's eyes moist. The whole person was overwhelmed by a huge sense of happiness. Husband. Zhao Yusen shed tears of happiness and threw herself into Su Yang's arms. Not far away, Zhao Yulu saw the words on the Manhwa Tower and her heart trembled violently. Now, she was even more certain that Su Yang definitely did not regard Zhao Yusen as a substitute for himself. If it was a substitute, Su Yang wouldn't have to do this. This is a sign of loving someone very much. The people walking along the river bank exclaimed in surprise. Who is this Zhao Yusen? She's so happy. This Su Yang is so romantic. I wish I had a boyfriend like him. This is a display of affection to the whole city. I'm so envious. Everyone either praised Su Yang or envied Zhao Yusen. Hubby, this Su Yang is so romantic, please be romantic to me like this one day. There was a couple next to them, and the woman said to the man. Wife, I do want to be this romantic, but this kind of romance is not for people like me. The man said with a wry smile. What do you mean it doesn't belong to people like you? Humph, I guess you just don't love me. The woman snorted angrily. Wife, you don't understand the situation. Do you know how much such a romantic act costs? The man still smiled bitterly. How much? The woman also knows the man's situation. She knows that the man cares about her and is not afraid of spending money. Saying this now must really cost a lot of money, which the man may not be able to afford. However, she really couldn't imagine how much money it would cost to express her feelings like this. 1 million, the man said. He was aware of the situation. There was a rich second-generation guy in his company who confessed his love to his girlfriend in the same way on Valentine's Day last year. Everyone in the company asked the rich second generation what the price would be for doing this. What? 1 million. The woman couldn't help but exclaimed, 1 million for such a confession. That's too expensive. 1 million is not something that most people can afford. This is the price on ordinary days. On holidays like May 20th, Chinese Valentine's Day, and Valentine's Day, the price is at least doubled. The man said again shockingly. Double? That would be 2 million, the woman exclaimed. Of course not. Do you think I can be romantic? 2 million is enough for the down payment of a house. Would you rather pay the down payment of a house or let me confess my love to you like this, said the man. Of course it's for the down payment on a house. The woman said without hesitation. What a joke, her boyfriend is not a rich second generation. Now the two of them are working hard to save money. In total, they have just saved 2 million, and they are planning to use this 2 million to buy a house as a down payment. If she were to express her feelings like this, she would have no place to cry. It's true that women like romance, but it also depends on the actual situation. If you ignore the actual situation and act recklessly romantically, your life will end up in a mess. Zhao Yulu returned home. Lu Yujuan hasn't gone to bed yet. She is sitting on the sofa in the living room playing with her cell phone. She has nothing to do all day and goes to bed late. Seeing Zhao Yulu coming back, he found that Zhao Yulu's face looked strange, and couldn't help asking, Yulu, what's wrong with you? What unhappy things have happened to you again? Zhao Yulu did not hide anything this time, and directly told her about Su Yang's confession to Zhao Yusen, and then said, Mom, I think Su Yang loves Yusen very much. Everything you said before was your self-righteous inference, and it was all false. So don't tell me again in the future to let me go back to Su Yang or something like that. Lu Yujuan was also stunned. She didn't expect Su Yang to do such a thing. But soon, she smiled and said, You Lu, you are just blinded. What he did is actually urging you in disguise to tell him that you want to come back to him as soon as possible. Zhao Yulu was somewhat speechless. Mom, how come no matter what happens, you can always say it as you think it is? Lu Yujuan said, It's not that I said it, but that's the fact. If he could take the trouble to express his love, why didn't he hold a wedding with Zhao Yusen? If he really loved Zhao Yusen, he would have held a wedding long ago and let everyone witness that he and Zhao Yusen were together. Zhao Yulu said, In fact, what he did today is basically the same as holding a wedding. The whole city knew about what Su Yang did today, including basically all of Su Yang and Zhao Yusen's relatives and friends. It was indeed like having a wedding and announcing to everyone that they were together. Lu Yujuan said, How can this be compared to a wedding? This is at most a confession between lovers. This kind of confession is very unreliable. Only a wedding is the best proof. No matter what Su Yang did, she believed that Su Yang only had Zhao Yulu in his heart and only regarded Zhao Yusen as a substitute for Zhao Yulu. This blind self-confidence stems from the fact that Su Yang and Zhao Yusen did not hold a wedding. If Su Yang and Zhao Yusen held a wedding, she would have nothing to say. After all, if someone like Su Yang didn't really want to be with Zhao Yusen, he would never hold a wedding with Zhao Yusen. Zhao Yulu shook her head, I still don't agree with what you said. Lu Yujuan rolled her eyes and said, If you want to know if what I said is true, why don't you call Su Yang and meet him? I can be sure that as long as you meet him, he will understand your feelings and hug you in his arms at the first opportunity. He will also divorce you Xin as quickly as possible and get married with you. Zhao Yulu still shook her head, You haven't seen how they get along. I can see that Su Yang loves you Xin very much. He is definitely not pretending, and he definitely doesn't treat you Xin as a substitute for me. You. Lu Yujuan poked Zhao Yulu's forehead with her finger. Seeing may not be believing. You just think too much. Anyway, just do what I say, and you won't go wrong. The longer you delay, the worse the situation will be for you. The two of them are always so passionate about each other. If Yu Xian gets pregnant, it will be difficult for Su Yang to withdraw. I can see that Su Yang is a sentimental person. Maybe for the sake of the child, he won't divorce Yu Xian. Then you won't have anywhere to cry. After hearing what Lu Yujuan said, Zhao Yulu began to waver in his opinion. Lu Yujuan added, Yulu, what you need to do now is to appear in front of Su Yang, instead of thinking about those messy things. You must trust your mother. Your vision will not be wrong. Your mother will not lie to you, let alone harm you. Let me think about it. Zhao Yulu said and went back to her room. Just think about it. There's no point in thinking too much if you don't take action. Lu Yujuan felt a little disappointed. She really had no idea what to do. After saying so much, Zhao Yulu just didn't take any action. She couldn't tie Zhao Yulu up and bring her in front of Su Yang. Chapter 179 Zhou Family. The class group exploded. Classmate A, fuck, Su Yang has done something big again. Classmate B, what's going on? Did he buy a villa and a luxury car again? Classmate C, for Su Yang, buying a villa and a luxury car are small matters. I'm afraid only buying a private jet can be considered a big deal. Student D, tell me what's going on. Classmate A, just now, Su Yang confessed his love to Zhao Yusen. Student B, what's the big deal? Student A, picture of the Pearl Tower. Classmate B, fuck, this is the Manhwa Tower. Student C, this kind of confession is really a big deal. Student D, I want to give it to my girlfriend too, but I wonder how much it costs. Classmate E, don't dream, this is only for the rich. I've heard that this kind of confession costs 1 million per time, and that's on a normal day. If it's a special holiday, like today's May 20th or Chinese Valentine's Day, the price will double. Classmate F, fuck, 1 million, isn't this going to cost someone's life? Classmate G, 1 million, I work so hard, I don't know how many years it will take me to earn that much. Classmate H, pay attention, on May 20th, Chinese Valentine's Day and Valentine's Day, the price will double to 2 million. Classmate R, it's really a privilege for the rich. For office workers like us, don't even think about it. Classmate T, wow, the money I earn from working all my life is not as much as a rich man's confession. Classmate Y, Su Yang, your actions make us feel ashamed. Classmate J, tonight, I don't know how many people envy Zhao Yusen. Classmate K, is it really okay for Su Yang to dote on Zhao Yusen so much? Classmate M, wow, if anyone confesses his love to me, I will marry him immediately. Classmate N, go to bed early, you'll see it in your dreams. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen returned home and saw the comments of their classmates in the class group. They just smiled at each other and didn't pay much attention to it. That night, Zhao Yusen was more enthusiastic than ever. It made Su Yang a little overwhelmed. The next morning, Su Yang did not get up early as usual for the first time. There's no way. I was really tired last night and was very exhausted. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Su Yang and Zhao Yusen, as well as Zhao Hai and Zhou Ruyan, took a plane together to the capital of Western Sichuan province. In a residential area in the capital, Zhou's family. Zhou Ruyan's parents are retired and at home. Today, the daughter came back with her boyfriend, and the old couple were quite looking forward to it. They are really worried about their daughter's marriage. My daughter is good-looking and many men pursued her when she was young, but she looked down on them. He said that he must find someone suitable, and would rather not get married than marry someone unsuitable. It is better to be single than to settle for the wrong person. This made the old couple very anxious. The daughter was over 30 years old and still hadn't found a boyfriend. The couple were desperate and had no hope anymore. My daughter also said that she would never get married in this life. But unexpectedly, some time ago, my daughter said she had found a boyfriend and wanted to bring him back for them to see. The couple was very happy. After all, it is better to get married if you can. You may not think it is a big deal when you are young. But what about getting old? How lonely it would be to be alone when you are old. What if I get sick again? There won't be anyone to take care of me. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Du Lien went to open the door. Grandma Du. Standing at the door was an old woman, about the same age as Du Lien, and a girl in her early 20s, who called out sweetly. This is the neighbor in the community. The old woman's name is Yu Xiuhui. She works in the same unit as Du Lien and is also retired. The girl is Yu Xiuhui's granddaughter, named Yi Shanshan, and she often comes to visit. Shanshan, Lao Yu, come in quickly. Du Lien invited the two of them into the house. Grandpa Zhou. After entering the house, Yi Shanshan called out sweetly again. Shanshan, you're here. Zhou Qingping greeted with a smile and nodded to Yu Xiuhui. Shanshan, why did you come here today? Aren't you going to shoot your short video? Du Lien asked them to sit down and asked with a smile. Everyone knows that Yi Shanshan is now a small internet celebrity. The Douyin account has more than 300,000 followers. You don't have to go to work, and the income every month is pretty good. Grandma Du, Yi Shanshan stood up and sat next to Du Lien, hugging Du Lien's arm. My grandma said that Sister Rian came back today. Doesn't Sister Rian work at Jiangdi Lao? She is also a senior executive. The boss of Jiangdi Lao and Fengkai Guild is the same person. I want to join Fengkai Guild, so I want to see if Zhou Rian can help me talk to the boss of Fengkai Guild and let me join Fengkai Guild. Du Lien was stunned. You are a little internet celebrity now, it shouldn't be difficult to join the Fengkai Guild. Zhou Rian's father Zhou Qingping also nodded and said, yes, an internet celebrity like you should be needed by the guild. Although they are in their 60s, they keep up with the times, usually check Douyin, and are also familiar with the current popular live broadcast industry. Small internet celebrities like Yi Shanshan can definitely bring benefits to the guild. Since it can bring benefits, the guild will not refuse it. From what Yi Shanshan said, joining the guild requires connections. This made them a little confused. Grandma Du, Grandpa Zhou, you don't know that this Fengkai Guild is different. You should all know about the recent rectification of Douyin. Many guilds were banned or investigated for selling counterfeit and shoddy products. Fengkai Guild is the only guild among the big guilds that does not sell counterfeit or inferior products. It can be said to be a standout. Now Fengkai Guild is the largest guild in Douyin, and I heard that the benefits of Douyin Guild are very good, the boss is very nice, and he often gives bonuses to employees. When they recruit anchors, they not only look at the number of fans, but also the anchor's personality, whether he has a bad record in the past, whether he has potential, whether he is worth training, and so on. In short, it has to go through a very strict review. Many anchors want to join the Fengkai Guild, but they all fail to meet the standards. For example, in our city, a while ago, an internet celebrity with 2 million fans applied to join the Fengkai Guild, but was rejected. Yi Shanshan explained. So, this guild is really good. It has never sold counterfeit or shoddy goods. This kind of guild is the one that can develop for a long time. This boss is not tempted by money and sticks to product quality. It can be seen that he is also a boss with a bottom line. This kind of boss is exactly what society needs. Zhou Qingping said. So, I just want to ask Sister Rian if you can say something for me. Yi Shanshan said. We don't know if she can meet the boss of Fengkai Guild. You can ask her when the time comes. Du Lien said. Sister Rian is a senior executive at Jiangdalao, so she will definitely be able to meet him. Yi Shanshan said affirmatively. Even if I can see him, I may not be able to talk to him. Du Lien said with a wry smile. It's okay, I just want to ask Sister Rian. I will definitely not put her in an awkward position. Yi Shanshan said. Okay, when she comes back, you can ask her yourself. We won't interfere in this regard. Zhou Qingping said. Yes, thank you Grandma Du, thank you Grandpa Zhou. Yi Shanshan nodded repeatedly.